Good morning, friends. Welcome to the fire stream, Donuts and Coffee Early Morning Edition. The time is 8:36 a.m. on the 2nd of August, and the West is still on fire. I would like to do a quick summary at first before we start watching videos. I've been monitoring the situation for the last couple days as best I can. Some of the lightning fires that came about starting on Friday have become larger fires, such as the Monument Fire and the one that was previously known as the Panther Fire, and a couple of others. So we'll get to those. Somewhat breaking news over last night, and we're looking at it now on the screen, is the new fire that is located over on Bradford Island in Contra, Costa County, which is the East Bay area. This place has seen so many fires and had such bad luck with it. They really don't need this. It's an island, and there are no bridges, but the last word that we've had is that they've completed evacuations, which happened sometime around dawn this morning, and some sort of an apparatus was ferried over to the island. So hopefully there should be some sort of a direct attack going on during the day. I can go back and show you guys the time lapse of the camera system on Craigor Peak, which has a zoomed in kind of extremely. It's located pretty far away, but we can still get a good view of what was happening. So it looks like it's pretty serious, and I can go back and read what we know about the situation so far. So I'll start with this fire, then we'll get to the others. So let me get to the correct tab. CA Fire Scanner, which stands for California's Fire Scanner on Twitter. I follow this person, this feed a lot, and he had really good updates for us. He's a Kiwi, actually, who monitors California's fires. So around 4 hours ago, so sometime just before 5 in the morning, rescue mission was complete and the units are going available. So they did evacuate people from the island. The fire was at more than 200 acres 4 hours ago, with at least 2 structures lost, and they are still back then they were still searching for civilians, but word is that they have been evacuated. So what you're seeing on the screen is a little bit of there's a little bit of dawn sun rays. It's not like there's fire in front of the camera, it's distant, but that is lens flare from the sun's rays at dawn, this right here. You can see back where I'm rewinding it that this is where the fire is. It's very far away from the camera. It's looking across the Bay Area at a pretty far direction. If you could see this right here, I'm going to mark it with my highlighter pen. This is where Bradford Island is, and this is where the camera is. So you can see it's zoomed in quite a ways. So I will play that again for the people just arriving. So this is the new Bradford Island fire in Contra, Costa County, and hopefully they will get a handle on that situation. But as you can see, it is smoking up the Bay Area, and it is pretty serious. So 200 plus acre fire. Thank goodness, though, everybody has been evacuated, if the reports I'm receiving are correct off of Twitter. So it was East Contra County, Contra Costa County. Engine 53 has made it to the island on a ferry of some sort 5 hours ago, and they still have a fire department rescue boat on the way. So the total acreage of the island is 2,200 acres, and with more than 200 acres of it burning and on fire so far, it's a pretty bad situation for the residents. Somewhere between 50 to more than 100 people live on the island. They've had issues in the past, reading from the Wikipedia, in 2010 fires, and then 2015, I believe, they had local fire departments helped evacuate them, but didn't actually help put out the fires much because they said that's not our district, and it's because it was being annexed. The island was being annexed by a different county. So these poor people have faced situations where they've said, please help our island with resources, not being able to because they weren't allowed to by red tape and bureaucracy. So hopefully this time around things are different, but it's just a nightmare for them. So the last frame is current, but not sure if anybody has really arrived yet, but I'll keep going with the news. So that's the sort of breaking news fire that I wanted to cover so far. Now looking back, we've had reduced evacuations around the Dixie fire in Plumas / Butte County. I'll get to that in a bit, but everyone wants you to know that the situation is still pretty sketchy around Plumas County. So even though some people are being let back in, be ready to go at a moment's notice. Everyone near the west shore of Lake Almanor, Indian Valley, and the like. So I'll get to that in a little bit. We have other new fires. The Monument Fire, is still a threat. It's grown to more than 1,700 acres. InstaWeb doesn't have a new update. I'm waiting for a new update regarding the particulars. Over by Trinity, Shasta County, the other fire of note, is the McFarland fire. That was updated 6 minutes ago. We have 5% containment, but it's grown to more than 2,100 acres. So let's visit the McFarland fire right now. We'll come back as we get more news concerning the Bradford Island fire in the Bay Area. So we do have eyes on the McFarland fire. Let me get to the next camera. And we have one now up by the Zog Fire's burn scar up by Redding as well. So there's lots to cover. So let me get a camera, duplicate tab over by the McFarland fire. If you're just trickling in, if you're just joining, do let me know which fire you want me to cover, and I will answer questions and open questions and answers first. So, yep, we do have eyes distantly here on the Hayfork camera here. Let me do a time lapse. Let's do the last 12 hours of the McFarland fire. So over the night, this is where it begins around 9 p.m. and it'll probably end with current conditions. As you can see, there was pretty intense activity during the night. It's still going. They did have some rain on it that afternoon. I think it was Friday afternoon when the storms rolled in, but it just wasn't enough to put it out. So we would presumably see aircraft again in the air today, hitting not only the McFarland fire, but the Monument fire just to the north. And that's also what Trinity County doesn't need. This is all feeling very deja vu for people near Redding, Trinity County, and Plumas County, and and the Bay Area. It's like, oh, not again. But this is a new era of fire. So these were started on the 30th, the storms that rolled in. The Evans fire, thank goodness, over in Plumas County. I believe they're making good progress on that, but we will get to the Dixie fire area last. I wanted to give brief updates on these other new fires that are kind of developing. So going back to chat, Serene Sapphire says, Catherine, good morning. Your reporting on the fires in California is much appreciated. Oh, you're so very welcome. I do what I can. I regret that there are a lot of fires to cover. So this is the current image that we have of the McFarland fire, and hopefully they'll get aircraft on that soon. This is the fire mapper's map. The hiding fire is the one to get to next after we cover the monument. That is the one west of Anderson and sort of southwest of Redding, kind of by where the Zog fire occurred. So we will get to that soon. Let's look if we can get any eyes on the monument fire. that one is of grave concern as well. Now, this was presumably started at about the same time. The same storm system came by and lit the, the major one we were covering last time, the McFarland, south of it. But what the storms did is they followed a sort of a pattern where they went from east to west like this, and then they started going up north towards Oregon. And lightning struck all the way. So we had 5 different, at least, lightning strikes over by the Dixie fire, which were almost immediately put out, except for the Evans. But then it came over here and started striking more things. So if you look to the north, it left sort of a trail in its wake. Many of these little ones going towards Grants Pass and up into Oregon. And the ones with yellow, I believe, are the ones that seem to be of greatest concern. The triangle is like the danger triangle as far as this particular map is concerned, the fire mapper's map, where there's been great activity. So the monument, the monument was called the Panther Fire. It's now called the Monument Fire. And the next one we get to is the Hiding Fire by Redding. So looking back over at InstaWeb, let's see what we can find out about the Monument Fire. So like I said, the 5% containment, at least there's something on the McFarland, and the McFarland is at 2,100 acres. I'm checking on the Monument Fire. It looks like we haven't had an update for 13 hours on it, but 13 hours ago they were reporting 1,700 acres in size at Shasta/Trinity County. So the remarks on that fire is that it's burning in the footprint of the 2008 Cedar Fire. The terrain is extremely steep and access is difficult. Evacuation warnings have been issued for the residents of Deloma on both sides of the Trinity River. Now I looked back to find out any new evacuation information. That would be the Trinity County Sheriff's Office. And I do have that page open. So bear with me on this other screen. So I've just refreshed it, and as far as the Trinity County Sheriff's Office is concerned, they haven't made a new post as of 17 hours ago, which was where they took Wildwood with the McFarland fire to a mandatory evacuation. So straight from the horse's mouth, the Trinity County Sheriff's Office is issuing an evacuation order for the town of Wildwood, California. Evacuation areas are State Route 36 at Wildwood Road, north on Wildwood Road for 10 miles. Residents are advised to leave the area immediately. The evacuation center is located at Solid Rock Church in Hayfork, California on Tule Creek Road. So those who are evacuating take precaution as there will be emergency vehicles in the area providing structure protection, fire suppression, and evacuation support. There's no mention at the time of evacuations near the Monument Fire. I believe that's much more remote. This is quite far out there, but Deloma is and Big Bar here are under warnings. As far as the Trinity County Sheriff's Office Twitter goes, those are not mandatory yet. So that's what we have for information. If you have any new updates, then please let me know, but I'll continue to monitor Trinity County's Sheriff's Office. Travis Murray says hi. Hello, how are you? And good morning to everybody who's just joined us. I want to turn now to the Hiding Fire, then we can go back towards the Bay Area. If anybody has seen the smoke columns in the Bay Area, that is due to the Bradford Island fire. This started sometime after midnight, and we will be returning to it. So this is the current situation in the Bay Area. Fire is not near the camera. That's an optical illusion from the sun. This camera is shooting quite a long ways away, but you can see how smoky the Bay Area is getting, the East Bay. And that's going to fill up the valley with smoke for sure. So I don't know if anybody can hear the banging sound through the microphone. I apologize, but there is some serious construction going on in my neighborhood. So this is the Monument Fire here. I wanted to see if we can get eyes sorry, that's the McFarland. If we could get eyes on the Monument fire first, and then we'll go over to the one over by Reading. I have found it with a camera before. So if we go up a little bit north, the to Big Bar, let's see where that would be here. I'm not sure that I could find it again there. Nope, that is not something that we have. Looking that way, I'm not sure that we have it at the moment. So I think I actually will just switch over to the hiding fire. So we do have it. It's just west of Anderson. Let's see which camera is best. Rainbow Lake. It was the Duckett, wasn't it? Yeah, Duckett Peak. This is the current view of the hiding fire, which is west of Anderson, southwest of Reading. So let's do a time lapse for 6 hours on that one and see what we get. Yep, here it was, and let's see what we can get as far as information on the hiding fire. Looking back at California Fire Scanner's Twitter feed. Okay, so 8 hours ago, he says he had continued to listen to this but hadn't heard anything notable in the last couple hours. It still looked active, but looks like they made progress with the glow diminishing on the camera. No evacuations are listed for the hiding fire on the Shasta Sheriff's pages, and that's wonderful. But that is an 8 hour ago update. It's in the Happy Valley area. They had aircraft on it. The estimated fire size was 35 to 38 acres as of yesterday. 12 hours ago, it was upgraded to 40 acres, and they're trying to hold it at Dale Road. It's visible on multiple cameras, including this Duckett camera. I'm going to play that replay once more. And the last, excuse me, I just closed that page. Looks like they had Shasta County Instant Command requested 5 additional Type 3 engines, a dozer, and at least 5 water tenders to deal with the hiding fire by Reading. There were several engines already, but since it occurred towards evening, they weren't able to get too much aircraft on it. So we will continue to monitor that situation, and there are multiple structures threatened by Dale Lane and Panther Road. So I'm glad to see that it doesn't look fierce right now. That's something we need to monitor, however. So does anybody have any special requests? We can go back to the Dixie fire. We had a morning operational briefing. I'm continuing to monitor the situation in the Bay Area. The Crager Peak camera is constantly updating us on what's going on with Bradford Island. We do know that people seem to have been evacuated. Engines have been ferried over, at least one of them, and hopefully they'll be able to try to do something about the fire. But that island is only 2,200 acres in size. More than 200 acres of it is currently on fire. And that is old information, so we currently don't know how much of it is still going. I'm going to hit the 3 hour time lapse on this one. This will let you know what's been going on in the Bay Area during the last 3 hours since dawn arrived. And like I said, the orange on the lens, that's just sun flare from dawn. It doesn't mean that there's fire by the camera. It's actually looking pretty far away. It's zoomed in greatly, but I imagine people in the Bay Area right now can see this and they're wondering what in the heck. But so far the news media hasn't really picked too much up of the story, though I assume that that's going to change as the day wears on. So I want to read back news articles, one of which is ABC 7, Contra Costa County. A fire on Bradford Island is forcing evacuations. It's located 8 miles northeast of Antioch and is home to about 25 to 100 people. Firefighters say at least 212 acres have burned and 2 structures have been damaged. Crews say the fire is burning in an extremely remote area, and the only way to the island is by ferry. They are calling the situation dangerous and say the wind is pushing flames across the island. Yeah, you can see how the smoke column is kind of flat and almost horizontal before it starts to rise. That tells us that the wind is quite a big factor. So we'll continue to monitor that situation. Now back to Trinity County. This was updated at 8 in the morning. This is the record searchlight, and I'll drag this over here. So authorities issued an evacuation order Sunday afternoon for the town of Wildwood due to the McFarland fire. The Trinity County Sheriff's Office said the evacuation areas are Highway 36 at Wildwood Road, north on Wildwood Road for 10 miles. Residents were told to leave immediately. I sort of just read that information, but there's more here. McFarland fire is one of the 2 lightning-caused blazes burning in Trinity County that have consumed a combined 3,900 acres as of Sunday evening. The McFarland fire is the largest of the 2 and has burned 2,100 acres as of Sunday, says the U.S. Forest Service. The fire was started by lightning on Thursday evening. The fire is burning in an area, blah, 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 5% contained, like I mentioned earlier. Meanwhile, the Monument Fire, which is to the north of it, burned 1,800 acres near the community of Del Loma along the Highway 229 corridor. There's 0 containment on that blaze. The Forest Service said the fire was extremely active today, driven by diurnal winds and critically dry conditions, and that is a reference to yesterday. So, we've got wind. That's a nightmare to deal with in that situation. It's already nightmarish terrain with limited access and steep hills and windy roads. It takes a long time for the engines to come from other places for mutual aid. So the Monument Fire, which was also sparked by lightning, is burning south of Highway 229, 25 miles west of Weaverville. Activity from the McFarland fire prompted the closure of 36 from White Rock Road in Shasta County to the junction of Highway 36 in Trinity County, the California Department of Transportation said. Highway 299 is open to one-way traffic from Hayden Flat Campground to Big Flat Ranger Station due to the Monument Fire, according to Caltrans. So containment is up slightly on the Dixie fire. The Forest Service officials said the fire has burned 248,820 acres, and was 35% contained as of Monday morning. The fire grew by about 4,000 acres, and containment was up 32% from the previous day. Sorry, from 25% to 32%. Full containment is expected by August 13th. Now that is news to me, and that is very good news. The Dixie fire has destroyed 67 structures and damaged another 9. About 10,400 structures remain threatened. There have been no reported injuries or deaths, knock on wood, caused by the fire, except there actually was a very minor injury, but it was, like I said, minor at the very start. Small fire burning near Cloverdale. The Hiding Fire, which is the one that's up by Redding / Anderson, has burned 50 acres in the area of Dale Lane and Panther Road south of Cloverdale. That one's 30% contained, the California Department of Forestry and Fire Prevention said Monday morning. The fire started just before 8 p.m. on Sunday, and that cause of the fire is unknown. Hot temperatures expected. Firefighters in Trinity County will be battling temperatures hovering around 100 degrees the next couple of days before the weather is expected to cool later in the week, says the National Weather Service. The high Monday in the greater Trinity County is forecast at 98 degrees with an east wind blowing 3 to 8 miles an hour. The high Tuesday will be around 100 degrees before the mercury will dip into the lower 90s by Thursday. Meanwhile, temperatures in Plumas County will hover around 90 degrees the next 2 days. Winds are not expected to be a factor, the National Weather Service said. Yes, they mentioned that, which I will air for us soon, on this morning's operational briefing, which I have ready to go, ready to play. So they said, let's pounce. we have a window of opportunity. Let's hurry up and pencil in some of the areas with black, which means solid containment lines. Unless anybody has a question right now about the other fires, I think that's what we should start with. Watching the operational morning briefing that was streamed about an hour ago. They had it around 7 in the morning, but this is when it arrived on YouTube. Looking back at chat, Rhonda says, good morning. Good morning, Rhonda. Missed not hearing you from the weekend. Yeah, I'm very sorry about that. Trust you got plenty of rest and are ready for what looks like to be a crazy week of wildfire activity. You're a real gem. Oh, thank you so much, Rhonda. You guys, I do it for you. Thank you so much for everybody who has liked and subscribed to the channel. I just do what I can from where I am. I've had some sick friends I've had to look in on over the weekend, and I've been monitoring the situation, and I wanted to come back ASAP. But yeah, unfortunately, I have to go live when things start to intensify. Wish I could be going live for a better reason. So let's watch the CAL FIRE's Dixie Fire morning briefing that was aired, which took place about 2 hours ago, but aired about 1 hour ago. Here we go.
Night ops for Team 1. Okay, so the troops got in there last night and trying to gain some more ground on this thing, black line on the map, and they're doing a good job. And Division Alpha continue to work up the 70 corridor, up the Caribou Canyon area. That's given them the most fits, so that's where they were working in there yesterday, helping our folks from the east zone. Division Bravo and Charlie looking really good. Division Echo had some hot spots in there yesterday that they continue to work, and they're going to work that today. Division Foxtrot, same kind of thing. They got some heat on the line. They're trying to gain depth, and that's what they were doing yesterday in there as well. Division Golf, Ida, Juliet, and Lima, all looking well. They're getting that depth that they're looking for in there, and they're going to continue to do that throughout the day. Division Mike, that was a problem area yesterday where they were having the most problem. They're trying to figure out where they can get out there, put a dozer line across to the zone break there, and try to help our counterparts out in Division November and Oscar. So make it a safe shift in the report.
Thank you. Moving on to the incident objective, starting with the management objectives. Utilize the risk management process to identify and mitigate hazards to protect firefighters and the public. Emphasize strategies and tactics that have the highest probability of success and the least exposure to firefighters and the public. Develop strategies to protect life, property, communities, businesses, and infrastructure. Employ tactics that fulfill these strategies while being mindful of the necessity for contingency and emergency plans. Ensure strategies account for incident priorities, applying resources to those with the highest consequences first. Follow COVID-19 CDC and establish local, state, and federal guidance to limit the virus spread within the incident, the surrounding communities within the fire area. Provide timely and continuous incident information to affected agency partners, cooperators, California Team 2, as well as the public. And maintain fiscal accountability and keeping costs commensurate with values at risk. Control objectives. Keep the fire north of the fire perimeter and Highway 162 and the junction of Highway 70. Keep the fire south of Highway 36 and 89. Keep the fire east of Highway 32. And keep the fire west of Genesee Road and Grizzly Ridge to Highway 70. Fire weather.
All right. Good morning, Ryan Walburn, National Weather Service. So like I said yesterday, we're always looking for changes in fire weather, what's different. And really today is one of those situations where it's persistent. Don't expect much change from what was observed yesterday. What that means is the afternoon up canyons will be a southwesterly direction, adverse if you're up in Mike, but at your back for the lower divisions and branches. Humidities this morning only recovered to the upper 20s to mid 30s, so of course we're starting out dry. Unlike previous days where we had the chance of afternoon thunderstorms, that threat is gone, so that means lower humidity out there. In terms of your temperatures, upper 80s under the smoke with mid 90s on the lower elevations. So when all is said and done, it's seasonal fire weather conditions. Take advantage of it. We've got about two more days, and then Wednesdays we look for a change in the weather. So to put a little motivation behind everybody, just take advantage of the weather while we got it on our side. Thanks.
Fire behavior.
Good morning, John Cook, Fire Behavior. We've been talking about all the increased spotting activity, smokers, things like that the last couple of days, and you've seen those picking up. We've heard reports of them all through all the different branches and even all the way on the other side. So, and then, as well as the fire on the east side. So, the biggest thing on the forecast I want y'all to pay attention to is that first line under my general comment is that this is the highest fire danger we've had since July 21st. That's 10 days ago. The fuel moisture has gotten lower today than it's been since over 10 days ago, which is when this fire had its most activity. That doesn't mean that this fire is going to be active today, but it means that the conditions here and all around the fire are as dry and as bad as they were back when we had the really bad growth. So, we've been enjoying, a pretty inactive period, but, weather told you things are drying. We got about a 3-day window here where things are going to keep getting drier and windier. So just start setting your mind right now how it's going to be. You look down at those 1-hour fuel moistures, 3%. We've not had 3% forecasted fine fuel. That means all the little dead stuff has not been this dry in those 10 days. So it's definitely a change in what we've been looking at. So really focus on what has a potential to smolder, spot, flare up, anything near those lines, up the slope a little bit, because when we do have some winds increasing later this week, those are the things that are going to be the problem. So that's the focus for today. Have a good shift.
Operational work assignments.
Good morning, Merrick Fields, Operations for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1. We've got basically 2 days before we start to get really wind tested on this thing. So for the next couple of days, we need to get in there and get a lot of hard work done. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, we're still in that patrol status, but we still need to be getting in there around all those structures in that Highway 70 corridor and the infrastructure in there, making sure everything is good and secure around all of those. Moving up into Division Echo and Foxtrot, that's that last piece that we fired just a couple of days ago. And with the northeast winds coming Wednesday night, Thursday morning, we really need to get in there and get that 300 foot of mop up, make sure that everything is secure along that line before they get wind tested. Moving up into Ida and Juliet, same thing. We're going to start to get wind tested Wednesday afternoon, so we need to make sure that we've got that 300 foot of mop up all in through there, up into the Lima. We're looking good. We'll wait a second.
That's pretty funny. We interrupt this broadcast because a helicopter flew over them. I don't know if you can see it, but he's grinning.
Sorry about that. I'll have to talk to the air ops in a little bit. So Lima's looking really good in there. We just need to continue to get in there and mop up and secure that line so that when we get wind tested on that in a couple of days, we're prepared for it. Our problem area is going to be this Mike November break over in here. We're looking good on Division Mike. We've gotten in there. We've got direct line around everything in there, with the exception of one little piece right there below the Butts Valley Reservoir. But it's secure. There's not much potential for it to come out of there. The biggest concern is this stuff on the other side of the Caribou. We've got a couple of contingency lines in there. The biggest one that we're working on right now is from DP 110 down into 120. We're going to get in there and get that all prepped and ready in the event that we have to fire it. I hope we don't have to, but we're going to be prepared for that. So with that, we've got a couple of days that we need to get in there and get really engaged and get lots of good wop up in through there so our lines are secure before our wind events. Thank you.
A branch and division roll call.
Good morning, BJ Corey, Resource Unit Leader with Team 1. This will be the branch and division roll call for the West Zone. Branches Butte Fire.
A couple of quick announcements. If you don't see yourself in the IAP, please check the demob list. If you're on that demob list, please show up at your assigned time.
Good morning, everyone. Matt Hill, Air Operations, CAL FIRE Team 1. For fixed wing, we'll order as needed. For water dropping helicopters, we have 11 Type 1s and 5 Type 2s. We have some Type 3s for Helco and Recon. And then for night ALS hoists, we have Guard 822 with a frame swap about midday to Guard 820. 0 Delta Foxtrot will be our day hoist. And let's make it a safe shift. Thanks.
Thank you. Communications.
Good morning, Prince Wilkerson, Carmel Trinity, Dixie West Communications. There's been no new clones today. If you're not quite sure if you have the right load, stop by Communications and we'll check on that for you. Please be sure to check the 204 for...
He's way too
Be
soft.
sure to check the 204 to make sure that what's the best command for your division. As a reminder,
Westwood, but there'll still be MERT if you need anything over there.
Okay,
IWI. And the
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to see if this is anything pertinent to our situation. This is the morning operational briefing. So this is the firefighters talking to themselves, saying, here's what we're going to do today. Here's what we need to watch out for today. And that's why it's important for us to tune in. However, we don't need to tune into their roll calls and such. So let's see what the unified commanders had to say.
Commander.
Good morning, Luke Kendall, one of the Unified ICs. I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work. As you guys can see this map, there's a lot of black on it. There is a few places here that still has red that will give us concerns, and as you've heard from IMET and them, it continues to be a concern. So what we need you guys to do today is continue with your strong work. Get out there, get those places put to bed so we can turn this back over to the forest and the local units. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, as logistics said, Wednesday morning will be the last briefing up at Westwood. Thursday morning, all resources will report here to Chico for briefing. Breakouts to my left, your right. Division Alpha, Butte Fire Suppression Repair. Against the inside wall staging. Directly across from that, Bravo Charlie, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf.
Okay, he basically says have a safe day, etc. So what we're seeing is that we have some good news related to the Dixie fire. I want to bring over the briefing map because you can barely see it, what they're talking about. But when he talked about Division Lima, I was especially happy because that is the area that's by Chester. So let's see if I can zoom in on this a little bit. And they said that was going very, very well, and they're just about done. So we have black line here, which means containment line. So I'm feeling better and better about Chester with every passing day. They have really done a great job of protecting Eleanor West and the West Shore. And in fact, they have reduced the evacuation from mandatory to a watch. So some people are filtering back into the valley today. They had people escorted into the Bucks Lake area, but I'm not sure. I guess you have to take the long way around because Highway 70 and that corridor is still closed to traffic. So they said that they have a lot of work to do to make 70 safe because they have a lot of rockfall situation, landslide situation that can affect it, burned up guardrails, and half burned up trees and logs that could fall on the road at any moment. So they're working to stabilize the steep terrain there. But the Round Valley area continues to have flare-ups. We can look at the cam. Indian Ridge cam showed that being quite active over the night. Dennis, who was talking about he's with Plumas National Forest. I'll get another video of him talking a little bit later. Was saying that area was quite active, and so was the area south of Caribou, which is right here. So there is an island here, which is a place that the fire skipped over, but probably will burn. And so, like here is another example of an island. So they can't, save that area. It's just coincidence that it hasn't burned yet, and they are considering firing on some of these areas by the lines, just to make it a low-intensity fire rather than a high-intensity fire. If they do that at night, when it's cool and the winds are calm, then they can save actually more trees that way by just burning off brush and smaller saplings and the duff on the ground. So it's one of those hard choices: do we fire or not? But they're going to do that as needed. I'm pleased to see so much black down here. They've done a great job of protecting Quincy. They are still working around Bucks Lake and around Butts Lake as well. They've got a lot of black protecting the Prattville area and Canyon Dam, and they're not sure what they're going to do about this spot. That is a contained spot fire, and they're not sure if they're going to fire the area to keep it low intensity, because they have two days. They have 2 days of calm winds before they pick up on Wednesday. And so there's this choice, like if it's going to burn on Wednesday when it would be high winds and extremely fierce, tree killing, landscape devastating type fire situation, should we just burn it off ahead of time to keep it low intensity so that it can't become high intensity when the winds pick up? So that is something they keep mentioning. They wanted to they complimented live the community of Jonesville for having groomed their properties so well. They said that allowed them to basically save everything. So that's another bright spot of information. The situation in Indian Valley, though, they warned, don't get complacent. Even if you're allowed to go back in, let me show you the new evacuation maps. Even if you can go back in, don't be complacent. With the winds coming up later, anything really can happen. Everywhere that there isn't black, that means that the fire can spread and it can jump lines. It means that containment lines are not complete. So just be very mindful about that. We almost lost the community of Crescent Mills, days ago, but they were able to save it by doing those firing operations. So the people who are critical of the firing operations should just keep that in mind, that when the winds picked up, they had already fired previous nights, and so there wasn't as much to burn, and that gave them response time needed to save Crescent Mills. So I'm very happy for that community. Looking back at the evacuations map, the most hideously confusing thing was released by the Plumas County Sheriff's Department. I'm going to read you the document and flip back to the map. So this is what is on Plumas County Sheriff's Office as a bulletin. Let's enlarge it. Unfortunately, the way they did this was terribly confusing. They said, we have modified the evacuation list, and they did a strike through of places. They said reduced to a warning, but then they would strike through, and so this has confused people, like, well, is it not reduced to a warning then, or is it? So I'll just read it the way they probably intended. So what is still under mandatory evacuation is the High Lakes area, Plumas and Butte County line east to Twain, which is the 70 corridor. So Rock Creek, Story, Tobin, Belden, Caribou, Rich Bar, and Twain. They've had a lot of flare-ups and such in the area just south of Caribou, which Dennis will explain a little bit when I get to his video. That's still rugged, steep terrain with a small community up there that they're trying to protect, but they're trying to wait and see on what the weather will allow them to do. So modified here is Meadow Valley, still mandatory, but Bucks Lake isn't. So that's why Bucks Lake has the strike through. And so they've been escorting people into that area, as far as I know, starting yesterday. Still mandatory evacuation, Caribou Road to the Humbug Road and Humboldt Road intersection. So that includes Belden Reservoir and Butte Valley Reservoir. Prattville, still under mandatory, is Prattville Butte Reservoir Road and everything west to the Plumas County line. Still under mandatory is Seneca, Round Valley Reservoir, Dixie Canyon, and Indian Falls. Still mandatory evacuation is Butterfly Valley and Ketty to Highway 70. Highway 70 still mandatory at Black Hawk Road, east side of Ketty and Roundhouse Road, and Old Highway West. And still at mandatory Oakland Camp. So reduced to a warning was Prattville and Canyon Dam, and like we could see here on the west side. That's the west side of Lake Amanor. Reduced to a warning, Greenville and Crescent Mills and Taylorsville. And reduced to a warning was Chandler Road West from the intersection of 70 to just south of Oakland Camp. So the east shore, let's see here, east shore of Lake Amanor, gosh, this is terribly confusing. Removed, lifted was East Quincy, okay, and See what I'm saying? Like here on page 2, it just sort of contradicts itself. It says new. Okay. So let me make sure, zooming out, that I didn't skip the bottom. I think I actually did. I'm sorry. It doesn't let you zoom. So Grizzly Mountain was reduced to a warning. So is north and eastern parts of Indian Valley, Genesee Valley, and yeah, Chandler Road. And it doesn't let me go back further. Let's go to the next page. Evacuation warnings are in effect for the area, but the warning was removed, lifted for West Quincy. So they could be a heck of a lot more clear about this. See how Quincy doesn't have the yellow anymore on West Quincy? That's where I could suggest improvement to the communication on this fire. So Mike Smith says, is Quincy open back up? Yeah, check it out. Quincy is pretty much open, but you can't go north on 70. It's going to be closed once you're reaching the Caddy area. So you can't go very far west if you're going to be leaving Quincy. You're going to run into the mandatory evacuation zones. But it's looking better. It's looking much better that they even removed the yellow away from it. So that's awesome. People there must be so relieved. Chimp6 says, hey, everybody watching, please give Catherine's channel a like, and a YouTube algorithm will suggest the channel to those searching for wildfires. Oh, the best coverage on the web. Oh my gosh, you flatter me. I just do what I can. But it's true. Hitting the like button and the subscribe makes me reach other people. So if you'll honor me with that, I do appreciate that. If you want to try to make sense out of this, I'm putting this in the chat. Of course, it's in the description of my video. Go to Straight for the Horse's Mouth. The latest evacuation information is going to be Plumas County Sheriff's Office. We will find very confusing instructions like these for your own perusal. So they seem to have added into the evacuation warning section everything that was mandatory on the page prior. That's the way I interpret this esoteric document. So going back to this is an easier way to interpret it. This map is in the link. This map link is in my description. Just go not too far down, and you'll see that. Let's move back over to the other fires. We were monitoring the situation here, and I want to take a look at the cams. We do have a new fire that is of unknown origin, and I'm going to refresh it here. This is the Hiding Fire, which is just west of Anderson and southwest of Reading, and I'm so happy to see that looks much reduced from the day before. This is good news, knock on wood. The whole region is going to have a little bit calmer winds. We have 2 days of calmer winds until, well, anything goes Wednesday. That's when I'm going to start calling it. So we did not hear the weather lady this morning on that briefing, which was kind of odd. Maybe she was on last night's. I didn't catch the 7 p.m. briefing of last night, but we definitely should look at the CAL FIRE flyer that they released sometime earlier this morning. So looking here at the satellite detections of heat, we have a flurry of activity that I was watching the Indian Ridge camera starting about 5 in the morning today, and it was just up here by Round Valley Reservoir, very, very active. So this is one of their main spots where they're battling it. The area over here, just south of Caribou, is a place where they're battling it pretty fiercely. And of course, back over here on the west, they are looking at, still trying to do what they can for the areas by Butte Meadows over here, Jonesville, etc. But I'm so happy to report they didn't lose anything at Jonesville because the community got serious and they really groomed their landscape to be very fire safe as possible. So that's just a good mountain of good news. Any moment now we might be starting to see aircraft. It's about 9:25 in the morning. Aircraft can usually start taking off about 10 because they have visibility. So I wanted to get eyes back on a McFarland fire. So here's the Hayfork Divide cam, and we could see how last night, it was still pretty dang active. Unfortunately, that rain that we had last, see that big smoke plume that's hot? so hot that even thousands of feet into the air, you can see the heat detection from the infrared camera. There was torrential downpour of rain, but it was so frustratingly short. What was it, Friday, right before the weekend happened? I really thought it might rain it out, but alas, it did not. So this is the activity of McFarland Fire. They did move to mandatory evacuation. Sadly, the community's very close by. And I can go back to the Trinity County Sheriff's Office. That's where you guys can check it out on Facebook and presumably Twitter. I keep refreshing it, but we don't have any word. The last one was 18 hours ago when they made the Wildwood community a mandatory evacuation zone and the surrounding areas. So fingers crossed for today's battle. I will check the aircraft soon. I wanted to make sure that we cover all these bases, and we have open questions and answers time in the chat. So just post anything that you need to know about. And thank you, Mike, for reminding people to hit the thumbs up button. Mike Smith says, and welcome back, Mike. I have called a few places out there, but no answers there by phone. Oh wow, well, good on you for doing that. Is their courthouse open? Do you mean Trinity County? Or I'm not quite sure which one you were talking about, Quincy or like Plumas County or Trinity, because I don't think Trinity is affected. You must mean the courthouse at Quincy. I am unsure about that status. Quincy, yeah. Well, perhaps, you know what, maybe a little bit later today we'll find out. So Josh, welcome back. Josh says the McFarland fire has been burning, and here's the fire mapping, the CalTopo part of it. Let's take a look at your link. Oh, great. Yeah, you got good layers on this one. The Forest Service from awesome job here. Let's look what Josh has for us to look at. This is, yep, the Forest Service 2016 map, and we have the MODIS and the VEERS. So if we just MODIS, VEERS, and GOES. So if we go look at the GOES, this spot right here in red was a new to heat detection sometime in the last 15 minutes. That's generally the way that goes. So if we look at the MODIS plus VEERS, we basically have the original mapped area of the fire, which is in this yellow outline. And the red, let's turn off fire history. The red is in less than 12 hours ago. So we have seen a general spread mostly towards the west, just like I was sort of predicting, although we didn't know if it would go northwest or just due west, because that's in general the way that the wind has been going. If we click on the wind right now, we have a generally wind from the east blowing to the west, kind of going to the north a little bit, and hopefully they'll be able to stop it. Looking at the road here, the main road, they would, Wild Mad Road is probably one that they would use to try to stop it, if I had to guess. But we can't know, and we're kind of deaf, dumb, and blind, because I've been listening to the radio for the area and occasionally hearing pilot chatter, but we don't hear the constant chatter like we did last year, unfortunately. Hopefully some ham radio operator in the area will pick up the burden and give us something to listen to, but so far there really hasn't been anything. Otherwise, I'd go live and just leave that running. But we do see some red spots on the eastern perimeter of the fire. However, we don't know if that's fire spreading that direction, because winds can be erratic near these very large fires, or they could be trying to make a fire line. We just don't know concerning this area. But as you can see, they're going to have to redraw the perimeter, because that's a huge amount of spread in the last 12 hours. Usually the perimeter is redrawn once or twice a day, so it can happen sometime after midnight. So this could have been the new spread since midnight. If we look back at the camera, that'll help us get a clue. If we can see which direction the smoke was blowing, we can go back here and do a 12-hour time lapse. So let's look here. Whoops, I clicked on the wrong button. We are currently on the McFarland fire. If anybody else, whoopsie, I keep changing the camera on accident. If anybody has a question about a different fire, do go ahead and put that in the chat. We continue to monitor the new fire on Bradford Island in Contra, Costa County in the East Bay area. That is presumably going to smoke up the valley today because it was producing a huge amount of smoke. But we do have word that everybody is off the island as far as anybody knows. So I just screwed the camera up. So let's go back to the camera on the McFarland fire and do our 12-hour time lapse just to see if we can get an idea of how this bad boy spread. Now we are looking south, so that means that this smoke trail is going west. That is the big thing to remember. So let's do a 12-hour time lapse and get a handle on what's occurred over the last 12 hours. So it was quite active last night. That is pretty intense. Thousands of feet up into the air, we see the white signature of heat, as well as, the actual fire itself on the ridge lines. Now, noteworthy about this camera is it's looking quite far away, over a valley and over some mountains. So we're just seeing the ridge top area of the fire. There are no other cameras that can give us a view from another angle, and we are looking south. So everything, the right side of the screen is going to the west. But look how that column collapses, and we just have this smoke going horizontal. That means that the wind is much faster. So during the night, the wind was kind of laying down the smoke column flat. What we would like to see today is that smoke column going vertical. If it's vertical, then there isn't that much wind and there isn't that much spread. But alas, what we're seeing is just horizontal, horizontal, horizontal. So what I would like to do now is read the weather forecast for the area. I'm going to go to Peanut, California. Please do put any questions in the chat right now. We're on the McFarland fire, but I want to get to the weather forecast for all the areas of these fires. Plus, we're going to watch a little bit more of the Dixie fire videos in a moment. But if somebody has a special thing that they want me to cover, then I'd be happy to read that. Once again, I'm going to replay that 12-hour time lapse of the McFarland fire. So let's go to Peanut, California. This is weather from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, so official. Today's high will be 94 degrees, patchy smoke, sunny, east-southeast wind 8 to 14 miles per hour. So east-southeast wind means it's going to be blowing west to northwest. So it's kind of like that Chernobyl quote, "It's not good, it's not bad," right? But winds light and variable would have been a nicer thing to hear. Tonight over at Peanut, California, which is by the McFarland fire, they'll have a low of 58 or a high of 58 degrees, patchy smoke, mostly clear. East-southeast wind, 5 to 8 miles an hour, becoming calm in the evening. So maybe by tonight, they'll be able to possibly get ahead of it, going with the ground crews and dozers and whatever they're attacking with it on the ground. On Tuesday, for Peanut, California, by the McFarland fire, high of 97 degrees, areas of smoke, and sunny. Southeast wind, 5 to 8 miles an hour. Which, once again, a southeast wind means it'll be blowing north by northwest, so in the same direction. We're going to see the fire try to spread towards Peanut itself, and where the intersection of the main highways are. That was 3 and, if I go back, I don't want to say the wrong highway, so let me get to the correct layer, and I'll get that intersection for you on OpenStreetMap. Let's look at that one. Yep, there's Wildwood, which is under mandatory evacuation, the intersection of 36 and 3 over here to the west. I would expect to see the fire marching they'd probably use Highway 36 as one of their lines. But if I can use the pen to draw again, if it doesn't jump, then we can expect the fire to kind of just go over towards this way, unless they're successful with what I would imagine would be this right here, might be a retardant drop line or something of that sort. We would expect to see with the airplanes a lot of activity over here as the fire's trying to march that way. If they can make a line retardant, that'll buy them time to get dozers, and then hopefully they'll just make a blocking kind of a thing like that. Because that's if the winds do what the forecast says. The winds will just in general be blowing like this. So I expect us to see a lot of that today. It is remote, pretty rugged, and there are tall peaks, and it's extremely dangerous for them to be operating the aircraft. But boy, starting on Friday, we saw them slam it with aircraft. There were just tons of aircraft on it. So hopefully they have gotten good clear skies to do that today. I want to go back to the Bay Area, and this is what happened overnight with the Bradford fire. This is sometime after 1 in the morning that it began. So this is the latest fire of California, unknown origin. East Bay, a very eastern portion of the bay where it gets kind of marshy. There's a little island with somewhere between 25 and 100 people living on it. And man, they have been devastated by fire time and time again. Since they're on a county line sort of area, they've had problems in the past with, in fact, I'll just read it to you. This community's horrifying tale. In 2010, a fire charred hundreds of acres of Bradford Island and ignited peat vegetation. And peat fires, if you know what peat is, in Ireland, they harvest it. It's kind of like a mossy sort of a vegetation layer that's in marshes. And when you dry it out, it burns just like charcoal, just like a coal fire. So I'm gonna replay the time lapse here. That's Bradford Island in the Bay Area. So they would harvest it and burn that as an alternative to wood in places like the British Isles and Ireland. So the fact that they have peat here it can mean that fires can just rage out of control, and that's probably what's fueling a great amount of it here. We're watching more than 200 acres burn. It started last night after 1 in the morning. So in 2010, a fire charred hundreds of acres of land and peat vegetation. Bradford Island at the time, though, had not been annexed to any Contra Costa County fire district. While firefighters in the East Contra Costa County Fire District attended that fire and performed a voluntary evacuation, which took 15 people off the island back in 2010. They didn't help to fight it, saying the district was only responsible to fires outside its jurisdiction when lives are in jeopardy. Oh, so the residents were like, what? You're not going to do anything back in 2010? So the residents, left to fend for themselves, used hoses, tractors, and a single water truck. The fire caused an estimated $675,000 in damage, the equivalent to $800,000 in today's money, in property damage. It burned approximately 550 acres of land, as well as homes, docks, and a pumping station. So another fire in October 2015, so just 5 years later, was similarly not responded to by fire agencies. The Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department, however, used a helicopter to dump water on the fire and attempt to contain it. So good on you, Sheriff's Department. They're probably like, what? Whatever, guys. And rolled up their sleeves and said, well, we'll try to do something. So by the time the fire was extinguished in that October 2015 fire, 14 utility poles had burned up. So hopefully, this time around it'll be different and they'll actually have support. We have heard that everybody's been evacuated from the island, that a ferry boat has taken over some apparatus, and hopefully they'll get a handle on the situation. But it may be very bad for days. Who knows what they'll be able to do with this. The island itself is about 2,200 acres in size, and at least 200 acres burned off of it since midnight or 1 in the morning when it started. So that is the situation in the Bay Area. We continue to monitor it. Let's look at the latest image. I've just refreshed it. looks like the Bay Area and the Valley is going to get a ton of smoke from this. That's just what we needed. So if anybody has any questions in chat, I'm going to show that comment that got hidden. Please put it in the chat and we'll go over that later. What I want to do next is show some video that has come from the Dixie fire like last night. And we watched the morning's operational update, and I will read the forecast for the weather. But as far as we know, in general, in Northern California, we've got 2 days of pretty calm winds where they could perhaps slam the area with aircraft and get some good dozer lines going in on the lightning fires and the Dixie fire, and use that window of opportunity before the winds pick up on Anything Goes Wednesday. So looking back at chat, Catherine Davidson, the hashtags with fire names will be helpful to search it on YouTube for fire updates. You're so right. And my superb reporting content. Thanks, I do what I can. I don't feel very superb right now because there's massive construction going on. I hope you don't hear hammering through my microphone. So Serene Sapphire says, at Chimp6, we need to share and subscribe to my channel. Yep, once I get 1,000 subscribers, I can get a community page for posting information, and that would be a goal. So thank you so much, everybody who's helped me reach that goal. Please share my work around the communities, and I don't have the time or wherewithal to do that. I barely have time to cover the fires. I just do what I can. But I went viral last year, and I was able to help Napa Valley very much, and the people around Redding with the Zog fire, and that gave me a good sense of relief that I was able to reach some people and help that situation. My heart bleeds, for when I see California, my homeland, burn, and I just want to help any way I can. If you have new information about fires, go ahead and post that in chat and just tell me what you want to see, what information you need. Even if you have questions, I'll try to find out for you. Any sort of questions regarding evacuations, shelters, what you can do with animals, maybe get you in contact with help organizations. Whatever you need, me and my mods, we'll try to work on that for you. So the fighting fire is at least 30% contained over by Redding, and I'm very happy to report that. The McFarland has at least 5% containment. Nothing on the Monument fire as far as containment. The Evans fire has been a little bit of a question mark. They didn't mention it at this morning's operational briefing, but I do believe that it hasn't spread very much. Because if we look at it on the satellite, we don't see a whole lot of spread. Whoops, let's get some shade of relief on there. There we go. So thankfully, once we hit the fire activity button for the goes live, we don't even have, like from the last several hours, any heat detection visible from space as far as the GOES satellite is concerned. And this last hotspot here is more than, let's see, what's the code? 24 hours old. So, phew, sigh of relief. I think that as far as the Dixie fire is concerned, with all of those late last week's thunderstorms that brought the lightning, boy, they pounced on everything, and they almost made it inconsequential. We know they saved the community of Crescent Mills because they had burned off vegetation near it. And so when the winds picked up with those thunderstorms, they did try to jump the lines. They did try to jump 70, but they were able to pounce and get a handle on it. Same thing with not even visible on the map, but they parachuted in smoke jumpers over here to the Kessler fire, which was struck by lightning. I cannot tell you how much of a heart attack that gave me. When I saw that there were lightning strike fires over here, and here's Indian Valley, that would have been one screaming nightmare that they were able to end. Because this area over here, as far as Dixie fire is concerned, this whole region over here is much more rugged, much more inaccessible, with poorly to non-existently maintained roads. And this could have easily blown into Lassen County, affected Susanville. The fact that they had so much personnel in the right place in the right time, and such good communication, and everything came together, plus a lot of luck, meant that this was pounced on, and now we don't have a second fire as big as the Dixie fire. That could have happened. If luck and situation was different, we could have had another fire all in here just raging out of control right now. We could have had another massive problem, and we don't. We have to tip our hats and just say, man, thank you so much for everything you're doing in that area. These firefighters have done an amazing job considering the extreme difficulty, the extreme terrain, the extreme fire behavior. Extreme is the worst kind of fire behavior you could possibly have. And we are very lucky. We are very fortunate. So we are not out of danger yet. In fact, the local news articles are Dixie Fire is not done with Plumas County. So if you go to plumasnews.com, that is their major headline, is don't get complacent. We have 2 days of dying down activity. If you do return to your homes with the new evacuation map, let me see, let me bring it back. It's in a link to my description of my channel. This is the new evacuation map where you see a lot less red. Don't be complacent. Don't turn your back on the fire. Don't go to sleep if you're in a dangerous area with only one way out. Like you're up in the hills and it takes you 20 minutes to get down to a highway to evacuate. Have somebody constantly monitoring the situation. Look to your radios, keep the TV on so that the blaring, emergency alert tone can go on. Don't turn your back on the ocean, so to speak. But I'm so happy to see that so much of this is now in evacuation warning rather than red. But please, remain vigilant. The new storms can roll through. New fires can be ignited. And they're still battling it south of Caribou by Round Valley Reservoir, and on the west side by Butte Meadows, Jonesville, and the like, and Coon Hollow. They're still considering it quite a challenge over there. So let's fingers crossed for what they can do over the next 2 days with the new break in the weather that they've been allotted. So going back to chat, let's make sure that I'm going to refresh Plumas County Sheriff's Office to make sure we don't have any new information today. And we do not. So going back to chat here, anybody have any new questions? Yep, Mike Smith says don't turn your back on the ocean. The old surfer term, love it. Yep, exactly. That's I learned that the hard way when I got thrown down at a glass beach and tumbled, and I straggled all the way back up the cliffs to the public restrooms at the campground, and I washed a huge quantity of sand and seaweed out of my hair. That was how I learned that lesson. So let's look. Marvin Lima, hello, says it's possible to see how far the monument fire has spread. Yes. Basically the satellite detections, it is. So let's go back and look at that. We don't really have any good cameras as far as I can see, but I need to double verify that. First, I'm going to turn this off and get, let's see, is it Del Loma? Yeah, Del Loma is under evacuation warning right now. And I need to figure out what highway this is. This is hang on a second, OpenStreetMap, 299 at Del Loma. And if I can get oriented, then I can see if there's any sort of camera. But as far as I was looking at just a little bit ago, there's Willow Creek and Trinity Village. Okay, let's go to shaded relief. It's just so, there's Whiskey Town, Shasta Lake. It's so hard for me to orient myself, before looking for an appropriate cam. So let's go to STUF Outdoors. Yeah, we'll look at the lake here, Trinity Lake, and then go up this way. Okay, so if we look at, let's duplicate the camera tab, we might be able to get eyes on the McFarland, unless somebody already knows and can just tell me which cam is looking at it. But you see this dearth of cams. Here's Trinity Lake. Where are the cams in the entire region? The one that's way back at I-5 isn't going to help us. Organ Mountain 2 isn't going to help us. It's on the south side of these peaks. I just don't think that we have one. So we're going to have to look at, unless this rotates north, we're going to have to look at the CalTopo. So we can go ahead and analyze its spread. That's not very difficult. By typing in on CalTopo del Loma, California, it'll zoom right into the fire, and we can just look at where the hot spots are. We have a 0% containment. I'm going to read the weather in a second. Do remind me if I forget. Monument Peak is 1,507 feet. So that is something that the pilots are going to have to look out for. And we have spread mostly to the north. The way that you can read the modus and veers key is here's modus and veers. This is less than 12 hours old if it's red. If it's orange, it's at least 12 hours old to 24 hours old. And yellow is 24 to 36 hours old. So over 24 hours ago, let me use the drawing pen. Let's get a blue color. The fire was something like this. We can see that. And there's a different button to push to look at the rate of spread, so to speak. And that button is called the Veers progression. It's color-coded progression, and it's a lot easier to wrap your head around. So it is the same colors, right, but with a more solid thing. So around 24 hours ago, it's in the yellow, and then we saw less than 24 hours ago in the orange, and then the red is less than 12 hours ago. It's been going north, but it's spreading on the flanks as well. And the way that firefighters would kind of make this terminology is this where it's headed? These are the flanks of the fire, because these are kind of traveling slower because it's more against the wind in general. I should say more like this. This would have been a bit of the progression as well. So I can't draw. Let me erase that. So we've got due north spread. We did have the wind going that way when it first began, and we have wind going this way in the last 24 hours. So this is the flanks right here. I hope that is much more clear. So where the wind is going like north, then this part of the fire, the flanks, doesn't have the advantage of quick rapid movement because it's going up hills. So it'll be racing up hills and such, but once it gets to the top where these ridges are here, fire doesn't go downhill as fast as uphill, of course. So that's what they would call flanking movement of the fire. But we would see the fastest rate of spread going that way and this way due to the wind action. So if we were to turn on, let me erase that, the wind, see, it's going that same direction. Before we even turn on the wind, we can kind of get an idea of what's going on. So we would hope that it's not going to jump 299, but it just might. It really just might. And at nighttime, wind directions can change, of course. As it gets larger, it can start changing the wind as it's pulling and sucking on air to feed itself. And as more and more heat rises and that smoke column develops, that can start pulling air from other ravines and kind of change wind's directions. So, but in general, just like the McFarland fire, I would predict that the fire's progression is in general just going to follow the wind. This is where we're going to have the most rapid rate of spread, and I imagine that they will try to drop pink retardant in this kind of a fashion to try to stop it somewhere. And then what they'll try to do is probably try to get dozer lines in, let's pick a different color. I'm going to pick black, on a ridge line or some sort of a road, that would be a good place to start with, and that's where the ground crews are going to work. But what retardant does is it's going to slow it down. If they splash the vegetation with retardant, like here and here and here, it would have to jump over. It would have to leap over the line in order to progress. That's going to buy them a lot of time, maybe even save some of the landscape. It's really unknown because we don't have a briefing. We don't have the information on their official plan. This is just my speculation and watching many other fires develop. We don't know where they'll make their stand or try to make their lines, because they'll be using the weather analysis and a bunch of forecasts and a bunch of modeling to try to predict how fast the rate of spread's going to go. Thankfully, we don't have fierce winds coming over the next 2 days, so they'll probably think that they have more time, and they may go closer to the fire for their dozer lines and containment. At the same time, they'll probably think we need a contingency line. That's a typical way of thinking, and they'll be like, just in case the winds pick up or we can't contain it in time, we'll have other containment lines this way, and aircraft would probably be supporting as well. They'll also make decisions based on where our structures. I don't know where structures are in this area. I'm not familiar with it. Probably mostly along the highway, but this is some pretty rugged wilderness stuff out here. That's sparsely populated in general in this part of California. So there may be some ranches and historical things to save, but thankfully it doesn't look like it's barreling towards a town at the moment. Del Loma, we can try to figure out what's at risk at this community area by turning on different layers. OpenStreetMap is not showing any. If anybody in chat knows about the community, do tell me. But it looks like it's just a small area by the Trinity River, and I don't know if that's recreational or if that's more of like a year-round kind of a community. But there's a lot of rafting and such that goes on here, fishing and the like. If we can, you know what, Google Maps would be really good for that. That would show us perhaps even a street view. Looking back at the chat, let's see, Marvin Lima, let's see, yeah, Callie Connect, hello, welcome. Thank you so much for the detailed updates. What a blessing you are. Oh, thank you so much for making me feel good. I just do what I can. I wish that I could do this as well as last year. We were constantly listening instead of speculating, to the firefighters chattering, and I have not been able to pick up their chatter on Broadcastify. It's like the ham radio operators that used to give us that constant feed are no longer there. Okay, there are quite a lot of structures here. This is a resort community, it looks like. So I take that back. The fire is barreling towards a community. But it's on the other side of the river. So that is a good defensive space. They have the advantage of a river, and hopefully they could ring the community. If it does jump 299 and go north, then they might have the ability to just defend the community and let it go past them. Then again, they might be able to use the river as a barrier. It's all going to depend on what the weather does and which way the wind blows. Right now, the embers are going to be going towards the west and northwest because fire is a slave to the wind. And just fingers crossed there isn't any new weather, any new fire starts from human activity or lightning. And fingers crossed there isn't a brief change in the weather that would blow the embers north and across the river. I don't think it's particularly large. It's pretty shallow, but at least it's something. They do have road access down to the river. I'm happy to see that. And they have, wide open spaces. So this is a lot better than nothing. This might be a good place where they might want to stop it. Now, if I look at InsaWeb, they may even explain their strategy. So I'm going to look at that on the other page and refresh it. As far as the monument fire is concerned, Oh, Callie says, I've tried to tune in my home scanner into CAL FIRE, but have not been able to find anything. Oh, wow. Tell me about your scanner. That's fascinating to me. Hey, we got an update on the monument fire, so I'll read you this update right now. I have a little Baofeng, but I don't have a good setup, you know. My dream would be able to cover these fires live and on scene with like mobile CB radio and the like, but I'm not there yet. So updated approximately 41 minutes ago. We don't know which part of the website on InstaWeb was updated, but we have a size of more than 3,114 acres on the monument fire currently. It is located 1 mile south of Del Loma along the Trinity River on the Shasta Trinity National Forest. It was started by lightning on the 30th around 6 p.m. Initial attack resources responded immediately. Yeah, we saw aircraft just buzzing around that area. A Type 1 National Incident Management Organization team has been ordered to manage the fire. That's why it's on InstaWeb. CAL FIRE designated ones are not on InstaWeb until they reach a huge size, which makes me want to tear my hair out. I wish there was one website for everything. The fire is currently mapped in the footprint of 2008 Cedar Fire, running in very steep, difficult terrain along the river. It was mapped overnight to that 3,000 plus acreage, 0% containment. Growth overnight was mitigated by calmer winds and settling smoke from other fires. Yeah, so they're talking about last night. Yeah, so that is last night. Crews are focusing on building indirect containment lines, opening dozer lines from 2008, and assessing and preparing structures in the Del Loma, Big Bar, and Patterson Ranch area. Evacuation warnings are in effect for those communities. Residents are advised to stay in contact with the Trinity County Sheriff's Office. Highway 299 has been intermittently closed due to the active fire behavior and rollout. And motorists are asked to check Caltrans District 2 website or call 1-800-GAS-ROAD. That is the weirdest. Gas Road? Oh, okay. GAS Road. All right. So apparently that's how you would check that. Also, in the links to my description, if you want to ever find out which roads are closed, I have this marvelous explanation of how you can work with Caltrans. In the description, you can go to the Caltrans map. Link is down there. And basically, you just check all the buttons and you can find out which roads are closed. It's really marvelous. I wish they would just have it prepped for everybody, but you have to click the buttons to show road closure information, and then you have it. You know what? There could be a traffic cam. There could be a traffic cam somewhere on the highway that we could look at. So I think that I should do that right now. So let's go to the Caltrans website. Oh, I don't mean to close that. I'm going to read in a second about the basic information of the fire. It doesn't look different than when I read it earlier today. There's more than 67 personnel on it. Aircraft slam it as needed. So yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything new there. Let's look at Caltrans website. I'll show you exactly what I mean. District 2 highway closures. They have a Facebook page. Below are the current highway closures in Caltrans District 2. I'm going to put this right in chat. Here you guys go. So you can follow along if you need to know this information regarding the McFarland fire this one is the monument. But I do believe District 2 is down by the McFarland fire as well. And they're even talking about 70, so I guess they're talking about Plumas County as well. So it says, please use the quick map, and this is what I want to show you guys. Here's how you can find out just in a jiffy what is open and closed. So you go to quickmap.dot.ca.gov, and it's easy as pie. Go over to the left side where it says quick map options, and just click all the buttons. Message signs, cameras, rest areas, county boundaries, road conditions, lane closures, full closures, highway patrol incidents, not chains right now, of course, and not snowplows. But click the master button for Waze alerts, and that's self-reported stuff that Waze drivers have. I highly recommend that app. Then you just go to the county, zoom in where you need, and you can get all this information right here. So you can see that by Wildwood, we've got road closure. You click on it. It's explaining all of it, and that's what the little barricade it keeps getting, it's still small no matter how much I zoom, but you can see that these are barricades, and you can zoom out and click on these little triangles that show hazards, and so they give you a quick rundown on, eastbound, westbound State Route 36 is closed from the junction of SR3 to White Rock due to the McFarland fire. Motorists are advised to use an alternative route. This thing is the bee's knees. So once again, that's quickmap.dot.ca.gov, and just click the buttons. So looking back over towards the McFarland fire, sorry, not the McFarland, and there's the town of Peanut. Yeah, up here, Big Bar. This is where I keep getting the two confused. Need more coffee. The Monument fire. It was called the Panther fire, and that was easier to remember. Looking at road closures in the Monument fire area, we have the one over here that's intermittent, starting just east of Big Bar. So you can go on 299 just to the east area of Big Bar. I imagine they have a roadblock. State your business. Do you have to go into the fire zone? If you have a good reason, maybe they'll let you by. Maybe they won't. You should probably just call ahead. Fortunately, we don't have a traffic cam except east of Junction City at Oregon Mountain, and we don't see much in the way of smoke there. But this gives you an idea of the terrain. It's that rolling oak hills, scrubland, but there's a lot of the sagey type of manzanita type fuels that can make this race really fast, and lots of grass, lots of dry grass, and those fires move extremely quickly. So fingers crossed for them slamming it with aircraft. Speaking of aircraft, let's see if we can see any. This is about the time, 10 in the morning, when aircraft may be taking off. So let's check it out. We're going south here. Oh, I have to do a login. I'm going to do that off screen. And then I'll be right back with you. We'll see if they got aircraft heading out today. I would expect that they would have aircraft at all three of these major fires, and I don't know about the Bay Area, though. I don't know, other than helicopters, if they would have one on the Bradford fire. And let's keep checking on the Bradford fire. So this is the current latest image that we have in the Bay Area. Everyone's off the island, and you can see the incredible amount of smoke that is still just continuing to fill up the east side of the Bay Area. If anybody wants me to look back at specific fires, you do let me know. The Bootleg fire had more than 76% containment last time I checked on it, and that can't come a moment too soon. That thing has been a wild monster raging out of control in Oregon for far too long. More than 140 homes destroyed, and just the worst kind of stories coming out of there. But if any of the 6,000 personnel on the Bootleg fire could be relieved, including the ones from Australia, hopefully we'd have more help for these new lightning strike fires. So here we can see the Bay Area fire. It's on an island. I don't know if it would escape Bradford Island. Who knows? I haven't heard anything of that sort. I think it would probably be contained to the island, if I had to guess. I just don't know that embers would travel that far. They do have fire boats in the area, so if they did make it across, they'd probably just hose down nearby terrain. We don't have extremely tall trees or peaks. That's how you usually see ember spread. That's why mountain fires and foothill fires are a nightmare. But this is relatively flat, so and surrounded by water, and I think that it might devastate the island, unfortunately, but I don't see that there's too much potential for spread. We'll just have to wait and see what the experts say. So going back to the McFarland fire, here's the one we haven't looked at for a bit, the one by Reading. And I'm glad to see this smoke being very, very gentle. This is wispy, in fact. This makes me pretty excited that maybe they'll have a release soon on the hiding fire by Reading / Anderson. Maybe they'll have a higher containment number than 36%. That's looking pretty good, knock on wood, over by Reading. And Organ Mountain 2, we really don't have a camera, unfortunately, on the fire. That's the Monument Fire. California, or whoever is in charge of this, really needs to put some cameras out here. This sees a lot of lightning strike fires. You would think that they would want to have cameras out here monitoring the situation. But hopefully they get this technology in the future. So, I was going to read the forecast for the Trinity County area that's over by the Monument Fire. I already read the forecast for Peanut. It's going to be 94 to 100 degrees next few days, but with calm winds, just like over at Plumas County, pretty much. And they will be utilizing this window of opportunity until anything goes Wednesday, when the situation will get much more windy and, anything goes. So looking back at Greenville on Wednesday, they have cooler temperatures, a high of 85, with winds, though, gusting to 23 miles an hour on Greenville. I just read that because it was right front and center. Next thing is Peanut, which is over by the Peanut is by the McFarland fire. And on Wednesday, they have still some calm wind, which will be good. So on the west side of the valley, it's looking good through Wednesday, so that's exciting. Let's go to Del Loma. I am going to read the weather forecast for Del Loma. You might be tempted to think it would be the same for Peanut. However, the winds in this area of California have a kind of a unique pattern. So I'm going to just draw that for a second so you guys can know what we mean. We saw this happen quite a bit. You can have a lot of winds coming this way from the desert regions of where California, Nevada, and Idaho sort of meet, the Great Basin. They can come in here and they try to go all the way to the ocean, but they can't. They run into the mountains of the Coast Range. And so what generally happens is these winds kind of come in this way and they get stuck here and then they swirl around and they can do this. And that would affect the hiding fire, and that could affect, of course, the Monument and the McFarland fire. Excuse me. Keep getting those two mixed up. So what does tend to happen is you can have wind reversals. Sometimes, like here, they come in from the coast and they try to enter the valley, but they can't because of the Coast Range. So there are these really, really tiny, this is where the roads follow, the canyons, and the winds just don't like that. Some of them will make it through, and so you've got this push-pull configuration of the winds coming in from the ocean trying to go that way, winds coming in from the valley trying to go that way, and it will change throughout the day, whether it's daytime or nighttime. You'll get different wind patterns, but sometimes they hit each other, and they can make this massive high wind situation that swirls around, and we see that happening some time and time again, like at the Zog fire, where you cannot predict where the fire is going to go. So this makes it extremely hazardous and dangerous for all the crews on the ground working this. We saw the nightmare situation unfolding where the August Complex fire, if you look at the scar of the August Complex, which is this giant red thing. This was the series of lightning fires last year that created Oregon's largest wildfire period ever. After the wind event of Labor Day, and the challenge was they didn't want to put people where they might die. That is the big challenge. Is the number one rule of firefighting these days is don't put in any ground crews where there's no escape. And so they have to factor in things like if the wind is going that way for a bit, then where's the escape route of the ground crews? Do they have escape routes this north and south? Can they go that way? And then since this is a sparsely populated area with some pretty bad roads, frankly, they would hesitate to put a ground crew in if they didn't have these extra escape routes, or if they couldn't defend a space, which it's easier over in mountains over here, like the Dixie fire, because you got all these lakes. So if you can get next to an area with a well, a lake, or a spring, you can kind of put a ground crew in there and they can defend themselves and let the fire pass them. But over here, where it's just like hilltops, over here it's hilltops and it's dry, scrubby stuff with dry grass everywhere, they could be quickly overwhelmed. We just saw that happen in Montana, where a crew was overwhelmed and 10 people got burned. And thank God they were alive. But, we're still learning our lessons. So what they will have is some hesitancy. There's a lot fewer water sources out there. It's still steep and rugged if it's not as high elevation. The Coast Range is about 3,000 feet of elevation, at 1 to 2,000 in general. Whereas over here, you got your 6,000 feet and your 3,000 feet at Quincy. But they can't predict what the wind does over on this side quite as much as they can on the east side. So sometimes they just won't want to have their people in there. They'll probably be making containment lines a bit further out just to err on the side of caution and for safety's sake, and I don't blame them one bit. This is a different animal on the west side of the mountains. The west side of the valley. So the lack of water means that it's mostly an aircraft fight, and then they'll put dozers in too with ground crews. But you just don't have the lakes and rivers and streams like you do in the Sierras. This is just rocky scrubland, really. Occasionally they put a reservoir in to make little lakes and such. But these rivers tend to be like waist deep, fly fisherman type of rivers. So it's very challenging. Once the fires get bigger too, they'll make their own weather. But like with the Zog fire, we saw the swirl happen, and you can see it on the cameras, and where the wind is just going, let me get the pen back, like this way for a bit, and then it shifts in the middle of the day, and then just goes about this way. And so if they were trying to stop the fire spread that way, they're like, oh no, now Redding's in danger. And that's the kind of thing we were seeing with the Zog fire. So I hope that explains it. So Marvin Lima says, I got caught up between the Monument fire and the McFarland fire trying to get off the mountain yesterday. Oh my gosh, please tell us more about that. That's terribly frightening. I've been caught behind fires in this region too, and I can't tell you guys, it was just, oh my God. I'll try to dig up my personal film of it. I actually put the GoPro on my car that day just to film history, like, oh, here's part of California people don't see very much. I accidentally got behind a fire line because there was no radio in the area and no cell phone reception and no real way they could warn me. But I had driven up into the mountains on my way towards the northwest coast in Humboldt. I was going towards Eureka. I entered the mountains somewhere in Maxwell, and when I was fighting, you basically can't see over the horizon anywhere. This poor visibility is another factor that makes it really sketchy. Is a fire crew can be down in any of these little valleys. You can't see the horizon anywhere unless you're at the very top of a peak. Very few of the roads go to the top of the peak. They go in the canyons, right? So here I was driving blind, and I just, dumb luck, avoided getting burned up by a fire. I don't remember which highway it was, but here I am entering the mountains, and they closed the road behind me because there's a rapidly moving grass fire. And I just start to see black on either side of the road where a fire had been. It looked like maybe days before, maybe the previous day. And I started saying, I put the GoPro on my car and was just kind of filming the devastation. And I don't know if it's this highway, but I make it to more of a main road. And there was a roadblock from me getting on the main road, and they looked over and said, "How in the hell did you get past our lines?" And I'm like, "What's going on, folks?" So here was my car, so to speak. I don't remember which road I was on. And the fire went in front of me. It went straight across and blew towards the southeast. This rapidly moving grass fire. And so by the time I drove around this bend and went here, I stopped and went, "What the heck?" Because the ground was smoking all around me. All this was smoke. And I looked up over this ridge top, and I saw some smoke over here. But the whole time I was driving this way, I had no idea that there was a fire in front of me over here. This is extremely treacherous. I can't explain to you guys enough that you don't know what's happening over the ridgeline. Radio communications are also very troubled. There's not that many radio towers out there. It is very dangerous for them to be fighting fires out here in general. So going back to the chat, new updated map for the McFarland fire. Wonderful. Let's take a look at it. Open questions and answer time, guys. If you want me to look back at any fire going on in the west, please let me know which one you're interested in, and I'll cover that immediately. We continue to monitor the situation in the Bay Area, where Bradford Island is on fire. It's pretty much raging right now. There are engines that have been ferried over to the island that are trying to help the situation. And you know what? We could check aircraft right now. I will go back down. First of all, I like what I see over here. At Big Bar, we got a plane. So here is the Monument fire, and there is a Rockwell Jet Prop Commander, a 690D. So that is definitely a firefighting aircraft because it is circling the area. So this is a scout plane, I believe. Could be a lead plane for when the air tankers come by. So that's good. Let's look at the new map. Yep, that is the new map for McFarland fire. Okay. Courtney Aviation, courtesy. That's pretty cool. And I can't make out too much of this, but I believe CalTopo will have been updated too. So let's look at CalTopo to see if we see a perimeter only. I do believe this is the same shape as the new map. It is west of Wild Mad Road. Okay, up past Hell to Find Lake. What in the world is that? Yeah, I believe this is the same perimeter. Thanks. That's a really good link to show the terrain. And we can always see terrain too if we click on global imagery like that, and we can see the same thing. So looks like they've got some pretty good winds going on right now, but they're less than 10 miles per hour to around 10 miles per hour, drifting generally towards the west. So hopefully they're not going to face any gusts for the next foreseeable days, next few days, and fingers crossed. We know that that's a different story starting on Wednesday. Anything goes Wednesday in Plumas County and the Dixie fire. Now we've got another plane headed out there towards Big Bar. That is a Piper aircraft PA. You know what? That may not be fire related. It could be, but we will monitor that. What we tend to see for fire aircraft is the scout and lead planes arrive first. Those tend to be the Rockwells and gosh, what was the other plane? If somebody can jog my memory. I may be able to click on one and see. Yeah, here's another Aero Commander, a 698, and you can see the swirling pattern that plane's making over down at the McFarland. So we have a helicopter on the west side of the slope. Oh, that's that ugly one. That's the K-Max, the Green Hornet. That's super ugly but super reliable and awesome helicopter. So that's over by Wildwood on the slopes, very steep slopes southwest of it. I wonder if they have a helipad right there, because you usually see these on the top of the Forest Service roads, and it seems to be either hovering or hanging out on a helipad. We could possibly see that on CalTopo, but that's what I imagine it's doing. Now, it seems to have been circling the area that is south of Wildwood, down in that gully, west of Cottonwood Creek, where that fire currently is right now. Let's look at where the scout or lead plane has been circling about, and they're making a big wide circle. So if we go back and refer to the fire perimeter, yep, that is the fire perimeter is here. Let me draw for you guys. So here on this is where it's basically where the fire perimeter is that we've been able to see on the maps. South of Dubakella Mountain. Let me verify that with CalTopo. Whoops. I keep drawing instead of clicking. Okay. Let's go back out. And I believe we have the ability to switch the map here. Anybody have any questions? Open question and answer time about the wildfires afflicting California, but I will do Washington, Oregon, Canada. We can even look at Canada a little bit. The cool things to report about Canada is the community of Slocan, where I have a friend, a firefighter friend. He reported to me that they got some good rain in in British Columbia. And the fires are dying down there, at least in his area, and Slocan is probably going to be saved. The fires were roaring towards them last week, and thank goodness, Canada has had the craziest weather, the craziest heat wave as well. And that's good news for them. Yeah, Dubakella Mountain right there, so that is the fire perimeter. Let's check out, we can go Dubakella Mountain, California. Did I spell that right? Yes. Okay. So let's turn on the hotspots. So the fire is just slightly southeast of Dubakella Mountain, and the plane was flying right here. Right here. So that's where the lead plane has been flying, and we expect that the fire will go straight there. I don't know how fast that would, of course, progress that way. We don't have an exact, like a briefing that I know of for this fire, like a community briefing like we had for the Dixie. But I would imagine that might be where they're trying to make a line. I don't know. So they will scouts. Yeah, they don't have a road there on that ridgeline. But this high forest road 29N73 might be a good place where they would put dozers in on the other side of the ridge that's south of Dubakella Mountain. So maybe we'll have confirmation about that later if they release information to the public. But that is where the plane is flying. I would imagine that they would be worried if the winds were higher, ridgetop to ridgetop transfer. So if you look here, this ridgetop, which is on fire, if the winds were to pick up, it could just hop over a valley and be on another ridgetop, and then hop over to another ridgetop. This is generally the way that the winds go. This is why I feel that the if not arrested, if not stopped somehow by retardant or dozers or the weather, the fire's natural progression would be a little bit like that if we had higher winds picking up. So hopefully they will be able to, stop the progression before a few days go by and we see those winds. They've got a window of opportunity in all three of these fires right now until Wednesday, where winds might be picking up. We know that they will definitely be picking up Wednesday in Plumas County, if the forecast is correct. But I'm not seeing the high wind warnings so much for this area anymore, which is good news. Now, if we look at the fire mappers' helpful map, I don't see the red flag warnings anymore like we had on Friday when these fires were beginning. So that has left the region, and that is so wonderful. However, we do have red flag warnings affecting Oregon. And over by the Just Won't Die Butte Lake fire. The fire that just die already. You've done enough. You've won the Olympic gold for wildfires in Oregon. Just take your trophy and go home now. You can retire. We do have around 76% containment at the bootleg. I wanted to revisit the Jack Fire, which I've mentioned a few times, but I haven't quite really covered the way I should have. So if anybody else wants me to go back to California or look at Dixie Fire first, do let me know. This is open questions and answer time. Put your questions in chat, and I'll be happy to answer them with the resources that are available. So thanks again, Josh, for that awesome map. You continue to be a very valuable resource for the channel, and everybody should give you a round of applause. Everybody in chat who's contributing, I appreciate you so very much. So also, if there are any suggestions on things I should cover, I'm totally open to that. Smoke forecasts, I've been told I should definitely include, and we should get to that a little bit later, but as you can see, the general smoke forecast is that Oregon's Willamette Valley is going to be affected a little bit by the fires. Look at the Bay Area. That looks hideous. This new fire that showed up last night, I can tell you right now, Bay Area smoke forecast, hideous. This is also going to affect the valley. We can just look at the wind, and Holt Hanley weather, link is in my description, will tell you a whole lot better about weather. He is the expert that has been covering the fires even more frequently than I have, and he was the person I told all my viewers to watch when I had to adjourn last year. He is not quite as versed in the history of fires, but he knows weather like nobody else. So he has a really good broadcast on what you can expect with fire weather and modeling. He has awesome maps and information, and if you ever need to know that kind of stuff and I'm not online, definitely check out his broadcast. So Max Smith says, the government agencies have been making scanner channels difficult to listen to on purpose. I think that's evil. That's not good. Yeah, they encrypt some of them, and that's just not good. The public is more calm when people like me can interpret what they're saying, and when we know what's going on. That's just human nature. When we know what's going on, the public is more calm. Be transparent. It's also going to save lives if the public can listen to radios. My number one piece of advice last year is, if there's a fire in your area, sleep in shifts and have somebody monitoring the broadcast of Broadcastify or like a little radio by your bedside. Because I was able to tell people that fires jumped lines in the middle of the night before they went door to door. Because we were listening live and they said, oh my God, the fire is jumped lines, evacuate that neighborhood. And so I said, if you are in this neighborhood right now, they are coming door to door, get out. And that was amazing. But if we can't hear that, I can't do that, and neither can anybody else. I even went to sleep with the radio going on, and I woke up in the morning, with people in chat saying, thank you for leaving this on. I learned about the fire's progression throughout the night, and I'm so frustrated I can't do that right now. So going back towards chat, McFarland is at 7,500 acres big. It was 1,500 on Saturday. Let's look at InstaWeb. Did I read that? That was the monument. Let's go see if InstaWeb has updated the McFarland. And it says 3,200 updated an hour and a half ago. Are you sure that it is McFarland? Because I don't think it's at 7,500 acres. It says 5% containment. But this is the official stance of InstaWeb. 7,000 acres? I'm not sure about that. But as of an hour and a half ago, they said weather concerns are diurnal winds, which means daytime winds will continue Monday and Tuesday from an easterly during the day up to 11 miles per hour and 16 miles an hour over the ridges. Winds will become downslope in the evening and decrease slightly overnight. The biggest impact the next few days will be the lowering of the humidity, and the daytime humidity in the teens to single digits on Tuesday. That is hideous. That is hideously bad. So we could expect very fast, rapid spread throughout the grass fire component tomorrow, because humidity will just make everything so tinder dry. Overnight recoveries of humidity will only be moderate. Stronger south to southeast winds, which means blowing to the north and northwest, are expected Wednesday. The 2021 fire season has been and continues to be at extremes for fuel moisture and ERC. ERC levels are at or near the 97th percentile across Northern California. So what ERC is basically, for the layman, it's a new scale that they have where they measure what's the likeliness of the landscape to catch fire. If, say, something like an ember landed on it, a cigarette, an ember, lightning, anything on fire, anything hot. So 97 percentile means that there's a 97% chance that something hot landing on a landscape instantly ignites a serious fire. You know, we had 99% last week, so that's pretty dang bad. So they have a window of opportunity today and tomorrow, and then Wednesday the winds come in. So pretty awful. Let's hope they can slam it with the aircraft. Now let's look back at the aircraft. Has any new aircraft arrived? I don't see any currently. I don't see the tankers out in action, but we still see a lot of circling by the lead planes and the scout planes. Let's go back to Plumas County and see if there's aircraft over here. And nothing. There's a television helicopter, a news crew, I think, heading to the area. It says N4 TV. Is that a TV station? Or could be coincidental call sign, but that looks very similar to a helicopter from a news crew. That is headed towards Butte Meadows. It could be a fire. Well, actually, no. It may be headed towards Chester's Airport. It's kind of west of Belden right now, and we don't have a destination. So who knows exactly what that is? We have another aircraft, another helicopter north of Meadow Valley by Bucks Lake, B-U-C-K. West of Quincy, headed towards Twain, that area. And that could be firefighting aircraft. Nothing over the Dixie fire currently, though, like fighting it. Hopefully that will change. Let's look at Indian Ridge camera and look at the Dixie fire. So we continue to have a lot of activity on the ridge south of Caribou. We continue to have a lot of activity as I was monitoring it throughout the weekend. The Indian Ridge cam had lots of fire activity. You can still see the smoking. That is Round Valley Reservoir up there. Down here, I believe, is Crescent Mills. So this is the town of Crescent Mills. It was saved by the seat of their pants the Friday night or Saturday night, I believe, when the fire picked up in the wind and we had that lightning. But because they had burned off the vegetation near Crescent Mills, it didn't find as much to burn, and it was slowed down, and they saved the town. So up here, there's a tiny community somewhere up in that area that they are keeping safe. But on this camera, by the way, almost burned up last week. That was the non-clickbait ferocious thumbnail I had for my broadcast before last. You can see the dead trees and the charred landscape on the ridge with the camera. It's looking over Highway 70. Highway 70 is in the canyon, is going that way. And it looks over the ridge line, and here's the current very, very active fire that's by Round Valley Reservoir. So let me go back to the map and show you what we're actually looking at. This is, whoopsie, I forgot it did that. We have to get away from the McFarland fire for now. Go over back to Plumas County. And this is, let's turn off the wind. So the Indian Ridge cam, let's draw again, is right here, essentially, somewhere on this ridge. We're looking across at the fire, or it could be right here. Same difference looking across at the fire. So that's what we're looking at. Crescent Mills town right down there. And you can see, gonna get rid of that. The very active fire. This is in the last 12 hours everywhere that's red. And just to make sure, if anybody is new to the channel, hi Michael, welcome in the chat. This doesn't mean the whole landscape's on fire. So the perimeter and the hash of yellow means that this is the fire line, that the perimeter, as they drew it last night, sometime probably around midnight, when they get the infrared planes flying over, they can see in the dark and see the hot spots, and they just draw the general, like this is where the fire was last night. And again at midnight, they'll redraw the lines again for us to see. So the hashed area is just where the fire is behind the lines. It doesn't mean that the entire landscape is burned up. And this is the nipple system, which it looks like a baby bottle with the nipple on the top, and then there's a line around it. This is the margin of error. So the center of the circle is the nipple, and it just means somewhere within the circle is a heat detection that's large enough to be visible from space and these satellites, with the VIIRS satellite here. So it doesn't mean the whole landscape's on fire. It's just margin of error, and it's just showing you guys that. So there's always pockets of green that the fire skips and will just remain green if the area is lucky. But we see now that the fire has progressed beyond where this is to this area in the last 12 hours or so. But we don't know what exactly is on fire, and we don't know if that was because they fired last night and let the landscape on fire on purpose to make a low intensity, non-landscape devastating, like the high intensity devastates the landscape and kills the trees, but the low intensity stuff just burns off the duff and the pine needles in the bushes for the most part. So they try to do that at night in this area, so that in the daytime, and when the winds pick back up, it's not going to kill the trees and do the high intensity damage. So we don't know if this is the fire moving, or if last night they lit this on fire on purpose and they're just monitoring the progress. But they've been doing that around Valley Reservoir, and just reading the map, you shouldn't be alarmed to see this. A lot of times it's perfectly normal, and that's why it's so important to tune into their briefings when they say exactly what's going on. We do know that they've been working hard on this area right here, and it's been quite challenging down here. But what has been really good news, down here by Caribou, which, let me get the pen out, this is the Caribou area. They're trying to make lines like this and this to keep this fire from going that way. They want to keep it out of that way. And so it's been burning up fierce up in here, but we don't really have too much in the way of cameras looking at this area. But we do know this is black line. This is protected. They lit this area on fire, and this has been a perfect wall of black line. Pretty much they've been tying it together. So we think that I think Chester is safe. I don't think it's going to be affected by the Dixie fire. I don't think it's going to jump the lines unless something really crazy happens, such as new lightning strikes or something like that. But you got to remain vigilant, because new lightning strikes or something like that could happen. I mean, they weren't too worried about Quincy, and then the fly fire erupted, and then they had to scramble to save Quincy. So we have to remain vigilant. But as far as the moving progress of the fire, which was in general right towards Chester from the get-go, that's generally been avoided right now, and we're so happy to report that black line is here. Black line means you shall not pass fire. So the areas of concern are still in the west area here, over by Butte Meadows, Jonesville, and the like. Areas of concern here at the Caribou hill slope up there. Seneca over here is still under mandatory evacuation, and the Indian Valley. We saw that lightning struck the Evans fire over here and this over here. So this is lightning fire season. August is a bad month for that. So thunderstorms could roll through in August and still threaten the entire region. But as far as the Dixie fire is concerned, they may have complete containment forecast by the 12th. That would be incredible. That would just be incredible. They have lost many structures, of course, but considering the nightmarish terrain, nightmare drought conditions, they really did a good job with this overall. Not perfect, but their communication could use some communication with the public could use a lot of work. But boy, there is an army up here that has largely saved the communities and the historical resources and rip countryside, rip landscape, rest in peace. The forest, but it can grow back. Lives can't. So it's in a remain vigilant status. But I'm so glad to see the progress. They now have 2 days, but anything goes Wednesday. Wednesday, I imagine I'll be back online trying to figure out what's going on. They could have massive problems Wednesday with the new wind coming up. But fingers crossed for it. Looking back at the chat, Max Smith says firefighters fight fires based on understanding of the fuel load, moisture content of the fuel. Yes, indeed. Other parts of the equation are the wind and the humidity. My question is this, given those two fixed characteristics and two variables, why are fires burning 35% faster and hotter than the modeling predicts per the last 70 years? That's because modeling is in its infancy. That's an easy one. That's an easy answer. So this is one of my recurring themes that I have gleaned from the experts. I don't make up stuff. I learn from the experts and pass on what they want you to know. I'm not an expert myself, but fire is generally easy to understand as its behavior. It's a slave to the wind. It goes uphill faster than it goes downhill. At night, it dies down as usually humidity rises at night, and temperature is lower. And then once it's at a certain size, it can create its own weather. All that stuff's very, very easy to understand. The reason we can't predict exactly what wildfires do is we can't predict the weather very much. We can't predict what goes on inside of a megafire. Those are generally new phenomenon. I mean, we had those at the turn of the century, the late 1800s. In general, the megafires were prevented by Indians. They used to light the landscape on fire just, at night and do controlled burns, and they did it strategically. They kept fire loads low, but they started dying in mass in the 1800s, and by 1870, around 90% of the Native North Americans were dead. And so even right around 1860. So their wisdom and knowledge, unfortunately, sometimes got passed on, but their traditions of lighting fires died with them. And so a lot of the locals that married into Indians have families and mixed with them. Those local pioneers, they kept the tradition going until we started the federal lands and park systems and federal national forests. And at that point, and with the feds owning a lot of the lands, things changed where they decided to stop every fire that they could, period. Because the mega fires at the turn of the century were insane. The huge, we had dozens of communities wiped out around the Great Lakes. The reason those mega fires happened with death tolls in the hundreds at the turn of the century and late 1800s was they had more than 50 years of buildup since the Indians ceased lighting fires pre-1850. So the Indians stopped doing it around 1850-ish. And then 50 years of fire load builds up, and so one little spark with one windstorm, and you have the mega fires. And then we started learning the lessons about the mega fires around the 1930s or so. The need for having a lot of fire access roads and the like. They got gun shy and unfortunately started suppressing every fire that they could, though. And so now, since the turn of the century / 1930s, there's 75 plus years to 90 years of fire load in a lot of these areas. And so that's even more than we had before for the turn of the century mega fires. So like the Tamarack hadn't seen, that area hadn't seen a big fire since, well, 90-something years ago. So what happens with megafires is they're so different. On the interior of them, they're creating so much heat that they make the pyrocumulus clouds like a volcano. We haven't been able to see what goes on the inside. Just like we didn't know what happens on inside of hurricanes before we had the hurricane-capable planes flying in there. But no plane flies into a megafire. That's just a dense wall of smoke that's suicidal. The updrafts would throw helicopters straight out of the sky onto the ground. You have zero visibility. You have the heat. You have the crazy winds and the tornadoes spawning in there. So they are not going to fly into them. A lot of what we're learning about megafires is completely new. It's brand new to science. With our modern instruments, we're still very limited. We're deaf, dumb, and blind on the interior of a megafire. So the modeling, with computer modeling about what happens with a megafire and its behavior, is in its infancy. That is all completely in its infancy. Even knowing what happens inside, knowing that the tornadoes can be spawned and why, all that is in its infancy too. We basically think that the tornadoes are spawning because of all the heat rising. Basically creates an updraft, a huge updraft. And so if I can draw with a pen here, this is extremely dumbing it down for the layman, you know. Holt Hanley and others could explain this so much better. But if you have, like, say, here's a huge spot of extreme activity, and this is just hypothetical. Say this is where the pyrocumulus cloud is on a Dixie fire, right? So it is consuming a lot of the oxygen, consuming the landscape, and straight up into the sky is going a huge amount of heat. So when since hot air rises, it's leaving the area, it's leaving the ground. And so what does that do? It sucks in air from the canyons and such. So air might just be sucked in because it's a bit like a vacuum. And so where the wind wasn't blowing from these directions before, say that I'm gonna redraw that again because I didn't mean to have a small pen. So here is where the pyrocumulus cloud is, the theoretical one, right? So if all of the wind in general was just blowing that way, and that was at the start of the fire, well, now it's all the wind, all the hot air is rising up into the sky. And so this is a bit of a vacuum situation. So instead of just going that way, it starts to suck in air and to fill that void from this direction and, well, this direction. And then maybe the air in this direction gets sucked in that way. You have a complete reversal. And then from Indian Valley and such like that, you'd have more air coming in. And then when air meets like this from different directions, what happens when you get a tornado in the Midwest? Midwest tornadoes are for cold air from the north, like Canada, coming down and rampaging, like hitting a brick wall of the moist tropical hot air from the Gulf of Mexico. So where hot air meets cold, you get extreme wind conditions, right? So when winds collide as well, they don't just say, oh, I'm going to stop here and I'm going to stop here. That's not what happens. They'll go past each other, just like it's kind of like a traffic accident where the driver's sides collide with each other, right? So one of the cars goes off that way, and the other car goes off that way, right? So they go past each other. They slide past each other. So it's this wind going that way, this wind going that way. What do you get? You get a swirl. You get a circular pattern, right? This is a terrible explanation, but I hope you get the idea. So with the massive updrafts happening, and so the wind coming in and starting to swirl, this is what's spawning the tornadoes. And it's going up. With tornadoes, the wind from the ground, it's going up into the sky. If you think about Wizard of Oz, right? Wizard of Oz is where the house is lifted up off the ground and goes up into the sky and it's dropped back down. And that's the way tornadoes operate. If you're on the ground, you get thrown up into the air and it tosses you up into the sky as high as you can go until you leave the vortex area, and then it'll drop you, of course. So this is pretty much the general theory on why the tornadoes get spawned, and it'll have where they spawn will have a lot to do with the landscape. So if you have two intersecting, let me turn this off, two intersecting canyons, like around Kitty, for example. I'm not saying a fire tornado happened here, but the Kitty Y, theoretically, if you were to get wind coming down this part of the canyon, wind coming up this part of the canyon, wind coming down this part of the canyon, this might be a good spot to have a tornado. I'm not saying that one happened or will happen, but you would have the intersection of three different wind tunnels, and when they collided, they would swirl. That's the general idea. So modeling is going to take that stuff into consideration. But since this is all in its infancy, understanding it, the only way we would know that a tornado even happened is by looking at the crazy amount of damage on the ground. Like we saw kind of with some other fires, conspiracy theorists were telling me that a space laser had melted down, had collapsed and melted down a high-tension power pole. And so being open-minded, I said, guys, I'll look at it. I'll see if normal fire behavior could have done it. And I looked at it and I said, that's tornado damage. Because I've seen tornado damage. I have kin that are from Oklahoma. I've been in Oklahoma. And when you see one tangled up and crushed like that, that's tornado damage. And we now know that tornadoes can spawn F3s. Maybe even 4s. I don't know. But we know we've had confirmed F3s. Because what they do is they don't really measure the wind inside of their tornado would break, wind gauges and such. They can't be everywhere, but they look at damage and they see the tensile strength of the tower. Like, what's the tensile strength of that steel? And then what would it take as far as wind speeds to crumple it up like that and bend it? And then they do the calculations that way, and then they figure out the width of the damage. Some houses being flattened nearby, some of them looking normal. Oh, that's characteristic of a tornado. With a fire tornado, it's fueling all these conspiracy theories because you see a neighborhood where there's houses flattened and they're burned to the ground down to the foundations, and across the street there's a house that's fine. Well, what the tornado did was take all of the fire and suck it up into itself, and it took the fire vertical, and as well as the winds. So whereas the winds might have been going, say, due west, and they were gonna take out that house to the west. Well, all of a sudden the tornado spawned, and the winds go vertical up into the sky, and so this house that was over here is going to be fine, and this house that was right here flattened, and it's a pile of rubble. And just the damage, that tornado will suck the wind over to it and do its path of destruction, often whichever direction it goes, and you will see that. And they'll measure, what got destroyed in that strip, and they'll see, they'll make their calculations, and that's the only way we knew that one happened. Very rarely are these witnessed by human eyes. We did see one witnessed, unfortunately, with a fatality at the car fire, and that was heartbreaking to hear about. The car fire was something that occurred by Redding. It devastated the landscape, and somebody tried to get home, older gentleman, and his wife and granddaughter were in the home, and he saw a fire tornado destroy the home, and he was witnessing it from a distance. So that's an extremely rare event for a human being to witness it, because most people don't survive in the vicinity of such an event. But this is what mega fires can do. And so I tell people again and again, don't listen to modeling. It's a helpful tool. It's in its infancy, because the models are basically spitting out a whole bunch of could be, if the humidity is this, and if the fire load is that, and if the winds are this is what's happening. But like I said, we only know what exactly happened on the interior after the fire has passed and they do measurements and such. We don't know exactly how and why the tornadoes spawn. We've just got these theories. We don't know how these things create their own weather. But the modeling is going to be helpful. But if the model says forecast is good, our models say everything's going to be rosy, holy crap, take that with a grain of salt and just don't bet your life on that. Because we saw that the Dixie fire here, a great example, is the spot fire that happened. It got out of control. This whole area here. Let me use the marker pen again, and I'll look back at chat in a moment. So the Dixie fire originally was going to be contained like this. This whole area towards Indian Valley is a fluke. It was basically the work of two different things. One was a spot fire. They had here's 70 in general, and if I'm tracing no, 70 is that way. But anyway, it's hard to see on the map, but just bear with me here. So they said, let's keep the fire on the south side of the 70. See, that's what it was. And they were doing a pretty good job, and it leaped over. It leaped over one night with embers. It went over 70, and it hit the mountains up here. Let me actually get out of terrain mode, and then let me show you a shaded relief. This here, take the global imaging down. This is better. So approximately. Okay, it was right. The fire was on this side, and it leaps over here. And they went, oh crap! And they try to contain it, but look at how steep and rugged that terrain is. Hardly accessible, only by aircraft. In general, if you have a spot fire like that or a new fire, you have until noon the next day to get it under control, or it's not going to be under control. And that's what happened. They couldn't get it under control by noon the next day. And that rule we learned from the Tillamook burn in 1933, because that's noon the next day is when the heat rises from the midday sun, and that's when you have your humidity dropping back down and winds picking up during the day. And so it got over here, and that spot fire became this in no time because they couldn't contain it. So let's back up. Excuse me. And that is the entire reason that Indian Valley was threatened. Otherwise, the Dixie fire's perimeter would have been like this. So what happened over here? It gets out of control, and the spot fire is going out over here. And the second thing that happened was, while they were trying to work on this, they said, okay, we'll contain it like this then, right? Well, here's the fly fire. Ignition source unknown, races up the hills this way and starts threatening. That's a big fat pen. Let me go back to a smaller pen. Starts racing over here towards Indian Valley and Taylorsville. So they had to drop what they were doing, spread their resources thin again, and try to emergency response to the fly fire. So, point is, this spot fire right here was a surprise to them, and it was a surprise that they couldn't get a handle on it because the models said that they could. So never use the models as I'm going to be safe then. You know, models are helpful. It's new technology and it's helpful. It's not reliable yet. And we even don't know that much about the weather. We're still learning. I remember in my childhood, El Nino was a new word. We had no idea that most of the hurricanes that affect places like Florida and such, El Nino and La Nina, that Atlantic water temperatures were the things that caused that. And even the Pacific affected the Atlantic with weather patterns because of temperatures of the Pacific Ocean. And that the intensity and destructive nature of and the amount of cyclones that the Pacific would experience was based on El Nino, La Nina events. And so is the drought cycle of California and so many other things. But they just discovered that, by the early 90s, they were just starting to get a handle of, we kind of understand this now. There are different forces of nature at work which we haven't even discovered. So until they do, weather itself is still in its infancy. There's a reason why 2-week forecasts don't work. 10 days are about the max, and they stop there. Looking back at the chat, good job, Catherine. Oh, thank you, Michael. I try to explain this best I can. The bark beetle is not the reason, because these fires are also burning faster and hotter when there's no beetle infestation. Faster / hotter. We are in critical drought. But I can tell you the bark beetles do have a lot to do with it, because just having standing dead trees. Burning, quote, faster, I think what you mean is spreading faster and hotter, because the bark beetles kill trees and make entire forests into standing dead trees, and those are the worst thing for fire spread. Every dead tree is a 1,000-hour fuel, and when they're standing upright, the little branches and pieces of the tree break apart and litter all over the landscape. If you're at a very tall peak, like the Moonlight Peak over here, which is more than 6,000 feet tall, I think it's at 8,000, which is right over here. That's one of the highest peaks in the region. You can imagine a tree at the top somewhere around there. I don't know if that's above the tree line or not, but you get the idea. More than 7,000 feet tall. Just how far could an ember blow around in the seasonal Santa Ana winds? You know, the ones that happen from October to through January. Those winds can be 95 miles an hour, hot and dry winds from Nevada. So at the top of an 8,000-foot peak, a burning ember from a burning tree up there can travel, light a fire 15 miles away, even 20. I've been corrected by firefighters that it's theoretically possible, and I think exampled a few times that a fire was started 25 miles away from embers from a normal one, downwind, down steep canyons. So I had even, with my knowledge, I didn't realize it could be further than 15. And when I heard 25, I was corrected by actual firefighters. I went, holy crap. That's whether or not standing dead trees are on the landscape really, really matters. And the bark beetle infestations, especially down by the Yosemite area and whatnot, have caused that to be extreme. Also, when bark beetles infest a tree, the tree is more likely to die to fire because it's going to bleed sap all over the place. If you ever looked at amber and you wondered why there were, let's look back at a camera now. Let's see what's going on in Indian Ridge. This is live. If you've ever wondered why so many insects are trapped in amber, it's because the tree's defense is to bleed sap and smother the insects and encase them in the sap. That becomes amber. So what is sap? It's a flammable resin. It's like gasoline that's crystallized. It's like crystallized kerosene. And so what sap does on a tree is it bleeds all the way down the tree. So here's a tree, this guy right here. This tree is infected with beetles, right? So the beetles are up here eating away at it, and it goes, ah! So it produces some sap, which means it's more likely to dry up because it's losing a lot of its moisture making sap. And the sap will run all the way down the trunk. So when we were watching the Markleyville fire spread, there was a creeping, backing nature to the fire, just meaning that the pine needles were just burning and the trees were okay. As the fire crept along the pine needles and stuff, the trees were not going up. And all of a sudden it hit a sap tree and you could just tell what it was. And it just shot up as a torch. And all of a sudden the fire's at the top of that tree. And it looked like somebody had poured gasoline on that tree, and that's what the sap is. So the that tree torched. And so torching is a nightmare, especially on a ridge top. And by Markleyville, that one was down by the road. But that's also a nightmare for crews on the road. So now that the entire tree is on fire like this, every tree on fire eventually falls over. So they had made the road, I'm going to mark it in black. I'm just drawing, theoretical. This was their road. Now, if this tree that's torching falls over on that side of it, where they had protected and made a fire line, now you have fire on the side that they were trying to protect. And why? Because the tree bled sap, and the damn beetles attacked it, or something else did, or a disease struck it. And California is being affected by diseases, and that would easily explain what's going on when there's no bark beetles, because disease means the tree bleeds sap as well. There's a lot of invasive diseases going on right now that I could bring up the PDF file that are killing the trees in the landscape. They're dried. They're a little bit more vulnerable because of the drought, but sap is the tree's defense. That's what essential oils are, and people use them as medicine and have for thousands of years. It's the way that they protect themselves from diseases, plant viruses, plant fungus, fungal diseases, plant bacteria that attack plants. It's almost like our immune system. They have to defend themselves from viruses and bacteria too. And so when we use that, we use that as human medicine. A lot of the things like lavender oil are antimicrobial. Peppermint oil is as well. And you can cleanse a wound with essential oils, which is the condensed, tree sap, essentially, if you want to put it that way. Pine sol, way you clean your toilet, it's antimicrobial, basically tree sap. We use that as human beings for antiseptic purposes. But these poor trees are being afflicted by these diseases from that are not native, and they've never experienced them before. And so they're bleeding the sap all over these dang, like bacteria and fungus, trying to protect themselves. And they're making themselves basically covered in kerosene, ready to be burned up by fires. So another thing that explains things for your question is the amount of fire-promoting weeds on the landscape. And that's going to be your Scotch brooms, your blackberry vines. Even Home Depot still sells Scotch broom in California, and they should be fined. I mean, it should be illegal. These things have colony root systems and extremely oily, sort of leaves. And with a colony root system, that means that a fire in one Scotch broom plant, like by the roadside, the fire will get down into its roots, and then days later, 2 acres away, where the roots are still connected to that same stand of Scotch broom. Let's just Google it here. Scotch broom. They monoculture the whole landscape because they kill all the native wild plants. And if you've seen this damn thing, it inflames your allergies. It's a noxious weed. It kills animals and wildlife that try to eat it. That's why it takes over and colonizes, kills, and it makes huge stands of itself all over the landscape like this. So if you have one little bit of Scotch broom go up, and if it would please load image, thank you. So I'm going to use the pen again. If you have Scotch broom, this part on fire right here, it could go into the root system, and even though firefighters put it out, or local people put it out, or the rains put it out, then 2 acres away down here, 3 days later, a fire erupts there under high wind conditions, and the whole landscape burns up because these are extremely oily seeds and seed pods and bushes that have no natural predator in the United States. There's a decorative shrub that is so pretty, that it's yellow, but these are a fire nightmare. They have killed all of the native vegetation, all the trees, all the plants that would have been fire resistant, all the native grasses. They've made animals like the Oregon meadowlark nearly extinct because there's no more meadows. There's these monocultured Scotch broom things. And when one little spark, this whole area this is like the type of fire you see where tires are burning at a recycling center. It's black, oily smoke, and it's extremely intense. And California has been overtaken by so many invasive weeds like this. So is Oregon and Washington, that these are just, in the blooming season in spring, everywhere you see is just yellow in the distance. This is an environmental nightmare. The native grasses of California resisted fire and burned slowly. They didn't resist fire, but they burned slowly. The native oak trees resist fire. They are used to having all the grass burn around them. Oak trees, even in the Paradise Fire, mostly survive. They look dead, but a year later they're budding green again. And unfortunately, a lot of the oak trees were cut down to build pioneer homes and they lined the mines on the inside of the gold mines. And they had kind of deforested the landscape. And so these Australian charlatans came in the 1800s and said, guys, plant eucalyptus, what is known as the gasoline tree. of California. And these eucalyptus bleed sap even worse than the pine trees that are here. And they drop these tinder dry little leaves all the time because eucalyptus promote fire. I mean, if you look at the bushfires of Australia, they're insane. Absolutely insane. And these fire promoting weed trees, they've dripped so much sap that our native birds that are attracted to the insects and the sap get their beaks glued shut. So at the base of every eucalyptus tree in California, you're going to see a whole dozens of bird carcasses, little songbirds. Because in Australia, their beaks are elongated to deal with the sap, the thickness of the sap, and pluck out the insects. But our native wildlife, our native birds don't have that ability. So they glue their beaks shut, and they can't breathe, and they can't open their mouth. And at the base of every eucalyptus tree is these little leaves. And just ready to promote and start fires. So California has, and the West in general, and partly, well, it's the story of America, has a multifaceted, huge problem about why are these fires being so much bigger. It's like, well, Mr. Modeler, Mr. Forecaster, did you survey the plants of the area and about how they would react to wildfire, the ones that are actually there, the eucalyptus? And when I surveyed the Paradise Fire, lowercase s, I found tons of stands of eucalyptus right here around Paradise that had burned up by the Highway 99 here. And they were just blackened stumps. And they were, unfortunately, a lot of these are over the homes and such because the pioneers planted them to. The way the eucalyptus story of California is of being scammed. Once California had been a bit deforested, also to build the railroads too, these scammers came and said, hey, we're selling eucalyptus seeds, man. This will be the answer to California's problems. These trees grow really fast. Their wood is good for everything, firewood, they're good for windbreaks. Everything's perfect. Why don't you guys buy this? This is going to solve your problems. And then, so everybody did eagerly, and it got planted all around the state. Like, if you look at eucalyptus, it will be like this alongside many of the highways, which should be our fire lines, right? But it's, instead of the oaks, it's eucalyptus. And boy, do they grow fast, and they become huge, and they propagate, and they're all over the place. Marysville, Yuba City, down south, and Orville, they're just all over the place. And you look at ranches, and they have huge, bigger stands of the eucalyptus in those places too. And then they kind of got wild and went up and killed the native trees and went up a little bit into the hills alongside especially water sources like creeks. And so they're called gasoline trees because of the amount of sap and tindered leaves that they drop at their base. And they also have bark that peels off. That's absolutely impregnated, just soaked in their sap. It's like a kerosene. And so when fire hits the base of a eucalyptus tree, whoosh, the leaves go up at the base, and then it races up the trunk, and then it hits sap-impregnated bark, oily bark. That's totally different than trees in the United States. Our trees don't have that. Their bark resists fire, especially the oak, and it'll race to the top and burn off all those little leaves and just go up like a huge oil well fire. If you think that torching is bad with a pine tree, it's like an oil well fire with a eucalyptus. And those embers just go all over the place because those leaves are light as a feather. They're about the size of a feather as well, like a crow's plume, like a wing feather on a crow. And they go just flying off in the wind for miles. And so we used to, before these got all over the landscape, use a road as a fire line of defense. And because eucalyptus dot the roads, it's one of the big reasons they can't really contain and control them. So it's like, Mr. Modeler and Forecaster, did you plug in native plants or typical plants like our typical pine trees and oaks into your model, or did you account for the weeds? We need to have a huge survey of just where the hell are the weeds. Make that available as data to the modelers, and then we should run these models to see if they were gone, how much weaker would our forest fires be. And I think we would have a very obvious answer of, oh my God, we need to do something here. get rid of the weeds, restore the landscape to its natural existence. Back in the time when the Indians were having an easier time controlling fires than even we do with our modern technology, we would really have a much better situation. We cannot ignore it any longer. We cannot allow Home Depot and such and well-meaning people who go shop there. Oh, I think I'm going to buy a Scotch broom today. I'm going to put that in my yard. That's going to be great. Oh God, we have to do something. We have to put a bounty on these weeds. Part of the reason why so many places like in Oregon, the Beachy Creek fire, the power lines burn up and such. Another nightmare scenario is firefighters arrive, but they can't put water on a power line because, of course, it might electrocute them. Underneath almost every power line, it seems like in western Oregon, is a huge stand of blackberries. And I think we should dig up image of blackberry fire. Let's just see if we can find one. I used to, well, not marijuana. Okay, guys, my stream just went. I just got blocked or something. No. Let me try to get that off screen. I had no idea that was a strain of marijuana. Okay, so if I look at blackberry vines burning, YouTube. I swear I won't show drugs again. That didn't happen. I'm gonna go and erase that later. Blackberry vines burning, wildfire as a keyword. YouTube. Maybe I can get an example of that. You wouldn't believe what blackberries do. They dry out. They may look very perfectly green, but if you have blackberries that are, say, growing like 4 feet tall, let's refresh the Bay Area and get a look at the Bradford fire again. Looks like it's still going. Pretty bad. You'd be amazed. And unfortunately, it's not really showing me a good example. But goats are one of the few things that eat blackberries. But in reality, they should just be pulled out by the roots and carted away. They're easier to deal with than Scotch broom, that's for sure. But if you have a stand of blackberries that, maybe I should just get a picture of one. Let's see here. Blackberry vines on fire. Let's look at images. I'm on my second screen. You guys aren't supposed to see anything yet because I don't want to accidentally flash drugs on the screen again. Yeah. It was a Canadian brigade that was controlling blackberry weeds. And so they lit them on purpose. And the way that they went up and climbed was insane. So whenever you have blackberry vines at the base of trees, like the tree is toast. If they're underneath the power lines are toast. Because say they're only shoulder height for a human, like a man. Those blackberries, though, will be able to burn higher than the tops of telephone poles in a big whoosh. And unfortunately, this is the only picture I've been able to find so far off the camera. I'll have to make a separate bookmark to show you guys. But here is a very poor example of them just starting to whoosh up. And if you think of human height and shoulder height, let me get the pen. So say this is shoulder height of a man. This fire, once it really gets going with high winds, will exceed. It'll go way up here to the top of telephone poles really briefly. And it'll definitely burn off the insulation of any of the power lines that are above. So when I was covering the Napa Bay area fires, the glass fire, for example, last year, I looked at certain neighborhoods where the fire was heading towards, and I said, if these blackberry vines are still underneath these lines, these are doomed. Like, this is a nightmare. This is going to burn right through the power. They won't be able, if the line's still energized, they won't be able to put it out. And just like clockwork, about 3 hours later, that occurred. And I would have to go back through my archives to see exactly when that was. But I looked at other parts of the street with Google Maps, and we had seen in Street View where the blackberry vines were trimmed down, and I said, that's defensible, that can make it. And in general, that was true. So you can look at your own neighborhood and see if a mess like this is underneath your power lines. It's basically an emergency. It's a situation that is bad and a fire disaster waiting to happen. So if we as communities are vigilant, and you should immediately file a complaint with the power company and alert your neighbors, alert that that's a serious hazard, and demand that it be remedied immediately. The power companies are not supposed to allow this kind of stuff to grow up underneath their lines, but Pacific Gas and Electric and others have, and they're getting really sued right now, especially with what happened with the Beachy Creek fire. I've driven before the fires happened, just months prior, and looking out the window on my way to Jawbone Flats in March of last year. Hey, we got aircraft. I was just saying this is a fire disaster waiting to happen, and unfortunately I was right. I'll get out my own home videos and such later at a different time. But we should go ahead, and I have to look at chat. I'm sorry, I've been neglectful of it. Edward Weiss says the Hayward fire in the river complex is making a huge run to the north in the Salmon Mountains, 3 to 5 miles northwest, in progress in the past 4 hours. Okay, let's take a look at that. That's unprecedented rate of spread in the region, Max Smith says. Yeah, that sounds bad. Max Smith says 23 fires started by lightning in the Klamath Forest, 7 put out, 3 larger than 20 acres. Yeah. So, yeah, do you mean the hay press fire is what Max Smith said? So let's take a look. Let's go to InsaWeb. Well, here's Wildfire Mappers. And we go to Klamath County. Yeah, this is where that lightning storm moved around on Friday. So here's the hay press. There's the Packers. So that says LA County. That's this is a non-official website. So looking back at chat, the Hayward fire in the river complex. Am I looking at the correct thing? Because I don't think that I am. I think we should look at InsaWeb. It would probably have an InsaWeb. InsaWeb. If anybody has questions about wildfires and general behavior, and it's a specific one you want me to look at, please do. Please do speak up and put any questions in chat. We don't have an InsaWeb for anything more than the Jack fire, which was an older one. Happy to report that Jack fire is around 76% containment. That one has burned up to 23,000 acres up in the Cascades east of Roseburg. And that's just been one of those lingering ones. If we look back at California Fire Scanner on Twitter, let's see if he's got information, but he mainly just covers California. And if you have a link, do link me to the information. We're getting it right now, and we will definitely investigate. Usually I have to go to Klamath County Sheriff's Office on Facebook, and I'm going to do that right now. Klamath, off screen, Klamath County Sheriff's Office. Let's take a look and see what we've got. Deschutes County was having some issues as well, but it looks like looking at the Dixie fire, we have helicopters running around the area. I don't know if that's a news crew or if that is a firefighting helicopter. N usually means Forest Service in front of it. We have 3 other helicopters running around west of Belden and northwest of Belden. That looks like firefighting, the Bell one. Right here, the Bell 212, but I don't know. Oops, does that even have... Yeah, it's got a red stripe on it. That could be with, say, CAL FIRE. Looking back over to the west side, let's see if... Yeah, we have tankers in action, guys. Tanker 911 is in the house. It is heading on over to lay the smackdown on the one north of McFarland, the ex-Panther fire. What's that one called again, guys? I don't know why my mind keeps blanking on that one. The McFarland is down here, and it's got small craft on it. the monument. Excuse me, the monument over by Big Bend. So we have Tanker 911, which is a DC-10, the orange tail. We have Tanker 112, the McDonnell Douglas MD-87. The orange gills. So that one is presumably ready to make a drop. The altitude is 5,300 feet, but if we see a little bit lower than that, then we know it's going to make a drop. Here's the lead plane, the Beach King, which is leading it around. And the fascinating thing they do is when the Beach King aircraft is above the fire, it'll release smoke in a trail and then say, here you go. And as soon as the tanker flies into the smoke trail, it'll know to press the button and start releasing the retardant. That's mostly what the big planes are doing, is dropping retardant. And I've seen a lot of imbecilic, moronic comments on YouTube and such. Every time there's a successful retardant drop, some idiot says, you missed, guys. No, they didn't miss the fire. Retardant doesn't go on the fire. Retardant is on the vegetation that they want to save to prevent the fire from burning it up. That's what retardant means. It means it limits the growth of a wildfire by putting retardant on the landscape. Water goes directly on fires, and that's what the helicopters mainly do. Retardant goes in front of a fire to lock it down like it's in jail. So that's been one of the things about misinformation that I've been trying to combat here. So here comes the Tanker 911, and it looks like it has gone ahead and found its lead plane. It's a different Beach King. It's leading around Tanker 911. So I'm so happy to see that the monument fire is getting slammed by aircraft. Down there at the McFarland, we have helicopter action. Yep, a Sikorsky. Those are the best helicopters. And we've got a scout plane, an Aero Commander, scouting the area down there by Wildwood. So hopefully they can get more and more tankers going out as the day wears on. So happy to report that. Looking back at chat. Hawk Dog, hey, welcome. 7 military fire planes left McClellan Air Base last hour. Watch for new fires to start. New fires to start. Do you mean new response? Because the tankers are fighting the fires. I think that was probably just a bit of a typo there. Now let's look at the bootleg. Is anybody fighting the bootleg with aircraft today? I have neglected the bootleg because the media's covered it so dang much. There wasn't much for me to say about it, the situation. That's in Klamath County, over by Paisley and Summer Lake. Where's Summer Lake? Upper Klamath Lake. I get discombobulated over here. Gearhart Mountain, Paisley, Summer Lake. Here we go. I don't see anything on the bootleg. I don't see aircraft on the bootleg right now. That's at 76% containment, and just hope something happens. Now, looking at the rest of Klamath County, Medford, up in the Cascades, is that where we have the new fire starts? We need to figure out, got the Graham, Packers, and does anybody have a link for me on where we can learn about these particular fires? They seem to be so small right now. They would probably be Oregon Fires 2021 Facebook group that might be commenting about them. Klamath County Sheriff's Department says, let's look, I've picked them up. They have not much in the way of posts since July 8th, so I don't consider them a good source of anything. I'm going to go to Deschutes County right now in Oregon. Let's see, searching for a missing person. Oh, and in other news, which I forgot to say, a person has been charged with arson. Wanted in connection, there's been an arrest made in a small fire that was caused in Butte County in July. I think I may have accidentally closed that article. But a real winner-looking guy in his mugshot was caught with a whole lot of allegedly caught with a whole bunch of methamphetamine and heroin, and he is suspected of perhaps causing, I don't know if it's arson or not, one of the fires in Butte County that was pounced on and put out briefly, but it caused evacuations by Thermalito. So that person, that was on the day they had 3 fires start. 2 of them were people doing yard work, and apparently one was the action of a winner who had a great quantity of allegedly methamphetamine on that person. I don't know if it was meth lab activity or just something unrelated, but they have made an arrest, and I hope they really hope justice is served, because we don't need any stupidity, human-caused fire happening when lightning and power companies are ready to devastate the landscape. So let's see here. Anybody have a link for me? Edward Rice says it's difficult to tell which fire is taking off from the satellites. I went to Klamath National Forest on Twitter, and they said at 7 a.m. it was the Haywood fire expanding. Thank you. All right, let me look that up then. Klamath National Forest Twitter. That'll be... I didn't think about the Forest Service. That's better than the Sheriff's Office. So, great. We have a 12-minute ago update. So, Klamath National Forest and Wairika. Oh, I forgot that it straddle 2 states. See, it makes me think of Klamath Falls, but Klamath National Forest is a different entity. Okay. So, current map of the fires, the river complex with best available info. Thank you so much for this link. So that is going to be by Shasta Trinity National Forest. Risky, there's the border with Oregon, 6 rivers. Deja vu. I remember the six fires, and even before last year. So let's get a bead on this, and we'll look at it with the satellite in a second. So Packers, wow, that's a whole lot. This started around Friday is when the lightning moved in. It came from, there was a band that was in Plumas County, a band that was on the Coast Range, and it moved north, and the one on the Coast Range started the McFarland and the Panther, now known as the, oh gosh, I keep forgetting its name. Guys, help. Anyway, the Panther fire, I'm going to have to just write this down on a piece of paper. The Panther fire became, and then the McFarland is still the McFarland, but what is the Monument, Monument, I just wrote it down. So it started the Monument and marched north towards Oregon, and as I warned people at that time, a lot of times lightning strike fires are undetected for a few days. They kind of smolder, they're like on a tree or something, and then the tree falls apart, and the burning pieces of the tree will start the fire for real on the ground and on the landscape. So as it seems like they're just starting up today, they really could have been started by the lightning previously. So, oh, Etna's over there. Okay, I'm a little bit more oriented. So let's look and see what Klamath National Forest has to say. Current map of the river complex with best available info, which was updated 14 minutes ago. So active are all the ones in red, contained are the ones in yellow, out are the ones in green. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 of the dang things. So wonderful. Just like the window of opportunity for the rest of the northern state, they've got a window of opportunity now in the next 2 days. Get this thing contained or knocked out. All of these before the wind event of Wednesday. Anything goes Wednesday. So the Siskiyou County evacuation office, Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office issued an evacuation warning for the Forks of Salmon and Sawyer's Bar areas of Siskiyou County because of multiple wildfires burning in the Klamath National Forest. Deja vu for them. Okay, 1 hour ago, River Complex update. The Hay Press fire in the North Fork of the Salmon River grew overnight to about 400 acres. It is 5 miles northeast of Cecilville. The situation on the fire is evolving. Oh, it's got its own InfoWeb now. Maintain situational awareness and monitor info from local authorities. It's funny, it didn't have InfoWeb when I checked it just a minute ago. Yeah, it was it happened. Oh, it was in a different spot than I thought. Okay, so that one is over by 5. Yeah, by Wairika. Okay. So let's look at its overview. Excuse me, I gotta take a drink of water and clear my throat, and then I'll talk about the overview. Alright, thank you guys for alerting me to this guy, because there's a lot of new monsters in town. If you've just tuned in, please hit the like and subscribe button. That helps me reach other people with this information. YouTube won't show as a suggestion even people that are looking for wildfire info unless the channel is growing and quote trending. And so I'm never one of those people who would be like, oh, like and subscribe me. But I have to face reality that that's the way the algorithm works. It's basically a mathematical formula. So if more people rapidly hit that button, then I get seen. So if the ringing bell icon will let you know when I go live. So activity on the hay press fire has increased with approximate acreage of 400. Activity on several of the fires within the river complex increased this afternoon. This was updated at 9:15 a.m. So this must be talking about yesterday, because it's really not afternoon yet. So all available firefighting resources are currently deployed and being prioritized for the fires with the greatest potential to threaten people and the communities and values at risk. Yeah, just like everywhere, people are the first priority. Make them safe, then it's make buildings safe, then it's make the landscape safe. An evacuation warning has been issued by Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office for the Forks of Salmon and Sawyer's Bar. There has been significant support from outside Klamath National Forest for these fires, including smoke jumpers, heli-rappel modules. Heli-rappel? That means the guys go in like Navy SEALs, coming out of helicopters, rappelling down a rope. Wow. And contracted fire engines and hand crews, as well as CAL FIRE's Siskiyou unit. Additional resources have been requested to support suppression operations. Demand for suppression resources is high in Northern California due to multiple incidences. That's understatement of the year. We've even had other nations come to help us because we are so strapped for resources. There's 6,000 people on the Dixie and 6,000 people on the just over the border in Oregon, including Australia in the house. The Dixie better wrap up soon, otherwise what the heck are we going to do during August, the summer storm season? August is when lightning really starts to hit. Additional resources have been requested. Yeah. Demand for suppression resources is high in Northern California due to multiple incidents. A Type 2 incident management team has been assigned to the river complex. Does anybody know what that is? Please tell me in the chat. What is the difference between Type 1 and Type 2? And Josh, I see you piping up in chat. I will take a look at that in just a second. Thank you so much, guys. Hay press fire is at 400 acres with increased activity. The Packers fire, this incident was reported today, meaning yesterday. It is approximately 5 acres. 16 smoke jumpers are assigned to this fire, which is on the Packers Peak in the Trinity Alps wilderness. Wow, that's remote. 1.5 miles northwest of Big Flat. I bet they have smoke jumpers on it because there's no roads. The Cronan fire, estimated to be 150 acres. This fire is 3.5 miles northwest of Sawyer's Bar and is burning to the north, being monitored by the air. So when they get people in the area, they'll put people on the fire. Now, if only the Dixie fire hadn't been started by, say, presumably Pacific Gas and Electric, wouldn't it be nice to have those 6,000 people able to respond to something else? That's a big theme here. Is a lot of the fires last year went unmanned and unstaffed for weeks because they didn't have anybody to put on the fires because the power line fires were starting everywhere. Same thing this year. Power line fires started the Dixie fire, as far as anybody knows. Investigation hasn't wrapped up yet, but PG&E all but took responsibility. PG&E. The summer fire is 30 acres and located near the China Gulch trailhead in the Trinity Alps wilderness, being monitored by air, so nobody's on it. Evacuation of hikers is in progress between China Gulch trailhead and Grizzly Lake due to fire on both sides of that trail. Wow, I bet we could see helicopters in there like right now. Trailhead, north of Etna Summit, approximately 2 acres. That fire says firefighters are improving the line and being supported by helicopters and bucket drops. The Graham fire remains at 5 acres, 3 miles north of Matthews Creek Campground. Firefighters are improving line and mopping up. The Fish fire is at 4 acres, 1.5 miles southeast of Trail Creek Campground, monitored by air, meaning nobody's on it. It's only 4 acres in size, and they don't have enough people to put on it. Every fire starts small. And having the personnel to respond is all the difference between a giant mega fire and backpage news. The Roughly fire is 0.5 acres right now. Heli Repeller Squad is on the scene, securing the fire line and mopping up. Yay! That's in the Etna mountain area. The Island fire is approximately 3 acres with no growth. Remember, guys, this is yesterday's update. The 3 miles northwest of Sawyer's Bar remains at 1/4 acre. Firefighters are securing line and mopping up. Yay. Shadow. This fire was located today, meaning yesterday, and is approximately 1 acre. Located 2.5 miles southeast of Eddy Gulch Lookout. Additional small fires have been reported but have not yet been verified by the ground forces. 7 fires on the river complex have been contained. So yesterday at 9:30 p.m. there was an update. This update covers lightning fires for the Goose Nest and Happy Camp / Oak Knoll Ranger districts. 4 total fires have been reported in the Goose Nest Ranger district. The Antelope fire remains active, now estimated 85 to 100 acres. Remember, this is yesterday at 9 p.m. Resources on scene include 3 dozers, 5 engines, a water tender, a hand crew, and numerous overhead. CAL FIRE and local governments assisting. The 1/4 acre La Honda fire is 3.5 miles east of Ore Mountain Lookout. Resources remain on scene, securing and mopping up. 2 fires are contained, the Wild and the 6-shooter. These fires were 1/4 acre or less. No additional fires were reported on the Happy Camp / Oak Knoll district. All previously reported fires are contained in that district. So it's got a good rundown of things. I imagine that any moment now we're going to get a InstaWeb, a true update. I mean, this was supposedly updated at 9:15 a.m. That could have just been a map for all we know. When they were talking about afternoon, and it's not even noon yet, we know that that was yesterday's information. See if they have any photos. They got a nifty map. Yeah. This is from due west of Yreka, and due west of Ashland. Mammoth National Forest straddling the 2 states of California and Oregon in rugged, mostly inaccessible wilderness. And this is a repeat nightmare of so many different years we've seen before. Hopefully they can get this, get a handle on this. Otherwise, that's going to be quite bad. So let's look at these with satellite picture. So now that we have our understanding of where it is, let's go to street map just to get a handle on place names, and then we'll switch back to a terrain view. Let's go to Yreka, for example. I'm going to look back at chat in a moment. I swear to God, I will. There's Yreka. Okay. So if we put on fire activity, we should be able to... We don't see any. Okay. Except for way over here. According to that nifty map, there was something just west of that Wairika. Maybe it's just not visible from space yet, because we have the McFarland down here. We have the yeah, let me orient myself. That's Weaverville, Willow Creek. This is the 292. So this one's McFarland right here, isn't it? Let me make sure. And then 299. Then there's the monument. Sorry, McFarland. Monument. Here we go. Okay, I'm oriented. So way out here in the wilderness, we've got, let's look back at the map. Yeah, Weaverville, due west of Weaverville is Monument. And let's get out of that one. Pardon me. Oh, that was the storm. That's radar from a storm. I'm sorry. I didn't see that. My bad, folks. The trailhead fire is the image that we had. That was the radar instead of heat detections. So that was what the trailhead fire looked like. That's the image that we have. Gosh, I need new glasses. My monitor is pretty far away. I have a dual monitor setup, and so I lean real close to see the small print. I need a second larger monitor, and I would be able to do this job a lot better. So let's look. We have aircraft out of Medford. See if we see any of it responding. That's a Beach Baron. Okay. That's a passenger jet. That's not anything. Guys, I don't see a lot of aircraft on it. Going up towards Medford. Yeah, it's being monitored by aircraft, but we see the tankers heading on over to the McFarland and the Monument. Right now, the Monument is getting all the tanker love right now. So that situation, we hope for it to improve, because that's a new scary situation with all these others showing up. So let's go back to okay. I swore that I would look at chat. So let me go and give us a view to look at while I read chat. So this is the live view right now of the McFarland fire. I'm going to look at chat, open questions and answer times. Please, please, please hit like and subscribe so I can reach more people, and share my channel with your friends and whatnot on places like Twitter and Facebook and such. Looking back at the chat, scrolling up. Mike Smith says things are about to get real. Yes, I concur. And this is all the areas they have been fighting to harvest. 4 days, go figure. It was difficult to tell which fire was taking off from the satellite. I went to Klamath National Forest on Twitter. The site said 7 a.m. was where the Haywood. 7 a.m. was when a Haywood fire was expanding. Yeah, Mike Smith says, God help us, the pyro meth heads are coming out. Yeah, they're coming out every single year now. Josh says, not seeing much on the river complex currently. Cascadia fire season on Twitter seems to be concerned about it. Okay, thank you. Let's look at that link that Josh gave us. And yeah, so we have this. This is the map. I think that's Trinity River. Trinity Lake right there. I think that's the McFarland actually. The Monument. Which one's west of the river? Gosh, I keep getting discombobulated. That's the lake. It's Whiskeytown Lake. Where's... Okay, I said Trinity Lake. But... Whiskeytown-Shasta-Trinity. Yeah, I can't read that. Let's fix this. There we go. I thought that was Trinity Lake, and that was Whiskeytown Lake over here. Yeah, that's Whiskeytown, Shasta, Trinity Lake. Okay, so it's correct. And just west of it is the Monument. So the McFarland, which I keep getting, which we actually have a camera on, is south of Weaverville. Monument is west, McFarland is south. All right, so we're oriented. Let's go back. Here's the lake. We got the big thing here. There is our monument. right where the grabby hand is. I realize it's hard to see, so put that in blue. Monument Fire, McFarland Fire here. And we've got the lightning strikes up here at Klamath National Forest. So if we use Whiskey Town Lake to orient ourselves here, then let's try to look and see what CAL FIRE, where the aircraft are going. So aircraft, what is that? Oh, that is a Northrop Talon. That may be one of the drones. What is a Talon? Is that an actual airplane or is that a drone? The Air Force comes out to help every once in a while, but that could be unrelated to the fire. Hey, we got a tanker. Tanker 914 is headed to the area. And let's see, we got a Beach King there. Let's look at the lake. Here's our lake. So currently, over the McFarland Fire, we have the scout planes and a lead plane, and one of the tankers just left, which is a newcomer, the BAE 146-200A. Is there some sort of a nickname for that craft? Because I will never remember that. We've got other aircraft in the house. There's a Hercules. Hercules are back. There's several of these that were working the fires on Friday. There's a Rockwell, which is a lead plane. And looking a little bit further north in Klamath National Forest, yeah, we see that they've gone over and looked by Sawyer's Bar. So here's Sawyer's Bar, which is under evacuation, and Forks of Salmon. So they're taking a look at things, but so far I don't see a tanker that has entered the area. What you do is you click on the planes and you can see where they've been with these little trails. So like they said, they're looking at it, and I was hoping that we would see evacuation efforts with the helicopters. They mentioned they were trying to get hikers out of the region. They may or may not have a transponder. So they may look invisible here, but be present, because that's kind of the thing that the National Guard does. With the military, we don't see a whole lot of transponders visible to civilian apps like this one called Flight Radar 24. So let me go back to chat again. Malcolm, hey, welcome. You're you know about the aviations. He says, regarding weather, an old aviator told me that he heard about a new theory called weather fronts in the 1930s. Yeah. Flying a Ford Trimotor, he would call ahead to a Ford car dealer for weather info. Wow, that's cool. Good morning from Oregon. Hey, Nick. Yeah, good morning. Meaner Cat, welcome to. Arrest should be made at pg&e. You are so right. You are so right. If only, if you or I started a fire that killed 85 people and it was our negligence, we'd be slammed with negligent homicide charges and do 40 years of hard labor, hard time. But the guys at pg&e, they got a $10,000 fine, slap on the wrist, and they got to keep their stock options in their airplanes, while the elderly people of Paradise and many of the other fires that they started burned alive in their homes. It's just, there's something not right about that. And they keep starting fires. The Zog fire, this Dixie. They all but took responsibility for the Dixie fire. What's the bill? They should be handed the bill at the very least. You pay for it. Holy God. So looking back, chat, Mike Smith says 61 people are watching. Yay, thumbs up. Thank you so much for sharing me. I think this is definitely the work of other people. I don't promote myself. I don't have the time or ability, really. But if you find me helpful, please do like, subscribe, and share me with other people that need to know this kind of information. This is open questions and answers time. So if you have any questions about any fire anywhere along the West Coast, we can monitor it. We see more and more tankers converging on the area. So hopefully there's good news for Peanut and the other communities at risk for the McFarland. And I'm lucky there's a break in the construction outside. Hopefully there won't be hammering and sawing in the background today. We should look back at the cameras. We are monitoring things going on the Dixie fire. This is the last night at 1 a.m. a fire broke out in the Bay Area. So this is the fire on Bradford Island. This was shortly after it started last night. So if you're in the Bay Area and you see the valley full of smoke, the island is on fire. We should refer back to its updates. Twitter feed for CA California Fire Scanner. I love his. It's a link to it in the description. I love his updates. He's a Kiwi. He's one of the unsung heroes of getting the word out to everybody. The Bradford fire was the last thing he did a report on, which was 7 hours ago. And I bet he's asleep because it's the middle of the night in New Zealand. So we don't have any new information there. Costa Contra County. Jeez. I need to have lunch. Low blood sugar. Costa Contra County is where this current image is with the fire on Bradford Island. So this is the live image. Tons and tons of smoke. That's peat on fire, which is burns pretty fiercely. In Ireland, they harvest peat from the peat bogs as not only fertilizer but an alternative to wood in a wood burning stove. It's that flammable and smoky and horrendously bad for greenhouse gas emissions. It releases all kinds of bad stuff, way worse than a normal forest fire. They just started to realize just how bad peat burning is, and they're trying to ban it as far as climate goals are concerned. So that's very, very sad to see. This California fires cause a lot of global warming, and we really need to get our act together to minimize these. Looking here, oh, that's an awful looking haze. I hope this doesn't ground the aircraft fighting the McFarland fire. This is the live view of the McFarland fire looking south. So that means that the coast is on the right side of the screen. The coast is in the west, because we're looking south. This is the coast area. This is to the west. So whenever we see the smoke going that way, it's going towards the sea, and that's usually where the fire's headed. But it looks like we may have had a wind direction change. I'm not sure about that. It may just be in the upper atmosphere, but we see that it just updated. That would be bad news if we have a wind direction change, because presumably they're working on the west portion to keep the west safe, and they would expect that since the wind is blowing to the west and slightly to the north, that's probably the bulk of the retardant and such has been dropped. That's where we saw most of the aircraft flying yesterday. And so if it changes direction, then they have to change their plans, stop what they're doing, react to the fire, and start dropping it somewhere else. And let's do a time lapse and see what the wind has been doing. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse of the McFarland fire. Looking over at chat, 100 plus degrees again today here in Oregon, sitting nervous every day. Yeah, this is a bad year. Quite a bad year. Chicken 461. Hello, I'm in Texas, but I just find your broadcast interesting. Thank you very much. The reason I started it was I lived in the foothills for a bit. Family had property there, and we had a cabin up where the Dixie fire is now by Lake Almanor, and we knew a bit more than the average person about wildfire and groomed our property very well, made friends with the local fire department. Oh yeah, look at the wind change. We have wind blowing to the north towards the camera. So that is bad news for the communities just across the highway. The ones that they did evacuate them. It went mandatory 17 or 18 hours ago. But hopefully it won't jump the lines. This also looks a lot worse for aircraft situation. But the reason I started this channel was I lost a family friend to the Cascade Fire in 2017. Same night that Santa Rosa burned down. There were dozens of people that died that night. And I was so upset by that. Then the next year, 1 year later, near the same spot, just to the north in Paradise, Paradise gets erased off the map and my brother becomes a missing person. So I made it my business, to understand as much as I could about wildfire, and then I put a small stream up during the Paradise fire to help educate people with my knowledge of it as a layperson. I just give people the information that firefighters already want the public to know, help pass it on. I have firefighters that often come here in the chat and they help, answer questions. A lot of former firefighters, a lot of sometimes current ones. And I always ask for corrections if I've ever said anything wrong. And, the entire country and firefighting crews are learning because we don't understand everything about it. It's pretty simple to understand its behavior, but we can't predict what it will do, mostly because we can't predict the weather very much. We don't know what will happen inside of mega fires. Because you just don't know when the weather's going to change. Otherwise, it would be quite easy. But I want the public to get a better understanding, because when I went to Paradise in the aftermath and looked at where the fatalities were, I realized that most people had died just maybe within a short run or walk to safety. That the general public doesn't understand that you can get in culverts, underneath bridges, and places like that are amazing shelters and much better options than, say, driving through a fire. A lot of the people at Paradise survived by just sitting tight in an Ace Hardware parking lot and big box store parking lots and Safeway parking lots instead of trying to drive through flames. That's mostly the way people die. So if you have questions about fire survival, how to make an evacuation plan, I'm here to answer those too. How to make a shelter-in-place plan. I can definitely always run people through that. So if you want a specific fire to be looked at, I will look at the current information, read the weather. This is a good news right here, a good spot of good news. This fire that's over by Reading, west of Anderson, is looking better and better and better. It's just wispier and wispier. This was one that was quite alarming yesterday. This was the hiding fire, and they have done a great job about getting containment, and it's just very little smoke rising from it, and that's one little spot of good news. So the disasters I study, ghost towns I study, and a lot of them, never get rebuilt after wildfires, and so I can put a historical perspective on things. It's a very much more complicated issue than just, we need to reduce carbon, or we need to put more money into it. There's a lot of things we can do. I'm very optimistic that these wildfires, if we just go at the root causes and put more preventative measures in place, such as, making fire lines before the fire happens. Let's be proactive instead of reactive. We could have a whole lot better fire season going forward. Controlling invasive weeds, doing control burns that are beneficial to the environment, cutting down the invasive and fire-promoting trees, and replanting natives. There's a whole lot of really good things we can do to reverse this horrible trend. Cutting carbon and these sorts of things is number 35. Of the 35 reasons why we have mega fires that are bad right now, but 34, thankfully, the other 34 reasons we can start working on right away. So let's go back to that chat. I'm so happy to see that fire is almost a non-factor. Let's look at Dixie Fire. This is Indian Ridge looking over Round Valley Reservoir. That is also pretty lazy. Wonderful. This is giving them a great 2 days of opportunity with all of these fires before anything goes Wednesday when the winds pick up. So they got to slam it today with everything they got, all of these fires, and use that window, because they're going to get humidities just dropping, heat rising, wind increasing by Wednesday. That's the general forecast for Northern California. So they have made a lot of progress on the Dixie Fire. I think we're going to see containment figures jumping way up towards the 60s and 70s somewhat soon in the next few days. But fingers crossed for that endeavor. So looking back at the satellite pictures, let's see what we can track so far. Let's go to the Forest Service and shaded relief. Which fires are we looking at? We had a list. Here's Trinity, And this is the border of Siskiyou County. And somewhere back here is InstaWeb, and it showed us which fire was which in a sort of a key. So let's see if we can identify and track these fires. That's the McFarland right there. Apparently I have 2 CalTopos open. And we can go, let's see, look back at chat. Is the Beckworth fire all out? It's basically high containment numbers. That's a very good question. I was liking what I was seeing. The bootleg is at 76, and the Beckworth is at 98% containment as of 3 hours ago update. That monster was 105,670 acres. It's all but contained. It is not out. The fires of the Sierras are not going to be out until the snow comes, and I'm not joking. They're just going to contain the fires. The snow is what puts these out. Every single time they launch an aircraft to dump water or something, that's part of containment effort. That's, it can cost $20,000 to $25,000. They don't run around putting out fires with water. They save structures with water. They put out small fires with water. But when they become huge, they contain and maintain. And nature is the one that puts them out with the rains and snows of November. There's no money to put them out. That would be like thousands and thousands and thousands of planes, not the couple dozen that they have on these fires every year. So that is the best you can hope for. Putting out fires is what they try to do in high fire damage seasons like this, like when the small lightning strike things happen. But by the time a fire gets a name, it's usually contain and maintain. The lines. Looking back at chat before we go back to, I'm going to give you guys something to look at. Whoops, I keep flashing marijuana because I did this on accident. I looked for whoops, I'm going to turn that off. I looked up blackberry fires, trying to explain to people that blackberry vines can burn up with an intensity, and apparently that's a marijuana strain, and all of a sudden I'm flashing drugs, and I'm going to edit that out later. I'm sorry, guys. So this is what disturbs me about and I'm going to continue to refresh this. The wind may be changing right now and blowing towards the north instead of west by northwest. Everything that they just did to splash the mountainside west of this McFarland fire may have been for naught, because it may now start trying to travel to the north. We should look at the forecast or windy or something to see which direction the wind is currently traveling. But you see that, guys? The camera's looking south and the smoke just went to the north. So that's what's so hard about wildfires, is when Mother Nature goes, oh, the wind's going to change right now. So this is its general progression to the west. We saw most of the retardant and such being dropped on the west side of these ravines. They're probably hard at work making a dozer line on the west, and it's now going north. So that is the current wind speed and plot. But as we saw the camera just now, the wind just started blowing to the north, at least at the elevation of where the smoke was. Now, wind can be different directions at different elevations. And so I would refer you guys to talk about inversion layers and such. That's what you would Google, or go to Holt Hanley's channel on YouTube. He has an amazing fire analysis for weather, and I feature his analysis occasionally. But he can explain to you what happens during midday and transitions into night. But I don't like that. I don't like what we just saw. First of all, what we want to see is the wind not being fierce at all. So we want to see a vertical column, and we don't see that. We see this flat column, meaning the wind is pushing the fire in a direction. We don't want a direction. We want it to just move slowly and the heat to rise up. So looking south again to this side, remember this is the west. This is the west right here. That's west. So what we see is the camera's north. We see the wind change and the smoke come towards the camera. I'm going to replay that again. So we don't want any change because they've been making their lines and there's retardant splashes based on where they thought the fire was going to go with the wind forecast. So either the fire is now going to start heading north or just the smoke is. You see this. This is now current. This is the current situation. So I'm going to refresh and make sure that we ended on, yeah, the current, yikes. That is one ugly thing. And if the smoke gets filling the area too bad, airplanes won't be able to fly. I've been very amazed at the amount of flying they've done over this fire so far with such crappy smoke and terrain. You can see the aircraft still circling the area right now. We've got this BAE 146-200A. Is there anybody know if there's a nickname for that plane? Because I can't say that. I'm never going to remember that. So that guy's in the house. The Hercules has been in the house. The MD-87's been in the house. Here, yeah, there it is. We've seen the DC-10s in the house. And on Friday, we saw a bunch of tiny marsh planes in the house as well, along with a handful of helicopters. There's Tinker 914, one of the DC-10s. Tinker 911 is one of the DC-10s. I think we saw Tinker 910 as well. Yep, there's a Sikorsky. There's another Hercules. So looking north, though, I just don't see the other fires getting any love. They're trying to slam down on the monument right now, and I don't know if there's anything. That was the monument we were looking at. Now looking at the McFarland, we just see this scout plane, the Aero Commander. We see a Sikorsky and another. We see two Sikorskys on it. So that may be why they switched fires, if they have switched fires, is that smoke looks abysmal. It looks like it's messing up the area. I don't know if I'd want to fly into that either. They have some high peaks, and since the fire is mostly burning in these bowls, these valley bowl terrain situations, they've had to do diving and then climbing to do the retardant and the water splashes. That is extremely dangerous. That's like terrain pull up while they're doing their drops. And it's not the kind of sound that you want to hear, you know, when you're in an aircraft. We don't have a camera, unfortunately, on the monuments. We won't be able to see what those airplanes are doing. Now, going back to the chat, Nick Giles says, do you have anything on the helicopter flying in Myrtle Creek? You know what? Let's take a look. We can go to Myrtle Creek. It's a nice little area. And Forest Service Shade Relief. Yeah, we don't have Forest Service map there. TF Outdoors. Will you please load a map? Thank you. Okay. Usually TF Outdoors shows the entire west. There we go. Okay, so that's I-5 goes through there. Blink and you miss it. Cute little area though. So that is I-5, I believe. We've got spots. We've got heat detections. So by Canyonville. And this might be where you're seeing the aircraft. So let's go to Myrtle Creek or Canyonville. See what's going on. It doesn't even have Canyonville. They should write a protest letter. How dare you not have our town? Or is it like a interruption of internet service? Usually they would suggest what? Okay. Yeah, you guys should definitely be insulted that that's not searchable on this. Holy mackerel. Okay, so let's go up to how would we find that? I'm leaning close to my monitor. Let's go up I-5, Eureka. Let's go into Eagle Point, Wolf Creek, Canyonville. There we go. So by Canyonville is our hotspot. I don't see a helicopter right there. Do you have its call sign? Maximus says once a fire reaches 50% containment levels, it's in mop-up mode. Beckworth fires in mop-up mode. Absolutely not. I mean, no. No. We can't tell that to the general public because the disaster of last year, the Bear fire that became the North Complex, that had a high containment level. That was around 68 to 70%. And so the people were going to evacuate Brush Creek and Berry Creek, and we had a high fatality, mass fatality event here. Because people got complacent. They saw those containment numbers. They were on evacuation warning. A bunch of people packed up their cars and said, hey, it's way up there in the mountains and far away from us. And wow, they just updated containment. It's like 68% contained. So a lot of people decided to sleep on the fire overnight, remain in their homes. They woke up in the middle of the night with their roofs and cars on fire and had no escape and died. We had 25 missing people. The fire ran down from the Bucks Lake area, which is right now where the Dixie fire is. And it ran, it made a historically fast run to the valley. It caught people unawares and erased 2 communities off the map. And then that's why we can't be complacent. Containment is not control. Containment is the first step. Control is the second step. Control means that the fire can't jump a line. Containment means it's probably not going to jump a line. But that was one of the fatal mistakes where the public misread and misinterpreted what was told. This is the Bear fire, this one right here. So let me draw you with a pen. It was up here by Bucks Lake. Here's this little thing that started with lightning. So the people down here is where Brush and Berry Creek is. That's more than a 2-hour drive down this road. So they saw 68% containment on that lightning fire last year. It was started by lightning in August, and they went to sleep on it. And you had people getting in their cars and getting trapped and dying in cars and running outside of their burning homes and dying. And we watched in horror as those little cameras showed the. God, I could show you the footage. It's on YouTube. It's called the historic run of the Bear fire. In fact, I think I should because that's great public education right now. We'll go back to monitoring the fires in a second, but I want to show you the shocking footage where the models couldn't predict this either. The rapid run downhill with the downhill winds that occurred during that night. One thing I keep teaching people about is you can understand what the wind does. Hot air in the valley rises, so during the day, heat rises, goes up the altitude, so the winds go that way into the mountains. So hot air rises, the wind goes up. The night comes in. The night cools off, the wind goes down. So at night, the winds go down that way. So they jumped the line that night. It jumped the line, and the winds picked up to a fierce speed, and with an incredible amount of speed, it made a rundown for the valley that night. So the poor general public not understanding the situation. Mostly they did not evacuate. And it was too late to go door to door. The fire crews were running for their lives. They were yelling on their radios. The sheriffs and stuff and the fire crews, the volunteer stations down here at Brush and Berry Creek tried to do something, and they couldn't reach everybody. It was just the middle of the night, and the fire just came down upon them. And so I'm going to show you the historic run, the North Complex historic run. This video is relatively short. I kept showing it last year. It's called the historic run of the Bear Fire / Lexington Hill camera. The Lexington Hill camera, part 1, historic run of the Claremont Bear North Complex fire. So here's those cameras, the ones that we keep looking at today. and you can see the wind jostling the trees and just how bad this got. This is looking towards the northwest, and so the fire is basically racing south, towards west, slightly south, making its run down there. And the way that this developed and ran fast is just boggles the mind. This is even sped up to a rate of speed, but not by that much. So it develops into a volcanic monster in no time, and just nobody had any dang warning. At Brush and Berry Creek, the monster just gets larger and larger by the hour. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon by this point, and the camera starts when it was 11. So by 3 in the afternoon, it's running past the camera down the mountain, and it's all of a sudden this volcanic monster. What is 1600? The camera has to pivot. It now has to change directions. It's now looking down towards the valley a little bit downhill, and that's Brush Creek and Berry Creek being consumed in the distance. Those poor communities are down here, and you can now see it as it pivots, that this fire ran down from Bucks Lake all the way down to Berry Creek, heading towards Oroville. And this is the same afternoon from 11. This is wearing on towards 1700 hours. So it just was an insane monster. The other cams are incredible too. And not only was it running down, racing, that's the head of the fire racing towards those poor communities. People are running for their lives. Fire crews are running for their lives. Animals are in herds, and heads of cattle are running for their lives. Hundreds of cattle are on fire, running off cliffs right now. Totally devastating the local ranchers and their communities. When they were found, they had to do this euthanization, just the most horrible things imaginable. Sheep are running up against fences and are burning alive. This was one hell of an intense situation. And nobody expected this. No model could have predicted this. And it starts to overwhelm the cameras and head right for the cameras. This is just the Lexington Hill camera. And so this is what happened by 8 p.m. in the evening. And you can see how it switches over to infrared by 9. This was one hell of a crazy fire event. And so you have it from different... this is part 2. This is the sides of the fire. As it began to create its own weather, it created new winds on the side of it. So it wasn't just that the fire was spreading down towards, if you think of a charging bull, think of it more like Cerberus, a bull with 3 heads, like a 3-headed dog. It was charging on the flanks too. So it's heading towards this camera, it's heading towards other cameras. And the wind picking up, you could see this incredible volcanic monster. So this was a mega fire of incredible proportions, and this was almost 70% contained. And then it became that. So we can never get complacent. Even the Beckworth right now at 98% containment. Look what look what kind of weather we're going to have in 2 days. It's not 100. We don't have any real safety until we have 100%. So Meaner Cat says, thank you for all the people in the chat for the great information and comments. Yes, I love the fact that chat is alive today. If you are just tuning in, please like and subscribe so I can help spread fire education to others. Nick Giles says, I got to go to my scanner. You have sirens. You're at Myrtle Creek. Is that where you're at, Nick? Mike says, pull up. So pull up, I would crap myself. Yeah. They have to drop water and retardant like 200 feet up off the ground or at the tops of trees. Occasionally, they scrape the belly on treetops. We have seen some hair raising. Information. So this is the Bear Fire still. This was last year. This was Butte County, Plumas County. The Dixie Fire is burning right up against where the Bear Fire was in the Paradise's campfire. So most of the portions of Butte County have been devastated by fire. But that monster erupted after there was 68% containment. So if you look at the Dixie Fire today, we don't even have like 38% containment. Do not get complacent. This is what can happen. Do not get complacent. If you are under evacuation watch, look at this. Look long and hard at this. This could be your view out the window. This could happen because of a new round of storms with a bunch of new lightning strikes. This is a different time of the year. The Santa Ana wind season and the winter season is worse than the winds during summer. But look, this is a taste of what can happen. So every night the winds change direction in the mountains and they blow back down towards the valley. And this has happened before. This can happen again. Nobody knew that the fires could even run this fast. And we found out the hard way last year. And people are dead. So, two communities erased off the map, ones I was very familiar with, and this is why I do my fire stream. We were watching this situation live on the cameras, and when it jumped the lines and got out of control, I mean, we were crying just like the rest of everybody else. Like, we heard about the missing people. This is why we can't have power line fires. Like, PG&E needs to cut this crap out, because this was a lightning strike fire, but so many other PG&E fires were already going on at the time, and just like now, the Dixie fire, a PG&E fire, as far as we know. They all but took responsibility for it. This is where all the resources go to fighting those, and these lightning strike fires, they need to be put out. They need to be contained. The ones of August. This was last August, when things like this happened. The lightning hit up in the mountains. You have a limited window of time to get it contained before the incredible wind events. And I believe this was Labor Day. By Labor Day, that the incredible once every 75 years wind event, well, that struck last Labor Day. And this is what the result was. So yeah, this was 9/09/2020. This was Labor Day. And we're in the same situation. August last year in California, 8,000 lightning strike fires occurred at the same time with the same storm. A lot of them rained themselves out, but they had to respond to all those at a time when they were down 75% manpower because of COVID. Because they couldn't have the training sessions and recruit volunteers like they normally could. And the international teams couldn't come like they normally could because of COVID and quarantine and yada yada. Some of the fire crews got sick with COVID too and just were pulled off the line. And so, I mean, just look at this incredible thing that happened just last year. This was the same month. The August complex is why is the very name they gave to the August complex fire, which occurred on the deja vu other side. It occurred on the other side of the valley. So we had, here's the history of last year. We had the Bear Fire here. This is its scar. This was the campfire for 2018, late 2018. So this was the Bear Fire. This is it making its historic run on the video. The August complex fire was this, and they called it the complex fire because just like last year, we had two bands of thunderstorms, one going that way, one going that way in August, and they lit together 8,000 fires across the California landscape. Deja vu. What do we have this week? We had thunderstorms do the same thing, lighting fires across the landscape. And so right now we're monitoring the ones that went up into Oregon and Klamath. We have the McFarland fire right here. That's the McFarland. This is our Monument fire. And this is our Dixie fire, the same area. So we have 6,000 personnel in the Dixie fire caused by Pacific Gas and Electric, presumably. They all but took responsibility for it. When all of those 6,000 people could be putting out these lightning strike fires. So last year it was the same thing, the Zog fire, we get that started by the power company. And so with all the crews on the Zog fire, they can't respond down to Napa Valley when they have a fire break out the same day, same exact day. So these tiny little dots on the landscape were originally just small, tiny things. And the wind wasn't that bad. The weather wasn't that bad when they first started like this. They're up by Susanville. They were all over the place like this. And so California was in a race against time, like all wildfires are. You have to put them out before the next big wind event. because that's when these things are going to become monsters. Tamarack fire, what just happened? History repeated. Here's the Dixie fire going on because of Pacific Gas and Electric, presumably. This lightning strike fire down where the Tamarack fire was goes unstaffed for much of its portions because there's 6,000 people on the Dixie. If the Dixie didn't happen because the power company had their stuff together and actually cut the line when they detected the surge, they decided not to, they said. If they had actually informed CAL FIRE the moment they had a surge, which they delayed 5 critical hours, the Dixie fire may not exist right now. It might have been in page 65 news of the paper, and we would have 6,000 people to go down to the Tamarack and save the communities down there. It wouldn't have gone into Nevada, and then we'd have 6,000 people to respond to these lightning fires right now. But history is repeating. We have to do something about these extra fires that the power companies keep doing because we can't afford this. This whole thing would not have occurred. This is where all the lightning strike fires merged. That would not have occurred if they had the resources and manpower to have just put these out. We saw a bunch of my viewers over here by Cave Junction, southwest portion of Oregon. They looked out their windows and they saw fire in the landscape because of the lightning, and those went unstaffed for weeks. There was nobody to put them on these fires. And then they started getting bigger and bigger and bigger and threatening Cave Junction. The Devil Fire, the Slater Fire. Night after night, I was monitoring these with my people in chat, and they said unstaffed, detected but unstaffed. And what are we seeing today? Detected but unstaffed. All those that I just read a little bit ago. Started by lightning, detected but unstaffed. So what we have to do is crack down on the power companies. We have to make it illegal for them to do stuff like ignore power surges in their lines and just think, oh, maybe it's not that bad. If legally they have to turn off the powers when these wind events are happening, when there's red flag warnings, when they detect surges in their lines, they should not be able to put the power back on in their lines until they verified the fire didn't occur. Oh, but surges happen all the time. Okay, but when it's red flag warning, it's very important to investigate and err on the side of caution. Maybe we should put some cameras on the lines. Why don't we have cameras like we do on the landscape? Why don't they flip in their control room to a camera and say, oh, there's smoke there. Oh, let's de-energize the line. We could, with legislation, make this stuff happen. So history will repeat until something stops it. And thankfully, legislation can stop that. Right now, it's up to them. They lose money if they cut the power to a community, and so they can't bill people that day. And so they maybe it'll be all right. And they're making the decision from a money standpoint, not from a protecting the community standpoint. We need to make it so they legally have an obligation. We saw with the Beachy Creek fire up here where I had to evacuate my own mother. And went out in there and had hot ash raining down on my head. The horrific Beachy Creek fire. This thing that erased so many towns, Detroit Lake, killed people. This thing up here, they had just a small lightning strike fire. Didn't get it out. And then when the wind event came weeks later, here's the same wind event affected California, same time as the Bear Fire making its historic run, which we just saw in that scary video. It made this Beachy Creek fire made a crazy run for Salem and almost reached Salem. And it erased the towns of Detroit Lake, Mill City, Gates, Lyons, Sublimity and Staten almost got erased. It erased Jawbone Flats and a couple other smaller communities dotting around here, Idaville, etc. Well, the people thought that the lightning strike fire up here was all they had to worry about. Gates was the headquarters, this community down here, for monitoring all the fires in the Cascades. They were there at their brand new shiny headquarters right next to the river. Endless supply of water for them to defend their own town, their tiny town, and defend their own headquarters, right? If the worst came to worst, they could defend their town, the fire could go past it, right? Wrong. They had power line after power line falling here, all the way down. Even though it was red flag conditions and wind speed reached 80 miles an hour, in this corridor, the power company, that local one, did not cut the power, and so they had a power line fall on their own fence around their headquarters, and they had to abandon their own fire station. I believe it burned to the ground. So did most of the town of Gates, and they fled west, but in front of them were power lines down, lighting fires. And so the people trying to evacuate from the actual fire, the one up here in the mountains, remember the lightning strike fire? They start going on their only way out. Their only way out, excuse me, let me zoom in here. Their only way out was that single road. It never connected to the west, so they didn't have a way out. They could only go to the east. There is no road going that way up here. Their only way out was to go this way, towards Salem. Down here is where the power lines were dropping with this way. And so the power lines on the highway, well, fire races uphill. And so the power line fires blocked the exit and doomed some people to die. One person up here who was at Jawbone Flats and a couple who are at the smaller communities here. These power line fires lit fires ahead of the main one and doomed these people to die. This is why that thing became a monster so dang fast. We are going to watch history repeat until laws dictate that power companies can't decide to be optimistic, detrimentally optimistic, fatally optimistic about what the heck's happening. If they had been savvy enough to turn on the camera system like you and I right now, we're monitoring fires from our living rooms, from our cell phones, they could have seen the fire being burned up and the crazy 70-mile-an-hour winds that from the camera that was over by Jawbone Flats. They had some weather station cameras. That thing was overwhelmed by fire, and the camera did not survive. It was incredible. I should get that footage, too. I'm going to look back at chat, though. So this is currently the Bay Area, if you're just tuning in. And the Bradford Island is on fire in the Bay Area. That's going to smoke you guys out. Hopefully, they can save the community. Right now, we know that the peat is burning, which is horrifically smoky and bad as far as emissions go. We continue to monitor that. This is the live view of the Trinity County, excuse me. God, that's ugly. That is a McFarland fire. We see a wind change. The smoke is going towards the north. And I can understand why aircraft are no longer on it. We don't have eyes on the fire north of there, the one that's deeper in the wilderness. We don't have eyes on the monument, but we know the aircraft is slamming it right now. Prayers sent for the communities over there. This is the spot of good news by Redding. The hiding fire looks like it's almost a non-factor anymore. So we see very little smoke. Hopefully they're getting that contained. This is the view from the Dixie fire currently. This is Round Valley Reservoir looking over Highway 70 and Crescent Mills. It's got a lot of activity, but we have 2 days. Firefighters have 2 days before the wind kicks up on Wednesday for all of Northern California. We're calling it Anything Goes Wednesday because we had no idea what that wind's going to do. The humidity's going to drop, and the fire conditions are going to go back to savage. I expect some big flare-ups. They're racing against time to pull in and tie up together the containment lines, and they are racing against time at the border of Oregon and California to get these lightning strike fires contained or out before Wednesday. And right now, some of them are even unstaffed at the moment because, A, there's 6,000 people on the Dixie fire, the fire that doesn't need to be here right now, that are not available to defend these other areas and these other communities. That's history repeating. So looking back at chat again, Max Smith says the little fire was Canyon 1. They failed to put it out. All the hot spots, and 2 days later there was a Canyon fire number 2. 7,500 acres and 24 homes burned. That was not a second new start. Negligence equals yes. I'm not sure which. Are you referring to a historical fire, Max? I'm sorry. I got to go way back up to chat. Mick C, hey, welcome back. McFarland Fire and Broadcastify. Ooh, we could listen now. Okay, cool. That'll be good. Let's see here. Mike Smith says the public should have a clear defensive space and everyone should have a 1,000-gallon tank and a water pump with a fire hose. It's only around $1,500, and that's cheaper than fire insurance for a year. You're very right. There should be community water tank stations so that the water tenders don't have to drive a million miles. We should be gridding the landscape and basically according to terrain, and then putting up water stations and educating people. I think that citizens as first responders should be something that we entertain. As long as we train them well and equip them, they could do some firefighting pre-arrival in certain conditions. But they have to be trained. They have to know what the heck they're doing. They have to have a gear. And that sort of thing. Shortening the drive time for water tenders could really make the difference. There are very small things that we could do that would make a huge, huge difference. 1 penny of prevention is worth about $1 million of cures now that we have billion-dollar disasters. So Mike Smith says now everything's going on outside. Yeah. Okay, looking back at the chat, this is live question and answer time. Please like and subscribe if you want my channel to reach other people. If you want to know when I go live, the ringing bell icon will notify you whenever I do. Let's see, Max says, Max has got stories here. Yeah. Max says, yeah, the point is the fire can be out, but if you don't do a thorough job and mop up, you're going to answer for it eventually. God, yeah. They have to, literally, the way, the low technology, 1930s way of mopping up right now is, I can't believe what I'm seeing, is they take off their gloves, they put their hands in the hot ash and feel for heat around stumps to see if the roots of trees are still on fire underground. Holy crap, why don't we give our guys FLIR? You know, those are $200 in their little cell phone clip-ons. You could put it on your cell phone and just look at the landscape and quickly move through it to do your mop-up. You know, like, why are we asking them to put their bare hand in hot ash? What if you find a hot spot? You've melted your hand. I could tell you a horrifying story of my sister. We had a fire up by Plumas County, up in Plumas County. We had a cabin, and my sister was like 3, and I was playing nearby, and we had a fire the night before, and she was a little kid and didn't know what she was doing. She saw my mother and my mother's friend. And let's go back and look at live images. This is horrifying. This is the McFarland fire. She should have walked behind my mother and her friend. They had their feet up on the rocks of the campfire. The campfire was long out. You know, it had been 9+ hours, maybe 10 since we had the fire. Roasted marshmallows and weenies. And my sister picked up a chair and my radio, my poor Fisher-Price radio, which would have been a collectible today, and she decided to step over their legs instead of walking behind them. And she was a 3-year-old, and just as she began it, they reached out to grab her, but didn't catch her, and she fell into the fire. And she fell like with her butt in the fire and her hands behind her. Then she began to cry, but she didn't get up. So we had no idea what was going on. But then I realized with horror, and the back of my neck hairs stood up. My radio in her right hand was melting in the hot ashes of the fire. Her left hand was deep in the ashes of the fire. So I race over to pick her up, but my mother got to her first. It picks her up in her left hand. All the skin just came right off like a glove. And that goes to show that a fire in the ashes can look totally cold, but they're not. And so I am so disturbed when I see pictures of mop-up where the wildland firefighters are not given a simple $200 FLIR attachment for their cell phone. FLIR is seeing thermal imaging like a snake does. They have to stick their hand in the ashes. Oh. That just gives me the heebie-jeebies. I'll never forget the screams of my sister. She made a full recovery. That's the nice thing I have to say about the situation. She doesn't even have scars, no nerve damage. My poor little radio protected her right hand, and she was right-handed. She had a long recovery, though, and it was pretty difficult. We had a long drive. That was one of the longest drives ever around Lake Almanor to the clinic that was open. There's not much medical care up there, and they fixed her up right, though, and got her pain under control. But man, there needs to we should be utilizing technology to fight these fires. That's if we do put more money into it, we're going to have different outcomes. So I don't like what we're seeing. Mid-afternoon looks like night over here. The smoke is drifting north, meaning the fire probably is moving north on the McFarland, and that's unfortunate because most of their retardant drops are probably to the west, where they thought that the fire was moving west. Hopefully it won't jump the line and affect the community of Wildwood, but it just started, the smoke started drifting that way. So I am afraid for Wildwood at this very moment. Now we can listen to pilot chatter, it sounds like. Did I already see this update? Oh, okay, let me look, Josh, at the next update. Open questions and answer time about wildfire. I do want to show you guys the image of the camera burning up at the Beachy Creek fire, because that one is jaw-dropping. So the Beachy Creek fire camera burned up. That's probably good enough. Yeah, the ODOT camera, they did not cut the power, even though this was happening. The power company, if they could only see what's happening near their lines, I think if they had seen this chaos, they would have been, holy crap. You know, this camera is about to die. This is the last moments of this camera at the ODOT traffic cam, Oregon Department of Transportation. The wind speed reached upwards of 85 miles an hour in certain gusts, and the Beachy Creek created its own weather. The poor little camera is spinning around going, holy crap. But the fire will just completely overwhelm it in moments, and you'll see it melt down. So looking back over, thank you so much for the link, Josh. Salmon and River Orleans Complexities. Oh, wow, there's a new Facebook group. I'm going to join it. As of 51 minutes ago, the Salmon Complex Community Liaison Fire Update. There's been a lot of fire activity since my last update. These three fires are really putting out heat and growth in the Salmon River are the Cronin Fire, the Summer Fire, and the Haypress Fire. Mind you guys, we're looking at old footage as I'm reading this. This is not current. This is last year's Beachy Creek fire. But I am trying to drive home a point that power companies need to turn off the power when this is happening. Because they didn't, and that doomed people to die. And it doomed a lot of communities. So last estimate, this is up in Trinity County, Klamath National Forest. Last estimate at around 150 acres yesterday. It looks like it has grown a bit since then. This is the Cronin Fire. The head of the fire as of yesterday was at the Upper Garden Gulch trailhead. The fire seemed to be moving mostly northeast into Upper Garden Gulch drainage. And here we see that the camera melted. So there's no more fire to see. That was the last moments of the ODOT traffic cam of the Beachy Creek fire. Now back to what I'm reading about. This is... There we go. This is the general region. That's the McFarland fire, but we're trying to find information about the lightning strike fires north of here in Shasta/Trinity County and / Klamath National Forest. Excuse me. The fire seems to be mostly moving northeast into Upper Garden Gulch drainage. This is the Cronin fire. It appears that it will continue to move in this direction. It is burning in the 2013 Salmon Complex fire footprint. Crew 4, Engine 345, and a falling module make up the North Fork Division and are keeping an eye on this fire and assessing if there's a need for structured protection. In the South Fork fires, there's a shadow fire. A fire popped up in the Shadow Creek that was high priority due to resources at risk. Crews worked this yesterday and through the night. They got it lined and a hose lay in and feel pretty good about it going into the day. Oh, that's good. Meanwhile, I have to remind everybody there's a 2-day window of opportunity before the big winds come on Wednesday. They're racing against time. The hay press. Estimated at around 400 acres as of yesterday evening, this fire has grown considerably and is continuing to grow at a pretty fast pace. As far as I know, we don't have eyes on the hay press fire. It is backing more towards the northwest into Henry's Gulch in the Taylor Creek drainage, but also moving in Upper Garden Gulch. In Upper Garden Gulch on the South Fork, the fire is moving in heavy timber, and fire personnel are hoping to be able to knock it back a bit and slow its progress if they can get air resources to dump water on the edge where it is moving towards Rush Creek. The fire is about 1.5 miles from Taylor Creek properties at around 4 a.m. this morning. This just in. Hay press fire seems to be spotting out ahead a half a mile or so and is much closer to properties in Taylor Creek than thought. So when she said this just in, that was an update as of 54 minutes ago. So let's look at it. Let's look at it on satellite. So we can go to Taylor Creek, California. Maybe they'll hone us in on here. Nope, that's wrong. Wherever that is, that's wrong. That's by Tahoe. Okay, so where can we go to? Is the hay press fire even named on here? Let's look where it is. Because this fire mapper's map, it has a name. Where there's the monument. And zooming out. I thought that one might be the one that is mislabeled. There's the summer. And I will continue to read. There's the shadow one that they're feeling good about, but the hay press they're not. Okay. So we can go to Somerville and find that. Somerville. Okay. All right, so now we're here at the fires in question. And where's that map? So hay press, Somerville, just north of Somerville, where highway, that's not a highway, it's Cecilville Road, okay, where it meets Caribou Road, not to be confused with the Caribou of the Dixie Fire. Okay. So that's where it is on that ridge. Let's look back. That's it. That's the hay press fire here. It's up on a peak. I can understand why they don't have any real control over it. It's there's like one road that goes up here, and it's up at a peak. I wonder if we could have any cameras, if any cameras look at this. Let's just to be sure. That's the Dixie fire. There's not much to report there. Let's see if this goes over to that area. So there's Reading and we just don't have any cameras over here. Yeah, I don't see any. Do let me know in chat if we have a camera to look at. I just don't think there's any over there. Is that? Yeah, just like we don't have eyes on the monument. There's no cameras over there. It's a real pity. There's Shasta. See, this is where the cameras should be. There's this one way over here. I don't believe the weed camera. Yeah, see, it's beyond the mountains. Looking that way. Weed is maybe going to show us a smoke column or something at one point. This one is the same deal. It's maybe going to that could be some smoke going towards the north. We don't have cameras on the hay press, so I'm just going to leave the image here looking at this is the nearest fire. This is the McFarland fire looking south at it. We can kind of see the conditions of the region, and I don't even like what we're looking at. This is becoming smoky and hazy. If it continues to be this bad, I don't know if they'll be able to keep aircraft up on the monument, because this smoke column will start drifting over to the monument fire and interfere with their operations potentially. Yeah, it would have been nice if it went out to sea, if the wind kept blowing to the west, but it has changed. It's going to the north. At least as far as the upper atmosphere is concerned and where it's pushing the smoke. So I will continue. That is the current condition right now. It has changed so much in the last 3 hours. This is a little bit disappointing, too concerning. Looking back at chat, hang on a second. If you have any questions or concerns or want me to look at any specific fire, please do. Right now we're following the new developing lightning strike fires that are starting to roar to life north of the current one we're looking at, the monument. And this is in the Siskiyou, Trinity area. We're continuing to monitor the Bay Area Bradford Island fire, which we don't have any new information on right now. But looking back, and it's open question answer time, just put in chat what you want to know about. So the shadow fire was looking good. The hay press fire is spotting out ahead a half a mile or so. It's much closer to the properties in Taylor Creek than thought. So where is Taylor Creek? The hay press, excuse me, I'm a little scatterbrained, is right here. That's Cecilville. And that's Somerville. And let's see where's the wind activity. Wind. There's a button for wind. Okay, where'd you go? Wind plot. Alright, it's driving towards the north in general. So, I don't know where they're referencing the Taylor Creek area. If anybody has found it on the map, go ahead and link it in the chat, because I'm a little frustrated that I can't see what they're referring to. But that would be the Hayward right there that they are talking about. As long as this map is correct, because that's the shadow. Hay press. Yeah, the hay press. Excuse me, I keep saying the wrong word. And these are new spots here. Did they mislabel it? Yes, they did. They put the label in the wrong spot. Okay, that's why. That's why I was so confused. So taking the wind off. Taylor Creek change. Let's change maps. Yeah, that's one of the forks of the Salmon River. Coffee Creek. Caribou Mountains. Okay, Somerville. Sorry, I keep looking back. Hay Press Meadow. Henry's Gulch. South Fork of Taylor Creek. Let me orient myself to where is Somerville. Just northwest. Or sorry, northeast. So Somerville. Zoom back into Somerville. Northeast. Ah, that is it. Okay. So they said, let's look at Forest Service map. There we go. There's some proper, that's all I needed to do. The site of Moccasin Ranch sounds historic. There's a spring, and it is moving. It says it's spotting out half a mile ahead or so. Is much closer to the properties in Taylor Creek than thought. Well, I don't know which properties they're talking about in question. We could click the structures button. And I still don't see it. usually in the Forest Service map you get black dots where there are structures. So that's a situation to be concerned about for sure. We'll just trust the boots on the ground that there are structures in danger, because if it's spotting out ahead, a half mile ahead of itself, that's bad. We know the wind's generally going to the north. So bad all the way around. And continuing to read about this, the summer fire, this fire was reported at 50 acres yesterday, but it has clearly increased in size a lot since then. The new intel indicates it's moving quite fast downhill and spotting out ahead of itself 1/2 a mile. Both summer and hay-pressed fires seem to be blowing up at the moment and are being wind-driven downhill. This is a scary situation. Please stay attentive and consider getting your livestock to a safer location. With very few resources on the fire, the new fires popping up every day, no structure protection has been done at this point. See the hay-pressed fire photos for the same spot yesterday and today. Evacuation warnings. The warning is in place for Taylor Creek neighborhoods and the upper South Fork neighborhoods. There will be a mandatory evacuation for those areas coming out later today. There's also an evacuation warning in place for Forks of Salmon and Sawyer's Bar. The U.S. Forest Service was not aware that this was going into pace yesterday and were surprised as I was when the warning came out. Update. Mandatory evacuation was just released for the Taylor Creek and surrounding neighborhoods on the South Fork of the Salmon River. It becomes much more important that I find out where the heck this is then. So that's Somerville. When I type in Taylor Creek and Upper South Fork neighborhoods, does anybody in chat know where that exactly is? Taylor Creek may refer to the same area as the Taylor Creek fire last year. Okay, thank you so much, Unique Geek. Very, very glad to have you. How close to Loyalton is the Dixie fire? I'll get right on that in a second. Mike Smith says probably around 40 miles. Oh, Loyalton? Yeah. I don't even think that Loyalton as a word has been mentioned in regards to the Dixie Creek fire. I don't think that's nearby. But Mike Smith, I think he has your idea. What is the Lockout fire west of Paradise? Okay, we'll go look at that. But I do want to know where are the communities evacuating from? Do they mean Somerville? Because that word isn't being mentioned. In fact, I'm going to go back to see if they have a map. That was the latest update, and here you guys can see what I'm looking at. This is the summer fire. So me squinting here, let's try to blow it up. Okay, China Springs Ranger District, Hunters Camp, just south of Somerville. Okay, and that's the South Fork of the Salmon. Okay, so I'm going to say that that's Somerville under mandatory evacuation. They're not using that word, but they just said that neighborhood, and that runs through Somerville. So I'm going to go ahead and say that. And that's easier for us to remember. Here's the hay press fire. Let's zoom in on their information. I just can't see anything that has to do with the word. Go to their last, the Cronan fire. Titmouse Gulch, north. This is a fork of the Salmon. There's a lot of mines in that area, probably gold. So they're probably active, at least some of them. And that's on the Hickney mine, for example. Red Hill mine. Don't know if they're historic or active. Looking back at chat from Etna Summit this morning, there's a Facebook photo. Okay. We do have other photos to look at the developing situation. Hay press fire from the same spot in Taylor Creek today. Here it was from yesterday, so that did blow up. Yeah, that's starting to look like, you know, the horrible situation down here at the McFarland fire. So that's the McFarland fire. The aircraft are not on it, seemingly at the moment. I don't blame them. Look at that. This is just, look, this is a 3-hour time lapse. Look how different the situation was 3 hours ago. Noon the next day. That's the that is the lesson that we learned about if a lightning strike fire happens or any new start happens, you really have the best chance of containing it early by noon the next day. That's when things change. The wind changes. It's hotter. It's drier, of course, as you lose the overnight humidity. Wind patterns change, and mostly humidity goes down and heat rises, increases because of the sun. So look at the difference between 3 hours. That's 3 hours ago, guys. I'm glad I didn't take a lunch. I was going to be like, okay, so that's your update for the day, guys. I gotta go. And I'm glad I haven't, because everything is just changing right now. So it looks like the situation is very dire, and the fires are blowing up. It is now 1 p.m. the next day, and we don't have enough of these fires under control. They did some of them, but there are 14 fires in question. These are the ones that are of most concern at the moment. The McFarland, the Monument, the Bradford, of course, down in the Bay Area, but that's a separate entity. But the rest of the lightning fires in this area, where did that go? Where we had the images? So, excuse me. Going back, we had that nice map up. That's Scotch Broom from Storytime. Yeah, the Klamath National Forest had a nice map. These are the fires in question. And I need to put this over towards my handy maps to the left side of the screen. The green ones are out. The two of those that are green are out. I don't know how well you can see this. The two of them are contained, so 4 of them out of this mess was contained, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 others are not. And so the hay press and the summer, which are right here, are the ones in question, which the situation has just changed as far as 1 hour ago, and the weather has just soured, where it looks like the wind direction is blowing towards the north. So the community of Somerville is flanked on 2 sides right now. That is a critical situation, and they just issued evacuation mandatory orders as of at least about an hour ago. So that's a critical situation developing in the Six Rivers area in Deja Vu, Klamath National Forest. So we will continue to monitor that, and I want to look back at chat because we have a new link from Etna Summit. We have a photo. Yep, thank you so much again, Josh, for bringing this to my attention. Yeah, this is somebody's photograph from Etna Summit this morning. The situation is getting worse by the hour. Once again, this is the same region, just further south. We had clarity. We had the opportunity for air attack earlier. We had aircraft in the sky starting at 10 in the morning. Well, look how everything just soured. This is just the last 3 hours. And the situation's rapidly changing. People around Somerville and the South Fork of the oh gosh. Let me go back to it and just read it out. Let's read the evacuation warnings. Excuse me. Where did I put it? Going back. I just lost it, guys. I'm sorry. This whole area, the Salmon River, South Fork of the Salmon River, is up for mandatory evacuation now. So, sorry, I'm very, very tired. I started monitoring the fires at 3 in the morning. Starting to get very fatigued, and I've skipped lunch. So I'm going to take that down. That's Dixie Fire information. This is the poor community affected by the Monument Fire. I'm going to take that down. This is... I was just reading it at Facebook. Okay. No, that's Caltrans. Not that one. Facebook. Aha, that's because I had clicked on the picture. So the evacuation is a very scary situation for both the summer and hay press fires. They're blowing up the mountain and are being wind driven downhill. Scary situation. Please stay attentive and consider getting your livestock to safer locations. With very few resources on the fire and new ones popping up, No structure protection has been done at this point. See the hay press fire photos for the same spot yesterday and today. The update was mandatory evacuation just released about an hour ago for the Taylor Creek and surrounding neighborhoods of the South Fork of the Salmon River. So there's a Type 2 team coming in to take over the fire tomorrow. They are shadowing fire personnel tomorrow. Hopefully this will allow for more resources. There was word on a fire camp being set up at Petersburg Fire Station in the upper South Fork, but the location might change depending on the fire activity and the number of resources. A main camp is being set up in Etna, and this is the view from Etna. It's looking bad. So road closures. There's a road closure on Yellow Jacket / Garden Gulch Road and the Cherry Creek Road on North Fork. There's also a road closure on 37 N07 Road to China Gulch Trailhead. All the maps are from heat detections around 4 in the morning. Remember that satellite heat detections are approximate, that the red-orange circles are not fire polygons, but the margin of error. Yes, as I've been training people. So that's what it looked like earlier. Let's see what it looks like now. We don't know how often the satellite flies over. We're going to look at all of them and try to make as much as we can from this information. So Somerville, which is sandwiched in between the fires, which is a special place in hell right now. It looks like a very small community, if it really kind of still exists. We'll be able to check out with a different map. Let's look at the imagery. Yep, there are still people living in the area. It's sandwiched by the fire, and that's been evacuated as of an hour ago. The orders have come down. So here is the fire, and looking at the latest, that's Modus and Veers. That's not updated very often. Yeah. Oh yeah, do we have a lot more spread? So, okay. This is 1 minute ago. This is the update of 1 minute ago. Now, mind you, this is a lot less accurate than the previous satellite that we were looking at. This means, and I'm going to draw with the pencil, that there has been a heat detection within the last 15 minutes everywhere that there's a square in red. But not within the entire square. Somewhere within the square. The square is the margin of error. It just means that somewhere within every single one of these sections has been a new detection of heat within the last 15 minutes. Now, if we look at the fire code, and we have no idea where, so like this one, we look at the code, yellow is less than an hour ago. It just means that somewhere in this huge swath of area is a heat detection. Probably larger than half an acre to an acre in size. So it's got to be significant. But because this satellite goes around faster and such, it doesn't have the accuracy of the others. But it's a whole different story than just earlier at 4 in the morning when they made those, GOES satellite things. If you look at the Modus and Veers. Modus and Veers means in less than 12 hours ago, this was the heat detection in red. But this is only updated like hourly at the most frequent. Sometimes many hours goes by before we get a satellite update with Modus and Veers. So you have to click on GOES. This is giving you a lot more of a bigger current story about what the heck's going on. So we do have rapid spread of these fires, and I can see why they are very concerned about that situation. Once again, there are mandatory evacuations that have just rolled out for the Somerville area, South Fork of the Salmon River in Trinity / Siskiyou counties, and Klamath National Forest. So that is a rapidly evolving situation. That was yesterday. The fire, that's today, less than an hour ago, and we can see that further south, we don't have the clear sunny blue skies we had 3 hours ago. This was 3 hours ago on the McFarland fire, which is just a bit south of here. And it doesn't look like they'll be able to do that much with aircraft as this smoke continues to blanket the area. There is a positive to smoke blanketing the area. It seems to suppress fire behavior a little bit. It kind of it's like the frying pan analogy. When you put the lid on frying bacon, it kind of simmers down and it kind of keeps it down, but you take the lid off, it roars back to life. So the smoke blanket acts like lid on the frying pan. They won't be able to hit it with aircraft if it's really dense like this, but it will simmer it down. But unfortunately, the aircraft is the best thing in this kind of terrain. There's really that many roads, as you could see when we're looking at these maps. And so dozer crews are like, hey, let's start a new road from scratch. Let's survey where to put a new road. That's not the kind of reactivity that you want with a fire situation. You want to work from existing roads, strengthen them, widen them, cut down sketchy vegetation, masticate it, grind it up, and get it on the ground, dead trees and such, before they become ember throwing torches up on the landscape. And if you look at the rugged wilderness and say, hey, let's build a new line, that's not what you want to do. If it moves fast and they have to retreat, and because making a line takes time, they have to try to calculate how fast the fire is moving, and then say, okay, well, feasibly we could make the line at this distance or that distance. But with the fact that the wind changed direction and it wasn't really forecast to, that's bad. Not having that predictability and not having the manpower over there is very bad. So at this moment, things are looking dire for this region. And I hate saying that. But we don't have a speck of good news at all coming from this region. So the Dixie fire, we do. We have really good news. They've made some really awesome progress. They have 2 more days until the Wednesday wind event comes. They're now thinking that they might have containment by the 12th of August, or mostly contained by the 12th of August. I mean, Mother Nature might laugh at that and say, hey, I got some storms for you. Or, you never know, a power line could go down and screw everything up, or a car could break down or have an accident and screw everything up and start a new fire. But as far as the, knock on wood, Dixie fire is right now, it's looking good. It's looking good at the bootleg right now, with 76% containment. The Forgotten Beckworth fire is looking good with 98% containment. But with all these new lightning strike fires, as the storm had moved in Thursday night and Friday, as it marched north, this is history repeating from last year. We might just see some really big fires breaking out in the northwestern part of the state and across the Oregon border. I hate to say it, but it's just really a repeat of what happened last year. August is a very terrible time for lightning strikes. And then the wind season starts in September and October. October is the start of the Santa Ana wind season. So hopefully they can keep these small before the really big wind events that come later in the year. But they're going to be contending with much more in the way of lightning strikes. I think we should look at the Tamarack fire to get a handle on what's been going on down there, because we can only talk about that situation for so long before we have to look at another and come back to it. I'm so happy to see 82% containment. With the limited resources they had, they did one hell of a job protecting many communities like Markleeville. The last word that, like Friday, this last time I was looking at this fire, they are talking about doing a great job protecting the Superfund cleanup site called the Leviathan Mine, which is amazing. If that had burned up, poison in the form of sulfuric acid, lead, and arsenic would have been dumping into Carson City's water supply. The Leviathan mine is an old sulfur mine, and it filled up with water, became sulfuric acid. It's melting the leaded and arsenic infused rocks. So they put a Superfund site on it, and they had a retaining pond, so to speak. And looks like they were able to save that, and they're doing a real good job down there. I'm going to read you the outlook. They want to keep the fire south of China Springs and west of Highway 395. They want to keep fire south of 88 and east of Blue Lake Road. They want to continue right-sizing organization. I have no idea what that means. On Branch 2, they'll keep the fire north of Highway 89, Monitor Pass, and Highway 4. And they'll continue to secure structures in all branches. Night operations, patrol and secure structures in all branches. That's great. Projected activity for the Tamarack is in the next 12 hours. They think it'll just creep around and smolder. Additional precipitation is anticipated on the fire today. Ooh, nice. In the next 24 hours on the Tamarack, creeping fire with smoldering and limited potential spread. So that's looking awesome for the Tamarack. They said today's weather concern was mostly cloudy with numerous thunderstorms in the area. Some rain fell on the fire along with gusty outflow winds. But they have a lot of black line around it right now. And so they won the race against time. Tonight's partly cloudy with a few lingering showers possible. Minimum temps 45 to 55 degrees at night. Max humidity 65 to 95% on the Tamarack fire. Wonderful. West winds may gust up to 25 miles an hour, but they'll calm down after midnight. So while it's windy, it's humid. So there's a mixed bag of blessing there. For sunny, for Monday, sunny, high temps of 82 to 95. Light upslope in the morning, southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour, gusts up to 30. That sucks, gusts up to 30, but in general, that's a very good outlook for Tamarack. It's getting moist at night, so hopefully they can lend a hand to these other fires because they need help. They need help really badly in northwestern California and southwestern Oregon. And the monster that just won't die, the bootleg, is hovering around 76-78% containment. But there is nothing good. There's no good news really happening in this neck of the woods, in the remote wilderness and small communities that are northwest of Trinity Lake and Shasta Lake, and west of where the lava fire was. Let's look at the lava fire. What's that one been doing? That one got forgotten as the Dixie and others upstaged it massively. Salt fire, lava. Yeah, it's a lava. 78% containment. 4 hours ago it was updated. And lava fires at 26,000 acres and some change up there by Shasta. And that was one of the ones, along with the salt fire, that threatened I-5. That was the one where my cousin was coming to visit me and got caught up in it. And I keep bugging her, what were you able to film out the window? And she's like, oh, I'll text that to you. And she has a memory problem. So I'll see if I can still remind her. Looking back at chat, guys, open questions and answer time. Please like and subscribe to the channel so I can educate more people about fire. We have a bad situation going. Not only is there an island on fire in the Bay Area, which is still smoking up good and fierce and polluting the general area, look at the crazy situation that happened in the last 3 hours in northwest California. So the wind direction changed from going northwest to almost due north. It's now so smoky I don't know if much aircraft can work the fire here. I don't see any on the McFarland, and north of there where there's a string of 17 lightning fires, they're blowing up out of proportion. They have mandatory evacuations of the South Fork of the Salmon River near Somerville, and they don't have enough crews to man and protect the structures. But crews are coming tomorrow, but what's going to be left by tomorrow? These fires are sandwiching the town of Somerville here. And they still need more people on the Monument and McFarland. And so many of these fires are just being monitored, but unmanned. So here's the poor community of Somerville, right here, sandwiched right in between these other nasty fires. So we continue to monitor that situation, and there's even other fires nearby. If you look at the latest satellite, look, this is looking ugly. This is detections of heat in red within the last 15 minutes. And the ones that are yellow are within the last hour. The ones in orange within the last 6. So even though lightning started these days ago, they just blew up today. And Serene Sapphire, looking back at chat, says Bend, Oregon skies are now dark with sonic booms, sounding thunderstorms. Wow. Presently 90 degrees with severe thunderstorm warnings for west central Crook and Deschutes counties. Yikes. Is that the general area you're at, Serene? Holy mackerel. That's pretty bad. I see chat isn't very active right now. I'm going to go scrolling up. Let's see. There was a fire in... Let's see. Yeah, Max Smith was giving us fire history info. He's a fount of knowledge. There was a fire in 2016 in Orange County, Anaheim Hills to be exact, and there was a put out of 500 to 1,000 acres. The OCFA did a rush job. Hot spots were still left behind. 48 hours later, it came back as a 7,000 acre fire. God, that's true. You can think that fires are contained or out or mostly contained. But if you have an extremely high wind event, you can see sometimes they occasionally roar back to life. That's why I keep telling people don't get complacent with high containment numbers. Like the Beckworth is at 98%. That is not 100. And contained does not mean extinguished. And contained does not mean control. After containment comes control, a declaration of control. And that is a different word than containment. And that is the second stage. That is when they declare that they are confident that no embers can flow over the lines no matter how windy it is. And that's one heck of a statement. That's we saw the LNU complex fire may have started the last fire, and they said that it was contained. But the embers, if you look at fire history here, in fact, I need to do more research. Are they even sure what the heck happened at the last fire? You know, that was what I covered mainly last year with the Napa Valley area, and that's when I went viral and had 18,000 views, where I had 200 before on my channel. That's when I went, what? I kept refreshing the page. What do you mean I have 18,000 views? But I got shared to the Bay Area Facebook groups, and all of a sudden, so that was intimidating, but I'm glad I was able to help. Here's the 2020 glass fire, but you can see that there's a whole lot of others here. But the LNU lightning complex fire, the one that devastated Vacaville and other areas, was just over the ridge. And they said, yeah, got containment. But that could have blown right over. And started at least one portion of the glass fire. The glass fire started in 2 places simultaneously on either side of a ridge. And so they were kind of wondering what the heck happened, one of which could have been an electrical start, which I haven't heard of anything since that they were investigating, and the other one was obviously drifting ember. But they weren't sure, did the ember come from where the electrical problem was, or did it come drifting over for the LNU lightning complex fire that devastated Vacaville. And I can't tell you guys, these fires, they affect major towns. They affect these aren't remote area forest fires. If you repeat the parroted BS of, well, people deserve, the rich people in California with urban sprawl, they deserve these wildfires to get their house burned down because they're encroaching on animal habitat and they're building houses where there's going to be fires. Hell no, that's not what's happening. Towns that have been around for 300 years are burning down, like the Spanish missionary towns. The Spanish missionaries, arrived in the 1700s. We're talking major towns like Santa Rosa and Paradise that was around the gold rush. Like, That is not normal for entire cities to be erased off a map, or for several of them to be erased off the map in the night. That's new. We haven't seen that crap since the 1800s. This can happen anywhere. Paradise Fire almost erased Chico, which is the capital of Butte County. It's way down here in the valley, and that's been there a long dang time. It is not something where it's like, oh, well, people just shouldn't build their homes in a fire zone. Have you seen this? Where is not a fire zone? We had fires near Orville just race right across the flatlands, across the rice fields, from town to town. That is absolutely not normal. This is not just the foothills. It's not just the mountains. Santa Rosa is a Bay Area town. It's a Bay Area city. Vacaville's a Bay Area town. Look at how devastated Vacaville. That's the major freeway, and they were even evacuating the Air Force Base next to it. These aren't normal. There's, nothing about this is normal. Okay, welcome, Archibald. Am I saying your name right? Archibald. God, please inform me how to say that. I don't want to butcher you. But welcome back. Last year was indeed rough. It was apocalyptic, and so was late 2018 with the Paradise Fire, and so was 2017 when Santa Rosa burned down the first time. Santa Rosa burned down the same night that my friend died, and with the Cascade Fire. And that's when I realized that power lines were the main threat. Because what happened in 2017 with those fires was at the exact same moment, Loma Rica, Bangor, power lines go down and kill people and erase those towns off the map. At the exact same moment at Santa Rosa, that entire town mostly goes up in smoke. We're talking about the suburban neighborhoods, the downtown, the Kmart burned to the ground. And from the Bay Area, across from San Francisco, came a lot of mutual aid help. And they thought that their maps were wrong because they were supposed to meet at the Kmart parking lot and go past a neighborhood to get there. The Kmart was gone, and so was the neighborhood. They saw a burning field, and after the smoke blew over, they realized that was the neighborhood. It burned to the ground. And that's because power lines all over many different neighborhoods all over the place were going down and lighting the buildings on fire. And then the crazy winds, the Santa Ana winds, remember this is winter, the coming out of the mountains. This is the seasonal winds that happened every single year. They come out of the mountains and they exit at the Bay Area. They bounce off these mountains. So they come in and they swirl around, and they only have one exit. That's by Mount Diablo, by the Bay Area. Excuse me. And that was a little thicker than I meant. And so they go up to 85, 90 miles an hour. And that blows out a fire. If there's open flame, like if you had a match and threw it on the ground, it would be out in an instant. It's like lighting a match in front of a fan. It's not normal historically for Santa Ana wind fires to really happen very often because the wind blows out open flame. But when you have power lines sizzling on vegetation, or power lines falling over on vehicles and homes, then you have molten metal from those power lines arcing and sparking, and they will sit there and fry a tree just like a person in the electric chair. And after about 20 minutes of that is going to be a red hot thing. You can fall on a chain link fence and get that chain link fence red hot for the entire length of the chain link fence. So you can have this fire race from neighborhood to neighborhood, from backyard to backyard, and then start fires. And that's mostly the power companies that have been responsible for this. For more than 100 fatalities, mostly Pacific Gas and Electric during the Cascade fires, the Santa Rosa fire. That was the same damn night. And my friend is burning alive, and many families are too, over here in Bangor and Loma Rica. And some of the families survived by crawling into culverts underneath their driveways. But there's no warning. There was no, there's a fire coming, there's an evacuation warning. People just went to bed. And the fire raced through, and there was no reverse 911 calls either because it chewed up all the phone lines. And so people woke up because they heard this little tapping sound like this on their windows. And that was the wind at 90 miles an hour throwing rocks and gravel from their driveways against their windows. And they opened their eyes and they had an orange glow coming into their homes. That's how they found out there was a fire. So my family friend, he runs outside with car keys, sees his car is already on fire in the driveway. And the other car, I believe, if he had one, or the motorcycles were in the garage. There's no way to open the garage door because fire will just come in the house. And last thing that he said was we're going to try to use the garden hose to put it out on the house. And we didn't make it. And neither did many of the dozens of people up here and the people at Santa Rosa. That happened all at the same time, and it was all power lines. So with the glass fire happening in 2020, we had more power line fires. Just as I'm here, ready to cover the Bay Area fires last year, the Zog fire shows up at the exact same time as stuff happening down here at Santa Rosa. History repeating itself. And the Zog fire was Pacific Gas and Electric again. And because so many people were on the Zog fire, a lot of the other fires just didn't get the manpower. And that's why the huge fire over here in the same neck of the woods became California's largest fire. Many of the lightning strikes weren't manned, and they all merged together into this huge monster that chewed up the landscape. So what do we have now? We have the Dixie fire. We have the Dixie fire taking 6,000 personnel, started basically by Pacific Gas and Electric, the power company again. Power lines. History repeating itself. We have 6,000 people working the Dixie fire and not enough people to staff the others, the small lightning wire ones. So you can, same thing with the Tamarack. The Tamarack was a small lightning fire, but so many personnel elsewhere. It's history repeating itself. So the good news is we could change this with legislation if the power companies are forced by law to turn off the power when there's a kind of wind speed and conditions and red flag and Santa Ana winds, etc. Then they have to put the button and push the button, and there's no the way it currently is. We have the option of turning it off, but I don't know. Let's be optimistic. Let's just keep the power on and hope for the best. We could still bill the customers for another day of power. As long as they're able to make that kind of decision based on money and not based on safety, we're going to have this repeat. So looking back, Serene Sapphire says Mount Diablo in Contra, Costa County is known as Devil Mountain. Yes, it is. And that is where the Santa Ana winds exit. When they come, they're high desert mountain winds that accelerate like a roller coaster. They do this very characteristic pattern. It's every single year. It's because of geography, not climate change, but every single year the jet stream changes and winds are forced from the desert from the months of October through January in general. They pick up, and it's just like a roller coaster. They go up over the top of the mountains, and then they find themselves at the top of mountains, and they go down at a high rate of speed. And wherever these canyons are, just like they accelerate in the canyons, the many, many, many river canyons, as you can see, are even faster. It's a wind tunnel. It's like sticking your thumb in the garden hose. They accelerate up to 75 miles an hour, 85, even 95, even more than that sometimes, like during the Paradise Fire. And it is not typical that they really start fires. Only ones that exist already that are pretty well established can really begin, because like I said, you light a match in a 90-mile-an-hour wind tunnel, it just blows out. But unfortunately, the power companies have not been maintaining the power lines. They're in a rickety state of dilapidated infrastructure. They have violated the law. We won't maintain them. We'll replace them as they fall down. So the one that fell down and started the Paradise Fire was 94 years old. That's very rickety. In my grandmother's time, this stuff didn't happen. These towns didn't get erased off the map. We didn't have these mega fires because, the power lines were new back then. But right now, they're in a state of dilapidation. So this is why we have to legally require them to turn off the damn power until they fix their stuff, or bury the lines is an even better option. Like, why do we have them above ground? That's so 1800s. We will have 1800s problems like 1800s fires as long as we have that kind of situation. But that's been like not a public safety concern, not a how much is it costing the United States concern. It's how much does it cost our power company concern. Meanwhile, we have billion-dollar disasters because of them, and erased cities and destroyed lives. And some of these cities are not coming back. They will never really be like they were. So that's the situation. The bright side is that there's nobody to blame but ourselves. We just were ignorant. We were asleep. Now that we've woken up to that situation, we can demand change. When we do, everything will change. These winds will happen no matter what the climate's doing. Our response to them has to be very robust, and we have to acknowledge that they will happen. It's geography based. These mountains are here. The desert is there. These have been going on for hundreds and hundreds of years, and they will continue that way because geography. So we must adapt and overcome, and then we will if we put our minds to it. So looking back, let's look back at the cameras and how bad the situation is. So this is the live view of the Bay Area. It looks like poor island of the Bradford Island is still aflame. Bay Area is going to be real smoky. Let's do a new time lapse, a new 3-hour time lapse of the horrifying situation over here at the McFarland fire. This is looking uglier by the minute. I was feeling pretty good this morning about this. I am no longer feeling good. We thought we had 2 days before the wind changed to get a handle on this situation. Looks like we had 2 hours. And now the wind has changed. And what a difference 3 hours makes, huh? This is the 3-hour time lapse. This is current. No longer do we have the clear blue skies for aircraft attack. This is changing rapidly. There have been new evacuations ordered for the South Fork of the Salmon River north of here because there are 17 small lightning fires that are now exploding. At least some of them are exploding. North of here, we don't have cameras on them, but this is just to the south. And we do have images. This is like an hour ago, taken from Mount Etna. The poor community of Somerville might be down in there, actually, if this is the correct canyon that I'm thinking of, and it's being evacuated. They don't have the personnel right now to even protect structures. Aircraft is the best hope for this sort of thing, and I don't even see aircraft over there. We can zoom in and see, but with that kind of visibility, I'm not holding out a whole lot of hope. Here we have a plane. That's a Rockwell, so that's one of the scout planes. So it's looking at the situation. Etna is up here. I don't see a plane anywhere near Etna. There's Sawyer's Bar. There's mandatory evacuations for Sawyer's Bar, I believe. We should find out what county that is, and then I should find out that information. We know that they were under evacuation watch, but I believe, yeah, Forks of Salmon, Sawyer's Bar was under watch, and it may have gone to mandatory. Let's go back to her post that she explained the evacuations pretty well. This page. The hay press fire and the summer fire are the big factors. This was yesterday. This is today. Very recent. It is blowing up. So let's see here. Looking at the situation, the hay press fire, this was the last update we had, was spotting out ahead of itself a mile or so. It's closer to the properties in Taylor Creek than we thought. Yeah. And so is the summer fire. These are the two sandwiching the town of Somerville. Both the summer and hay press fires seem to be blowing up at the moment and are being wind-driven downhill. It's a scary situation. Please stay attentive and consider getting your livestock to a safer location. With very few resources on the fire, the new fires popping up every day, no structured protection has been done at this point. Evacuation warnings became mandatory for Taylor Creek and the surrounding neighborhoods of the South Fork of the Salmon River. So there's road closure information as well. I'm putting this in chat because it's not in my description. So there you guys go. Josh says the McFarland fire got down into some areas that are aligned with the onshore-offshore daily winds. Wonderful. Yep. Looks like that happened. Let's see here. Does anybody in chat have a special concern and want me to look at a special fire? We've been pretty comprehensive. We have the wait and see game right now. The Dixie fire is looking the best of all right now. Knock on wood. Even though it's not, contained, they're thinking that they might have it contained by the 12th or so. The Beckworth is at 98% containment. The bootleg around 76%. But the Bay Area, there's the Bradley Island right there. Big hot spots detected. It's running around on the north side of the island. It's smoking up the valley in the Bay Area. Hopefully they can get that under control. At least it's in this endless supply of water. I do believe the fire boats started arriving last night. It broke out sometime after 1 in the morning. And the poor people, though, have seen enough of this fires. Not having a bridge, waiting for ferry boats may be the difference between it. May have been the difference between it being quickly put out last night and large thing live that we see here, the large thing that has become. Infrastructure, road access. Time and time again, that lesson keeps being repeated that we have to have road access for quick response. Quick response is the number one thing for keeping a fire down. So looking back at my phone, I wonder if it just beeped with an update. Nope, that was not a fire update. We'll continue to monitor these situations as they arrive, but looking back at chat, I don't see any special request for any new fire information. If you will do me the honor of please liking and subscribing, that helps me reach more people. If you hit the ringing bell icon, then you'll know when I go live next. I'm not sure what else there is to cover right at this moment, other than general fire lessons and history and looking back for new updates. I would like to get the latest on this situation for sure. So this is Salmon River and Orleans updates. This is a really good Facebook public group, so anybody can join this. And we're waiting on new information coming from here. I think it was, let's look for Klamath. The Klamath County Sheriff Department wasn't that good. Trinity, we should check again. We don't have a Trinity County Sheriff's Office update. So we go Klamath National Forest. That one tends to have better information. U.S. Forest Service, their Twitter does anyway. Evacuation warning was issued for the Antelope Fire. This was a minute ago, which is 5 miles south of the Tennant Fire on the east side of the forest. 5 miles south of Tennant on the east side of the forest. Great. It's only a warning at this time. Be alert and be ready to go. Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office, the summer fire temporary evacuation point has been set up at the Etna Fire Hall, 400 Main Street in Etna, the town. If you are evacuated and need assistance or sheltering, please proceed to the Etna Fire Hall or call 530-340-3539 for assistance. That was posted 15 minutes ago. Updated information for the evacuation order for Taylor Creek Road and the surrounding areas. We have a map, or at least the image of a map. Okay, it's a poor image of a map, but I guess the locals would be able to recognize that area by Cecilville Road. So I was hoping there would be a link to a map, then I would link that into my chat. But if you want this information, it's Klamath National Forest. They have a Twitter and they have a Facebook post, Facebook site. 1 hour ago, fire activity on the river complex has increased today with the arrival of drier air mass. Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office has issued an evacuation order for Taylor Creek Road and surrounding areas due to fire. Please leave immediately. This is not a warning. This is an order. There's an evacuation warning in place for Forks of Salmon and Sawyer's Bar. Okay, so I found out the information I was seeking. It is a warning for the Forks of Salmon and Sawyer's Bar areas due to the multiple fires in Klamath National Forest. It's a warning only at this time. Be alert and ready to go. There are 13 active fires within the complex. Firefighting resources are prioritizing their efforts where values are at risk. Fires of note. The hay press is estimated to be 600 acres with active fire behavior. The summer fire is around 75. The Cronin is around 165. And the Packers is roughly 50 and staffed with smoke jumpers. A Type 2 incident management team is in briefing tomorrow morning to take over the incident. The river complex is an evolving incident. Maintain situational awareness. So that is the information we have. I'd like to turn on the radio, and we might be able to hear chatter about the firefighting. I am so sorry that that was way up there in the chat, and I don't remember which broadcast it was on. Whoever reminded me of that, I think it was you, Josh. If you're still around, please let me know. Which broadcastify channel had the chatter. And I would love to take a lunch break and eat something. It's almost 2 o'clock now. And I'm looking and scrolling up. If we can hear anything they're saying, that's way better than waiting for updates. And I'm not finding it at the handy right now. So bear with me, folks. Here's the map of the situation, and you can see Somerville right in between the hay press and the summer and fires and the Packers. In fact, it's in between 3 of them. If you count the Packers, it's like a deadly triangle. The only good news is the shadow fire is less of a concern right now. They pounced on it. And so if that can be wrapped up, that would be wonderful. The Cronin up here is of grave concern as well. So this is by the 6 Rivers, south of the town of Etna. Etna is the place to go to evacuate to. It's a small enough town that I don't think you need directions. But please visit Klamath County National Forest. Klamath National Forest, not county. Facebook and Twitter for the evacuation information I just read you and for the most up-to-date info. So I will look back up to see in chat where was the information where we could listen to the firefighters, and then I'll put that feed on and try to take a lunch break. Either that or we'll put on a video for you guys to watch concerning something like the Dixie or Tamarack fires. Scrolling up. Well, you guys have been active in chat. It's what I like to see. If you have any questions right now, put them in the chat. It's open question answer time, and then I have to eat something. So, going up. I could just look at Trinity County. Excuse me. New update on the McFarland. Let's see here. 7,000 acres. What? Yeah. We don't have that statistic though on InstaWeb, which is making me scratch my head. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it in chat anywhere. I may have to manually search for what channel is active on Broadcastify. Yeah, go eat some food. Yeah, but I want you guys to be able to look at something while I munch away here. So I'm going to open up Broadcastify, and usually whichever has the most listeners is the one that is got activity. Let's put us back on the live view of like I said, I'm going to show this. This is the 3-hour time lapse of how things just got ugly in a jiffy. So I'm browsing the feeds, going to California, Broadcastify, Trinity County, Trinity County Public Safety, McFarland Fire. California Fire Special 1 is back. Okay, awesome. That was not the case when I looked at this earlier this morning around 11 or 10 in the morning. Okay, if there's a commercial playing, that's because I don't have pro membership of Broadcastify, but warning, commercial might be incoming. Alright, I hit the play button.
Backyard barbecue season is still in full swing, but soon, weekend get-togethers will move indoors. Lowe's is here to help you get your home in shape, from windows to flooring. Go with Lowe's and have it installed. We have you covered with a 1-year guarantee on labor and special financing options to work within your budget. Visit Lowes.com/install to learn more about our installation services today. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Installed by independent contractors. See store or Lowes.com for details and licensing. U.S. only.
Right, let's look at the aircraft too. And hopefully we'll hear pilots any moment if this is active. This is California Fire Special 1 McFarland Fire, the CASHF. But then Trinity County Public Safety has 25 listeners. I'll switch to it if we don't hear anything soon. So, looks like they are monitoring and flying around. Is it a town called Coffee? Really? Okay. Northwest of Trinity Lake. So that is looking at the current situation, like the hay, what was it, the hay, God, I'm so low blood sugar, I need to get something to eat. The hay press, I keep saying haystack and stuff like that, it's hay press, writing that down. So there's an airplane flying over the hay press right now, and those other lightning fighters getting a look at things. And I don't see the tankers anywhere right now. Oh, yes, they are. Okay, so down here at the Monument Fire, that's the one by Wildwood, we have tankers still active in the area. So as bad as the smoke and such is right down here, that's at the McFarland Fire. I don't see any aircraft there. It looks like it's maybe not as smoky. So we do have aircraft going over the Monument Fire. So it's almost the twin of the McFarland. It's just the other ones due north of it. So we got plenty of tankers. We've got scout and lead planes out there hitting what they can. I was hoping they would go up towards these lightning strike fires that are further north, but we have radio. Let's see what they say. Hopefully it's clearer than that. Get myself some lunch. Okay, I will. Just a second. I just want to make sure you guys can look, listen, or watch something. Hey, here's Tinker 914, one of the DC-10s coming in. Oh, that is so garbled. Now, some people are closer to the ham radio operator who's providing this feed, so we could have an improvement on that, or it could just be that bad. So, California Shasta Cal Fire SHU. Oh, McC, thank you so much, and welcome back. Look, gonna go back up there. And guys, if you're listening, like, if you rewound my tape, so to speak, make sure you hit the live button to go back to where we are. If you ever rewind, every once in a while, I have somebody answer a question from like hours ago, and I go, "Oh wait, guys, go to the live button." So, Shasta, thank you. I figured it wasn't Trinity County. So yeah, Cal Fire SHU, sweet. Yeah, 83 people listening. Let's switch to that one. Playing that feed now. Okay, so it's supposed to be live. I don't know how loud it will be when they first start saying something. but we'll hopefully hear something going on today. So we didn't even get a Lowe's or Home Depot commercial. I'm shocked. So we have 83 people listening to CAL FIRE SHU. And for some reason, Northern California major incident is offline. That surprises me greatly. So we will see if we can hear anything. But if you have just tuned in, this is the current situation in northwestern California. This is looking very different and much worse than 3 hours ago. This is the live view. And 3 hours ago, we had sunny skies like here. You know, it was just looking good like that. And now it's like that. That horrible orange color. It's ugly beautiful. So, Hayfork Divide 2. That's, don't know why in the world it says LA and Orange County. We couldn't be further away from that place. So it must have been when I clicked on the map. You know, it went to that wrong thing. So I'm going to try to hide that, but it's definitely Northern California here. So this is a view of the McFarland fire and when it crests the ridge tops. But this situation is rapidly deteriorating. We now have mandatory evacuations for the Somerville area. Hey, let's listen to pilots. Could be any one of these pilots, or the lead plane or the scout plane, talking to somebody else at Instant Command. So we've got several tankers in the area, kind of swirling around the monument fire, which we don't have eyes on, but we know that it's not too different. Not too different from what we're seeing here. Oh, there's the aircraft. And there's Tanker 914. That one's a DC-10. We have two lead planes and apparently a scout plane. And tankers sometimes go two at a time here. One of them each following a different lead plane. So the lead plane.
Drop and go direct on the fire's edge. I'll just put them in contact with you guys. You got it.
Oh yeah, talking about drops. That's pilots. Okay, let's see if I can make that louder.
You're going to be working with the helicopters on air-to-ground tactical, correct?
Helicopters on air-to-ground tactical. Cool. I like that. I like the sound of that. Okay. I have boosted their audio, so hopefully there won't be too much discrepancy between myself and them, but it will be kind of wild. So at this point in time, it's my lunch break. So, hey Carney, welcome back. I've been trying to get a hold of you about your car's extended warranty. Thank you so much, Carney. Are you the one filling up my my voicemail? Welcome back. So we have a rapidly deteriorating situation where we're trying to monitor what's going on in Northwest. You know, Trinity, Shasta County, and out your way. Are there any fires out your way, Carney, by Cave Junction that you know of? Because that wouldn't surprise me with the lightning headed that way. There's not as much pilot chatter as I was hoping for here. Dang it. I wonder what the situation is with the radar. We could go and look at windy.com. If anybody in chat has any questions about any of these fires, just let me know which one you want to look at. I want to look ahead at the weather forecast in general, look at the radar. So we do have, as we're watching Tanker 914 get closer and dropping altitude, ready to drop something on the McFarland fire. Sorry, the Monument fire. I've just pulled up Windy.
17 ready. Ready, 217.
Look at the wind.
That's Air 2 with a 1435 ETA.
Yeah, you can see.
That's Air 2, 217.
I'm sorry if that clicking sound is really loud. I can't do too much about that. That's way more loud than their voice. I put a limiter on that feature, but best I can do. You can see how the wind just it's going up north in that direction. That explains how the smoke column went north and why.
73 DHS, Med 43 is on the ground.
Dang, that was loud.
Copy,
Okay.
PHR on the ground, 14 to right.
May have to copy some filters over to equalize the volume between them. So you can see how the wind is just going up north now. Kind of coming in from the valley and the ocean at the same time. So what do we have? We have cool ocean air meeting hot valley winds. So when you have cool and you have hot together, just like I was explaining with the fire tornadoes and such, that's what causes the tornadoes in the Midwest, is cold air from the north. That's dry, meaning humid, hot air from the Gulf of Mexico. The difference here is that the cold air is the moist stuff from the Pacific, and the hot air is the dry stuff from the valley. But it still makes the situation unstable. And that's when you can get rapidly changing wind conditions and bad news for fire. I didn't hear anything but an extremely faint voice back there, so unfortunately this may not be as clear as I was hoping. But I don't like it. I don't like this whole thing. That's wind. Let's put it on radar and satellite. Somebody's calling operations. That's the only thing I can make up. And so we do see some moist air there, kind of making its way towards Medford. Hopefully it won't be unstable on the lightning strikes. And none are in the forecast, but it's always possible. So we would expect in general the fires to march north inexorably at this moment. So let's go back to the airplanes. The couple of towns are in jeopardy right now. A few that have been evacuated. And we're on pins and needles for them. But it's a rapidly evolving.
Lookout, IP.
Oh my god, my ears. Okay.
I'll have a CT-10 outbound McFarland.
No idea what he just said. Okay, I need some meat. I need to get some iron in me because I'm anemic. So I'm going to go get some steak slices out there, or tuna fish sandwich. That's what I've got. And I shall be back in right about 5 minutes with my really late lunch now. And we continue to monitor the fire situation that's rapidly evolving in northwestern California and the island on fire in the Bay Area. So if you have any questions, go ahead and put them in chat when I come back.
Zulu, operation.
When I come back, I'll answer them.
We're 12 from lookout IP.
Division Zulu operations on command. Hey, if we're able to expedite that Charlie strike team, we do have a small spot across the line on 36.
I do have him with me. Zulu, Charlie's with me now, and we're starting. We'll get it.
I got you, thank you.
Copy. I thought we were going to be doing more work yesterday on the south end, so that's why I established the IP out way out there. I don't want to crunch it too much, so we'll stay at 8. Why don't you do that? And 3, I've got you inside. To 5,500. Division Echo, Branch 1, command. Division Echo. How's everything going where you're at?
Yeah, we've had multiple spot fires up on the top of the 41 road, and we're trying to get those contained and get some new dozer line in to back down to the 10 road. But at this point, it's not looking great.
I copy. I can ask for more equipment, but I don't think we're going to get anything until tomorrow.
Yeah, I copy. We're just going to keep trying to go direct on some of these spots and see if we can get around them or not.
I copy. There will be 2 Charlies coming in. If one of them will help, we'll be able to use them possibly until tomorrow morning.
That copy, yeah, I'd take them just so we can keep going with something tonight if we have to, or if we get there.
Copy, I'll let you know when they get here. Reading, helicopter 50907.
Helicopter 509 ready.
Contact with North-South will close out, thank you.
Reading copies, you're welcome, 1416.
Just an update, I'm still getting my lunch right now. Put any questions, comments, or introduce yourself in chat. We're listening to pilots and ground crews and incident command. It's hard to understand which fire they're talking about all the time, but spot fires are beginning to jump over lines, either at the monument or McFarland. I think they're talking about the monument.
Final or 20?
And it's not looking good. They don't have extra help until tomorrow. We'll listen to the pilots, and I'll be right back. Now, of course, they go dead silent the moment that I...
Okay, you want us to meet you now?
Down to 55, and I'm out here by your...
Alright, down to 55, we got 10 site ready to go to work, last night.
Whenever I try to talk, that's when they're going to jump in on me. That's one of the funny themes about this show here. I feel the need to talk in between the silence because I watch the viewership go up and down as whether or not there's something to listen to, and I don't blame them. Most people on my channel are just mostly listening. Not too many are actively watching. So what we just heard, though, isn't very good because he even said the word, "This doesn't look good." So the fire just jumped. I don't know if...
Branch 1 operation.
Hang on.
Branch 1.
Okay, looks like they'll be able to pick up that spot with the last strike team, and then additionally, it sounds like pg&e is going to shut down that power.
What?
I copy. So they are shutting the power down.
That's firm.
Did he say Lassen? Did he say Lassen?
Out to that cell phone spot that we were talking about, place the call.
Oh, for God.
I got the LTV.
Okay. So that's a different area of concern now, which is now making me alarmed. What line do they need to shut down by Lassen? What power line? Lassen County? Lassen the mountain?
You got it.
I thought we were mostly listening.
And we'll start more over that lower terrain in the drop, well off to the right.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's somebody doing a drop. It sounds good that it's clear enough skies to do such a thing. But this is a little confusing to me because it seems like we're listening to several different feeds on the same channel, perhaps, of the different fires. So now I'm not sure where the fire has jumped the line. I thought they said Highway 36, and I would assume that would be the new McFarland or the ex-Panther fire. I keep wanting to call it the Panther fire, but it's the new name for it. But as you can tell, I don't have blood sugar yet. My mind will come back to me the moment I eat something. But if they're saying Lassen, that has nothing to do with, the west side of the valley over there. So I will come back to computer in a moment. I'm in the kitchen. I have to say that Costco has got some good steak. They should pay me to do some sort of an advertisement. This Sus Vita, however you say that, sliced grass-fed beef sirloin, pre-cooked, is the bomb. Decorating a hoagie row with some copious amounts of mayonnaise. This mayonnaise makes cold. Mayonnaise just makes a cold steak sandwich. Wish I had some tomatoes. You know what I do have though is, would it be good to put banana peppers on it? I think I might have that. Now, I don't know how well you guys can hear these pilots. Is it loud enough for you? And you can't read chat yet, but I'm going to come over there in a second. Okay, coming back over to the computer. Wireless headphone. Steak sandwich. Yeah. I'm very fortunate. It's a dang reasonable price too for Seuss Vita prepared stuff. That's where you put steak in a bag in boiling water and then you swish it. And you have rare meat throughout, all the way to the end. Or medium rare, however you like it. Okay, I'm back. Back sitting down at the computer. Maximus says pg&e has buried 65 miles of the lines in the past 2 years. The 10,000 miles are promised as hot air. Yeah. You know what? I stopped believing a thing that PG&E said about, I don't know, 6 years ago. What about you guys? When they've nearly killed 3 members of my family and succeeded in killing 1 friend. They burned up half of Butte County, literally. This Dixie fire, it was just like round 2. They said that they de-energized those lines, and that started the Paradise Fire. But look at the Dixie Fire. That started literally a rock throw distance from where the Paradise Fire started. I mean, hell, they knew that their, what was it, chemical that was in their transformers was polluting the ground and well water for years, gave people cancer, and they said nothing about it.
5, I got 2 inside, almost 6.
Okay, so we're seeing aircraft continuing to work the Monument Fire. We don't have eyes on the Monument Fire. What? All the cameras. I gotta refresh them. But this is just north of the south of the Monument Fire at the at the McFarland Fire. This is the current, well, ugliness. And boy, what a difference 3 hours makes. You put on the 3-hour time lapse. Just 3 hours ago, it looked good, but then this happened, where the wind changed away.
A little far down
north.
the hill. Getting some weird drift. So what happened was it's in the right location, but stuff to the left is drifting up and over the road.
Apparently, there was a mist drop. Sean Connor says, I heard McFarland is now at 10K acres. God, well, we can check InstaWeb, see if there's an update on that. Sean Connor says, have you seen the fire off of the Adobe cam of the North Bay? Pana Adobe? Let's look. I've got the Craigor Peak cam on the Bradford Island fire. This is it burning before dawn today at 2. It starts at 2 in the morning, right after the fire broke out on Bradford Island in the Bay Area. And it's generally being the North Island. It's kind of fortunate that the winds are blowing to the north because that's kind of keeping it away from the south part of the island, but it's still smoking up the bay, and it seems to be a massive peat fire, which is something that burns pretty fierce. It's a wood alternative or coal alternative fuel source that's being phased out for all the greenhouse gases that it makes. So that's how it started. This is its current. But if the wind continues blowing to the north, it's just the north end of it's on fire. That would be the best situation. Hopefully it wouldn't jump to other islands.
Division Alpha, Branch 1. Miles.
Let me look at the other camera real quick. The Pana Adobe cam of the North Bay. Okay.
Fuller 1 to see an event.
We'll take a look. Now I don't know where that mist, whoops, not print. I don't know where that missed drop was, but one of the aircraft somewhere missed the drop. Wow, look at those windmills. Yeah, that's looking at the Bradford Island fire. It's smoking up the entire region. I mean, the valley was... Let's do a time lapse. Dang. Sean Connor says, I'm going to Vacaville today, passing by the Bradford fire. I can update when I pass by. Yeah, do take some pictures. And here's my, for everybody here. First, like and subscribe, please. That'll help me reach others. And Catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail is my email where you guys can send me pictures and stories and anything you want me to read online, images, whatnot. I'll be happy to use them for fire education. If you want to remain anonymous, say so and you'll remain anonymous. But if you want your full name or whatever read out, any sort of survival tales, how you've been affected by wildfires, anything wildfire related. You know, it could be as simple as, I found an awesome flashlight and I think it's a good survival tool in a fire. Then I'll feature it. I'm most interested in survival tales or how wildfires have affected somebody. But it can be really on any kind of subject. History. I love old timers, and if you guys have a story about any of these regions or really the West Coast, like anything history related, I like to hear about it. But really, that's where you reach me. Send me photos, and that will help us educate others. Max Smith says, do you have relatives in Paradise when the campfire happened? Yeah, my brother was a missing person that morning. He drove through flames with crying kids in the back and the wife. And when he checked in on Facebook, we were all crying. You know, it was... The way I found out about the Paradise fire was I had a scanner radio app on my phone, and it said 10,000 people were listening to Butte County Butte County fire, and I went, what? Butte County? And I was listeing to the horrible correspondence live between dispatch and firefighters, and they were talking about not being able to reach people with entire neighborhoods on fire that were just...
5 Reading, which one are you using?
Going to be...
And Reading, Charlie 5, en route to the McFarland. Originally by way of Reading for fuel, we're going to be diverting to Chico for fuel, and we'll advise trying to make the 1530 relief.
Reading, copies. Your tail number?
400 Delta Foxtrot.
Cool.
Yep. Reading, copies.
So we've seen them working the monument, but
Positive AFF 1436.
Is this McFarland? Am I mistaken? I keep getting the two messed up, and when I have low blood sugar, that can happen. So I'm just starting to eat my food here. I got the food here, and you guys have to remind me to eat. They're just north and south of each other, but let me orient. Red Bluff. Is the McFarland one by Wildwood? Or is that one a monument? Oh, let's go back. McFarland is Wildwood, isn't it? That's where the evacuation was. Yeah, so this is the McFarland fire. So the one we are actually looking at where they're dropping. Holy... Yeah, we don't have eyes on the monument. I'm so sorry, guys. So this camera is where they're dropping, and I can't believe they're doing it in this smoke condition. I can't believe they're flying in this. Balls of steel. That is the only thing I have to say. The monument was Panther off 29 near Big Bar. Okay, thank you. That's what I'm making a note of, because I was calling it the Panther for so long. And this how they're flying in this, I don't even know how. That ceiling is so low. This is just wrong. Yeah. The McFarland is 30 miles west of Red Bluff and Reading. Yep. Thank you guys for reminding me there. This is not the part of town that I know. I mean, I could lead you around blindfolded at Plumas County, but I've driven through here exactly once. And you know what I was going to do is I promised you guys to look that I would show you my videos if I could find them, and I think I can, of my California trip where I got behind the fire lines on accident in this neck of the woods. I think I tried to reach Eureka on the coast. And I know that I went into the mountains somewhere at Maxville, and I had never driven there before myself. So that was many years ago. But yeah, to answer the original question, my family friend died in a Cascade fire just south of Paradise the year before, in almost the exact same month. It was October the 13th, I believe, Friday the 13th. And that's when Santa Rosa burned down at the same time, the same night that Bangor and Loma Rica did. So he was in the Cascade fire. And that's when I really got interested and wide awake about the dangers of wildfire and the new realities that we were facing. I refuse to call it the new normal because it's not normal. It's a new reality that's very abnormal, but we can fix it. Of the 35 reasons for all these different wildfires being huge and gigantic and crazy today, we can fix 34 of them immediately. 35 being climate change, which is a long-term thing we can address, but really the other 34 reasons are completely fixable, such as don't allow power companies to murder people. When that was awakened in me, I learned all I could in that entire year. It was late 2017, so all throughout 2018 I learned everything I could about wildfire, refreshing myself, talking to locals, talking to fire officials and people, and developing my own personal safety plan, as well as others that live up there in the hills still. I have family all over the place, Butte County and other places. And I thought about a career, getting started in a career with video production, with doing fire safety videos as public service first, and then kind of honing my craft, and then doing my dream of touring historical sites and doing documentaries, especially on ghost towns. And so many ghost towns are fire related and disaster related, and so I've had this strange, unique perspective of where I can connect the dots between what happened historically, things like the Tillamook burn and the 16 towns that no longer exist in west of Portland, all the way to the coast. Then I've toured just many towns devastated by fire, never recover, period. Ones that do, there's a story behind that. But to make a long story short, I've got that kind of unique perspective in that I used to live out there. My dad had property in that region, and we had moved away. And then one of our neighbors dies in a fire, burning to death in his house, and that nothing like that really wakes you up to that. And then the very next year, my brother's a missing person in Paradise. That's late 2018. And then the 2020 fires last year, here I am evacuating my mother in Oregon as the Beachy Creek fire closes in on us with hot ash raining down on my hair. And that's just the most hellish drive through hell down I-5 as...
Victor 102 is 19 miles from Reading.
Okay.
Copies at 1439.
I'm looking at my old photos now, trying to figure out if I can find the images of me driving through this region when it was on fire.
001 and 65 102.
Sorry, I keep talking over them. So I am still looking for that off camera, and I'm taking bites of my sandwich as I go along. But nothing quite like that experience gets you ready for wow, this. I never wanted to study fire and be involved with it. I kind of hate it. I was traumatized by my parents allowing me to watch the movie Backdraft when I was about 7. That was not good. They didn't let me watch slasher flicks and stuff. They thought they were too scary for me. They thought Terminator was too scary for me, but they let me watch Backdraft. Oh my god. And I just have a hatred and loathing for out of control fire in general. So this is never anything I wanted to do. But the situation came to me just like to so many others, and we have to learn or we're not going to live. Should the worst come to our doorstep. So the cool thing is, with a little bit of education, it's really not hard to understand fire behavior and what to do when crisis hits. I decided the least thing I can do is educate people with the knowledge that I was able to glean, and pass on the knowledge that firefighters and other experts want you to know. I apparently have some sort of a gift for education, even though I feel like I'm fumbling around in the dark. I'm sick. That is the main thing I have to explain. I fumble for words and stuff right now because my health is pretty poor. My health is a little poor right now, but I'm getting better. But yeah, this has personally affected me. This is why I don't cover this like a journalist. I don't hold back, and I don't explain to people, well, allegedly PG&E did this. You know what? Allegedly, they, whatever. When I just tell it like it is. I don't have any sort of agenda other than I want people to live through situations. It breaks my heart to see the paradise that I knew and took horse riding lessons in. I got lost in it when I toured the ruins because so much of it had burned down. I was at an intersection that I knew very well and used to have ice cream at all the time. And I looked at my map and I said, where the hell am I? And then I looked around and realized that that was the ice cream parlor had burned down. And I just began crying. When you go to a town you've been to like every single week or many of your childhood days and you don't recognize it, and you drive in the middle of it, it's just a sad situation. When I saw the places where people had died, I realized with horror that almost all of them could have lived if they got out of their cars and walked very calmly and slowly to places within 200 feet of them to shelter that they didn't know about, which was culverts and little bridges, little sewer things that you could get into. And they just didn't know about it. They didn't know what to do. Most people that try to drive through a fire don't make it. We only see the videos of the people that live. It's really the worst option. You should have an A, B, and C evacuation route and leave early, but then you should know when that window of opportunity has shut.
6 for everybody.
And you shouldn't think you're screwed when it's too late to evacuate. You should think it's time for Plan D, my shelter-in-place plan. It's not going to be your house. That's not going to be the best place to defend. It'll be, the culvert or the bridge nearby or the pond, the golf course, the big box store parking lot, the grocery store parking lot, the baseball diamond at your school, the school's parking lot, an open field just recently plowed, has dirt, open construction site. Pull over at those places and don't drive through flames. My brother, unfortunately, didn't realize there were 2 amazing shelters right next to his house. And he left, and 2 minutes behind him, 6 people left in the street next to him, and they all died. The difference between 2 minutes of evacuation time was that power poles fell down and fell in front of the only way out and started new fires as the other bigger Paradise fire was coming in around them. And they couldn't go past the electrified lines, couldn't drive through them, couldn't do anything, and they were found dead in and around their cars. My brother was extremely lucky, but all of them could have walked to this culvert that was like 7 feet tall underneath the main road. And
I'll pick you up on a long day.
50 people could have been under there with running water. They didn't know it existed, so I make it my business now to teach fire survival like that. And what you should do is have your A, B, C, and D plan. Just use these maps like I do, like with CalTopo. Use the layers, turn on different things. Make 3 different evacuation routes, and then along your evacuation route, in case you get trapped by fire, mark where all of the culverts are. Just find streams and find wherever a road goes over a stream or river, there's either a bridge or a culvert there. The water has to go under the road somehow. that's your best spot. So you should mark those down on the map, and then you should do a test drive. Test yourself, time yourself. I have 5 minutes to go. If I leave in 7 minutes, I'm dead. That was the situation for my brother's neighbors. So don't worry, you're going to be like, if you're under 20, your first practice, don't worry, happens to everybody. Just realize what took you so long, refine it. What little thing did you forget that you had to retrieve? What other things should already be in your bug out bag? You should just have a bag in the front coat closet by the front door. You should be able to just grab your keys, grab the bag, get in the car. Let out 5 pounds of pressure real quick so that your tires don't explode when they drive over hot pavement, or have that done already, and go along the best evacuation route, either A, B, or C. That's 3 different directions on 3 main roads. And if you already see flames coming over a ridge or something like that, stop. It's probably best that you ride it out in a safe spot rather than try to drive like a bat out of hell or find your roadblock. That's when you should look down at your map and remember, because you already did a test drive, you already verified these places, that these places down the road have culverts and little bridges. These neighbors have ponds, and pools. And you can go ahead and, like my brother had 2 options. He could go in the culvert under the road, or he could have gone in the neighbor's pool. Now, what firefighters do is they will try to save some homes in a neighborhood. How long have I been live? Oh yeah, many hours. Hi, by the way, Travis Murray. What firefighters do is they try to save the homes in the neighborhoods that have the pools and the endless sources of water. They'll oftentimes drive up to them and park in the driveway, gather up as many people around the neighborhood as they can, put them in that one house, wet down their fire truck, and let the fire roar right past them. And he could have just walked across the street, literally, with a blanket, a wool blanket, for each, person, hopefully. And they could have just sat in the pool, thrown the wool blanket over the top of their heads, and just waited for the fire to go by, with trapping a nice breathable pocket of air there. The better option would have been go past the pool, go into the creek, and go up into the culvert, which could have housed 50 people. It just, what he did was drive through flames in a panic manner, and it was just luck that he escaped. So that's what you should consider, is that when you already see flames coming, you can't outrun a fire. Day becomes night. It's like fog. You won't be able to drive 45 mile an hour like the speed limit, or even 50. You will be driving like 5 miles an hour because you can't see. You'll be coming upon car accidents in front of you from panic driving that you can't see, and you'll be trapped. The number one way to die is try to escape when it's too late in a car. So when you see fire, know that embers can be thrown 5 miles ahead of you, and a new fire can erupt. A new fire can erupt ahead of you because of thrown embers. Then you'll see that fire ahead, you'll turn around, you'll go back, and the fire behind you is already closed in, and you're dead. This is why it's so important to know that when you're driving, say you are driving and trying to escape, that you know where all these culverts and such are. And if you are at one, don't pass it unless you know 100% that the way ahead of you is clear. If you don't know that, it's better to stop the car and get underneath that culvert and under that bridge and ride it out. And don't get trapped in between them. That's the number one way that people died.
0017,000.
At Brush Creek and Berry Creek because of the Bear Complex, North Complex fire last year. I wish I had been able to reach those people with my message. But, it's something that, I have to make videos.
25 DP4.
But most fatalities can be avoided no matter how bad it looks. Never give up, and just make all your plans before the fire. You'll stay calm. You won't panic. If you have a plan, you'll just execute it. But if you try to think of a plan during a fire, you're not going to be able to. Even myself, when I've been just walking around and then see a structure fire, like there's a sense of oh my god, and the adrenaline starts hitting because I'm not a trained person. I'm not a trained firefighter. They don't get the adrenaline rush because they have training. They just calmly go about their business and execute their training. But just myself, knowing what I know about fire, I still, my mind went blank when I saw this house, smoke pouring out of it. And totally unrelated to any wildfire, just a structure fire. It was really hard for me to remember the street that I have been driving on many different times, many different occasions. I knew the street name, and when I called 911, I just couldn't even think of it. Because that's what adrenaline does to your brain. It's purposefully shutting off parts of it that sit and contemplate because it wants you to act faster than that. Adrenaline is that fight or flight instinct, and all it wants you to do is run. And your heart starts racing, you get that adrenaline. So you're not going to be able to think of a plan during the time that a crisis happens, but you are going to be easily able to execute any plan you ever thought about before. You won't panic. You will be the calm in the storm. You will be the person everybody else on the block looks up to. Just make your plan and get some basic gear, even simple things like wool blankets, keep them in the car, and keep your little map in the glove box with your little pen marks about where culverts and bridges, and then go to them. Go and drive and verify that you can have access, that there's no little, fences or anything, People say, where we go, what do we do? And you just say, oh, the nearest golf course. That's where I'm headed. Follow me. And you might be able to save a lot of people in your neighborhood.
Set up for a whole load 6. When we reported in, we were on the east side of the fire, so we're still 15 miles. We're inbound from Reading.
Inbound from Reading, huh? We might be able to figure out which plane that is then. So here's Reading. That must be this guy. This pilot must have just said something. Or it is the helicopter pilot. They seem to be coming together. It could be Tanker 02 talking to us right now. I find that's pretty neat. So I'm going to take another bite of my sandwich. If anybody has any questions, please put that in the chat. If you want me to look at a certain fire or a camera. Oh, Josh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your link. Let's take a look. John Klepp says, I lost my home in paradise. Hell on earth that day. God, I'm so sorry, John. If you want to talk about it, about how you made it, that could be helpful. But if you don't, of course, no worries. I'm still in a state of shock, and I think everybody is. I thought I'd be over the shock of that happening. I wasn't there. I visited soon after, in December, but I've never gotten over it.
409 east.
There's something still that just doesn't register in my head that even happened, even though I've been there several times since.
1,000. They didn't give us an IP, but 3001.
Yeah, it's. I think there's not more community rage and anger because there's a never-ending state of shock. Like, how did that happen? How did a normal day with a distant fire turn into, okay, the town's gone? And entire neighborhoods, people dead.
Branch 1. From you on Tanker 40 at 9,000.
Okay, I believe that's I don't know what they're saying at 9,000. That's not altitude. He's at 6,875. In fact, altitude is declared in a different way anyway. Malcolm would know. But it might be...
Division Hotel operation.
I get stepped on. All I have to do is open my mouth and they'll just start talking. If I shut up and take a bite of my sandwich, it'll be dead silence and I'll need to stop eating and talk. So, sorry. John Cliff says we waited 8 hours in the Kmart parking lot, waited for the burnover. Oh my God, yeah. That's what I tell people is most of the people that in that hellish there's a satellite image and I show a paradise. You wouldn't imagine people surviving in there, but I say, hey, most of the town is surviving in there. They're in the parking lots. You know, they're in the school fields and such. They're you know, the Ace parking lot was a good place that they were able to defend. It had the creek behind it, and Ace hardware store. Ace hardware store is still there. John says we were able to get everybody out along with our pets. I'm so glad. That's all that was mattered at the end of the day. Yeah. So yeah, once again, I'm sorry for your loss. My brother didn't stay. He had nothing. He told me to go look at his property because he didn't want to. And I sent him a picture of a rose bush that was still alive in his yard. His grass was green when I arrived. It was so green, it was startling, and that's why I keep telling people don't leave your excuse me.
Go ahead, Branch 1.
Division Alpha made the request through AirTac. I just want to confirm he was asking for a couple helicopters for bucket work, starting just south of DP1, heading towards Section 18. The ground contact will be Division Alpha, and he'll lead them into where they need to go.
Copy, thanks for the follow-up. I know that AirTac diverted them to hotel for priority spot, so I imagine if that gets cleaned up, they'll come back.
Back copy.
And then they're trying to get the water tenders back to the Hellowell. If there's any way we can help facilitate that, so that way we can get that up and running, so we can expedite that helicopter program.
Okay.
I don't know if we have anybody to break free to start working back there. Is that just past the bridge to make access?
Yeah, the Hellowell was at that bridge dip. They initially had 4 water tenders there to support that program when they were told to evacuate due to the fire. That we don't know where the water tenders went.
Male chest pain. Patient located in a U-Haul truck. 2 to 3 miles south of Slate Creek exit. All 3, Lemoyne and I-5 off-ramp. 1458.
Sorry, I can't individually.
I'm not sure where they ended up going.
Well, that's a bad time.
24, 57. Station 41, Company 54, medical. 58-year-old male, chest pain, patient located in a U-Haul truck 2 to 3 miles south of Slate Creek Road and the Lemoyne I-5 off-ramp. It's 1459.
Well, I hope that person makes it. Somebody's having a medical emergency in the middle of a fire.
Ready, 7320.
Division 2 operations.
I'm sorry, I try to adjust the volume, but one of them's loud, one of them's soft. I'll try to mess with settings later. I did find the footage, guys. First, I want to read back in chat.
Is it up on a ridge or is it in a hole with helicopters?
So I found the footage of me driving through this general region when I got behind a fire line on accident, and it's more compelling than I even remember. So I want to read back in chat what happened first, and I'll show you my footage. We'll continue to listen to the...
A-First elevators, they're up on command.
To the air attack here going on the McFarland fire. Tankers are slamming this monster. Last 3 hours, time lapse.
41 responding to 1501. Medic 134.
Okay, maybe I have a moment to talk. So, I'll show you guys my video in just a second. I want to read what you guys said in chat.
Lima, branch 1.
Oh my god. I spoke too soon. Stand by. I'm hoping they say they get this guy to safety. He's over by I-5 though. Well, I'll stop talking if they talk about that again.
Branch 1, 9245 Lima. 9245 Lima, branch 1, go ahead. I've got the NEU Lima here at White Rock. And they missed the check in there at the R ramp. They thought it was here at Harrison Gulch. Copy, and what is their identifier? You want us to come down at all? Resource 2340, 2346. 6. Send them to Division Alpha and have them tie in with them on NIFS TAC 1. Copy that, I'll send them there to Wildwood Staging and have them contact.
Okay.
35 Lima, hold on 1 second. Let me tie in with Echo. Break Division Echo, branch 1. We're looking for you.
Well, that's all we got to do to get him to talk, guys. Is all I have to do is say I'd like to talk, and then they'll pipe right up. So I can show you the footage, but first I'm going to read chat. So the footage I have is of me in looks like 2012 August when there was a bunch of wildfires ripping through this general part of California, and I accidentally.
45 Lima, send 2 NEU dozers up to Division Alpha and have them tie in with him. I copy that.
If I were to zoom out here, I was south of this area, but going through this same terrain. And I was going to Eureka.
McFarland, Comal, operations.
Which is here.
Yeah, can you notify planning ops and the ICs that we're looking at evacuation warning in the area of Post Mountain?
Post Mountain?
One more time with the mountain name.
The community of Post Mountain.
Okay, friends.
Confirm POST Post.
Confirm we have a sheriff's department in there right now doing an evacuation warning. More than likely it will be an evacuation order.
Great. Okay, guys. Post Mountain has an evacuation warning, sheriff going door to door, and it looks like it will be an evacuation order soon. So
Operations, Branch 1.
Branch 1, go ahead for operations.
The other two dozers that we got, they're going to Division Alpha. It'll be 2340 and 2346.
I copy, thank you.
wow, that far away. Okay, so then they must not like at all what they're seeing. Let's check on. Okay, yeah, the GHOST satellite, everything in red is where there's been heat detection somewhere within the square in the last 15 minutes, and so that's a rapidly moving fire. It's moving north to the northwest Post Mountain area. It looks like sheriff's going door to door, and there will be most likely a evacuation order. So this is why we need to listen to live radio chatter, because if anybody was listening to it, either my channel or Broadcastify, they would know before the sheriff got to them. They could be, 2 minutes, leaving 2 minutes earlier than his neighbors.
Operation Carmel, message relayed.
Saved my brother's life, and
Carmel operations, copy, thank you.
the minutes count. So the GHOST satellite, once again, not very accurate. This is where the fire was earlier when Modus and Veer satellites went over, and I don't know when that was, but the GHOST satellite shows that there's been a rapid spread to the north, just as we were predicting because of the wind blowing to the north. And
We got kind of chased that, had a little hard turn.
0, local pump 1.
the fire's a lot bigger than it looks right now.
Yeah, that looks doable.
Attack 240, we've been released from the Cinder incident, returning to Reading ETA 1525. I'd like to flight follow with you guys if possible.
Attack 240, positive AFF 1507.
Attack 240.
Once again, if anybody you know is in the vicinity of Post Mountain, which is where I said the fire was basically going to go, unless something stopped it.
Hey, got me above you? You want me to turn now?
If somebody's by Post Mountain, and presumably Peanut next, they need to be informed that they may have to go now. So I'm going to try to read fast chat, and then I want to show you guys my video of my experience getting behind the fire lines in 2012 here in August. You know, this is lightning strike season, and I believe that's what happened when I was there. But my video is a little more compelling than I remember them. I should have probably posted them before. But I am interrupting myself constantly because
Hey, Trinity, are you able to help out Air Ops tracking down the 4 water centers that were at the Hellowell earlier?
emergencies come before.
I can speak that way and go take a look. You got their identifiers?
I do not.
Okay, I'll take a look.
You know, evacuations become before story time. So I'm writing that down. Sheriff going door to door to warn of evacuation at the community of Post, likely to become mandatory very soon. Rapid rate of spread of the McFarland fire.
Ready, Charlie 5, local tone 7.
So we can't see the fire there, but this is where they're circling in general.
Charlie 5, ready.
Reading Charlie 5 is off Chico, en route to the McFarland relief ASM. 2 souls on board, 4 hours of fuel, a heading of 280 degrees with a ETA of 1530.
Reading copies. Your traffic, you were positive AFF at 1510.
Go for hotel.
Hey Nick, can you plot on the map for me where your stopover is?
Will do.
Well, just as dire as it was earlier. That's how it's looking, Sean. You're asking about the river complex. So we should refresh. Maybe they have an update for us about the river complex. But the entire situation with the wind blowing north to the northwest is creating a hell, a certain kind of hell. So they still have an evacuation warning for Forks of Salmon and Sawyer's Bar in Siskiyou County. I expect that to go to mandatory anytime, really, because that's 2 different fires. I fear for the community of Somerville, but if it impacts Somerville up from the south, then that means that the Summer Fire and the here, let's just get the map back up. The Summer Fire and the Hay Press could merge after destroying the town of Summer or impacting it somehow. Hopefully they'd be able to save it, but they've just been saying they don't have any resources right now to defend structures. And because the Packers Fire is on the east side there where they have smoke jumpers, they're probably calling in other states right now saying, have you got anybody? But they've already done that for the Dixie and the larger ones, like the Beckworth and the bootleg. So we're already strapped to the max, and Mexico and other places are helping Canada. Australia has been helping on the bootleg for quite some time. So who knows? Maybe they can get people from back east to come in, but that would take some time. This is just my speculation, but they said they're, quote, dialing up other resources, but who the heck else do we have at the moment? Even Portland, Oregon firefighters went down to the Dixie fire. So what are they going to do? Dial Seattle? I don't know if they can, because Eastern Washington has their own problems. So this community of Somerville is really under threat, a triple threat from these 3 fires down here. So that has already been evacuated with mandatory evacuations. They're calling it the South Fork of the Salmon River. So it's with so many standing dead trees because of last year's fires. Wherever they burn over into the other burn scars, you get a fiercer, worse fire than last year's, because last year's fire the vegetation was alive. The sticks and branches burn off of living vegetation, but when you have dead trees everywhere, the trunks burn, and then each one of them shatters into basically shrapnel that's flaming and scatters across the landscape. If you think of burning sticks and leaves in high winds, they just go creating spot fires ahead of each other. This is in the burn scar of a 2018 fire, 2008 fire. Already, but it really, with a lot of these fires in Northwest California, we could see them slop over into the other ones. This is how rapidly the situation changed, where we had blue skies. This is a 3-hour time lapse. This is the current situation of the McFarland fire, and the aircraft are circling around right now. We're listening to them whenever they're not talking. I am, but they're slamming it with aircraft. But they are not getting much control. The situation up there is worse. Up with the complex fire. Go back here, and let's see if we have any new information from Twitter and whatnot. I don't, but we don't. But I expect that they'll start evacuating a lot of places soon. And just breaking news is they just said on the radio, the community of Post, which is over by Peanut with the McFarland fire, they're going door to door to warn the residents. But the satellite imagery looks very similar to what it did a little bit earlier on the lightning complex up there by Forks of Salmon, but down here it's exploded. The McFarland has exploded. So just as I was saying yesterday,
Mass 3, 12 miles northeast, lookout IP.
The fire's going towards Post. That will likely be a mandatory evacuation soon, but the sheriff's going door to door. So if you guys know anybody out there, now's the time to tell them that the fire is progressing in that way, in that direction. And they were saying that it jumped 36, so it is over here. The fire went north of 36. Now, I would like to read chat real quick. That's if anybody has just tuned in, that's the situation. How many homes are in the Post community? We could take a look with, again, a gander. If we go to Forest Service or scanned topos, sometimes there are little blocks of dark spots where there are structures. So you can see that these are structures. As I think I'm in the right spot. Yeah, Post Mountain. It's a very sparsely populated region in general. It's mostly populated by ranches.
Come over at 7.
But we see many dots here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Dozens of structures. 15, 16. Just in this vicinity, 18, 19. Who knows what they are? Some of them could be, post offices, homes, vacation rentals, ranches, abandoned, historic. Who knows? In this area, it's a sparsely populated region, but it's still, hard to deal with. Now I'm going to read chat, and then I'm going to show you guys my own drive beyond the fire lines, and I will interrupt, of course, to when they talk, we need to shut up and listen because they do say stuff about evacuate this place, evacuate that place. They did say that the fire jumped 36, and this is straight from the horse's mouth. This is before the news. I'm able to bring you this before the news because we can hear the chatter. And going back to the conversation that started more than 20 minutes ago, John Clips was telling his story about Paradise, how he lived by hanging out for 8 hours, writing out the fire in a parking lot of the Kmart in Paradise. And then the Max Smith says in the 2003 Cedar Fire, October 26th, threatened his entire neighborhood with a wall of flames 1,000 feet wide and 2 to 4 feet high. 30 to 40 of us homeowners.
Parallel that road. They'll be running through that taller timber towards that front.
They're directing air attack, and thank God air attack is on the fire, but you've seen how bad it looks. Hopefully they can stay on it for the rest of the afternoon, but clock is ticking, winds are coming in, they're forecast on Wednesday. The situation is getting worse by the hour. Going back to chat, 30 or 40 of us homeowners grabbed shovels and threw dirt on the embers that reached us. Yeah, Max Smith has an incredible survival story. One of those in the group is now driving a CAL FIRE brush rig on the Dixie strike team, my son. Well, we are so very proud of him, Max, and I know you are too. They basically are soldiers on the front lines of a war. The kind of wars where, firebombing, that was a great big part of World War II. They're experiencing a very similar thing. They need love and support from the community. Anybody who's critical of them should just go pull their... well, you understand what I was about to say. So that was 500 homes. I'm going to show you guys my pictures now. Hang on. I have to figure out where my footage begins, and then I'll bring over the footage to you guys. Now, mind you, this is 2012. I was a little younger then, so don't expect that I look right here the way I do. We're continuing to monitor the airstrikes. We're desperately trying to get a handle on the McFarland fire. It has jumped 36 to the north. The community of Post and presumably Peanut a little bit later is now under threat. Post Mountain is door-to-door evacuation notices are being conducted by the sheriff's office.
Ready, go ahead for 241.
Do you have traffic?
Affirmative on that scene.
221.
I will keep interrupting my story in order to bring you the live updates from what's going on here, but I wanted to show you this region and my personal story of how I got behind the fire on accident that was occurring in 2012. Now, I'm not sure, this is me setting up the camera, not trying to glare at people, but I am not sure what road I was on. I could have been going right through this very area, because if we look at the maps, like if you go to Google Maps, and if I were to do a driving directions, we go to Maxwell, California. This is where I entered the mountains, and you can do this and say, driving directions here, and my destination was Eureka. And we flipped that around. I probably went. Yeah, I didn't go by Clear Lake, I don't think. So I probably took the long way around and went somewhere around 162 or something like that. But I really can't remember. I was trying to do the scenic tour history route, not really the regular route. But if anybody recognizes where the heck I'm driving, then that would make the story better. I probably wrote that in my journal sometime a long time ago. We continue to listen to the pilots who are talking about the McFarland fire, which is a rapidly worsening situation, as well as we continue to try to figure out what's going on with Klamath.
McFarland operation, Hotel Trinity on command.
That is not the size of the fire. The new size of the fire is more like this. That's why there's new evacuations. But let me get to a point in the video where I show you guys what the region is like, and this is my experience getting trapped behind a fire. So I'm going to mute it because, other than GoPro sounds, there's nothing else to show you guys. I put the GoPro camera. I began to realize something was wrong at this point because I was coming upon a devastated burn landscape. I'm out of cell phone range. I don't know if cell phone range even exists today, but this is what it looks like in the northern California Coast Range. And it'll shake around until I put the suction cup on the car. But I'm starting to realize this may not be an old fire, that this might be new. There was some wildfires in the area, but there was no roadblock or anything. But the landscape was darkening and darkening. And as I try to explain to people, this is a hellish landscape to fight a fire in because, well, you can't see the horizon anywhere. These roads are really narrow. They go past these really dry, may or may not have water in them, depending on the season, creeks. And what I did is I went back. This is going back towards the valley, downhill. And I went down here.
001, 6,000, got 11.
Listening to pilots is on the McFarland fire. This is not current. This is 2012. But it's still relevant because
direct to the work area southwest side of the fire.
I do a turnaround because I wanted to look at something back here, and I was just starting to realize some of this looks like.
73. Branch 1, Division Echo, on command.
Branch 1.
What's your location?
I just passed 40 and 42 transports en route up towards you.
Yeah, copy. I'll talk to you when you get here.
Copy.
Okay, if anybody looks like Mendocino County, hey, Silent Warrior, if anybody needs to spread the word, do you know anybody in the Post Mountain / Peanut area, the McFarland fire, they need to get ready to get out, and very soon. The fire is moving northwest towards the intersection of Highway 3 and 36, and it's not looking good. It's also not looking good anywhere near the Forks of Salmon area. The community of Somerville may be impacted greatly soon. It gets sandwiched between two fires in Trinity County up there. So here I turn around, and because that was the landscape I had just come from, and I knew wildfires were in the area, and so
as appropriate.
what I wanted to do, like filmmaking style, is show how the landscape looked normal. So here I am entering a wildfire zone, and I had no idea, because it just looks like general smoke in the area, just like California is full of during the summer these days. And then all of a sudden you realize you're in it. And this is the point I'm trying to make, is that this is a hellish area to fight a fire in, because you can't see the horizon, you can't see a fire coming at you. I got so close to a fire just on accident that it was unbelievable. There's no roadblocks, there's no indication that there's a problem. But here, as I drive through the landscape, all of a sudden there's blackened landscape everywhere, and day starts turning into night. This is around noon or just before it. So, I got the worse and worse feeling. So the potential for the fire crews to be trapped who are on the ground here is immense. It's hard to communicate. The radio is crackly. All of a sudden, boom, here's this burned out landscape, and I start realizing, is this recent? Did this happen yesterday? These thoughts are going through my head. The fire has apparently ripped right through here hours before I was in this area. They set up the roadblock behind me, and I'm now behind a fire line in a mandatory evacuation zone, and I have no idea. I'm just starting to get a worse and worse feeling about things. People had passed me recently, and so I was not really sure about whether is this road closed, is it safe? The presence of others on the road had given me a bit of a false sense of security. So here I am driving around, and for some reason it looks like I'm going really fast, and I'm not really. I don't think I'm going faster than 55. 65, I believe, was the speed limit in general. But this is why it's so damn dangerous. There's so much dry grass everywhere, and this shrubs. Grass fires just move incredibly fast. They just go and zip, the length of a football field in a matter of moments. If the wind is picked up.
5500 for you. Reading, airtime 240 is landed, Reading.
Okay, it's good that they're still they're still directing tankers back to the fire as they fuel up in Reading with the retardant. So we got a multitude of craft. We got multiple DC-10s, McDonnell Douglas MD-87. We got Marshes, Hercules, all on this McFarland fire. But nevertheless, it's not looking good. So if you know anybody in the Post Mountain area or the Peanut area, please tell them to get ready to get out. Silent Warrior says, I will check the fire history in the area you took this video. Thank you, Silent Warrior. This is the 2012 North Pass fire. Okay. And I will give you the permission to show the video on my page. Awesome. Okay, let me make you a moderator. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. So you can now.
Once you figure out if the Hellowell, if you guys need it to be staffed, and we can still utilize it for Division Alpha. I do have one more helicopter 517 sitting on the helibase if we want to get them up and working Alpha.
Good. They still have more resources. It's looking better at the McFarland area because they have resources there present already, but further north, it's not looking as good. With the hay press fire and the summer fire sandwiching the poor town of Somerville in between it. They have mandatory evacuations there at the and they're on alert at the North Forks of Salmon. So yeah, Silent Warrior says it was literally pitch black at noon from a fire. Yeah. That's what I started to experience. So here is some unburned areas in a community. And so I was feeling better about the situation, but I have no idea that I'm about to get I'm about to drive towards hell. This is what the confusing situation is. But when this grass lights up, the oak trees, for the most part, survive, and you can see a lot of the oak trees. But that grass just rips through the landscape. So I have no idea that they're scrambling to get people out of this region at the time, and I'm more confident as I keep going that everything's okay, that I'm going to be all right. So this is, mind you, long before my super fire education. I don't know what the hell I would have done if the flames had caught me here. I probably would have done the normal thing that people do, which is panic and drive through them. Whereas today, I'm making mental notes as I see myself driving down the road. Where the heck are culverts and creeks? And making mental notes about where to go back to them if I ever came upon a wildfire in front of me. But as you can see, there's not too much. There's a long drive in between the locations of culverts and little bridges. So this is one of the reasons why I tell people that you really need to take these notes, write them down on your map, and be ready to go to those places rather than prepared to escape a fire, especially these rapidly moving ones. So at this point in time, I'm really confident that the worst is behind me. It just looks like a normal day. Hey, there's another car, But yeah, go ahead and email me at the link, Silent Warrior. This is 2012, and so Sean Connor is saying, yeah, that this is the North Pass fire. Okay. The landslide will take you down, Stevie Nicks. Yeah, I need appropriate music for this. I figure that when I make a music video to this, it'll be, I want you to move to California for yourself, but not for me. Because it's basically talking about a guy in a horrible situation in California. And we'll have to go to the second video because GoPro would chop these up. But I'm still pretty dang confident at this point in time that everything's fine. And as you can see, if I could see past these hills, I would be saying holy crap about this point, but I'm not. So here I continue to go west, and I'm climbing up into the coast range, and it doesn't even feel like mountains, really. It feels like hills. Unless you're seeing the big peaks, it doesn't feel like you're in mountains. And there's another person to follow, but then again, okay, it should be bright, sunny, and noon, and it's not. So I don't know why I pull over at this point. I think I'm looking down at maps or something, going, no, I get out, I check the camera. Is this thing still attached to my car? Yeah, that's what I was doing. I also look at maps and such. So let me go to the next part of the video where things start to get bad. So let's see. That's not it. That's the coast. Sorry. So it's out of order. So let me go back down. Excuse me. I think the reason it's out of order, yeah, that's the coast. Is
one more gap. You might want to come the other direction on that from that gray rock.
I may have missed a video in between because my videos went out of order because yeah, it's totally not the right area. Shoot, I wish I could do this sequentially. But I'm doing this on the fly for you guys. So at this point, I come around a bend. It may have been that I even turned the camera off. And at this point, I had it back in the car because my footage was boring. I thought I was outside of a fire zone. I went around the bend and went, oh my God. So this is when I realized I'm in dire trouble. And in 2012, what the hell do I do? So I'm looking down at the cell phone. There's no cell phone reception. I am sure where I am, but I'm not sure what the best course of action is because the fire, if you could see the smoke, is going back towards the way I came. And I'm not even on paved road anymore, so I can't even go as fast as I was going. So I look around, and this is the rugged, steep kind of terrain wilderness. Where the hell would I go if the fire were to trap me at this point? And I just kind of go around and I want to make sure I don't show my license plate, so let me yank that away from view, and I do show my license plate. So let me go past it. But at this point, I look back at my car, and it's coated with ash, a mixture of ash and dust, and I kind of wipe it off the back of the car, going, okay. And I walk around the car and get back in at some point here. And I decided, after taking a few shots with the Nikon, that I would proceed down the road towards that smoke. Click on the link, it'll take you to the video. Cool. Okay. So the rest of my story is I have individual GoPro images of the fire that was in front of me. I go around the side, and whoops, that was just apparently the footage cut, the feed cut at that point. And I may have the rest of the video footage on a different folder, because this is me when I finally arrived at the coast. And I'm talking to you now, so I made it. You know, I swear to you, I'm not a ghost. I'll continue to look back every once in a while at Klamath Falls National Forest. We are trying to figure out what's going on with the situation. With if they're going to mandatory evacuate the Forks of Salmon and Sawyer's Bar area. Right now it's still on notice. They are going to door to notify people of the community of Post Mountain by the McFarland fire to make sure they get ready to go, because this is the McFarland fire and it's gotten bigger, way bigger. With the more current satellites. The MODIS and VIIRS shows it being pretty small, but we go to the GOES as the satellites, and we can see here, like they were talking, that the fire jumped Highway 36. It's north of it now. Community of Post is over here at the intersection of 3 and 36. Post Mountain. Peanut is right over there too, and looks like Peanut would probably be the next impacted by an evacuation warning / mandatory. But Post Mountain is probably going to go mandatory very soon. So it's a rapidly devolving situation, not just evolving. This was how it looked 3 hours ago. It looked decent, and it is no longer looking decent. It is now looking horrible. So you see the wind change direction and the smoke go towards the north, towards this camera. They still have aircraft on it. And we're listening to the pilot chatter right now. And I'll look for the rest of my videos, but for now, let's go see what Silent Warrior has.
G41 available, 1538.
Hang on a second. Okay, Silent Warrior, that link is bad. It's taking me to, I think it's bad, YouTube Creator Studio. So were you in the studio when you linked the video? Go ahead and give us the actual link to the, like if you click on it, it should say watch in YouTube or see on YouTube, and that link is the one we need. Because I think we just have the studio link, which is what I'm looking at right now to talk to you guys and monitor my own thing. But yeah, the situation there was when I went around that curve and went towards the smoke, what I was doing is I looked down at my map and I actually took the time to figure out the situation. Behind me wasn't the best option. The fire actually, the way it moved, was going towards where I just was. And I looked at the smoke column and I thought, okay, you know, if it's a grass fire, then going forward might be the safest thing, because it probably just moved and burned across the road in front of me and then is going to be where I was. You know, part of that landscape had burned out already, but part of it was still good. And so what I didn't have the internet on the phone. I had the pre-downloaded maps, and I inched my way cautiously forward, and I got out of the car at a different moment and assessed the situation again. And I was...
Division Hotel Operations.
starting with that, the buoy. You want me to get to a spot where I've got cell service and send you a video?
No, can you tell me on command section, approximate area?
Aha, I found more of my still photos. So just bear with me and I'll bring them over. I continue to listen for more evacuation and breaking news information. It's coming straight from the pilots here who are monitoring the fire. Can I go onto your page and see it? No, I can't. So you'll have to give us the link because it just gives me a big general error. So I do have the still photos I took at the time. So if you'll just bear with me. I come around. Yeah, this was the area I was at.
Go ahead.
I can't make out what the pilot's saying. But it varies. Damn, that was important and we couldn't hear it. He says the fire is spotting south of something, and that just was unintelligible. Damn, I still couldn't make it out. Yeah, it jumped 36 more than half an hour ago. And that's part of the reason they're starting to go door to door to evacuate that. Wildwood is not looking good right now.
Go ahead.
I do have a Type 2 water tender available.
Mind you, this image is 2012.
Hi, copy. I'll get back to you. Save just utilize them for your...
The current situation is this. It looks way worse than my 2012 image. I'm just telling a story from 2012. I'm trying to get people to understand the terrain and how damn difficult and crazy it is to work in this environment. So they're talking about pulling water tenders to try to help a situation, but I don't know what they just said. They said that the fire is spotting ahead of itself, but I couldn't make out. I cranked the volume up on my headset as high as it went, and I couldn't make that out. So Danny J, welcome, says we had to evacuate their property on Wildwood Road. I'm so sorry. It isn't looking good. The fire is headed north. It's jumped Highway 36, and this is the 3-hour time lapse of what's happened. So this camera is looking south, and you can see it come north towards Wildwood from this viewpoint. The smoke is. So I was just listening as hard as I could to try to figure out where is it spotting. The aircraft are in the area. So what we saw happen with to give you some hope for structures is, I will get back to that, Silent Warrior. Thanks for reminding me. What we saw in Napa was that some of the helicopter pilots especially saw fire going towards individual homes, and they would put them out themselves. So there's hope that some of the helicopter pilots can help. Yeah, great, Silent Warrior. Okay, I'll get to that just now. But right now, they're working in a real difficult situation. It's worse, though, further north. The McFarland has the resources right now, but up in Forks of Salmon and Somerville, that place has no resources to protect any structures. They're going to do what they can for Wildwood, and if we look at the plains and try to see where Wildwood is at, I'm so glad you're out, by the way. We still see them circling kind of south here, south of it. Part of it may be going more towards Cottonwood Creek campgrounds and such, but for the most part, I mean, it's going north and then partly northwest to the point where they're looking like they're doing mandatory evacuation of Post Mountain. They're going door to door right now. So if we look at the current satellite, this was the perimeter and the activity of hours ago. But if we look at GOES satellite,
Water tender heading up the 25 road from 36.
they're heading up the 25 road from 36. Okay. Hopefully they'll try to help the situation. We do have hotspot detections as of less than an hour ago, right over where Wildwood is. So, like I tell people, we don't know where the fire is. It doesn't mean this entire area is affected. But if we look at the drawing pen, when this satellite flies over, it's different than the other one. It means that heat is detected somewhere within that huge radius of that square. So the red squares are less than 15 minutes ago. So we do have the landscape west of Wildwood up the hills on fire somewhere. The wind is basically going due north, and so these embers jumped 36 more than an hour ago. And we just heard that there's a water tender going up towards that area. And hopefully they'll be able to do structured protection and just save the community. So, yeah, there's always hope. I mean, when we were in Napa, there was the Lone Ranger, is the nickname I gave him because he was a Long Bell Ranger helicopter. He single-handedly saved like 20 homes. He would just narrow in on them and take his water bucket over to them, and he was like, got one! And he had just put out a fire that was nearing a home. So we have a lot of aircraft here. In fact, speaking of the devil,
Branch 1, command.
there's that ugly ass K-Max, the Green Beetle, the Green Lantern. He just may have even gotten so low as to look like he landed or took off from an area by Wildwood. So there is hope, but the landscape is going to burn. Just when and where it gets stopped, we don't know. So going back to my photo story, I just want to show you the very last of mine that we're going to look at Silent Warriors
Operations Branch 1.
Video. He has a video from the last year, the Oak Fire in Mendocino County. So, yeah, I just want to complete one thing at a time. This is when I went further down the road, I saw a gate for a ranch. And I cautiously went towards where the fire was because the road that I was in, I had just come around a curved loop, and so I knew that the fire's progress based on the smoke direction was back to where I came. So where I came from was behind these hills, and I was not about to go back to where that was. So it turned out to just be the right decision. Whoops, that's going the wrong way. I saw animals grazing and in the distance, and I knew that people hadn't been able to get their animals out. But the fire had raced up hills, and some of this landscape was still smoking around me. But check out that oak tree. You know, they're very fire-resistant trees, and they're used to the grass burning around at their base, and they just live through it. That's the kind of landscape you want. I think that might be it for my picks. And what I did was eventually come around the bend, and yeah, it got looking pretty bad because this is me getting closer and closer to the fire. And eventually, though, I came to a roadblock right around this area. You could see that the fire had gone over the side of the hill. And this is what a point where my heart was beating rapidly because I was going, oh my God, this just passed over right in front of me. So here I was in its wake, cautiously making my way around. I turned around that bend, and there was a roadblock. And the sheriff's office people turned around and said, "What the hell are you doing here? How did you get past the road closure and the fire line?" And basically, I was just lucky enough to have gone into the coast range up there, and right before they blocked the road. I had no way of knowing. No cell phone reach. So let's look at Danny J. Do you have somewhere to go? Yeah. Stay with us, Danny J. We're continuing to monitor the situation. They'll even talk about individual structures, whether or not they're affected. Yeah, Josh.
McFarland off Trinity, running on ServiceNet 1012.
Thank you, Josh. We now have an evacuation map for Siskiyou County to look at. I'm going to put, I don't have to put it in chat because, well, Josh already did. There.
Mountain vegetation fire near MacArthur Road.
Okay, so that's our Siskiyou County evacuation map. That's near Forks of Salmon is in the green over there, which is the get ready stage. And I would say get ready to go. Like, I would imagine this being somewhat soon, before the end of the night. I think Forks of Salmon will go mandatory. It is mandatory over here between the this is over by the Taylor Creek Road south to Caribou Road, not to be confused with Caribou by the Dixie fire. This is the different one. This is by the summer fire. This
Go, and I'll give it to you on the map and tell you the new plan.
Okay, I was able to pin it in there. So what do you guys got going on?
So with the way the winds are starting to surface, it's kind of pushing down into Beacom Gulch, Greg.
Training is available in 2451, 2478. 2474, 2 engines on order from the LNS, 1 on order from LMU. Company 13, Station 15, Station 16, Water Center 13, Water Center 16. Vegetation fire roadside spot in the area of Soldier Mountain, MacArthur Road, across the Soldier Mountain Road. Appreciate that scene. The Soldier IC Command, local tactical, CF TAC 12. Stand by for check back, 5052.
looks like there's rollout to a new spot fire. I don't know the region, but there.
I copy. What would you need to help with that?
You could start freeing up some dozers. Division Echo is going to tie in with Hotel if they've completed the work with their Lima, and they'll start working on the other side, which I believe that other road is the Sunshine 28N02 road that runs west from the Old Burn to the east down to the bottom of Beacom Gulch, tying in with Zachary.
Okay, so Soldier Mountain. I am completely unfamiliar with the area. Wait, that does not look correct.
I copy. The only dozers we may have would be the ones from Zulu. They would be 12-hour. By the time they get over there, would they be working?
I don't think so. And if any of the crews that will be out tonight, I'm getting ready to run that Zachary Road out, and we may use them to start prepping if we can break any free from the other divisions.
Is that the lava fire then?
Okay, I copy. I'll start checking to see what's available.
That can't be the...
Branch 1.
That's not the right Soldier Mountain then. Is there
Lot,
one...
Soldier Mountain area, Spring Creek Road, Costa MacArthur Road. First unit scene, Soldier IC Command Local, Tactical CF TAC 12. Stand by for check back 1555.
Okay. Locals, am I in the right spot? Are they talking over there by Shasta, or are we back here with the McFarland fire? Because there could be multiple areas that they're talking about on the radio. But if you just tuned in, please like and subscribe with the ringing bell button if you want to know when I go live again. That will help me reach other people. This is a live breaking news situation where the community of Post Mountain, which is right here, is under new evacuation warnings, which might go to evacuation mandatory very soon. We have a worse situation. This is the McFarland fire, even worse up north in the Forks of Salmon area, where they don't have resources to even protect structures over by Somerville and Forks of Salmon. So they have some mandatory evacuations there. Please look at the Klamath National Forest Twitter and Facebook pages for the latest updates. It's called the Salmon River and Orleans Complex Fire. There's 17 different fires threatening the area. Mostly the hay press fire and the summer fire is sandwiching the community of Somerville. The Cronin fire further to the north is also of huge concern, but these are very scary, rapidly worsening situations as the wind changed direction. We had sunny blue skies 3 hours ago, and look how bad it gets. Just
responding to the soldier incident. A new access 40583 MacArthur Road. I'm going to check back. Copy battalion 2411, engine 2451, responding engine 2478. Engine 2478. 2474.
Yeah, they're Danny J. They are dispatching lots of tenders and things around the area, and there's
2421.
There's been aircraft at least around the McFarland. You're in a better situation than the people further up north with the Forks of Salmon and that complex. They have no structured protection. They have nobody. They don't have enough resources for it until at least 24 hours from now. So it's same neck of the woods, but at least aircraft and such are trying to protect Wildwood. This fire is expanding so fast that this is what the real extent of the fire is in general, whereas this is what it was mapped.
Right there, I'd really like to talk to you. If you could make your way on the main road over to that hairpin and talk to me, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Now, what I wanted to know is Soldier Mountain here, is this a new incident over by Shasta, or is there a different Soldier Mountain here in Trinity County? Because I'm really confused about that point. When I typed in Soldier Mountain, that took me over to, the Shasta area. But I thought they were continuing to talk about the McFarland fire, so I didn't forget your video. I want to make sure people know about the evacuation, Silent Warrior. Okay, looking back at chat. Like I said, evacuations and emergency information is a lot more important than story time. But let's look at Silent Warrior's video. We will continue to pause it and listen to what they're saying. Okay, I'm still getting a bad link to YouTube Creator Studio. So what is the title of the dang video? I will just look it up manually. Is Wildwood looking better than the rest? You have resources there, yeah. The other 17 fires to the north, there are no resources and there's no plan for structure protection because they don't have anybody there. The fires are exploding out of control further north faster than anybody can respond. So here you have a fleet of aircraft trying to protect Wildwood and Peanut and all those little communities. We have 2 Hercules, 3 different DC-10 planes, a McDonnell Douglas MD-87, 2 Marsh planes, and several helicopters, including this guy. So plus some dozer crews in the area and water tenders. They rolled out here today because they were called in.
Stand by for operation.
Because they were called in yesterday. But there's nobody that can respond to any sort of structure or livestock or any sort of people protection further north by north of Forks of Salmon. So the community of Somerville, I fear for it greatly. At least there's people in this area. So, you know, this is all subjective. It's we only get to know when it's over, you know. But so far, you know, at least aircraft is here. So all we can do is wait on that one. I'm glad that you're out. Crosswave, welcome to chat. Please kindly join me in prayer for all those who need a prayer these days. Absolutely. You know, I can't stand it when somebody says, "Oh, I hate prayers. Prayers don't put out fires." You know what? They are a symbol of well-wishing to your fellow men, that you're caring and that you think of them. So just appreciate that. That is a way that the communities show support for each other, and I'm all about that. This is a supportive community here, and I am very intolerant of people that criticize showing support for other people, because you know what, the world
Division Alpha Branch 1, go ahead.
the world needs a lot more support right now, because
northeast of the IP.
we're all in this together. Okay, let's continue listening to the pilots.
Division Alpha Branch 1, you're broken. Give me about 5 minutes. 2471, cover station 75.
Okay, looks like that helicopter that took off from Wildwood, or was near Wildwood, is following around the scout plane right now. The OV-10.
Sector 40 is 8 from the IP.
Oh god, that was loud. Is the OV-10 the Orion? I forgot my aircraft from last year. My notebook from last year has gone missing, and so I wrote down.
You want us to hold at the IP? Engine 2457, cover station 74.
Here comes a Sikorsky. A 52-year-old Sikorsky. Wow. This helicopter was made in 1969? Whoa. It's a Vietnam-era helicopter. Well, it must be well-maintained. Yikes. So, I don't see the big tankers right now. A lot of them were refueling back at Reading. Oh, there they are down there. There's Tanker 15. That's a BAE 146-200A. Tanker 102. The McDonnell Douglas is still in the house, and so they're dropping over in that vicinity, considerably well south of Wildwood. Then here's an OV-10, which I think is an Orion, and coming over is the Sikorsky. So they're still working the fire with aircraft. That's a good thing to see. It's 4 p.m. It looks like hell, literally, in the landscape. But I am so impressed that the aircraft are, and that the pilots are still in the area helping. So if you just tuned in, yep, that's the current latest image. It's almost beautiful, isn't it? Things that are deadly often are. Looking back at chat, Beisner, I'm not going to say your name. Soldier Mountain is in the Cascade Range northwest of Shasta County, 2.5 miles off Dana, California. Okay, so that's a new breaking news incident then. If that's what they're talking about. Looks like there's something going on at Soldier Mountain. They saw a hot spot over there. They immediately dispatched a whole bunch of tankers and such to the area. So hopefully that remains a small inconsequential thing. But yeah, let's do a 6-hour time lapse and just see how bad the situation got today. In northwestern California, we have emerging emergencies. This was what was around 10 in the morning. Now it's 11. This is what we were looking at earlier today, and I thought, yay, they have 2 days of good time, that they can make 2 days ahead of the wind event on Wednesday coming in, and they've got some time to do things, and it worsened by the hour. Just everything changed. And the fires just immediately to the north blew up at Forks of Salmon area in Trinity in the Klamath National Forest Wilderness. They don't even have anybody up there to respond in time. The McFarland fire is getting slammed by aircraft, but the monument and everything north of it doesn't have it. Josh has a link for us. Okay, let's take a look. So, one moment. I'm going to refresh at the Twitter link. The California fire scanner guy must have woken up in New Zealand. He says, Plumas Butte, hearing of a multiple flare-ups and spot fires on the incident. God. And now an AA-210 is requesting 4 large air tankers and a lead plane to work the division. Oscar and Papa area cited Greenville as values at risk. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, so let's quickly zip on over to Plumas County.
40 rolling.
Let's see if they've got any tankers on the way. Thank you, Josh. So there's an OV-10 over there looking around the place. That's a scout/lead plane. I don't see any tankers over by Greenville. That plane has been flying over west of Almanor West, where 32 and 36 intersect. There's a Bell helicopter that's hovering by Meadow Valley and Bucks Lake, but I don't see anything near Greenville. Let's go and look at the satellites. I'm now very alarmed. Today was not the good news day that I thought it was going to be.
Reading, Aquay Dozer responding to the soldier incident.
Okay, so we got a hot spot by Round Valley Reservoir.
Aquay Dozer responding 1607. Contact soldier ICU CF Technical.
I'm going for the Indian Valley cam. Okay, get to the right spot. There we go. The Indian Ridge cam, excuse me. That does look nasty. That is considerably more smoke, and it's a lot different than when I began streaming a couple hours ago. So let's look at the full 12-hour time lapse. So this was Round Valley Reservoir area, which is in the mountains up above Greenville and Crescent Mills. And it was pretty lazy today. The wind stuff is supposed to happen on Wednesday. But just like they said, you can't get complacent and turn your back on the ocean. So earlier, I said everything's looking great at the Dixie fire. We're not even going to look at that right now. Okay. So at some point, we're going to see a massive change. I would like to know where CA Fire Scanner is hearing this information, because I haven't been able to hear a dang thing with the radio concerning the Dixie fire this entire event. I had Plumas, fire, the camera changed position.
Division Alpha, Branch 1, command.
Plumas County Fire was silent this whole event. It was more like local response. Okay, there it is. So the stupid camera doesn't show. Let's listen to pilots.
Please call command center.
Reading Air Taxi 400 barn for the soldier incident, ETA 1627.
It went back to the start. I'm sorry.
Any copies responding? Positive AFS 1610.
So those are live images. Okay, so across the board, situations looking dire and bleaker by the second going on in California. Yeah, Jonathan S. says, don't turn your back on a fire. That's how he lost Doyle, Grass Valley last year. Yeah, my other brother almost got caught in the Grass Valley fire. His wife had a heart attack. So
I think I got you right there. How much your 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock?
500. We're just getting with air attack to figure out a new location, please.
That's fire.
Yeah, his wife had just had a heart attack. She was recovering at home. And well, it's not exactly their permanent home, but they were staying for a while at Grass Valley. And so he did the right thing and said, look, my wife can't be moved unless it's a dire circumstance. He called and made contact with the...
Engine 2263, leaving the unit.
So we're looking at the Dixie fire again, a new development where the situation is worsening. They're calling in air attack to help save Greenville, because Greenville is on the other side of this ridge to the right. And smoke and presumably embers are going right towards it. I'm not that concerned. I mean, I'm not panicking because they've done a lot of firing of the landscape around Greenville to protect it from previous spot fires in this area, but this is a intense situation. They just lifted the evacuation mandatory status yesterday.
Engine 2263 entering the unit, responding to the soldier incident.
And it just goes to show you cannot let your guard down. That was
responding. Contact soldier IC on T of TAC 12.
It ain't over. It's not a fire that's over. Anyway, to finish the story about my brother at Grass Valley last year, he did the right thing, which was let people know we are hesitant to evacuate, not because we like our holdout, but my wife can't be moved. Because
are there any resources at scene yet?
Airtech 240, Patrol 16 is soldier IC, engine 216, 513, and water tender 13 are also at scene. Engine 2451 is 3 minutes out.
Airtech 240.
got a lot of helicopters coming around the area. They may be getting water at Bucks Lake. That's a good possibility. There's another Sikorsky.
71 en route 75.
I don't know why they wouldn't dip into Almanor or go to Chester Airport, but who knows? It's all hop, skip, and a jump when you're in the air. So we're continuing to monitor the new situation, the Dixie fire. This is across the way. This is the worsening situation at the McFarland fire. The most dire situation continues to be near Forks of Salmon, with the 17 lightning strike fires starting to surround the community of Somerville and Taylor's Creek area. I believe that's what they called it. That area has nobody to respond. They can't even protect structures. So at least there are some crews in the area here. Oh God, my ears. At least there's people in the area of the McFarland fire. It's looking worse further north at Forks of Salmon. And we continue to monitor the air attack channel. And the Dixie fire, which has now had a big flare up by Greenville. And I can finish that story if they give me enough time to talk.
I'll try to find it on the map and look it up. We kind of got a priority here in Echo, just trying to keep the stuff now coming, just wanting to move to the east now more than expected. So we're trying to get some targets here decided.
He said They're trying to get retardant to tie something in, but I didn't make out the location. Josh said the winds are gusting out of the southwest. Yeah.
We're going to try to hang it up in some ladder field and take it across the bridge to a hairpin turn for the Dixie hotel is getting right now. And then that main road, if you're familiar where the CAL FIRE transports are, that's the main road that we're going to try to step back up with the park.
I couldn't quite make that out. Unfortunately, there's different command posts here. The ones that are closer to the person broadcasting this have a clearer broadcast, of course. So, to finish my Grass Valley story, my brother informed the local firefighting team. For God's sake. All right, I'm muting that. He informed the local firefighters and said, we're not holdouts. Well, I just can't move my wife. She just had a heart attack. And they then watched his house. And a pilot, when he was washing the dishes, looked out the window, and over the ridge, fire came over the hill. So he drops the dishes in the sink, says, it's time to go, honey. And they start getting in the car, and a pilot comes and drops water in their backyard and kind of on the house as they're leaving, because he knew that that's where somebody was staying, and saved their house and covered their butts as they evacuated. And that's what you should do, is remain in contact. If you have to, for some reason, stay behind or don't have a ride or something, do dial your local authorities and let them know where the heck you are and what you're doing, so that they can know what's going on. So I'm going to unmute that. That was just a bunch of clicking sounds.
Everyone, Charlie, go ahead.
Oh, here they're talking again. Let's listen.
Division echoes to everyone, Charlie.
I think we should look at the Butts Lake cam, but it would be facing the wrong direction probably. This is the Round Valley Reservoir from the Indian Ridge cam. These are live images of a flare-up. They're requesting help to protect Greenville. Requesting tankers according to California Fire Scanner on the Twitter feed. Hopefully we'll hear.
I thought like the bridge dip Hallowell area was in position alpha.
It's so hard to make them out. Hopefully we'll hear them talking about this. But they're talking about at least 3 different fire zones. The New Soldier Mountain.
4 Tango Hotel is going to be over in the bridge dip Hallowell area. And they're going to, their priority from me was to keep that check in the future retardant.
Number 1618.
So they said bridge dip. Isn't that on the Dixie? He said something like hollow well. I could not understand what he said. But we know from the vision maps that they had the briefing maps. There's the locations of dips, and if we saw
4,000 will clear the terrain. It's kind of an uphill. The ridge kind of goes uphill, but 4,000 will clear the far end behind.
Okay, so we do see this Orion is cruising the area by Prattville and Butts Lake. But what we're seeing with the Indian Ridge camera is this angle. Let me grab the pen. It looks over this way. And we're seeing quite a flare up. The Butts Lake camera usually looks that way, but I don't believe that's where the issue is, as far as I am hearing now. We should check Plumas County Sheriff's Office and continue to monitor this. They CA Fire Scanner Twitter feed said that, here I'll read it out again. Hearing multiple flare-ups and spot fires on the incident of the Dixie fire, now an AA-210 is requesting 4 large air tankers and a lead plane to work the division Oscar and Popper Oscar and Papa area, cited Greenville as values at risk. So let me get to that map. I just downloaded it earlier today to help explain things on the stream. So that should be right here in handy. Let me just
repeat, scratchy and readable.
bear with me, and we'll continue to listen to pilot chatter. And here's the live image of the Dixie fire, where we continue to monitor this. Oh God, that is looking like a major flare-up. The situation, if you just turned in, is bad everywhere in Northern California. It's bad at the McFarland fire. It's worse at the Forks of Salmon fire, in those 17 lightning strike fires, and it's getting bad at the Dixie fire again. So just bear with me, and I'm going to pull up that map, find out where Oscar and Papa divisions are.
7, cancel the cover.
They dropped mandatory evacuation too soon. It seems very apparent. People started returning to the Greenville area today. That's bad.
263, copies, cancel.
Just bear with me. I'm getting that map up right now. I had closed down most of my Dixie fire information because, I said it was looking great earlier today, and boy, it was. Until it wasn't. Here it is. Here's the map. So, Division Oscar and Papa.
Halfway dozer, copy, cancel.
Yeah, Round Valley. We're looking right at it, the problem area. So, Greenville being there, of course.
2434 available.
Okay.
Halfway dozer, ready. Confirm you copy, cancel.
So, like I said, the Indian Ridge camera is looking right there. So, developing situation. The winds have picked up today, a little bit unexpectedly soon, and that is ugly. That is
halfway dozer, copy, cancel.
Looking quite ugly. So let's look back and see if Plumas County Sheriff's Office has anything to say. Bear with me. If there's new evacuation orders, they'll of course be there. So going back to refresh.
2421 ready. Confirm you copy the traffic. Continue your discretion.
We don't have anything new on the Plumas County Sheriff's Office Twitter, so whatever's happening is happening very rapidly, and they haven't made an announcement regarding the situation. I'm going to go to Butte County CAL FIRE to see if they've made an announcement.
2478 Reading, cover station 14. And just 2474, return to station 74.
No, they haven't commented on this new situation either. They're just talking about reopening 70 and blah blah blah, all this rosy stuff. The morning operational update we heard about this morning at the beginning of my stream. I streamed that.
And the first 477, cancel the cover.
Holy crap! Look at that image. This is updating about once every minute. We're watching it live, and we're watching something bad unfold live. So there's a guy in Taylorsville. Let's take a look and see if he's made a comment. I have a link to him in my chat. Sorry.
Branch 1.
Excuse me.
Branch 1 goes for operations.
Have you got any fill information on the 2 Charlie strike teams that were requested?
I have not.
I copy.
Okay, I'm starting to learn my lesson.
Reading Air Attack 240, go ahead. Confirm you copy the traffic, cancel the aircraft.
My eardrums.
Affirmative, we're all at scene right here. I'm going to take an orbit, I'll get their ETAs, and I'll come back with the release.
Ready, copy 1624.
So there's currently a plane circling around. This guy who just said he was in orbit, that might be him, who was just talking.
Reading, helicopter 509, code 7.
509 ready?
Helicopter 509 is off Reading. 2 souls on board, 3 hours of fuel, 2 5-minute ETE to the McCash fire. I'd like to pick up flight following, please.
Cash fire?
Helicopter 509, writing copies of vitals. You were positive AFX 1625.
So we got a VERTOL showing up to the scene, but they requested actually tankers, not just aircraft, not just helicopters. We don't know whether or not they're en route or when that might be, but we do have some aircraft converging on the situation. It's looking horrible every single minute that's going by. The flare-up over by Round Valley Reservoir above Greenville is looking pretty massive. So,
McFarland, Cobell. McFarland operations, serviceman.
Go ahead.
Can you check with planning ops and see the status of the 2 immediate needs strike teams?
2471 available, 75.
Ready, copy 1626.
Southbound, I-5.
yeah.
That copy, just go.
Or Battalion 5-1, Patrol 5-2, Engine 353, Engine 1-2, Engine 352, WFS Engine 6-5, 1 air attack, 2 tankers, 1 helicopter on order. Respond to reported vehicle fire, spread the vegetation. Southbound I-5 at Gilman. Ready and repeating for Battalion 5-1, Patrol 5-2, Engine 353, Engine 1-2, Engine 352, WFS Engine 6-5, 1 air attack, 2 tankers, 1 helicopter on order. On to report of vehicle fire, spread the vegetation, southbound I-5 at Gilman. All units hold traffic for track back.
Oh, that's all we need. There's a new fire at Reading because of a vehicle fire.
Ready, air attack 240, aircraft to lead.
1.
Drive by 1.
In chat, thank you, Mr. McGee, for your service.
40, 9495, release, both loaded. ETA back to Reading 1642. After 202, release back to Beaver, ETA 1635. Airtime 240, release, heading back to Reading, ETA 1650.
Okay.
Engine 1-2.
Engine 352.
No aircraft assigned yet.
Copy that, would you like us to start that direction on our way back?
Affirmative.
I'm time-lapsing the Indian Ridge camera above Greenville. Last 15 minutes. This is the developing situation. It's really blowing up. So we do have some aircraft.
Unit will be Gilman IC, Command Force, Zone 10, Nifty TAC 2, air to ground 43.
Wow, it really took its sweet time reloading.
Hard for me to check exactly where I'm flying over in the section, so if we can make a note to that and have tomorrow's map, have a link map so that it's traffic, we much appreciate it.
Engine 5 ready.
So we're talking about the emergency situation in Reading.
Additionally, we've come to the state for some engines.
Well, the aircraft are getting really stretched thin now, because now there's aircraft requests for a new vehicle fire that started something off of near I-5 in Reading.
Reading
But
Utilities 353 will be responding from Lakeshore as well.
they've asked for aircraft.
Facility 353 responding from Lakeshore 1630.
They've asked for aircraft for 3 different directions now. Over by the McFarland, they have a huge aircraft response. This is a developing situation at Greenville. This is the last hour. They've asked for help with the fire above Greenville at the Round Valley Reservoir, which is now blowing up exponentially. And they asked for help with aircraft at the new complex, the Lightning Fire complex by South Forks of Salmon, and because there's nobody on the ground to respond. But so that's 4 different places aircraft are supposed to be, and there's only so many aircraft.
Reading Control 52. 52 responding 1630.
Yeah, hi John. He says smoke plumes to the east and west here in Red Bluff, California. Yeah, it's got to be looking horrible. And the Bay Area still has an island on fire, so I've neglected that for a little bit. Let's refresh what happened. This is what happened last night after 1 a.m. and Bradford Island had fire. The wind's pushing it to the north and possibly protecting the rest of the island by keeping the fire in the north.
10658 Sweet Creek Road.
That was a medical call. I'm going to mute that. So the north end of Bradford Island is currently on fire and filling up the Bay Area and Valley with smoke. This is the time lapse of 12 hours from earlier today and dawn. Oh my God, I muted it for you guys, but there's those horrible tones going off in my ear.
77-year-old male general owner, 10658 Sweet Creek, Fort Lane, 1632.
That's a medical call. I'm going to mute that again. So this is the current situation in the Bay Area. It's looking bad everywhere. That island is on fire, and the winds have picked up. This is another image.
I-5, the Gilman exit.
Gilman exit is where the vegetation fire has been started by a vehicle at Reading. So, yeah, this is the Bay Area cam again that showed the Bradford Island fire. At least the residents were evacuated. Okay, I'm just muting those weird tones that sound like a telephone. That's how they communicate, but boy, is it rocking my eardrums right now. So I can still hear that annoying sound, but you guys don't. But as you can see, Northern California is flaring up today. It's gone really bad. So
2474 SHF assist. Vehicle fire into the vegetation. A northbound I-5. The Gilman Salt Creek exit. Contact Gilman IC. Command Force Net Tone 10. Tactical Nifty TAC 2. Stand by for check back 1633.
okay, looking back at chat here. Dixie fire, multiple large and small spots in Division Lima and J, whatever J is. Largest spot being 100 acres, dangerous rate of spread per radio traffic. But okay, what radio traffic are they listening to? McCash fire, 42 miles east-southeast of Crescent City, 500 acres as of half an hour ago. Wow, so that's the new one.
32 responding 1634.
CAL FIRE has 23 S2 tankers, the Marsh planes, which are small, more than 40 helicopters, and roughly 10 to 15 other large tankers. The entire air attack is flown by Dynacorp employees, also wear CAL FIRE patch. Thank you for the information, Max Smith. But they need more than that. They actually need more than that. Global Supertanker, where are you? So this is the currently exploding situation on the Dixie fire. This is the 1 hour time lapse of Indian Ridge. We continue to.
Station 58.
God, if I hear that telephone sound one more time. Well, the wind picked up.
Operations, Carmel on command.
So here we are, Indian Ridge. They're requesting help, and I keep flipping back over to see.
Operations, Carmel on command.
Helicopters are converging on the area by Greenville. They just lifted the mandatory evacuation, and I don't know. It sounds like they'll probably redo it. I need to go back and look at Plumas County Sheriff's Office again.
Operations, Carmel on service net.
Carmel, go for operation.
Planning ops said they checked with expanded and they've got no answer yet.
We still hear nothing. Nothing at all, but
But the order has been placed, and I will be out of cell coverage for a half hour.
I think it's very important.
I got it, thank you.
Okay, I'm muting Broadcastify for a second.
Branch 1 operation.
For God's sake.
Branch 1.
Were you able to copy that information?
Firm, was that on the 2 Charlie Strike teams?
Yeah, affirm.
Copy, and also, I don't know if there's any hose at Harrison Gulch, but 2 5,000-foot hose modules to Division Alpha.
Responding. 1636.
In other good news, because today's full of good news, thank you, Josh, for this link. An evacuation warning is in place for the residents of Tennant and Antelope Creek due to a wildfire in the area. This is a warning at this time. Be alert and ready to go. Thank you so much, Josh, for being on top of that. We did read a little bit earlier today that it was likely to happen, very likely to happen. So warning at this time. The Antelope fire remains active now. Estimated.
Branch 1. Correction on the hose, 5,000 feet of 1-inch hose to Division Alpha.
Reading, engine 1-2, tone 10.
Wait.
Engine 1-2 ready.
Wait.
Confirming with it a single report or multiple.
So far.
Alright, I'm muting that stupid channel for a second. Disregard what I said. An evacuation order has been issued for Antelope Creek near Tennant, California in Siskiyou County. For some reason, the older 1 hour ago evacuation warning was at the top instead of the order. But as of now, it is an order. So let's look at Siskiyou. I have to turn down. There's so much chatter on Broadcastify right now that I can't even hear myself talk. So I've muted it for you guys. I'm turning it down, and I will turn it right back up if there's something important. So I need to look at Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office Twitter to make sure that is correct, because that was a retweet, and I don't want to give false information. That's some sort of a retweet. But it looks like the Antelope fires made mandatory evacuation order. So let's look back at let's go to their Facebook page. It is true. It's an evacuation order as of 13 minutes ago. It has been issued for Antelope Creek near Tennant. Please leave the area immediately. So it looks like they got the warning a little bit earlier ago, like maybe just 1 hour ago, and that went straight to the get out now. So hang on a second. Yeah, they're just chattering about what hose line diameters they need on Broadcastify. If I sound a little frustrated, it's because I hate doing 10 things at once. So all these fires are blowing up at the same time. Looks like we have a helicopter over Greenville. and it's because the wind has changed and blown up in Northern California 2 days ahead of schedule. This was supposed to happen Wednesday. They were supposed to have two days of of time to prepare for Wednesday, but that is not what's happening. This is the worsening situation above Round Valley Reservoir, above Greenville, California. I keep refreshing Plumas County Sheriff's Office to see if there's any new evacuation orders or some sort of response, but so far there's been nothing. Josh says the river complex has a run. Yes, the river complex is just blowing up like crazy. So the island is still on fire, Bradford Island in the Bay Area. So this is how everything went from okay to really bad in just an hour. So starting at 11 in the morning, when I was like, oh, everything's looking pretty peachy, all of a sudden this happened, and the wind changed and started fiercely blowing towards the north. So
Contra at the car wash.
Okay, that's a regular medical call. I'm turning the Broadcastify sound back off. Unfortunately, we have regular medical calls mixed in with fires. So as we were trying to cover these existing fires, where the fire jumped a line here at the McFarland, it jumped over Highway 36 north. It's headed straight into Wildwood right now. They had new evacuation door-to-door warnings over to the northwest community of Post Mountain. I would think that Peanut would be next for that. And further north, all hell broke loose.
It's an unburned island. It's down kind of in a drainage. Do you want us to take action on it?
Hang on.
Negative. The report actually is for a vehicle fire with spread to veg on I-5 in Gilman.
Okay, copy that. We'll head over to I-5, see if we see anything over there.
Running copy. Thank you. 1641.
Speak of the devil, as I was about to explain it, as all these situations are exploding, there's a new vehicle-caused fire up at Redding at the Gilman exit on I-5, where they're even considering it so important so big that they should send in strike teams and aircraft. So the aircraft are being pulled in different directions. You've got the fires now on the west side of the valley. This is the McFarland, which has exploded and jump lines towards the north and northwest. Then we've got the almost, I haven't seen the west of Weaverville, the Monument Fire. I haven't seen any aircraft on it today. And this is the worsening situation up here, where the Summer Fire and the Hay Press Fire are starting to surround the community of Somerville, which is right in between it. And then there's a different fire to the east, which threatens the community with a triple threat. And so you have Forks of Salmon over here, which is on evacuation alert. And they just upgraded the evacuation warning to an order for the people near Antelope because of the Antelope Fire. So everything is rapidly escalating, and the situation is rapidly worsening everywhere in Northern California, even back here at the Dixie Fire. So,
found the off ramp. I'm not seeing anything. We'll fly out the freeway a little bit here, see if we can find it somewhere else.
They're currently looking for the reported vegetation fire.
Confirming this was the northbound off ramp at Gilman that you saw the vehicle.
Yeah, there's two vehicles on the off ramp at Gilman. Looks like they might just be talking. I'm not seeing any smoke at all up or down I-5. We'll fly out the freeway a few miles each direction just to confirm.
Well,
I copy.
If that's a false alarm, or they were able to self-extinguish it.
On the the east side of the salt fire, it is well interior, but there is quite a bit of potential for reburn.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just muted him when he said that he can't find the vehicle fire reported by Redding and the Gilman exit, but he is seeing major new smoke that's well within the salt fire area, so that is flaring up.
We can. I've got the 2 tankers here. It'd probably be better for a couple copters to work on it, but it's your guys' call. It's probably going to need some attention. There is quite a bit of upburn fuel around it.
Okay, copy that. Break. Ready. We're time by 1.
I keep muting it as they start talking about it again, but apparently the salt fire has an unburned island that has just ignited and is creating a huge amount of smoke. So they were just discussing whether or not they should hit it. They said maybe a couple helicopters. So looking back at chat, CAL FIRE air attack captain requesting 4 large air tankers to the Greenville area. Coin toss if he gets those tankers, especially if the bigger tankers are on no divert status. That's what I'm fearing.
That you need, you're going to have to send yourself or strike team leaders down to grab them. Copy.
Once again, I'm replaying the last hour of what's been going on at Round Valley Reservoir above Greenville, California. This is exploding too, and I am fearing that they're not going to get the tankers requested. We see a bunch of helicopters buzzing around the area, but what I was hoping that we could get to as all this crap is going is Daniel Kearns last night. I did not go live with this. Said that he was extremely concerned about Round Valley Reservoir in Greenville because he's boots on the ground and he is an off-duty, I think, volunteer firefighter. I just don't know him personally. I didn't want to run the risk of scaring people. And what I saw officially was Greenville was being taken.
Engine 1-2, battalion 5-1.
Taken lower in evacuation levels, but apparently he was onto something. He was very concerned for the area last night, and he made a video 4 hours ago approximately. So I'm going to mute Broadcastify for a second, and then I want to play whatever it is his video is. I haven't seen this, but he's pointing to it on the map, and I think we should listen. Hang on a second.
I think we're back online.
It is extremely low volume. It's extremely low volume. I gotta fix that. Hang on, bear with me. I'm gonna crank it up as high as that goes, but that means I've got to mute Broadcastify. Okay, here we go. It's only 4 minutes long. Here we go.
Hello again, everyone. We had a small technical difficulty here. I think we're back online. I'm not going to start that whole thing over. It looks like most of it is still available to you, so I just want to continue with the fire. We talked about the hotspot by Round Valley Lake and how it has come over some of the dozer lines, but they have other contingency dozer lines around that area now. Just want to make sure everybody is aware still the forecasted winds, general winds, are blowing from southwest to northeast, which puts the town of Greenville directly in the path of the wind, and all these receptive beds out here directly in the path of the predicted wind. That wind could gust up to 25 to 30 miles an hour. That's what's forecasted possibly for this afternoon. I want to remind everyone that should the winds stay calm, which is also a possibility, that these lines will all work just fine. They work they work perfectly under no wind conditions, but if the wind should pick up, then embers can be carried over them. So I ask everyone, please just pay attention. If the day continues to be a calm, quiet day, there's no need for concern. If the wind picks up and starts blowing hard, please put your eyes up and pay attention to what's going on. Just in case, I'm not sure how long that video cut out. I just want to go back to, we do have a lot of heat down here in the Caribou area and in the Rush Creek area. There are structures down in here. They're sending extra teams in there to do some structure protection, so they're tracking all that, but I just would like everybody keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Covered this. We go over here to Mount Huff. You will notice smoke coming up here. They are keeping a good eye on that. It is all very interior from the line. They're not expecting any of that to be blown over. We're lucky here. The Mount Huff Ridge is almost perpendicular to the forecasted wind flow. So we get this eddying in the lee of the mountain. We get this kind of eddying effect that won't allow the full force of the winds should they come from that direction to move those hot spots around. Right here in Taylorsville, I am noticing a hot spot that is up in here. I just see a smoke column coming up. I advise everyone to keep their eye on it and see what's happening. We do, if there is a hot spot in this area somewhere and the winds are blowing southwest to northeast, we still have receptive fuel beds out here. Here's Taylorsville, so it is important to pay attention, but I don't have any reason to be super concerned about that at the moment. That is all I have for the fire update. I encourage you to watch the beginning if you want updates on what's going on in town, how you can donate, how you can help to the people who have lost their homes in Indian Falls. That information is on the previous video.
Okay, so he was just talking about the Greenville being at risk if the winds picked up today, and well, boy, look at this. Boy, did they. So this is just within the last, what is this, I think this was my 15-minute time lapse, actually. So just where he was concerned about it last night and earlier today, he's saying embers could be carried over to Greenville, and so fingers crossed for that area. I continue to refresh Plumas County Sheriff's Office, but so far there isn't a comment onto the social media yet, although I expect that to change any second now. Yeah, we have an 8-hour update ago. Looking back at chat, Serene Sapphire says the northwest flank of the Dixie fire has crossed Humboldt Road fire lines in 2 places and is spreading aggressively to the north towards Butte Mountain Highway 36. Josh says AA reporting multiple spots across the line and becoming established in the Lake Almanor area. Dyer Mountain cameras smoked in, but you can see flames on the flare. Great. Yeah, this changed. Everything could change in a minute, and that's what I said. Everything was looking good this morning. You're right. Look at the new heat detections. Crap. I said we can't turn our back on the fire, though. Don't get complacent. I was rather surprised today that Greenville and such in Indian Valley was downgraded to just evacuation watch instead of mandatory. I expect that to go back to mandatory ASAP. I'm extremely surprised to see that it's jumped the line here where it looked absolutely solid. In fact, it's black. This morning, look, they have black line. Black, that means contained. If it's jumped black line, that's a very big concern. This is all unsubstantiated. This is non-official sources for the moment, but just looking at the satellite, that's a huge confidence shaker to see something jump black line. And we do have new, everywhere that's red here is new heat detections. I'm not bothered a bit by seeing it anywhere south of here. I am bothered by seeing this. That's not good at all. Mind you, this does not mean that the landscape is on fire where it is depicted. This is margin of error. Everywhere that there is a square, it is a huge piece of land. The GOES 17 satellite is something that is gives you up-to-date information. So everything red is a heat detection in the last 15 minutes, but within the margin of error, it's just some spot detected within that big section. It doesn't mean the whole section's on fire. And so it just tells you about the inaccuracy. I could tell you that this is a very long distance, from the tip here deeper inland. That's quite a significant drive away. But I am very concerned for that situation. I'm very concerned what we're seeing on the camera. That thing has blown up. So let's go to a 15-minute time lapse. The last 15 minutes on the Indian Ridge cam. We'll look at the Butts Lake Reservoir cam. Although that mainly looks at the dang lake instead of the fires. I don't know why it never rotates. Maybe it can't rotate. But let's take a look. Here's the Butte Lake cam. And let's do a 15 minutes time lapse there. And I'm going to turn back on the Broadcastify.
4 copies. We also have 2465, and so they'll be available as well.
I'm so sorry. I just destroyed your ears. It was still magnified because of the low volume of the guy on Facebook. I'm so sorry. All right. So I've turned it down now. Volume should be okay. If I destroyed anybody's eardrums, just send me your ear, nose, and throat doctor specialist bill. Josh says check highway closures on 36. Yeah. There's a lot of things to be checking right now. So this is the thermal imaging. Okay, provided by FLIR. Do you have a link to? Is this going to update, Josh? Is this going to update us? This is the Dyer Mountain Cam, correct? I'm not sure which direction we're looking. That spot on the flats is across Humboldt Road, just north of the Soldier Meadow Road. The run up the hill is burning up over Ruffa Ridge, headed towards the northeast shoulder of Butte Mountain. That's the photo. Okay, but is this going to? Is this a screenshot, or is it going to refresh? I'm waiting any moment for either CAL FIRE or the Plumas County Sheriff's Office to make a statement about this, because this is quite a situation. We still have quite a situation. This is how everything changed during the afternoon by the McFarland fire. There's a lot of aircraft slamming it, but it still jumped the lines over 36, and that's on the other side of the valley. Excuse me, but this gives the best illustration of how everything changed today, from looking pretty dang sunny to, well, crisis point. So I am shaken that that we see fire closer to Chester. New evacuation information just might be coming down the pipe from multiple regions. So 36 is closed west of Red Bluff. Yeah, that's that 36 is the one by the McFarland fire. When the fire jumped the line, it's headed for Wildwood. Although we haven't heard anything about that in quite a bit, I'm just going to say no news is good news. Hopefully they're protecting the structures. At least McFarland fire has resources. It's much more dire going a little bit north towards we don't have camera eyes, of course, but the lightning complex that's up there by Forks of Salmon. So we have new evacuation information, and I'm going to close down some of this junk. Excuse me while I drag this over to my other monitor. The Klamath National Forest Lightning Complex is, I guess, what they're calling this situation. And we gotta turn that off. Let's go over here. I want to read the Klamath National Forest Twitter page. It has a lot of official information. Go here and keep refreshing it. Don't just depend on me if you're affected in the region. The river complex is the current map of it. The hay press and summer fires are squeezing the town of Somerville, but they've had a mandatory evacuation in the area. So let's see here. Who had that? Let's go back to the correct one here. It's called Salmon River and Orleans Complexities Public Group. That's where you can get a lot of good information. Refreshing that because I want to have correct information on that. Yeah. Okay, that's just a general picture. No information right there. Let's go back to Forest Service. I think I have this open in 2 spots. Nope. Okay. Once again, refreshing Plumas County Sheriff's Office. We don't have any new information. Last thing was 8 hours ago. But that's, do you have the link, Josh, to where we can continue to monitor the FLIR? Because that's by Butte Lake, right? And then 36 is closed at the junction of 32 due to the Dixie fire. Yep, let's go to give people a visual on that. Let's go to Cal Trends. So it's Cal Trends. What did I call that a little bit earlier today? Sorry, I'm deliriously tired. I've been monitoring this since 3 in the morning. So for more than 11 hours, 13 hours straight. I thought it was going to be a 2-hour update and I would go back to my normal business today. Caltrans map. That should just give us the quick map. Yeah, that's what it's called. And if you guys want to know about road closures and how you get around, how you evacuate, then you just go to the quick map, which is quickmap.dot.ca.gov. It's responding really slowly. I wonder how many people are flooding it right now to try to figure out where they go and how they can evacuate. It's, in fact, not taking me there at all. I hope that doesn't mean that I am, oh, thank you, Josh, that I am losing connection with the internet. I've had a bunch of construction lately, so hopefully I stay with you. But thank you, Josh. I'm opening your link in a second. But if you want to know about the closures, just go to this and click on quick map options and just click on everything. For road conditions, click on every single little thing except for changes, snow plows, do Waze alerts, and then zoom into the area that you need to know about. So Plumas County, we already knew about the 70 closure, and we have a closure here that is at, westbound 36 full closure from 32 to 89 up here regarding the Dixie fire, but I don't know if that's new information. I can't imagine that Almanor West, the 89 over on the West Shore, would still be open right now. Not with these heat detections coming so close to it. I'd imagine they're scrambling to close that down at the moment. And this is a rapidly evolving situation. Let's go back to the Indian Ridge cam to just see this. This is looking hideous. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse to, if you're just tuning in, everything's blown up as of 2 hours ago into a rapidly devolving situation with all the major fires looking horrible right now. So that's the last 15 minutes. This is Round Valley Reservoir above Greenville. Greenville is possibly in danger from embers dropping over onto it because it's on the other side of that ridge. And I'm getting reports of the fire jumping the line. Here is Josh's latest infrared camera. Thank you so much, Josh, for linking us. Caltrans just posted a Twitter status. Okay. So this must be Dyer Mountain, and this is the peninsula of Lake Almanor, as far as I can tell. This is the peninsula. So this is Dyer Mountain looking across at Lake Almanor. And this would be Almanor West, the west shore here, if I'm reading the landscape correctly. And this is a horrific looking a monstrous looking fire, but I can't tell. This must be the Dyer Mountain number 2 cam, and I don't know what it's looking at. This must be looking at Round Valley from the opposite side, but I can't orient myself with this. So is that on the other side of Butte Lake? Do you know, Josh, how to orient me here? I guess we could look back at the current way the camera is positioned. So if we'll get off Indian Ridge, Dyer Mountain, Dyer Mountain 2 is looking west across the lake, and that's why we could see that camera. Dyer Mountain 1, which direction is it looking? Is it looking the same direction? Because if it is, that's frightening. They both seem to be pivoting around right now. Josh says this shows the direction of the cameras. Okay, great. Let's check that out then. I got a new link for you guys, but it's blowing up around up above Greenville and the Round Valley Reservoir. I'm looking down. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So this is the new link that shows us the direction that it's looking. We are seeing Round Valley Reservoir, kind of by Greenville. So that must be Round Valley's reservoir in the shot right there. This must be it. It's looking due south at it. So that lines up with what we're seeing here with the Indian Lake. Indian Ridge. Excuse me. I almost said Butte Lake. Come on. Come on, Internet. I think there's a lot of traffic going to these cams right now, and it's part of why they're lagging out. So that lines up. That's a different viewpoint from this. This is looking northwest at that monstrous flare-up. It's above Greenville. That's putting Greenville in danger. And let me get it all lined up together. Excuse me. And they keep pivoting around. That's the bad issue that we're having. Here is the flare-up, because this is live. That's happening over by Butte Meadows, I would imagine. And then this might be the little spot that jumped the line headed towards Chester. So Chester would be on the right side here. That way. Sorry, I can't draw an arrow for anything right now. If this would stop rotating around, that would be good. But look how bad that is. So looking back in the chat, anybody have any questions about specific fires? Jiley Romney says, can't find official info on the evacuation for Peanut or Post Mountain. Can you link? We didn't have official anything. We heard it live on the radio where they said that. They said the pilots were saying it's going towards Post Mountain. Sheriff is going door to door in that area. So that's the nature of the live broadcast. I'm sure that will be hitting Siskiyou, or was it Trinity County over there? But I kept refreshing Trinity County's sheriff's office, and I wasn't getting any information. So sometimes when they're that busy, they just go do door-to-door stuff first, and they post stuff on social media later. It's a small area, it's a small bedroom type community. I've been seeing that a lot, where the social media updates take a back seat. Plus, who knows if they even have a lot of. Sometimes it's just the sheriff, like on his own personal phone, or hers, making the update. I wish that there was something better as far as communication goes, but that's kind of what we are dealing with right now. But I swear to you, you can even rewind. That's what they said live on the on Broadcastify. And we're listening to. It's been silent for a moment. Why is it silent? Let me go back and find out if it's still playing. Because we should be hearing lots of chatter right now. So excuse me. When I go back and look, I was trying to wolf down my sandwich. I sort of dropped it and looked down, and the steak has gone bad by now. That mayonnaise isn't white anymore. I should stop eating this sandwich. Here it is. Okay. So I think it closed down by itself. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it back up. So we are continuing to look live at the blowing up situation above Greenville. And if you guys could help me with the refresh on Plumas County Sheriff's Office, that would be great. And Trinity. So Josh says, big problems at Dixie Fire south of Greenville. Fires crossed fire lines at Round Valley Reservoirs, burning over the ridge towards Greenville. They did some firing operations over the past few days. Hopefully that will really slow the spread or keep it from being really intense. But that's still a very sad and dire situation. And Julie, I'm so sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Official evacuation warning now out for Post Mountain and Trinity Pines. Okay, where did you get that information? Because I should probably link that in chat. Like I said, the best way to protect yourself from wildfires is to listen constantly to the radio like we were doing. And we found out about it as they made their own personal observation, and that can be much quicker than the media. And I've been so very frustrated that we haven't had as much radio chatter. In fact, today is the first day I've been able to turn it on where you can hear. Okay, I'm putting it back up. CAL FIRE SHU. We're now listening to Broadcastify. If it will please play again. Oh God, please don't tell me it's down. Okay, the player's initializing. If there's a commercial, I apologize. Hitting the play button. If it's Home Depot or something, I'm going to be mad. This is where you guys can listen to.
Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching
Yep.
your diet, hitting the gym, avoiding stress. But a good night's rest helps boost your overall health and wellness.
Uh-huh.
And it couldn't be easier. The new Sleep Number 360
Yeah.
Smart Bed effortlessly adjusts in response to both of
Okay, I'm muting that damn commercial. Josh says mandatory evacuation from Greenville, just like I predicted, and hate being right. I was so surprised today when they lifted it and started allowing people back in today. And 7 in the morning with that, I opened up my stream about 8 in the morning or 9, just before 9, and I played it. They were talking about letting people back in and blah, 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 blah. And I said, why in the heck would they do that? So it looks like mandatory evacuation for Indian Valley is about to commence again. I imagine they'll shut down the west side of Alnor, and the people that just went back in are probably going to be ushered right back out. Ouch. Sorry. Let me try to adjust volume for this stupid CAL FIRE SHU channel. And hopefully we'll be able to hear more of that.
Ready, Gilman air attack, aircraft release.
Gilman air attack ready.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm releasing Tinker 95. He's loaded, still over the incident in case there's a divert. He'll have 10 minutes back to Reading if there is no divert.
We had a copper over Greenville. Copter, excuse me.
And I'll hold him here for just a couple minutes, and you can let me know if I need to send him back in.
Hey.
Gilman air attack ready. You are muffled. Can you listen?
Yeah, I'm going to hold him here over the incident until I hear back from you. And if there's no need, we'll just send him into Reading.
Okay.
Reading copies 1712.
All right, so we have the chatter is back. Sorry, it disconnected without my knowledge. But we can now hear the pilots again.
523, reduce Medico 2.
23 ready. Copies. Break medical 110 and copy reduce code 2.
That's unrelated chatter about a medical call. But look, we've got a McDonnell Douglas headed towards Greenville. It's flying over Indian Valley at an altitude of 8,800 feet. So it's supposed to be following a lead plane if that's where it's headed. And this might be its lead plane. Is that an Orion, the OV-10A? So at one point it'll start following it. Then what the lead plane will do is fly right over where it wants the retardant drop, and it'll release a plume of smoke. And as soon as the MD-87,
Gilman air attack, go ahead.
They can go back to Reading.
Copy that. Release back to Reading. His ETA is 1722.
great.
Copy 7666. Correction 13.
I interpret that as the vehicle fire that started something near Reading is either been extinguished or wasn't as big deal as they thought, and so they're releasing a tanker back to Reading to go somewhere else, so that's great. So the MD-87 that was over the McFarland fire just an hour ago has relocated to Greenville, and it is dropping altitude a little bit, 8,850 feet currently, and it'll probably start following the lead plane, which will, once they hook up and start following each other, the lead plane will go where it wants the retardant drop, and it will jettison a plume of smoke, and maybe we'll start seeing the planes cross in front of the camera here. And as soon as the MD-87 flies into the smoke, it'll hit the button to do the drop at that location. Greenville's altitude is approximately 3,000 feet above sea level, but the surrounding mountains are 6,000 feet, with Moonlight Peak being almost, 7 or 8,000? So this is very dangerous flying. We might see it fly in front of the camera. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's headed... Nope. A different plane just flew in front of the camera. So it may have caught it. It's hard to catch a plane because this updates once.
Okay, I got you inside at your 5 o'clock high.
Once a minute. Oh, there it is. There's the plane right there. See it? So if we see the MD-87, that'll be a treat. This is the way we can track what's going on with the wildfires.
That sounds good. Come down first, Charlie.
We can hear them and we can see them. So it's a Hercules. So there's
Slowing down to 5,500. Last night.
That's a good thing to see. There's a Hercules and
Air attack on air to ground command.
Water tender heading up 25 from 36.
Okay. Eventually I'll be able to talk, but I'm happy to see at least 2 air tankers have entered the area by Greenville. So we've got a Hercules and we've got McDonnell Douglas MD-87. So awesome. These pilots are doing a long shift today. They don't have too much more time for daylight. Usually by 8ish in the evening they adjourn for the day, but I'm hoping they can slam this and get Greenville safe. So if you have any questions, we're trying to monitor the situation. This is Round Valley. God, it went over the hill. Look, it went over the hill, and I bet people from Greenville are starting to be really concerned because this is looking south at it. And I am still not 100% sure on the orientation of the other link.
Yeah, we know that escaping the mountain before, so that's
yeah.
good.
So we have split directions. The one looking south. Every time I start to talk, they're going to talk right over me. So, yeah, it's over the hill. Look at that. That is a scary thing to see. So if we look back, we have the same view here. But this is looking to the north. This is looking to the south. And that's terrifying, frankly. So the situation, every fire has basically worsened. And and thank you so much, Jilly or Jiley Romney, confirming about the evacuation order on Facebook. I want to look back at Plumas County Sheriff's Office to see if they have issued some sort of a statement.
Ready. Air Attack 7 Hotel Sierra on board.
They have not. So let's.
It's like a little tight. It might get pulled a little bit tighter than normal bank or fever bank. Start to bit. Okay. Person fuel showing a 1-5-minute ETE to the monument incident. Please confirm AFS for November 77 Hotel Sierra.
7 Hotel Sierra, writing copies your vitals, and I've got your positive AFS.
Air Tech 7 Hotel Sierra.
So my trust level in the boots on the ground volunteer firefighter Daniel Kearns has increased exponentially. He's officially an unofficial source, but he is located in Taylorsville, and 4 hours ago and last night he was expressing his grave concerns for Round Valley Reservoir, and I did not share them because I didn't want to spread fear that might be ungrounded because he's an unofficial source. But he was spot on and correct. So he was trying to warn people last night that Greenville was in danger, and he was completely correct. So the
Anderson Medical at the Anderson Meadow Apartments.
Okay, that's a regular medical call for Anderson. We will hear random things unrelated to fire every so often. But this is frightening. I'm muting that for you guys. I hate those tones. They drive me batty. And somebody having a heat stroke, and I hope they'll do okay. You guys can't hear that, but I still can. So
yeah, they're committed high up and working right now. I don't know. I'm not sure I'll be able to get back to you tonight.
Hey, copy. If it comes to a point where you can free them up, we can get them over on this side, and tomorrow they can continue on with what they'd be doing.
Affirmative.
there was a request for help at Division Echo for dozers, but I don't know which fire they're talking about. So they said, nope, sorry, they're committed somewhere else. And that's the story of this whole fire season is there's not enough people. We've even called in international aid and Australia.
Medic 112, 1721.
And the worst of it right now. The McFarland fire is looking bad. It jumped the lines and went north. Community of Post Mountain near Peanut has gone to evacuation warning. And that's looking bad, but and the Dixie fire is looking bad, but at least people are staffing here. At least there's resources, there's planes on it. But by far the worst situation is where we don't have cameras right now to look over at the South Forks of Salmon and that situation with the Klamath National Forest lightning fires. There's 17 in the areas continuing to burn right now, and they exploded today at the exact same time everything else did. And so I keep refreshing this page. This has been a good resource, and we can see that there's just here's the Cronan fire, for example, yesterday, and the situation today. Everything changed all at once. So here's a good illustration here about the smoke plumes. And it's just basically because the wind picked up in Northern California, and it was not expected to be quite this bad, but it has exceeded expectations. So this is the live view of Round Valley Reservoir above Greenville. There's a new evacuation order for Greenville. I'm hoping Daniel Kearns will go live again to explain the situation. And because this is not what we wanted to see for the Dixie fire. They were talking about it winding down. But just like I was trying to explain earlier on the stream, it's not over. Don't get complacent. I didn't understand why they allowed people back into Indian Valley today when they haven't completed lines, and I have my confidence shaken. I'm sure many people do. When we saw this, and it was explained that this was black line. Black means you shall not pass fire. That means containment, and we now have heat detections beyond it. And it's fierce. So why they let people back into Greenville before there was black line around it, I don't know. I don't understand it. And now we're seeing it blow up on the camera live. So here we are. That's all I gotta say. And here we are. So if you have any questions, it's open question and answer time right now. Still no official word on evacuation warning for Peanut. Yeah, I would just imagine, though, that people should be preparing, official word or not, because it's so close. I mean, the winds are basically blowing the McFarland fire directly towards it. They're going door to door at the Post Mountain, so it's just logically stands to reason that Peanut being so close they should be getting ready. They really should. I fear for the livestock in the area. There's generally more livestock than people. How the heck you would round them up this fast, I don't know. Probably you don't. That's the sad thing for that situation at the McFarland fire. But the worst news is that there's no people and not enough resources to even fight all the fires. They're being observed, but not all of them are staffed over at the Klamath Falls complex. So we have continuously live updates with the Dixie fire here. We at least have some tankers ready to go circling around Greenville. And they'll do retardant drops, I'm sure. And looking back at the Scary Goes satellite updates, I don't like seeing the fire up here headed towards Chester. I'm waiting for official words on whether or not they'll evacuate it. I didn't think that would happen. I was, for the last few days, completely satisfied with what they were reporting with protecting Chester. And even earlier today, I was like, yep, it's done deal. Chester's going to be fine. The situation is not fine, though. Let's look at the wind. Let's look at the wind plot. Yep, the wind blowing straight towards it. So the wind's curving off.
LOL, command.
Hang on.
The active smoke across the canyon.
Oh, I wish they would say where.
Down in there real quick and just get a hit.
Across which canyon? Okay, that's the most frustrating thing about the radio is they know where because they're talking to each other. But we're monitoring 5 different fire locations, and so we listening, we can't possibly know exactly what they're referring to. I've just developed the worst case of heartburn considering the situation. And it wasn't just the steak and mayonnaise sandwich I had. This is confidence shaking. I'm going to refresh the page and see if Daniel Kearns has gone live again and if Plumas County has made a statement. They better make a statement soon. Yeah, they did 3 minutes ago. Due to increased fire activity on the Dixie fire, Sheriff Johns has issued a mandatory evacuation for Canyon Dam South to include Greenville and south of Greenville to include Crescent Mills. You should evacuate south towards Quincy immediately. Highway 89 is open to evacuate out of the area. However, it's being closed to northbound traffic, just like I said. Just like I predicted a bit ago. That's on the west shore of Almanor. So Highway 89 is open to evacuate out of the area above. However, it's being closed to northbound traffic at 89 and 79 junction, the Greenville Y, and is closed to southbound traffic at the Highway 89 and 147 junction. There's a shelter at 59 Bell Lane in Quincy, the Springs of Hope Church. If you need transportation out of there, you need to call 530-283-6414. Once again, if you just need transportation, call 530-283-6414 in the Greenville, Canyon Dam, Almanor West, etc. area, which they're now issuing a mandatory evacuation for. They didn't say Almanor West, but really that's a given. Well, I mean, look at this. They've closed the road. So if I were to go back to their evacuation map, then I'm sure we'll see a new red. So let's go back and look at the camera. The Indian Ridge cam shifted a bit, and you can kind of see Crescent Mills here. You can't see Greenville. It's on the other side of the ridge. But that is Crescent Mills / Moccasin down here in the foreground. So you can see how embers could just go right over the ridge and drop down into Greenville. So this is an ugly situation. And the secondary bad situation for Chester. As you can see that there's fire over here. With the marking pen, basically here. This is here.
Underground command.
Ah, that was really loud. Jeez, that scared me. Hang on a second, I'm turning that down in my headphones. So the one looking down this way is where the fire's gone over the ridge, and Greenville is...
For information, after we drop 95 Bravo and 2 Hotel Tango, they'll be heading your way for water.
Greenville's right over there.
Hey, Port Calabase. McFarland, air attack on the air-to-ground command.
We still have tankers in the area. We still have tankers. So that's Hercules right there, and that's a heavy hauler. And there's the lead plane. So the Hercules is probably going to hook up with the lead plane and hopefully do a drop to try to protect Greenville. What a sad, sick situation. My heart is absolutely sick. When confidence shakes, it's time to pray. You're right, Crosswave. Just trust the situation. Aircraft is on the FLIR camera? Okay. Really? Oh, that would be cool. I think I missed it. But we have a live kind of like a visual feed that animates. So let me go back. There's so many things to monitor. I'm counting on people in the chat. Don't assume that I know everything, because basically it's a game of hitting the refresh button. This is the Bay Area. We still have Bradford Island on fire, creating a crazy amount of smoke. Unfortunately, that black line, those black issues right there might be structures, or maybe, who knows, maybe it's like a gas station or something, but black smoke is usually structures burning up. So I feel for the area of Bradford Island, but at least that area has been evacuated. Worse off is, of course, South Forks of Salmon. And, let's listen to pilots.
46, 1731.
Ugh. This is Dixie Fire once again above Greenville. And across looking at across the peninsula. That's Eleanor's Peninsula. This is looking kind of
Reading, Sugar Pine, Cruise 1 and 2, returning to Sugar Pine Camp.
southwest. Okay, updated evacuation.
Camp 1732.
Yeah, I think I just read that. Let me see.
Air Attack 240 has been released from the Gilman incident, returning to Reading Air Attack Base, ETA 1742.
Air Attack 240, Reading, copy 1732.
Yep. Looking down. Thank you for the link. Yep, I just read.
Air Attack 240, local.
Thank you, Josh. I did just read that evacuation.
Reading Air Attack 240 has been released from the Gilman incident, returning to Reading Air Attack, ETA 1742. I'd like to pick up flight following with you.
Unit calling operations, go ahead.
Operations. Aircraft. Rocket drop.
I couldn't make out anything right there.
Hey,
But
you sound a little light, but go ahead and go direct with air attack for your air need.
wherever that is, that pilot has authorization to go direct with air attack, and I approve that, wherever that is. So it could be one of the 3 crisis zones right now that we're covering. So looking back at chat, if anybody has any...
Air Attack 240's got positive comms with the SHU ECC. We'll switch over and flight follow with them.
Air Attack 240, ready, copy.
if anybody has any questions, put them in chat. Introduce yourself, say hi. And my email, please hit like and subscribe so I can help other people. That the stupid algorithm on YouTube doesn't really feature a channel unless it's, quote, trending. So if you do that, thank you very much for the honor. Send me any information you have to my email, like if you have pictures you want to share, Catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. I also accept...
Go for air attack on the air-to-ground command.
I also accept food cards because I find it hard to go to the store and cook when I spend all day trying to cover these. So if you have food...
I have 2 Hotel Tango and 595 Bravo en route to the LOL after the drop here on Division Echo. You can pick them up direct unless you got a ground contact for me.
I accept food donations in the form of gift cards. Okay, Josh says you were away for a minute. Cool. Thank you so much, Josh, for all these links. You're so amazing. And if you guys have new information, do say that you have a link in the chat. I'll give you the ability to share a link. You can also do it to this email that I just provided in chat. Anybody who's just tuned in, we're watching every situation involving the Northern California fires getting worse by the moment. So I just want to say that this is live here. This is looking at the incident above Greenville at the Ground Valley Reservoir. This is scary as hell. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse. I'll show you guys what the hell's going on, why we're so concerned. The community of Greenville is now under mandatory evacuation, so is Canyon Dam, presumably west shore of Almanor, just after they opened it up hours ago earlier today. And I couldn't understand why on earth they did that when they didn't have solid containment lines up there yet. I should have possibly shared Daniel his concerns about Greenville last night. I've been monitoring the situation since 3 in the morning, so I'm very fatigued if I sound a little out of it. But I didn't want to be spreading any sort of anxiety that was unsubstantiated. But now I have complete confidence in him because the official word was that things were good and looking fine. Just stay alert and be alert. And then his personal concerns were a lot worse. And he was right. You know, this situation here is god awful. Right above Greenville. That's a major population. That's a major population center. Why they'd reduce mandatory evacuations to advisory today, when winds were forecast to possibly get up to 25 miles an hour. As a possibility. I don't know. I don't understand that thinking process.
15 Charlie, and he's on spot, and he's going to be able to pick him up from the LOL. I can't get underneath this.
So we're going to go back to FLIR. This is looking at the same spot, but with infrared cameras. It's really confusing because this one, whenever you see this is looking across Lake Almanor. This is, up by, what area is that? Above in the hills south of Chester. That's the best way to put it. And let me draw with the pen again. So Chester is that way on that cam because we're looking across the lake whenever it's in that position. And the secondary cam has a completely different viewpoint. But these are the Dyer Mountain cams. So this is better. You can see now that it's looking here. Gosh, why can't I make that bigger? You can see the split direction. Here's Lake Almanor. I'm sorry, it's bouncing without me making it. That one cam's looking across the lake, and you can see the peninsula. The other one is looking down above Greenville. And so that's what the frightening image is. When they both rotate, it's just really disorienting. But in general, that's what we're seeing. This is above Greenville.
Operations
Division Zulu.
And
On command.
that is the same view from
Division Zulu, go ahead for operation.
the opposite direction.
Operation. Division Zulu. Just to give you an update, we have spawning crossing 36. We have about a half a dozen. We have a couple of helicopters en route. Give you an FYI.
Okay, that's McFarland fire.
Copy, and we made the ground contact 15 Charlie.
Okay.
So if you couldn't make that out, I'm sorry, I can't control the volume. I'm doing the best I can. The McFarland fire has a lot of aircraft on it, and they're trying to save Wildwood and a couple other communities like Post Mountain. And you heard it here on the channel, and anybody listening to Broadcastify heard it way, way before the official announcement that they were going door to door at the community of Post Mountain. That's why I keep telling people that the best defense you have is early warning against fires. And if you have access to scanner radio, then Broadcastify is your helpful friend. If you're near wildfire and you think it might affect you in the night, definitely sleep in shifts, have somebody monitoring the radio. That's why I advise people to buy a Baofeng radio or something similar to monitor emergency traffic. That thing might be $400, but it just might save your life because we found out an entire full hour before it was put on social media, maybe an hour and a half, that they were going to go door to door to evacuate Post Mountain. And same thing goes for what was happening at Greenville. As Josh and others alerted me to the California fire scanner, the Kiwi, the guy in New Zealand.
Night Op, Trinity Hotshot on command.
The guy in New Zealand who has a Twitter channel
landed ready.
knew about evacuations for Greenville and such before Plumas County announced it. So that's what listening to firefighters chatter can do for you. Now that plane's about to fly in front of the camera, so let's check it out and see if it does. This is the Indian Ridge camera looking at the horrible situation.
McFarland, night operation, Trinity Hotshot on command.
The next image might show the plane if it flew in front of it and it snapped it. No, I don't see the plane. Sometimes they're tiny. The plane may be in the next image, or it may just not have been captured.
Stay operation.
Yeah, I got a message about a possible reassignment. Can I give you a phone call?
This is how.
Yeah, stand by. You ready to take down this phone number?
Go ahead.
626-388.
Oh, I missed it.
I copy.
About 15 minutes to get cell phone service. If you just want to text your number, I can call you back.
This is frozen for me. I'm going to refresh it.
Okay, I'll give you a call in 15 minutes. I don't have cell service here. I'm on a landline.
Ah. So according to Josh, we just missed, and hopefully we'll see it again. The airplane dumped on camera. But yeah, look at those flames. I am absolutely stunned. Everything has gone to hell in a handbasket, concerning the Dixie fire, the McFarland fire, the Monument fire, and the 17 other fires making up the complex in Klamath National Forest. And it did that right before our eyes. I was about to sign off saying, hey guys, and I couldn't.
Transition command to Captain Wing on 2462, and I'll be off the incident for the night.
I'm sorry I can't monitor the volume of that. Some of them are just going to be low. They're not saying anything important right now. But I can't believe what I'm seeing over here at Almanor. Wake me up. Am I dreaming? Did I fall asleep during the stream and did this just happen? So we have tankers, at least 2 of them. We got a Hercules and a McDonald's Douglas MD-87 put. Yeah, look at those flames. I know, just wow.
Area where you last dropped copy.
Greenville really is at risk. I really hope that they burned the mountainside and got most of the vegetation off, because if they didn't, man. That community is dear to my heart. There's a lot of people I know that are absolutely in the path of this. So, well, the time for anger will be later, but I'm just shocked and dismayed that everything... I can't make that out. Everything has really unraveled.
Go ahead, Sam.
When they make retardant drops, apparently we'll...
Currently heading east from the LOL. Trying to get to Telfay.
Okay, I'm going to, at the risk of blasting ears out, I'm going to increase the volume of their chatter. Sorry, I'm monitoring that as best I can. It's basically from multiple locations. The image on the right, look closely and you can see an aircraft. I can? Okay, you know what, Josh? I'm going to draw a couple numbers and you tell me where I'm supposed to be seeing it. Is it by 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? Where am I supposed to be seeing an aircraft? Is it by any of these numbers? And now the camera position just changed. The drops show black on the flare, right, because they aren't heat related. It was on the opposite side of the image. Oh, really? Okay. So is this like where they made the drop? Is that what we're seeing? To the left. Okay. So, aha, there it is. There's the little, it's a tiny dot. I see what you're saying now. Okay, guys, I'm going to try to make that bigger for you guys. On my little monitor, this is extremely hard to see. What? Okay, the words get bigger and the image gets smaller. That is cruel. Okay. So if you can see this tiny dot, that's an aircraft right there. Wow. Okay. Nice. Okay, so now let's go to see which aircraft that is. It isn't there anymore because it can't be this you know what? The tanker must have gone away, and this is just the lead plane circling around, analyzing whether or not the drop was in the right place. I bet that's what's happening. So let's go back to this frightening image. Stop. Okay, there it is. It's animating again. Okay, yeah. So I am dismayed. This is even bigger than when I went away from it a second ago. Look at that fireball. This is the threat that Greenville's facing right now. I'd babble right now like I usually do, but I don't know what to say. Anybody has any questions? I can look at the other fires and we can see what's going on. Radio is silent at the moment, and this is a lot like looking at that oil well that was constantly venting oil into the ocean. It was just like you couldn't look away. It was mesmerizing, but it was horrible. The Deepwater Horizon. Fire Edition. You can see that flare up even behind it over there. Here's a screenshot of the tanker drop earlier. Okay, let's take a look at that. If you're just tuning in, please hit the like and subscribe button because my channel doesn't get shown to people unless it's quote trending. I hate being one of those. I'm not doing this for money or anything, so I'm not your traditional like and subscribe beggar. I just want to reach more people with fire education. And this is an unfolding nightmare, honestly. The camera is pivoting around.
Trinity, operation.
That.
Operation Trinity.
Hey, try giving me a call.
They're both now looking by Eleanor West.
That copy.
What we thought was safe is no longer safe. So there's mandatory evacuation. If you're just tuning in now for, of course, the west shore of Eleanor, they don't even specifically mention that, but 89 is closed there. And I imagine they're just telling everybody, get the hell out right now. Greenville, mandatory evacuation. Now you have to go south and east away from the fire. You can't go up 89 towards Chester. That way is blocked now by the Inferno on the hillside. You are supposed to go to Quincy. Quincy is still safe, according to them. And according to what the wind's doing, it's blowing it north, east towards Greenville and the north towards Chester. I think it jumped the lines, and Chester might be facing evacuation. They haven't said that, but just looking at the way the wind is blowing. Greenville is massively under threat, as we can see. That's the situation by the west shore of Eleanor, by Butte Lake, presumably. We have multiple heat detections all over the place. Hang on, let's listen. Crescent Mills is under mandatory evacuation too. You have to go to Quincy, the long way home by Genesee Valley. This is just insane. So looking back, that's... Hey bugs, no, this is FLIR. That's better than night vision. Night vision is infrared, which means it's black and white, with white being heat detections. This is different. This is FLIR, F-L-I-R. You can buy these attachments for your cell phone these days. They're becoming more and more economical. I feel like I should have a FLIR camera to cover fires that I happen upon, like structure fires. You can use FLIR to even weatherize your home, but it's like seeing like a snake does. It's colorized heat detections and on a sort of a spectrum. Whoa, don't give it, don't, no, you come back. You come back now, channel. Don't die on us now. That's not me, I just refreshed it. Hey! Hey! We were watching here. No! Just as I was explaining what this was, it cuts out. So what happened here, Josh? Did we lose Dire Mountain?
We have 19 easy left-hand turn away from
Ugh. I can't read whatever this is. I mean, let me go back to full 100%. Dixie Fire FLIR Technology shared this video. Dire Mountain, okay. That's Butte Lake, though. So we're not on the correct camera anymore. Did Dire Mountain just die? Just trying to get it back. Okay. If it animates again, then we're back. It says recent broadcast, but that says it's live. It ain't animating no more. Okay, Josh, you've got the stream restarted. Okay. Trying to get back. Yeah, bugs, everything fell apart. I was about ready to end the stream at 2 p.m. saying everything looks really good this morning. They have 2 days of good weather with very little wind activity that they can use to get a handle on things. The Dixie fire is looking even better than the others. Hopefully they can wrap up Dixie fire. They might have it contained by the 12th, like they're being optimistic about that. As long as things go well, knock on wood, let's go monitor the other fires, and all of a sudden I get word that all at once everything went to hell. The wind changed and it picked up. This is not animating anymore. Right as I was about to adjourn the stream about 2, I started the stream before 9. I've been monitoring the fire since 3 a.m. When I woke up, I couldn't get back to sleep. So I'm experiencing a high level of fatigue now, and we're monitoring the situation best we can. Greenville is at risk because the fire is, let me draw for you a pencil until we get back that information. It's going like this over the hillside and over the hillside here, Round Valley Reservoir. The Indian Ridge cam looks this way at the situation. So that's what I have to tell you about the Dixie fire. This is live from the Indian Ridge camp. Now, when we see the FLIR image, and this is updating every minute. The FLIR camera is like live motion picture stuff, and that is here. It's back. Okay. Is this the same camera? Hang on, because we didn't have a mountainside in view before. Okay, so they're now both pointing at the same direction and same fire. Okay. Yeah, this is the one threatening Indian Ridge. I wonder if we can...
Cottonwood vegetation fire, Falls Ferry and across the Gotcha Creek Road.
Canyon Dam, Greenville.
Hey, not sure if you're capturing everything on TAC. We've got multiple spots in that area where I saw you. Largest one's about an acre. Still continuing to work it with the 2 ships, and I've got all resources assigned to division through the attacking these spots. I got hose up to it now, and working on picking them up from the bottom.
Okay, I'm muting the damn tones for you guys. I still hear them. Okay, it keeps switching around. Sometimes there's 2 fire spots that it keeps analyzing. So,
Station 23, Station 46, vegetation fire. This will be at Falls Ferry, across the Gotcha Creek. First unit of the scene will be Gotcha IC, command local, tactical TAC 11. 1757.
I don't know where that is.
Yeah, I copy that. Everybody's fully engaged with all that. Okay, copy.
Couldn't make out quite where that is, but it's hard to orient ourselves because this is generalized air attack, and air attack is responding to 3 different sectors. All right, I'm sorry for that screeching sound. I'm trying to monitor that best I can. But the Dixie fire is not the only place in trouble right now. Everything is. The whole situation with the Monument fire, the McFarland fire, is pretty bad as well. But even worse off than the Dixie fire right now, which has personnel on it, is the situation by Klamath National Forest, where there's 17 lightning strike fires closing in on this town called Somerville. And they are just telling people to run and get out, be prepared to go, because nobody can even defend structures. They can't get people in the area for 24 hours. So we don't have cameras over there. We are watching Greenville being threatened by this fire coming over the ridge of Round Valley Reservoir. And apparently it jumped containment lines heading over towards Chester, but we don't have evacuation orders for Chester right now, just for Canyon Dam, Greenville, Crescent Mills, that area. And they just opened it up today or yesterday for people to return with evacuation watch. I have no idea what was behind that decision.
Fire up on the Plumas, and they're to meet in Reading with planning ops at the Red Lion Conference Room. How do you copy?
This is live. Now, when the cameras rotate, they split off, and they're looking at the two different situations. The one on the right is the one affecting Greenville, and it's looking to the south, slightly east. So Greenville would be at, presumably at the bottom of the image somewhere.
McFarland operations, we copy. We just got notified. We'll be making contact.
And the other one is looking across Lake Galvanor, and there's apparently they jumped the lines, and it's
Division Zulu operations, you're calling.
headed vaguely towards Chester. Although we haven't heard about any threat to Chester, that just seems obvious.
Division Zulu Reading on ServiceNet Tone 12.
There's probably contingency lines that it could run up against. It doesn't mean Chester will be impacted, but I'm just hoping that the contingency lines hold.
Operations, is there something I can relay for Zulu?
I have the images flipped? Okay.
Every so often.
Oh, yeah. If that's the lake, then I do. Okay, thank you very much for my correction there.
We can handle, cancel the balance.
What a discombobulated thing. If that's the lake, that makes sense. That. Look how ugly that is. Let's see.
Units responding to Balls Ferry and Gotcha Creek. 523 is seen. You can cancel. 1801.
Okay. I can see that. That would make sense if this is Indian Valley right there. But now they're both on the same one. There's two cams on Dyer Mountain.
Go ahead. From Division Echo, we'll be heading up to Zulu. They know the frequencies.
Division 46.
Ugh. This is live.
At 1802.
Reading is in 623 responding. I copy 523's traffic.
Okay, that's better. It's just unreal.
Responding. 1802.
Unlike the other cams, this is animating, and because it's a live image. I wish we could see the live images of the others. Okay, it just split its attention again.
15 Charlie. Break, Hayfork elevation, copy that direct.
So Almanor West is basically there. Now if we look at the
Zulu Alpha area, up towards the Hallowell.
Oops. Now this is this morning's briefing map. What is up setting here is that this is black line. Okay, this means that fire cannot.
7 Hotel Sierra is in positive communications with North Ops. We can close out flight following with you. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Airtech 7 Hotel Sierra, Reading copy. Thank you at 1803.
So Dyer Mountain, ironically, this is, it keeps looking over this way, and this is black line. This is not supposed to be crossed. That's supposed to be contained. That's part of the containment percentage. So they have some contingency line here to protect Chester.
623 at 1804.
They have 89 as a line to protect Almanor West and the west coast, basically of the lake. However, my confidence is very shaken because of we're getting reports that it's over the line, and obviously Greenville. I mean, why did they don't have completed? They don't have completed black line here. Why did they reopen it to the public? Canyon Dam up here. What?
The Hellowell, and the contact's going to be 15 Charlie.
So this is the live flame image. There's an airplane right down there.
The outside division, man.
Right there. It's a blip. I'm sorry, I can't make that any bigger. Or it could be a helicopter. Yeah, we have a retardant splash right there. You see that spot? Yeah, that was either retardant or water, because everything that's hot is going to be really bright and FLIR. The orangier, the yellowier, the hot, and the whiter, the hotter that it is. So everything that's cool, like water and retardant and green vegetation, is going to be the darkest purple to a black. And so Bugs brings up a great point. Remember the year of the fire in Oregon where it hopped over the entire Columbia River, one of the widest rivers in the United States? Yes, I do. I do remember that. That's why I told people, don't get complacent and don't turn your back on this fire. Don't go to sleep on it without somebody monitoring the situation, without the TV on, so that the emergency alert tones could be telling you about this fire, because it's not over. Earlier today, ironically, I was using the Bear Fire, and it's the North Complex / Bear Fire. How people went to sleep and they died. They woke up with their house on fire, even though the Bear Complex fire was nearing 68% containment. And so people were getting happy that, oh yeah, the Dixie fire's got like 38%. And I'm like, that's not much. It was at 68% when it jumped the lines and ran down to the valley, toasted 2 communities. There were 25 missing people, and they found at least a dozen bodies in Brush Creek and Berry Creek. And that's because they saw containment as some sort of a symbol of control, and it's not. It is not under control until it's 100% containment, and then they announce control. Control means is a separate thing, that after containment is reached, that they really feel confident that a fire can't, no matter what the wind does, violate the containment lines. But a lot of the times, sometimes containment lines are breached. Mother Nature can do incredible things and unexpected things. So let's see if we have any more aircraft here. We've got the scout plane running around.
Not over the valley here to your northwest.
Yep, here's the helicopter. It must have made that splash. It's probably getting water.
What's the availability of the request for Charlie strike team?
Hang on a second.
We have no strike teams available to you.
They were just asking what's...
An additional helicopter.
Copy, that'll work, thank you.
Zulu operations, additionally, we're going to have to pull dozers E3 and E4 off the line tonight.
Copy that, Frank. Division Zulu training, did you copy that?
Well, we can't know exactly what fire they're talking about, but they are talking about what's the...
Zulu, on command, did you copy that? They're pulling down engine E3 and E4 doses.
Zone 12.
Whatever it was.
Zulu training on command, go ahead.
For...
Operations just informed us they're going to pull E3 and E4 doses off the hill.
go direct with Division Zulu training.
Hey, Seth, you're broken. Can you repeat?
Those two dozers need to load up on the transport and head into Reading at the Red Line Hotel for a new one.
Copy, and that was E3 Eco.
Paper.
Okay, copy.
Zulu training, 2600 Charlie. Matt.
Yeah, unit for training.
We were told by Brad to report to you. What would you like to...
What's your identifier?
2600 Charlie.
Yeah, 2600 Charlie. Make your way up 36. You'll see the spec team, and I want you to go direct with 15.
Copy, 15 Charlie training.
Hey, firm, you'll find him on tax 6.
Okay. Josh says Dixie Fire air attack wants four tankers on to divert due to life safety threat to Greenville. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I kept trying to talk here, but it was disappointing. It's disappointing to hear that they're trying to assemble a strike team and saying there's no resources for you. And I don't know which fire they're talking about. But that's sad to hear, regardless.
I'm trying to find a private dozer. It's not on the IEP. It's E39. Wrong equipment.
Jonathan S. backburning.
I believe I'm here with Echo, and he's thinking he may be on Alpha. I'll check.
Jonathan S. backburning is what saved Crescent Mills the other night. That is exactly what they should have been doing. Can you imagine if they haven't been backburning and burning the pine needles off? How much of a raging inferno this would be even worse. Greenville would be a pile of ash right now. So would Crescent Mills. In the cool of the night, they burned off the pine needles on the ground and the brush and the smaller trees. So that was exactly the right call to do that when they had the windows of opportunity to do it.
Copy the traffic with Alpha.
Yeah, I did. Division Alpha operations, yeah, we're going to have to load them up, send them in for a restart.
Okay, T39 is pretty deep. I'll bring him back. It'll probably be a few hours to get to his transport.
I copy. And the second operator's here with me, and he'll be at the transport.
In the cool of the night, what you can do is set a fire and just have it being a creeping and backing fire. That means the pine needles, the little bushes, the little small trees, they go up, but not the big ones. The big trees are saved. And so during the daytime, when fires are roaring to life and when there's more wind and more heat and all that going on, the fire reaches the same spot and it's much less likely to burn the living and big trees and the structures because there's a lot less stuff on the ground to feed it. So that absolutely was the right call. It's a hard one to make. But if a fire's coming that way and there's nothing to stop it, it's going to burn anyway. So you better do the back burning ahead of it. It's situational, and it can only be done at certain times on certain days when the weather allows. But there would be so many communities, just piles of ash right now if they hadn't been doing those steps. They've had pretty fabulous success so far with it. A lot of the public doesn't understand it, but you know what? They don't have to, as long as their community survives. This is nightmarish terrain, nightmarish drought conditions, nightmarish the power company that seems to have started it. You know, this they had a fire and they delayed telling CAL FIRE for more than 5 hours about the situation. They could have cut the power when they saw a power surge, and they just didn't. You know, considering all these factors, that it's gigantically huge. The 11th biggest fire that California's ever had in impossible terrain. during this unprecedented climate event, they're doing a pretty damn good job. Going to turn the radio back on now. If you're just tuning in, please hit the like and subscribe button, because only a channel that's trending is going to reach people, frankly. And I don't want to be the kind of beggar that says do that, but I'm not making money off of this. This isn't like, oh, so I can be more successful. This is, I want to reach more people, because I was able to give 2 evacuation warnings today before the public knew about it, before the officials said it, because we were listening to this radio. So that does help me out. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat. We're watching this unfolding situation where all of the fires got worse. Starting about 2 p.m. today, from the hours of 1 to 2, we just watched it unfold into a nightmare. So I'm going to show you some playbacks. This was the situation at 1. I was about to wrap up the stream and say, hey, everything looks pretty good. We got 2 days of good weather before the wind event on Wednesday. They have 2 days to make good use of their time and get a handle on these fires. Well, that changed, because look what happened in an instant. So all of a sudden, there's evacuations going up and down Trinity County. This is what you're seeing is the McFarland fire explode. Just to the north, the Monument fire exploded at the same time. And further north, the 17 different lightning strike fires up in Klamath National Forest exploded. And they're the worst situation by far, because there are people and structures at risk, but they don't have people to send. You know, we have 6,000 people on this stupid Dixie fire, which was started by the power company that didn't need to happen. And we have 6,000 people trying their best to get a handle on the situation at the Butte Lake fire, including Australians. You know, there's not that many people to send. This is the live view from the Indian Ridge cam of the Round Valley Reservoir. And this is the angles that the Dyer Mountain camera has, shooting across Lake Almanor generally and down towards Indian Valley. This is the live view. The actual fire animating right in front of us, this nightmare unfolding. It seems that multiple containment lines have been breached today on the Dixie fire because they didn't anticipate the winds to be quite this bad. And now I'm going to turn on the radio for a second. Josh says, U.S. Forest Service Plumas message to the unit, all suppression and prevention are extended until further notice. Yeah, well, thank you so very much for the praise. This is one hell of a stressful day to me. I've been monitoring this since 3 in the morning. I'm about to slam back some coffee because I got to keep going. Thank you so much for the praise. I do this because I figure I'm helping people. If you have questions about where to go, what to do, I know about the road closures and such, and I can get you evacuation information. Everybody in Indian Valley on the west side here, Crescent Mills, Canyon Dam, Greenville, etc., is supposed to go to Quincy the long way home, you know, past Genesee Valley, and make their way over to the evacuation center there. You can't get to Chester on the west side of Almanor because watching this horrifying let's look back at CalTopo. This is the brand new satellite heat detections, and I am very concerned to see this, that wherever you see a red block, that means there has been a heat detection that's bigger than an acre in size in general, visible from space, or detectable, from space. But it doesn't mean the whole area is on fire. So here's Greenville right here. Red is within the last 15 minutes, but it doesn't mean that the entire area is on fire. It means within this margin of error, there could be a heat detection. It could be tiny, like a dot, 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 dot. It's just the margin of error is huge. So if you click on it, fire activity, it doesn't mean the whole region's on fire. It just means that it's spreading rapidly, and that's how we can detect things. Excuse me. Now, I'm also concerned about this over here. We know that this has been one of their fallback lines, and look at the new heat detections. So something may have just crossed over the highway That would be one nightmare scenario. But they just opened yesterday the area back to people to go back to Indian Valley, and I was just thinking, what the hell? Here's their battle map. They didn't have black line, which means containment. Black line means you shall not pass for a fire. They had it over here, and I could see why they'd let people by Prattville again. But here's Greenville, and they didn't have it here. Where is it here? This is the map from this morning. So why let people back into Greenville? I have no idea what decision-making process that was, but I wholeheartedly disagree with it, and I'm just shocked. And I'm shocked, they do have a bit of a line to protect Chester over here, but it doesn't seem complete. So we're seeing heat detections over the highway. This is an alarming, rapidly evolving situation. So there was a pretty rosy, if not cautious, meeting, not community meeting, but operations briefing this morning that I started out the stream with, and everything changed in an instant past 1 p.m. So this is one hell of a terrifying scenario. We do have some tankers on here trying to protect Greenville, but I don't know what the heck's going to happen. Josh says, can you bring up a map of the Greenville so we can see the high school and where the Evergreen Market are? Sure. U.S. Forest Service, Plumas just dispatched all units headed to Greenville. High school divert to Evergreen Market. Oh, God. Okay. That's generally a bad thing to hear. So if we go to Google Maps, I do believe the Google car drove through Greenville. It's not a big town. It's got stores and stuff, though. Now, in my ear, I'm sorry if I sound weirdly distracted. I've muted it for you guys, but I'm monitoring I continue to monitor the air traffic channels, chatter, so to speak. So there's the Evergreen Market right there. I do believe we shopped there quite a bit when I was a kid. So here's Crescent Street. I'm dropping down the Little Gold Man. Yeah, that's the one I remember. So here's the valley and the oh my God, it's still around. I remember a 4-year-old. As a 4-year-old, I rode that horse. Holy mackerel, I can't believe we're looking at it. You see this little horse? It's ancient. It's you drop in a quarter. Excuse me. It's not cooperating. You drop a quarter in, and it oscillates around, and little kids can ride it. So that's where it is. That market's been around since the 60s, and I'm pretty tickled that it's still around. Hopefully, it'll survive this fire. So that's where they're being diverted to. Let's see the high school. It's not something I'm familiar with, but we can just put in high school. There's the elementary school, and there's the junior high school. Grand Street. Yeah, just over there. So anything going, that's the junior high school. Hopefully the museum makes it. I'm terrified for the community right now. Greenville High, right here off Main Street. Okay. Crescent Street is like the main street, the highway through town. So it's just on the other side of the road. I thought that looked like a school. So they're just being diverted across the road. So not really a big diversion. I think that's maybe they ran out of room in that parking lot or something. But wow, I can't believe the horse I used to ride is still there. You know what I'm going to do? The next time in California, I'm going to that horse and I'm going to sit on it, drop in a quarter, and I'm going to film myself doing it, and it'll just be our running gag. But that's assuming that everything survives. And I think they'll be able to save the town. They've got Wolf Creek as a water source here. They've been taking other steps to protect the town. But yikes. Let's look again at the scary... here is Dyer Mountain looking across at Greenville. Thank you for the correction earlier. Because it's the opposite. So this is looking down across Indian Valley. So I think Greenville would roughly be around here. It's kind of strung out. And this is looking from Dire Mountain down that area towards a southwest view. And I'm still listening to the chatter. I don't hear anything terribly important right now. So anybody just tuning in, please hit like and subscribe so that I can continue to spread the message to others. If you have any questions or concerns, please put that in the chat. This is just an unfolding nightmare. Yeah, it looks very almost beautiful. It looks very artistic. Yeah, almost beautiful. Everything that's deadly seems to be beautiful. Like this is beautiful. This is this is the horrific situation at the McFarland fire across the valley. But you can see how everything was fine this afternoon. I'm about ready to adjourn this stream, and then it goes from being fine to absolutely not fine in just the course of an hour. Just by the minute, the situation deteriorated. They'll probably lose homes and structures and such in the horrible fire, the Klamath National Forest fire by South Forks of. I'm getting that tired, folks. By Somerville, that's easier to remember. But can anybody refresh and see if there's new evacuation orders going on for the Klamath National Forest? That's something to keep an eye on. As we were watching here live earlier, they said you got to go evacuate the town of the community by Post Mountain. And I was able to tell people, I don't know if anybody was particularly listening, but that place was being evacuated long before the official channels released that to the public. And it's not because that's a bad thing. Those are small communities, and if they just put down a cell phone and go door to door and tell people about the situation, that's better than trying to get on Twitter, where people in that area probably don't have good cell reception or best internet anyway. But this is what I tell people, is monitor the radio. That's going to give you the best heads up. We figured out that Greenville was needing to be evacuated 2 hours before it actually was. So I'd like to point out again that this person, Daniel Kearns, he was warning about Greenville being in danger last night. I couldn't fathom it, but he was saying, I have very good reason to believe from people close to me that the situation isn't good at Round Valley Reservoir. And I just didn't go public with that information. I mean, he did, because he's an unofficial source, but he was completely right. So I played that video, but I'm going to put link it's in the description, but also in chat. You should rely on a lot of what he does as a local boots on the ground resource. He's a volunteer firefighter. He's based in Taylorsville. I should probably refresh to see if he's gone live again, but 6 hours ago he was live explaining the situation. Let's do a refresh. I now have the utmost faith and confidence. Okay, he was live 2 minutes ago. Here we go. Let's watch.
Let's leave calmly.
Hang on, I got to adjust volume.
And I'll keep you updated on what happens.
Wait a sec. Okay, Facebook may be sort of transferring his live broadcast to like a saving mode. That might take just a second for us to be able to play it reliably.
Hi, good evening, everyone. 6:25 on August the 2nd. I just want a couple...
I'm sorry, I have to mute Broadcastify for you guys to hear him, so excuse me.
People have asked me where the fire is. There is no threat to Taylorsville that I'm aware of. Everything coming off of Mount Huff should be white smoke. Look up for your... The fire threat right now, the fire up by Round Valley Lake is spotted over the lines, and it's come down the hill, and it's threatening south end of Greenville. So if you are in Greenville, I suggest you calmly gather your things, get ready to go. You can leave. Now is a good time to leave. The mandatory evacuation order is in effect for Greenville. I'm not sure about the rest of the valley.
Division, pull back.
All the roads out. The road, I said earlier to please not take the road to Lake Almanor. I'm going to correct myself right now. Please, if that is an option, it's a viable option. The road is open. I don't see any direct threat from the smoke that is rising or any fires that way. So you have the option of going out through Quincy, going out by Lake Almanor, on the way to Lake Almanor, or there's still the dirt roads if there's an emergency. Again, there's no threat to Taylorsville. There's no threat to Greenville. The threat is in... There's no threat to Taylorsville. There's no threat to Crescent Mills. The threat is in Greenville. I urge you all, please be calm as you can. Okay, please drive slowly. Please be safe. The whole point of evacuating is to keep everybody safe. It doesn't do us any good if everybody's panicking and driving erratically. Okay, so please, stay safe. Be cool. And if you have a comfortable place to go to evacuate, I suggest you do that. This mandatory evacuation for Greenville and the threat of fire is more than likely going to be in effect for several days until they get a wrap on this, okay? So please plan accordingly. Please leave calmly, and I'll keep you updated on what happens.
Okay, I need to say that he's saying that you could go to Lake Almanor, but don't do that unless that's like your only way out. Like if you were here or something. But Canyon Dam and all those areas, perhaps you could go north on the east side, but they're not telling you to. Canyon Dam's under evacuation mandatory order, and they were telling people to go down to Genesee Valley and go to Quincy the long way home. But if what he's saying, as if that was he went live like 5 minutes ago, and if what we're seeing here is true, where there could be hot spots across the road getting into Greenville, then that might be the only way out of Canyon Dam. It might be that people have to go up towards the east shore, make your way towards Almanor East and Westwood. That's the scary thing about the situation. We do see hot spots. Whether or not they jumped over, and where, and whether or not these roads are open right here, is a big question mark. So that's a scary thing that he's saying that some people should go to Lake Almanor, but don't go on the western shore of Lake Almanor, because looking at first of all, the road's closed, but looking at these images, we've got fire above the Almanor West sort of area. So looking across the lake. So I want to look at the Butts Lake cam to see what the heck it's looking at right now. And we still have that fire going on, still raging on Bradford Island, presumably. Hey, let's go and duplicate that tab, bring it over. Let's go and look at Butts Lake. Shasta Modoc, I think, is the right area. And this is all laggy. I bet half the world's trying to look at these images right now. And if you have any questions, please put them in the chat right now. Like and subscribe to make sure that the channel grows and is presented to more people looking for this information. Bald Mountain Butte above Magalia. Look at that. You can see how much the Dixie fire is just blown up. Let's do a very quick time lapse of the last 6 hours. This is frightening. So, looking north. Okay, I'm sorry. The camera was in seek mode. When it finds a fire, it usually fixates on it. It'll pivot around throughout the course of the day. And like I said, this really blew up after 2 p.m. So here it is. Maybe it stops rotating. Ugh. That's worse than we've seen it in a long time. That's the worst since I've uploaded that video saying that it becomes a volcanic monster. So I didn't think we would see this again, honestly. So that wasn't even the cam I was looking for. Oh, the Butte Lake cam pivoted around. I didn't realize it could. So let's look at the Butte Lake cam last 3 hours time lapse. But this is a situation that's rapidly getting bad. Jonathan S. says mandatory evacuation. Yes, I read that out earlier. The grade north of Antelope Lake Road to the county line. Get large animals out immediately. Yeah, the Antelope Lake area has gone into mandatory get out. So I'm sorry, I just looked away from this. Let me look back at my own animation. The camera pivots, so this is what's going on. Lake Eleanor is to the right. Ignore this part on the right, and the right here. But Butte Lake is normally looking that way towards Chester, and here's the lake. But it's going to rotate around to look at the opposite direction in a second. So you can see the fire is on either side of this camera. So that's the horrific image that we're seeing on the west shore of Eleanor. I wish it was over the ridge. Now it pivots back to look the other way, and this is looking back towards Greenville. It can't see Greenville, of course, because there's a ridge, but that's what the Butte Lake camera has to show us. So the Dyer Mountain looks like this until you look at this, the same camera, but with the FLIR enabled. So this is Indian Valley here, as I was corrected earlier. So Greenville would be somewhere along here, and this is the ridge on fire above it. And that's the reason that everybody's told to get the heck out of Greenville. It is in danger. So yes, thank you, Josh, for the phone number. If you need transportation out of mandatory evacuation zones for the Dixie fire, please call 530-283-6414. Thank you, Josh, for letting us know about that phone number again. And we do have, thank you so much, Jody Ramos says Stover Mountain Highway 36 evacuation prep order. Yeah. That's hard to hear. Everything is hard to keep track of because it changes so rapidly. So here's your Butte / Lassen County evacuation map. Butte / Plumas County evacuation map. Why the heck they don't? They haven't included Tahoma County yet. That is its own map. I'm just enraged about that. So, yep, Greenville's back in the red. So is Canyon Dam. I don't understand why West Shore of Eleanor is not under that evacuation. It's like they're losing their way to escape. Should stuff get worse. Unless you get in a boat and get out into the lake, I don't understand the West Shore of Eleanor not being under evacuation. So go figure. I imagine it will be red, just like I've been predicting all day, everything about Greenville. Quincy's fine. Don't worry about Quincy, but you have to go the long way around. From Indian Valley, you got to go from Genesee Valley. You have to go east from Taylorsville. Taylorsville is still under watch, just like most of the area is. But as that gentleman was just explaining, he doesn't think that Taylorsville is under threat right now. It's all Greenville, the south end of Greenville especially. So thank you so much, Josh, for and if you look at chat, he has the links in the description of the video. I also have the links for all of these evacuation maps and all this information. So thank you for making it handy, so that I don't have to dig up all this stuff. The Tahoma, I always say that wrong, evacuation map is a different one. Don't ask me why. It'll load, I'm sure, in a second. And you can see, related to the Dixie fire, it hasn't really changed much. So it's, the highway west of Chester. Getting out of there's still red mandatory evacuation orders. for that section, and Meadow Valley and Jonesville and such is still under mandatory evacuation. I don't know what the situation is there. We could try to look over at the hotspot detections way over there, and we'll go back to the mesmerizing FLIR image in a second. As far as I can tell, that's doing okay. It's just here by Black Forest and the Stover Mountain. Somebody was saying in chat that that's under mandatory evacuation. Really? Dear Lord. So going back to my chat, if you have any questions, please put that in chat and tell me what you want to see and what information you need. We're here to fetch it for you. So looking at the aircraft, we've still got the scout plane / lead plane flying around the Greenville area. We had an MD-87, which is a passenger jet, and we had a couple of helicopters. I don't see them anywhere here now. I'm going to go back and turn on Broadcastify's radio chatter for the pilots, even though we haven't had too much useful information lately. But that can change at any moment. So bear with me. I'm looking for where the heck I put that. Here it is. I'm unmuting it. So if I'm interrupted by the pilot chatter, I usually just shut up and let them talk, unless it's unrelated to the fire. Now back to the mesmerizing images. You can kind of see how on Dyer Mountain, which is east up the hill from the east shore of Almanor, not only is there two different cameras looking two different directions usually, but sometimes they look at the same spot, and it's hard to figure out what they're looking at. Going back to the Indian Ridge camera, let's see what its current status is. It's now got ash on the lens, and maybe a little bit of moisture. Let's go and do a 1 hour time lapse. What happened at Indian Ridge? Since 1 p.m. today, it's been an absolute nightmare, just an unfolding huge deal. That's Crescent Mills / Moccasin down there in the foreground. So Crescent Mills is also under mandatory evacuation. This is what it looks like from a regular camp, looking from south to north. When we get back to the FLIR image, that's north to south, the opposite direction. The flames went over the side and basically went over like this, and Greenville is over on the other side of it. So he was a bit breathless, explaining the situation. You could tell he was quite concerned. He was telling people to be calm, and that's very important, to remain calm here and leave before you're told. I can't emphasize that enough. If you are near Prattville and Eleanor West, I would get the heck out nice and calmly. I'd drive down to Canyon Dam, then I'd go north up the East Shore, or if you can, make it to Chester. It's hard to tell which way would be your best option at this point. Looking, let's see, back through, I wanted to see if, I want to give you guys an idea. What does it look like? Like, what does the surrounding area look like from Greenville? It's surrounded by mountains. So this is looking south, and the fire is presumably coming over these hills. So it would be, this direction. This portion. So it would be coming over this way towards the town. And he mentioned South Greenville being the most under threat. And right now, as we speak,
Operations, McFarland air attack on the air-to-ground command.
They're assembling here, right here. And the fire.
Giving you a quick rundown of what we got going on here. We're kind of winding it down. The fixed-wing operation has decided to, due to the fact that our tankers got diverted, so unable to finish that project on the south end. But everything along where Vista grounded, little T's looks much better now than it did before, so things are looking pretty promising there. We were able to support Zulu a little bit with bucket support there with the spots. And not ready to get wind down here. It's got the 2 Type 2s down here working up in Tina with Vista Grande. I got one heading back now, 95 Bravo, and 2 Hotel Tango. I might have one more out of it.
You can see what happened. The fire jumped right over the lines.
Branch 1, Division Alpha on command. Branch 1. Okay, I just tied in with Strike Team 9230 Charlie. I'd like to utilize them in Alpha. We're going to start burning within the next couple hours. We're going to start at the top of, in the middle of Section 18 on the main dozer line that runs down to 36. Starting point's going to be up top, and we're going to end at 36 for now. We're going to utilize the American River shots, Devil's Garden 2, and then 9230 Charlie for that break.
They're talking about the McFarland fire.
When we get that other strike team that comes in, if we do, I'd like to send them to Zulu if possible to assist them. And then once we get going, everything looks good, then I'll send you back that 2346 and 2340. I like to start the program out before we do that, though.
This is
copy. Break operations. Branch 1, did you copy the traffic?
Negative, I was on air to ground.
Division Alpha has got everything lined out, and they're going to be going black to black from the top part in Section 18, heading north to Highway 36.
I wish the camera would pivot. You could see this raging inferno heading towards Greenville.
I copy that. Working the dozers, or what is black to black?
It'll be blocking in the line from what to tie in all the slop overs that they had on that from the run it made earlier today. Utilizing the Charlie Strike Team as one of the holding with the shot crew and the Devil's Garden crew.
Copy that on the dozer line.
Yeah, affirmative, and incorporating some of the new dozer line to encompass the slops.
No. I don't know why that changed the what the heck? Why are they streaming to Twitch? I thought it was for games. So this is live. You can actually see the fire animating over here. The flames looked a lot more impressive a little bit ago, but I'm sure when they pivot the camera and zoom, it's going to look every bit as terrifying as it has been looking. So that's the live fire, flames reaching up into the sky. The situation is dire for all fires in Northern California right now. So looking back at the chat, that's live. That's the fire threatening Greenville. Patrick says, I am not at Lake Elsinore West, but I've called my neighbor and told him to leave, even though it's not under mandatory yet, which is unbelievable. You're right, Patrick. I have no freaking idea who the heck was in charge of making mandatory / advisory evacuation orders, and why on earth they would let people back into Greenville when there really is not that many ways out of the town. That whole valley is basically you could get trapped in there in Indian Valley because it's a triangle with 3 basic ways out of town. If the fire could easily overwhelm 2 of them, one of them is 70 to go back into the canyon, which is of course closed and still on fire. And then up by Lake Elsinore, they've had fire very close to Canyon Dam, which means it's a very sketchy prospect at best. You can go to Genesee Valley over by Taylorsville and go out that way. That's the best way. But then if the fire were to cut off Greenville from that one way out, that one highway to get to Taylorsville, look at the plane. Wow. You see the plane?
Anderson.
Wow.
1511 Spruce Street.
Oh, that is the coolest thing. Please, camera, pivot over so we could see the rest of that. The drop. Anyway, I was just generally moaning about the fact that that just doesn't seem logical, that you would put people back into a town where you haven't made firm containment lines above it. You know, so let's look back and see which plane that was. That was incredibly cool. That looked like the MD-87. There's a Hercules coming. I am wondering if that feed has a delay because we don't see a plane right in front of it other than this little scout plane that keeps going by the Rockwell. That looked like a passenger aircraft, though. That was huge. Here it is again. Maybe the scale's wrong. Yeah, you see that drop, guys. Look. Wow. There has to be a delay in this feed because they're not synced up. There's also a little bit of a delay, of course. Oh, so cool. God bless these pilots. It dropped across the T of the fire. It's a retardant line. The head of the fire is headed that way, and it just crossed the T. That is cool. So everywhere we see dark black could be retardant. It's the coolest spots of the map. Awesome. Yeah. I just want to put a round of applause for these pilots. They're so amazing. This is the most dangerous terrain to work in because you have the Moonlight Peak. They are flying lower than the mountains around here. They have to pull up something fierce. When they get down and do these drops, they're usually 200 feet above the trees. Sometimes less. And so the little whoop whoop pull up is sounding when they're making these drops, and that's just balls of steel. You know, we just have to take our hats off here for the incredibly dangerous work they're doing. And you see the smoke, you see the smoky conditions. That's the poorest visibility you can have. I mean, going that speed, yeah. There's horrible tones going off in my ear. Thank God I muted them for you guys. But going that speed, you're seconds away from crashing into a mountainside. I mean, just look at the shaded shaded relief right here. Excuse me, if it'll cooperate. Look at the steepness of the terrain. And so where they just made the drop is presumably, let's get my pen out, like that. So the fire is coming up this way, and they just crossed the T. And I believe that's what we are witnessing from the cameras. So let's go back to it. Excuse me, every time I cry out, I muted it for you guys, but there's horrible tones, emergency tones in my ear. So yeah, you can kind of see that there's an opening that goes over to the reservoir, and the fire's roaring through it. And look how tall the flames are. That's unreal. That's like 300 feet tall. The flames. Just unreal.
56, Company 52.
Okay.
Single vehicle. Kennedy Memorial Drive. Cross.
Okay, that's talking about vehicle collision, because we're hearing non-fire related chatter on this station as well. So I just muted it for you guys. Somebody was in a car accident, and I hope they make it. But this is live. You can see the flames reaching up into the air. This is the live battle for Greenville, going on right before our eyes. So looking back at chat, where's Greenville located from the lower images? Oh, there's another plane. There's the little scout plane going real fast past it. So he's probably analyzing if the retardant drop was on point. Oh, wow, here's the big guy. That looks like a Hercules, just looking at its shape. Cool. So I didn't see a drop there. But where is Greenville? That's a question of the day. If I get open, if I can get Google Earth open, let me do that on my other monitor. That will be much easier to orient ourselves, unless somebody right now could just tell me. We're looking backwards. This is the valley where Greenville is in. But if a 3D image would be worth 1,000 words. So I'm going to close that. I'm looking at Google Earth on my other monitor, typing in Greenville. I bet a million other people are doing this right now too. So if it will just cooperate, Google Earth. Hang on a second. All right, I'm zooming in. I don't want to take you guys away from the mesmerizing plane drops. So I'll just get this set up perfect before I flip it on over and show you guys real quick. So I'm adjusting my view in Google Earth. Yeah, I do believe I'm orienting myself well now. Mind you, I haven't been to Greenville for quite some time, but it's one of those, we always drove past it on the way to our cabin multiple times a year throughout my childhood. But it's mostly childhood memories I'm basing everything off of. So I'm backing up, trying to get myself oriented to where Dyer Mountain is to see if I can line up the horizon. So is that Dyer Mountain? Okay. Yeah, alright. So hang on a second. I'm hoping we'll see more tanker drops really quickly. It's 7 p.m. 6:56. They usually wrap up this time of day. They already wrapped up. They're trying to over by the McFarland fire, and so they're going to fire the hillside to try to protect towns like Wildwood over there. And they have no other choice. At night, you get that window of opportunity, and there's going to be fiercer winds coming in on Wednesday. So I just hope that works to save everything near the McFarland fire. But the fact that they're still doing some drops over by Greenville is pretty amazing. Let's look real quick and see if an aircraft is still around here. Because that looked to me like the Hercules made a pass but didn't do a drop. So Tanker 15's coming by. Yep, it's coming, and it's at 8,675 feet. It'll have to drop. Looks like they're going to go around the hill. We might see it here on the Indian Hills cam right here, because it'll be going in front. Sorry, Indian Ridge cam. I don't know why I say that. And then we'll probably see it around on the here doing the drop, depending on what the delays are. We did not see it pass in front of the cam. Okay, so I'm going to keep it on this one for a second. And still, if you could like and subscribe, guys, please hit the ringing bell. You'll know when I go live again. This is just an unfolding terrible situation. Every single fire is getting worse. We're looking at the Dixie fire right now because that is the one that we have the best imagery on. We were following the McFarland fire much earlier today, and the rapidly devolving, horrifyingly bad situation. The worst of all the California fires is in Klamath National Forest, where 17 lightning fire strikes are blowing up just like everywhere else in California. So yeah, I've got Dyer Mountain up. That's live right now. Maybe with a slight delay. We keep seeing the planes fly in front of it and dropping. Share me as well with your friends, family, Facebook, or whatnot. I really don't self-promote, but I would like to be able to reach more people with fire education and whatnot. If you have any questions, please put them in chat. I do look at that whenever I can. So, okay, I'm on Dyer Mountain and zooming in. And my conclusion is these cameras are zoomed in a lot. The view from Dyer Mountain with Google Earth is really distant to get over to see Greenville. Okay, I did line myself up, and I'm orienting. Okay, so I do know where Greenville is now. So that is Greenville, approximately. So I'm still listening to pilot chatter. It's not relevant right now. They're just talking about doing stuff around Reading and assembling which engines are available up in that area for various fires, and they're trying to figure out what strike teams they want to assemble for tomorrow. And prayers sent though for everybody by they don't even have people to respond and protect structures up in the area by Somerville with the 17 lightning strike fires. The two worst ones have sandwiched Somerville up in the Trinity area. The summer fire and the looking back at my notes, the hay press fire. Those are exploding out of control, but they have nobody to send until 24 hours later. So they're just telling everybody to get the heck out. But this is live. You can see animating flames over here to the right. Looking back at the Indian Ridge cam, this is our time lapse of how things are getting really bad. This was really wispy earlier today. People are still trying to get out of the Greenville area, and the ways out may be closing soon. And so anybody trying to get out before they're told, like on the west shore of Almanor and such, please I think it's wise. NFG Vets, welcome to the stream, says, I don't see that one line holding that monster back. Well, no, but they've been dropping others. They've been dropping other retardant lines, and that's just, it's a speed bump. The dozer crews and others are assembling right now as we speak down here at Greenville, and they'll work on developing a strategy. The one good thing about the evening and the night is that, and it looks like Tanker 15 is still in the air, the BAE 146-200A, which I thought was the Hercules, but probably is that tanker. That's basically what they need. I can see the fires climbing the hills on either side now, so it's making uphill runs. And but they've been doing other drops. They've also been firing the hills around Greenville. I don't know exactly where, just in case this nightmare scenario unfolded. So the fire's not going to have as many fuels as it normally would have. They burned off pine needles and brush and stuff from the general area, but we don't know where. They just describe it and vaguely gesture at the map when they do their briefings. This is, I'm going to show it real quick. This is their operational briefing map from this morning. And as you can see, they didn't have black line. They didn't have solid containment lines, especially not on the other side of the lake here. We see barely anything. So the fire is marching through this gap. It jumped the lake and it's going to Greenville. It decided that, it would go on the march. Why they allowed people back into Greenville yesterday and today when they had mandatory evacuation for more than a week, I have no idea. No idea behind the thinking of that. But the good news about the evening is all, gosh, I don't want to take us away from these images because we could see a plane, but really quickly, this is the way that the air works. I'm going to just draw it real fast for you guys. So hot air during the day rises. So the day wears on, the hot air goes up and goes into higher altitudes because hot air rises. And as the night falls, the air cools down and the wind shifts direction and goes down that way because the air is heavier and cooler and goes back that way. So what does that mean? That will give them perhaps an opportunity tonight to fire the hillside and protect Greenville. Going back to the images here. So we have the wind shift might possibly be a factor in naturally making it blow back on itself. So they'll have a period of time where if they drop these retardant lines and maybe make some dozer lines here, maybe they already have some in place, like this in a line, then what they could do is while the wind is going that way, they could say, make a dozer line here, and they have the retardant lines and such here. They could burn this off in between. in the cool of the night, where the living big trees don't really die, and they don't lose structures because they're there to man this shop, so to speak. Very calm winds, I believe, are forecasted for tonight. We'll have to take a look. But they could make a scorched earth line, and by the time that the winds shift again tomorrow and the fire is ready to go back towards Greenville, it'll hit that scorched earth line and stop. That would probably be one of their best strategies right now, because there really isn't much else to do. And if people are saying, oh, there's a plane, there's the scout plane, behind it will probably be that larger plane. It may just be looking around, but we did see the tanker is still in the area. So I'm sorry I can't make this bigger for you guys. In fact, I could try. Let me look at OBS, Open Broadcaster Software. See? Yep. Okay. I hope this is bigger for you guys. Did it get bigger? That's the best I can do. But I'm hoping we'll see another drop again. Looking back, so I hope that makes sense. The 747, the global supertanker, could be a sure help now. I know. Where are you, 747? I was so upset that it's like out of service, out of commission. It's just sitting somewhere in the tarmac right now. People could hop in a cockpit. It could roll. But it's a matter of money and this and that. But you know what? If the police can pull you over and say, ma'am, get out of the vehicle, I need this for a car chase, and shove you out of your own car, why can't they do that with the airplane and say, excuse me, California needs you, and get it staffed, pay them whatever money they need. There it is. There's the drop. Nice. So they're crossing the T again. This is just one of multiple drops that they made today. I can't believe they're still going past 7 o'clock at night. They're going to be losing visibility pretty fast. In the canyons and down there, you lose light. Night falls faster in the valleys and in the canyons than at the ridge tops, in mountain terrain. So this is extremely dangerous flying. I can't imagine they'll do this for much longer. But the point is about firing operations is at night when it's calm, it's not a danger to communities. It really isn't. This happened during the day. The winds are fiercer during the day. The fire triangle is more complete during the day, which is it needs oxygen and heat. Those are the two main components of it. And fuel, of course. Of course it has fuel. But the heat of the day makes everything drier and less humid. The sun's rays make the air hotter, and that actually feeds fires in ways that you wouldn't think it would. But at night, when the temperature drops down, the humidity rises, the wind shift changes. They've got a golden opportunity at night. It will all depend on the weather forecast for tonight. If there's too many winds tonight, they can't do that, and they really would have an extreme difficulty with that defending the town. If that strategy is on the table, it's Mother Nature going to determine that tonight. So Keith Sand says, hoping for the best for Greenville and other surrounding communities. Not from the area, but have been camping there since I was a baby. Yeah, isn't this sad? It's a wonderful, wonderful, underrated area. And I hate to see, this place that I grew up in as a kid just threatened. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that fires could be this bad. You always hear about these little sections of the mountains burning, but this is a new reality. It's not normal in any way, and I refuse to use that ridiculous term. It's a new reality, and we can turn things back to normal if we fix the situation. It's not all about, carbon emissions and stuff. Some of it's common sense. Like, build fire lines before we need them and just staff them instead of trying to build them as a reaction. If we put a lot more money into prevention and, had all of our resources available, like the global supertanker or like the other things we need, these wouldn't be as bad. If we paid firefighters more than, minimum wage food stamp stuff, then maybe we would attract very highly trained personnel. But right now it's a crap job. And that's why they need our support. They're doing heroic things for us right now in this intense situation. California's worst drought in ages, in unprecedented extreme fire activity due to a whole bunch of factors, including the fact that stupidly we put out all kinds of fires for the last 94 years, and we have 94 years of fire load in the general landscape, and we, as human beings, cut down the native trees and replanted stupid wired fire promoting ones like eucalyptus. We did a lot of things that we could fix. So this is a new reality. It's not the new normal. We can reset things back to normal. It'll just take a bit of effort and some actual dedication to the issue. Josh, yeah, there was an evacuation issued for a tenant, California, a long time ago. I did cover that before, but thank you so much for making sure that that's something that we remind everybody in the channel. There's massive evacuation orders. Antelope, that's check with I believe that's Shasta County. I can't remember if that's Shasta or Trinity. Yeah, we have evacuation orders and warnings all over the place. Just depending on your county, look at the sheriff's office for that county. Right now, there's too many things to cover. This is still animating. This is the fire. It's the progression is slowing. I like seeing that. We don't see it moving towards Greenville as much. It may be that the wind direction is shifting. Let's take a look at that, because we are losing the heat of the day. That might be the saving grace that, nighttime is what really stopped the fire, and the retardant drops will give them the edge. We know that it'll march slowly towards Greenville. It's going up this corridor here. It'll march slowly even throughout the night, even against the wind, but that's going to give them the time they need. When it hits the retardant lines, it's going to go into turtle mode and be marching really, really slowly. But right now we can see it going up the hill that way and up this way. And let's see what the wind has done. Let's see if it's changed. Let's see if we click on the wind. Nope, not. Okay, let's listen to this pilot chatter. Wind hasn't quite changed. It's turning. But not yet. Not quite yet. Not out of the woods yet. So it could be slowing down because they may have fired some of the landscape already. I don't know. They haven't really been clear on that. Hey, it's 7 o'clock. There's supposed to be a meeting right now, right? That they usually hold in Zoom, and later the community meeting. I don't know if that's taking place right now. Can somebody check on that for me? If the Dixie Fire community meeting is in progress? Because I could at least put the audio there as we continue to watch this mesmerizing, horrifying image on the FLIR camera. I can imagine that we're probably not going to see any more drops. But then again, there's a tanker. There's a DC-10 right there. And it may be circling to lose altitude. Hopefully not, because it's going over a ridge right now. We have, let's see what else. A Hercules, that's another tanker. We got the Gulfstream Commander, which is a lead plane. I don't know why it's behind the tankers. They could be going over to the Evans fire, which I thought was mostly under control, but the Evans fire was that horrifying spot fire right there, which was started by, not a spot fire, but started by lightning days ago. Or they could just be making a wide circle. But Greenville is back here, as you can see. So they're still tankers. Never mind. They're not quite wrapped up yet, hopefully. We could see something else happening on this fire. And I just heard some very excited chatter by the pilots and tried to turn it back on, but they're not talking right now. But mostly what we've been hearing is them talking about the McFarland fire, which became one hell of an inferno today as well. So if you are near the area of Peanut, Post Mountain, there are evacuation warnings / maybe even gone mandatory by now by the McFarland fire. At least there's personnel on that one, but just not enough. They were calling for help, and everybody was saying, sorry, hey, there's a drop. There's a drop. Yes, they're still doing it. Well, that is really good news. I really thought they'd be wrapped up by the end of the day, but they are really going the extra mile trying to do what they can for Greenville. Just insane. It almost looks like lava flowing down a hill. We do see the fires climbing. It's climbing up the ridge there. But they've done really good firing operations to protect areas by Crescent Mills and Taylorsville. So I'm not too concerned about it climbing into that area. We'll just have to wait and see. But they did save the community of Crescent Mills just, I think, Friday, because they had spot fires, jump lines, but it landed into places they had already fired. So they pounced on it and went direct attack and got it under control quickly during that lightning storm Thursday and Friday night. So firing does work to protect communities, and it's a damn good thing that they've done it. They saved Taylorsville and Crescent Mills so far with those strategies, and the western shore of Almanor Lake as well. Although the lines may have been jumped north of there, and hopefully Chester isn't threatened. But is anybody looking back at chat? It's been updated from warning to mandatory evacuation. Yeah. Sorry, Serene, I didn't, I'm showing your comment now. It got hidden for like review. Serene says, everyone please like, share, and subscribe to Catherine's channel. I've been bringing information to citizens and communities during this tragic fire situation since the early morning hours. Yeah, since I've been monitoring it since 3 in the morning. I went live like 8 in the morning trying to do a quick update. I thought it'd be done by lunch. But I've been doing this for more than a year now. I covered the fire last year and Paradise before that. That's a tiny amount. And not for money. If you have any images you want to share, the best way you can help me reach others is to hit the like and subscribe button to make the algorithm work. But then here's my email, catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. Send me anything. You can send pictures, stories of survival, just memories of the area, wildfire tales in general, survival stories. I'm most interested to share with the public. That's where a lot of the community outreach that I basically try to do is train people how to survive wildfires. And I'll make a standalone independent video soon about that. I just tend to answer those questions as people come in chat, like what to do with your A, B, C, and D shelter-in-place plan. But I can't reach people unless my channel is trending according to the stupid YouTube algorithm. I thought people could just Google Dixie Fire and see my channel, but that's not the way it works. You have to be trending. So that's why I'm asking. Now, looks like that is one heck of a torching tree, or a stand of trees torching right there. It's probably a big dead tree, or a group of dead trees there. But we see the flames are generally kind of dying down. And that's just kind of typical of what happens as the night cools down. Hopefully the wind is dying down. We're seeing the smoke go pretty vertical. Let's check this out on the Indian Ridge cam. It's a lot more vertical than it was, but not out of the woods yet. And we have fading light of the evening. What was I talking about a second ago? Yeah, Tanker 15. Keystan says, any insight to the fire happening 5 miles west of Round Valley? Is it lower priority because of lack of structures? Oh, you mean by Caribou? Yeah, they keep saying how there was an island. Hey, look, we got a drop. Check it out. Or at least a plane. There's a plane, a little dot right there. And it's gone. But it was there, guys. So that might be the lead plane. Oh, it's here. It's coming by. Following behind it might be the tanker doing the drop. Because that looks like the little scalper lead plane. Oh, yeah, it's actually a tanker. Wow. So there we got another drop, guys. That is so good to see. Man, pull up. That got close to the ground. That's frightening. I wish the camera would follow the planes. So that is really above and beyond the call of duty. And this dangerous level of low light conditions in the mountains in smoke and 100 to 200 feet above the tree lines, dropping and then pulling up for your life. That is when all those whoop whoop pull up alarms start going off in your plane. And we have to hand it to them. That's an amazing job they do for us. Yep. So if you're talking about caribou, what they keep saying was that there was an island, and you can even see it on their map. Dennis is the best at explaining this. He's with the Plumas County Forest Service, I believe. And this is, if you mean the caribou section, then these are islands. These are areas behind the fire, but just for some reason, the wind or whatnot, they didn't burn yet. And so when you see at night, especially, it's more visible at night, but sometimes during the day, a huge plume of smoke go up. They said, oh, don't worry about that too much, because that's the islands burning, where they really can't rescue that area. They're not going to enter an area where they could be surrounded, but just eventually the fires find those islands, usually, and because they're unburned, they go up in a whoosh compared to the surrounding area. So that's what's going on near Caribou. There's a tiny community over there that they're trying to defend. They said so far that they were doing so good, so far so good on it, but with today's events, I don't know what the heck happened. Has anybody found out if they're doing the Zoom meeting right now? They'll post that to Facebook as soon as they're done with it. But if it's going live, we could listen. So Serene Sapphire says, hashtag fire information. You're heading before posting Dixie fire, Monument fire. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the information. I don't know about social media promotion. I never got that.
Teal Tango has positive comment with Red Bluff. They're continuing with them, closing out with us.
Yeah, talking about Red Bluff and areas up there. Let's see here. There's 2 DC-10s in the area. Yes. If you guys want to feed me, I accept food donations, like food cards. Just email me some gift card, and I would greatly accept the food. When I'm covering the fires, I'm not working. You can please donate at Plumas Bank to like Dixie fire victims and the people who need it. If you have extra money, I do have dreams of covering fires live and getting a camera that will see in the dark. The Sony A7S III, it's expensive, gas is expensive, but I will go and cover these fires, the aftermath, and interview survivors and get their stories and try to document history before it's swallowed up by these fires. That's what I wanted to do instead of a fire stream, is start making documentary films regarding history and interviewing old timers and veterans and such. So if you have extra money after you've given to the victims, I for the first time finally accepting donations. I wasn't last year, but I need to get out and film for myself a lot of the stuff that's happening, because history and landscape is disappearing before our eyes, and we need to document this stuff before it goes away, especially the stories of the old timers. Oh, there's a plane. I had the great privilege of interviewing a World War II vet who survived the kamikaze strike on his destroyer, and he also rammed a Japanese sub and sank it. And I did that with a cell phone. If I only had a real camera, I could make it look pro. And that stand of trees is torching mightily. This gives us the lesson that we can't have standing dead trees on the landscape. And you see how when they go up fierce, and the flames are reaching up way higher into the sky. There's another drop. If the flames reach into the sky, if they follow standing dead trees and they reach up there, the wood's dead, which allows them to just whoosh up like that. That's where the embers can travel long distances and start the fire ahead of itself. And that's what happened today. There were, you saw that.
Down 517 and 4 Tango Hotel. So we're getting ready to roll out here as well. Again, thanks again for staying a little later.
Okay, that they're just talking about Reading. I'm gonna mute that for you guys, and I'll unmute it if it's important. But the big lesson that we've kind of learned already since the 1930s was that embers from the tops of trees, especially on the tops of ridges, they can travel long distances because of how high they are. And then from the pyrocumulus clouds, we are learning for the first time this year and last year, of course, that when the clouds go up and create that heat, the embers, they travel up and then they go with the wind, and then they start a new fire. They start spot fires ahead of itself. That's what happened today. That's what we're witnessing live. It jumped over Round Valley Reservoir and is marching towards Greenville, and that was something that surprised them. It did not surprise one gentleman, and that's why I'm promoting his channel, Daniel Kearns here. The link is in the description of my video. He was worried about the situation last night, and I didn't air it because, whoa, that's 2 hours ago. That's Greenville, but why is it sideways? Okay. Wow. Yeah. So that was 2 hours ago, and oh my God, you could see the fire cresting the ridge. Let me get that bigger. Excuse me. Oh. Anyway, my point was that this gentleman he's a volunteer firefighter. He's based in Taylorsville. I had the link to his Facebook page in my description of my video, and he has been walking the community through this with an expert's eye and boots on the ground's eye. I can't say how amazing his coverage has been. He goes live just very frequently, and he was right last night. Even though the official sources were painting a much rosier picture, he says, I'm afraid for Greenville at the Round Valley Reservoir, and he was pointing it to it on the map, and he was correct. So this is really good information from his channel. I'm going to go back to our mesmerizing FLIR image here. I'm going to turn back on the pilot chatter and change this image for you guys. Okay, if I'm ever gesturing at something that's off the screen, please remind me that I have zoomed in. Whoa, I zoomed in a lot, and
half hour, so
I may not be monitoring that.
A Reading copies, 1927.
That's unreal. So that's above Almanor West, I believe. I believe the camera just split its image. So that's, yeah. So it's pointed looking just past the peninsula. And so the lake is in the foreground with the image on the right, and that doesn't look good either. So the one by Greenville, that portion of it is looking like the better situation. That's reaching into the sky right there. So if we were going to look at Cal Topo, I was hoping the wind would have changed by now. Come on, wind. Go back down the way you came. Fire would blow back down on itself. But what we're looking at here with the other image is Dyer Mountain camera, the one that's giving us this cool thing. This is Dyer Mountain. It's looking like that right now. That's what we're seeing, the scary image.
Calling Reading, repeat, you were covered by other traffic.
And look at it blow up. Yeah, anybody getting the heck out of the west shore of Almanor right now has made a good choice. I hope these embers don't cross the lake. That would be the nightmare scenario. But I wouldn't be on the peninsula right now either. Right now the wind direction is generally blowing towards the lake. And the way we saw the fire jump the Columbia River a couple years ago, lakes like this are no barrier. Neither are gigantic rivers. They can go 15 miles. Dead tree at the top of a tall ridge. The embers break off. They can go 15 miles, but that's usually in very, very high winds. 5 miles here would be typical of what we're seeing. And that's what was reported earlier. Looks like spot fires, yeah. Well, that's the, it's spotted over the lines. I'm just not sure exactly where. They have a black line protecting the lake, the west shore of Lake Allenor. They have a black line there, but you know what? What good was it when it seems to have jumped the black line here? You know, what we're looking at, that mesmerizing image, is the fire may be burning behind the line technically. It might be up here. But hopefully that holds. But we see heat detections over here. So I'll show them to you just now. Oops, sorry. I have to delete that. Get back on the cursor. Just look at it go. The Butte Lake camera might be showing us that because look, it's gone past. The Stover Mountain spot fire, I believe is what they were calling it. They were calling that an emergency, and so am I. So the west shore of Almanor is protected by that black line, but look at it compared to this. I mean, technically, it could be behind the line. Sure don't look like it, though. It could be the secondary contingency line is 89 itself. See that where it says RRRRR, that's road as a line. And it's not, here it's black. You can see the dark black R's. That means that it is black line. But here it's incomplete a little bit. So the Highway 89 itself is their containment, their contingency line. So I hope they're confident in that. That may be why they don't have mandatory evacuations on the West Shore. But I wholeheartedly disagree with that idea because look at that. How could they keep embers from drifting over that are that big? Look how high it's reaching in the sky. I'm wondering if the Butte Valley camera could possibly be overrun. The Butte Valley, excuse me, Butte Lake. The Butte Lake camera. So I'm going to go look at it right now. If anybody has any questions, please do the like and subscribe thing to help the channel find others. And please donate to people with Plumas at Plumas Bank. Let's look at the Butte Lake camera. Because the fire makes me think that this position might be overrun. And let's just do a quick 1 hour time lapse at Butte Lake. I mean, we saw the Indian Ridge camera overrun before. It is not facing the Inferno. The Inferno is the other way, the way it's usually facing. I mean, it's kind of over the ridge would be the thing affecting Greenville. You can see the smoke coming off of it. So this is the 1 hour time lapse of what's been going on in the last hour. Huge amount of smoke coming off of the fire by Greenville. In general, drifting that direction. But no, we don't see anything. So let's go back to the FLIR. Look at that beast. Now, I don't know what this is down here. And hopefully at the community meeting, whenever it's posted, they'll explain what that is. Either that's a spot fire or they left that on purpose to try to...
Reading, Whiskey Town Engine 4, release on the Kennedy incident, available.
Yeah, look how big those flames are. Okay, looking back and... Yeah, I don't know what that is, Tim. I don't know what that is. it's either a spot fire or they are doing firing operations to help the situation, because that's one of their only things left at this point. That horrible tone, and I just muted it for you guys. It's not muted for me. I'm taking it for the team.
Sugar Pine Camp, no emergency. Contact the command center at 1934.
Hopefully we won't have strong winds. Oh my gosh, you can see spot fires occurring right now. Look at that. Oh, I just got dizzy. Right there. Did you see it was like lava? Excuse me, that's a big fatter pen than I wanted. Let's go to a narrower pen. You just saw some of them erupt there and right there. And that's how it works. It just dropped a bunch of embers in front of itself. So they're not traveling very far at the moment, but all it would take is for strong winds. It would mostly be daytime winds, I would imagine, that would push it towards the lake. Like I said, the nighttime winds, the nocturnal winds, they mostly blow back towards the valley. So at any moment now, please, nature, would you please flip the switch and reverse the wind direction? That would be awesome. I'm going to look at the windy app right now. I think I have it open somewhere. Windy.com. Does anybody have any questions in chat? Please let me know. We're looking at the crazy new developments on the Dixie fire. I'm going to refresh CA Fire Scanner's Twitter feed off camera as we continue to be mesmerized by this unfolding disaster. And let's see here. Let's see, there's just a bunch of arguments breaking out. Wow. Unrelated, but Unified Fire talking about landslides. Hit vehicles on the road, didn't damage them, but popped their tires. Now that's getting lucky in a landslide. Okay, I'm going back. I don't see many updates as far as California Fire Scanner is concerned. Refreshing that Twitter. We should look back at Plumas County, Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office. I'm looking at to see if there's any new evacuation orders. Yeah, Tennant and Antelope Creek have mandatory evacuation orders in Siskiyou County. That's not new. The people who are running from the summer fire and that area in Siskiyou County can go to Etna. It's the Etna Fire Hall of all places. That's ironically named. River Complex Fire update. That was 6 hours ago. That's not new. I'll go look at the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. And I'm burning up with heat right now. It's really hot in this room. And the more I stream, the more my computer...
2466 available from the hiding incident.
Jesus, that scared me. Yeah, Mike Smith says, damn, that fire is hauling ass. Yeah, it is. What's the wind speeds? That's probably something I'm going to check NOAA weather right now. So I'm looking at my phone.
Writing incident 2473, same traffic.
Let's look at NOAA weather. And you know what? Even a better app if you have Android is called My Radar. NOAA weather by Pandemonium Software is good too, but My Radar has better depictions of wind and such. So looking at the Greenville area right now. The winds have not shifted yet. They're still headed towards Greenville, but they're, for the most part, pretty mild. And I'm going to read the Greenville forecast in a second. Yeah, just bear with me. That continues to be mesmerizing. If anybody has any questions, put them in the chat. G&J McFall says, thanks so much for your coverage. Question on your video feed to the right. Where's the lake in the peninsula? Thanks. Okay, so that's a great question. It keeps shifting around, but this, when we look at it from this angle, it's kind of going across the peninsula, and that's what we're seeing. This is this. I don't know why that's reversed. I had it backwards because I assumed that this was this, but it's not. This is this. So I hope that answers your question. And so we're looking on this side. This is where Greenville is at. And the fire is going that direction to Greenville. And you can see it better. Oh wow, look at that flare up. That's intense. You can see it better if you look at it from this way. It's charging through the gap. It jumped the reservoir sometime around 2 in the afternoon. It's going through this gap to Greenville. It's just got a wind tunnel. So the winds are fiercer wherever there's a just like sticking your finger in a fire hose. Wherever it's funneled through a gap in a canyon, and so that's a gap. So it's just, that was the chink in the armor. That was what was not defended well enough. They were concentrating on stopping putting lines here and stuff, and stopping the area, and they were thinking that would happen, and it went beep. Embers jumped the line. So that's what happened today. As far as anybody could tell, I'm sure they'll because we could see the wind direction was making a beeline for Greenville. I'm sure that's what they're going to explain later when they have to explain this. They are going to have to do some explaining. I'm not blaming them. I think they've done a really good job in general of dealing with the hazards that in the incredible, difficult terrain, the incredible difficult climate, the worst drought that California's seen in an extremely long time. The power company started it. We can't forget that. I mean, they've all but taken responsibility. Quote, still under investigation. Quote, still, hashtag don't sue me. But we know that PG&E basically took responsibility, all but in a press conference. But this shouldn't exist at all. This is them trying to deal with the hand they were dealt. The fact that places like Canyon Dam, Crescent Mills, and Taylorsville are still standing right now is a testament to their incredible work that they saved most of Belden. This is some of the worst place in the world to fight a fire. The steep, rugged terrain, the climate, the unpredictable weather, the massive, huge area that they have to cover. The fact that there's a lot of standing dead trees from previous fires that were never logged down. That are complicating everything. The fact that it takes forever and a day to drive around this 80-mile perimeter. That the roads here are complete crap up into the mountains that maybe haven't been maintained in 60 years. Some of them. It's incredibly difficult to do this. I'm actually, frankly, surprised we haven't lost a lot more. And that's coming from last year's fire, like the Beachy Creek. They lost the town of Detroit Lake, Gates, Mill City, Imnaha, Lyons, and all these, and Jawbone Flats. They lost that in less than 24 hours. They lost like 9 communities just with the Beachy Creek fire. And we watched that happen live. I dropped my stream. I said, guys, I'm out of here, to evacuate my mother as we were watching that horror unfold. And so that's what I frankly expected with this fire, because it's worse terrain. It's a difficult situation. And they've done one hell of a job protecting the community so far. I don't know what happened. What I'm faulting them for is painting perhaps too much of a rosy picture and not being extremely clear to the community. On one hand, they say, guys, this is really difficult and this is hard and be vigilant. But on the other hand, they were there's too many different people saying too many different things and not like frank talk. Like, this is what to expect. The Tamarack fire crew had a hell of a lot better just straight dope talk to the community, saying this is what we're doing, this is what you can expect. With this fire, we've had too many experts explaining surgery. Like, hi, I'm a surgeon, I'm a fire surgeon, this is how I do surgery. And they didn't tell the community, like, okay, but what's the patient going to look like at the end? Is the patient going to make it? If you consider the communities and the landscape the patient, what is going to happen? What's the best outcome? They had a bunch of no answers for weeks. And just that started to piss off, and enrage the community. That's okay. That's cool that you're explaining fire surgery, but what's going to happen? Just tell us the best case scenario, the middle ground scenario, and the worst case scenario. And they didn't do that. So they didn't explain that the situation is so dire they have to light the hillsides on fire because there's nothing else to do. When dozer lines can't stop something, when airplanes can't stop something, you have to light the landscape on fire ahead of the fire. And they have not done quite a good enough job to explain to the community that that would burn anyway. So better do it in the cool of the night when it doesn't kill all the trees and harm the buildings, so that when the real fire comes, it's a lot less of an inferno to deal with. Because there's been criticism, you made the landscape ugly by Bucks Lake. That's going to take years to look green again. And I'm like, holy crap, dude. At least everything around Bucks Lake is still standing for the most part. Really? You're complaining about the landscape looking charred? And guess what? It'll look great next spring. The whole area will be green next spring with wildflowers in abundance. It only looks ugly for about a year. Paradise started to look good in the surrounding areas with green grass and stuff. And the oak trees that had burned off all their leaves started resprouting green again. The very next spring. Just cool it. Enough with the complaints. Today, something really terrible happened, and they're going to have to explain exactly what happened here. I am faulting them for allowing people back in. That doesn't seem to make any rhyme or reason. But as far as protecting the communities, actually, on a physical level, they've done a pretty dang good job considering the extreme difficulties. But it's a learning experience instead of a blaming experience. That's the new mode in fire. In learning about fire, is instead of blaming and passing bucks and stuff like that, the new attitude, which is great, which America and many countries are embracing, is let's get as many cameras on a fire as we can. Like people that used to be considered looky-loos, they want you to whip out your cell phone and upload it to YouTube if there's a structure fire. They want you to upload everything concerning a fire, people in the area, because they want to analyze it and say, here's where we went right, here's where we went wrong. It's a new attitude of just problem solving instead of blame. But you have to be real, and you have to explain and analyze and say what went wrong. Expecting perfection is a completely irrational expectation. Anybody who thinks that this should have gone perfectly is off their rocker. This is the biggest kind of hell that any person on any job could experience. Our understanding of megafires is in its infancy. It has just come to light, things that we've suspected for and just been confirmed, things we've suspected for more than a century, like can these things spawn tornadoes? For the first time ever, we're capturing them on film and confirming it. But we don't know how still. We don't know how these create their own weather. We're deaf, dumb, and blind to the interior of a megafire, so our models are completely inaccurate right now. They're helpful, but should not be trusted. And there just needs to be, for the most part, better communication, frank, stern talk to people. This is what you can expect. If worst, middle, or best case scenario it happens. Don't explain fire surgery. Just say, hey, we could lose Greenville. If you talk frank like that, then maybe people would be much more likely to leave Greenville, for example. But they didn't talk frankly like that. So we'll have a lot to learn from this situation. I'm dismayed, but I am not blaming. The only thing I'm just really mad at is why were people allowed to go back in the last couple of days when there wasn't black line around a community and above it. I don't know if that's caving into public pressure or if it's being unrealistically optimistic. I really don't know. So we will know. So going back to Josh, I imagine there's going to be some sort of a notice for Chester. That's what I've been fearing, where it's ripping out of Division J and it's headed right for the 3689 intersection. They have 4 Alpha strike teams staged at that intersection. L. Logan says the FLIR images are new to me. Are they part of the Alert Wildfire cameras or a different website? That's also a big question I have. It looks like they're only on some of the cameras. They're definitely not on all the alert ones.
Branch 1, Division Alpha on command.
That's a really good question. We should find out. Josh says video.
Resources are in place. The conditions are in our favor. I'd like to go ahead and start. From the top of section 18 down to Highway 36 on that main dozer line.
Yeah.
I copy. I'm here with Branch. Stand by a minute.
They're talking probably about the fire that's the McFarland fire.
Alpha Branch 1. Go ahead. Copy.
That's Lake Almanor in the foreground here, and so you're seeing what's burning over. Excuse me. Looks like there's no more. Oh, there still is a tanker. What? There's a DC-10 still cruising around, even though it's starting to become nightfall here. That's incredible. So I don't know if it's going over the Evans or it's going to drop by the Greenville. We haven't been able to hear the planes that are over Greenville. We've been hearing them talking about what they're doing over by the Monument to McFarland fires. I can't find a feed for this area, but wow. So we are seeing. We're looking across Lake Almanor from Dyer Mountain, and Dyer Mountain is also looking at this. It says 1,000 word. It's splitting the image like this. So the one that was flaring up the most is that, which is that. It's looking across the lake. Here's the lake, and here's the lake. See? So we still see some massive torching and stuff going on, but hopefully the fire has run into some problems as it nears Greenville, where we know that they've taken some steps to protect the community previously. They've fired some parts of the landscape, but we don't know where. And hopefully the retardant will give them a speed bump and they can work through the night to protect the town. I'm hoping for a wind change soon. Josh says those tankers are dropping on the outskirts of Greenville. Okay. And video from Greenville at 7:30. Okay, let me look at your link. Okay, I'm seeing it. All right, here you guys go. Wow. Dang. Okay, I'm going to enlarge that. And I got to bring this. This is, okay, sorry guys. Hang on, I got to rescale this to fit the screen. I'm going to rewind it in case you missed it. Here we go. Incredible, Josh. Thank you for this. Yeah, nice.
No real night relief coming in. You got Crane Valley to take a look at that spot and the rest of the highway. Once you guys take medicine, you can start releasing your resources in the camp.
Isn't that a Hercules?
Okay, and for the resources
Nope.
heading in.
No, it isn't. Yes?
It'd be to the new ICP at our Wild Ranch.
There's the store where we were looking at earlier.
I'll update everybody. Just to confirm, it'll just be Green Valley tonight.
Well, where's the horse?
Green Valley's gonna end up taking over too.
Hey.
Okay, I'll wait to sign with them when they arrive.
Hey.
Still got a little bit of work here.
Guys, I don't see the horse. I'm gonna mute that because it's almost unintelligible. There's no horse to ride anymore. They better not have gotten rid of it, because that's my new life goal, is to go back to Greenville and ride the horse like I did when I was a 4-year-old in front of that store. So, okay, going back to the mesmerizing images. I hope that orients you guys well. Yeah, that's the C-130. Sweet. So Mike Smith says they're going to backlight more. Wow. Yeah, because they're running out of options, dude. Planes can't run at night. So only at nighttime, when it's cool and calm winds, is that appropriate. And boy, is it appropriate. We don't know if they're going to, but seriously, Mike, what you just heard was about the McFarland fire, not this one, by the way. We're not talking about the Dixie fire. We're listening to the McFarland fire right now. But that would be a good option if the weather allows it tonight. I would hope that they have the opportunity to light backfires to protect Greenville tonight, because what else is going to freaking stop it? You know? Like I said earlier, one of their best strategies, and I'm going to use the pen again, is they've been dropping retardant like this, and here's the town, right? And so that's going to be a speed bump. The fire is going to hit that and kind of be hesitant to go past it because there's retardant on the vegetation. Now, when the wind shifts direction sometime during the night, as it usually does, the wind's going to go back that way. It'll die down. Humidity will increase. Temperature will go down. And that means that fire activity will go into a lull, like an almost stasis during the night. And so they have that window of opportunity. They should make a dozer line or whatever they do over here. And then what they should do is light this on fire in between, and it would make a scorched earth here. And then tomorrow, the winds change direction. This happens every day and every night. They go back towards Greenville. But now, it can't. It can't reach Greenville. If they have that opportunity, that would be a really dang good strategy, because what else are you going to do? You can't have aircraft during the night. So either Mother Nature stops it with rain, not going to happen, or Mother Nature stops it with some sort of a wind event where wind stops, but that's not going to change because geography changes the wind from day to night like that, back and forth. So if Mother Nature doesn't stop it, can bulldozers stop it? They probably can't do that in one night. They can't... They don't have the time to make a huge line with just bulldozers during the night. So what else is going to stop it? Reaching a line of scorched earth. That's how they saved the town of Crescent Mills the other day, on Friday, I believe. That's how they've saved Taylorsville. So that would be probably the strategy that they could use to save Greenville if the opportunity presents itself. But if it's too windy tonight, they can't do it, and that would be the worst case scenario. If the winds shift during the night, back and forth, they won't be able to do it, and that'll be the worst case scenario, that they just can't. So the community meeting was supposed to have happened at 7. Let's check CAL FIRE and see if they've explained what the hell's going on. So going back to Facebook, any questions you guys have? Lots of work to do, MX1 says in chat, absolutely. So looking back up, Stacy, let's see. Mike Smith says it's all good till the wind shifts again. Yeah, it's a risk. It's a risk. But sometimes taking the risk is less risky than just not taking it. You know? It's sometimes the frog is in a frying pan and you could jump out and be in the fire, but there's a possibility you could jump over the fire. So take the jump. Don't stand in the fire, you know. That's kind of the situation. Smoke detected near Quincy. Oh, God. Please say no. Let's see. We got a video. Josh, you're the man. You have been so good with the stream. Yeah, Dennis Burns. Okay. Was he just live? Awesome. 35 minutes ago. Here we go. Dennis is the man. He explains stuff better than anybody else. So I interrupted this mesmerizing stream to bring you Dennis. Hang on, let me get you his sound. Let me adjust his sound. 2 minutes and 37.
Good evening, Dennis Burns, Fire Behavior Analyst with California Interagency Incident Management Team 2 with your evening update of the east zone of the Dixie fire for August 2nd. I mentioned this morning that we were approaching near critical fire weather conditions today, and unfortunately that did come to fruition. Most of our weather stations are borderline or at red flag criteria, and the fire has responded in kind. Before I get up to the Greenville area, I will go around the fire. We had success down in Zulu, west of Bucks Lake. Everything's looking well. Coming up into the wilderness, this area has burned in. The crews up there feel very confident that we're going to hold on to this now. Moving around the Horn all the way up to Highway 70. This will all be just in patrol status tomorrow, and the same goes all the way down along the railroad grade, up Mount Huff Road, down Immigrant Trail, and even up Dixie Creek. We're actually going to collapse some of these divisions because these are all going to go into a patrol status. Now, getting to Division Oscar in Round Valley, about 2 o'clock this afternoon, the fire became established in the Crowns. Had 25 to 30 mile an hour winds coming across from kind of the southwest. When I say got up in the Crowns, it got up into the top of the trees. We started seeing spotting up to a mile. They pumped more crews in. All the aircraft that we had, including air tankers, were flying, and the fire was just outpacing everything that we were throwing at it. Presently, they've moved extra crews into Greenville. The fire is spotting across the top of the ridge, and it's set up just behind Greenville, almost to the railroad tracks. So crews are starting to take action there. Coming around the fire into Division November, this fire held. We actually had crews starting direct line here. However, when this started happening, the fire in the west zone actually started picking up, and they felt that their escape route was going to be compromised. So they left, and they're actually part of the mix here. Normally I don't talk about the west zone, but the west zone experienced similar conditions with us, and they're having significant fire growth kind of up in this corner here. I know that they've reinstituted some evacuations also. So that's really all I've got for tonight, and I'll talk to you in the morning.
Okay, sorry. I thought he was going to talk a little longer, and you caught me in the kitchen. I was going for a Pepsi. Because I need a drink. I don't know about you guys. I don't drink. So I have a dilemma. I can either throw back shots of half and half, or I can get a Pepsi. So you know what? It's Pepsi. Alright, so there's the man, Dennis. I was hoping he would explain a little bit better what the hell happened. But I guess that's what we're going to get for now. Do we have the regular Dixie fire briefing yet? Did they have the community meeting tonight? I'm kind of curious about that, because that would be the next thing to watch. So looking back at chat, let's see here. We had a question. Maureen Cole, hi, welcome. On the Dire 1 cam, what is the bright spot at the bottom? It looks like it's on the peninsula. That is the peninsula, actually. That is actually land. That's the peninsula. So if that's what you're worried about, that's just the land. I do not see that the peninsula is on fire or anything like that. So the general landscape kind of looks like that orangey color. They'll probably recalibrate it in a second, because the landscape is not supposed to match the fire color. They can just change it, because as the nighttime temperature changes, you get it being a little distorted, and they'll constantly make a little bit of an adjustment if it's not on automatic. So like everything that's cooler and darker is cooler, and getting towards yellow and the white color is hotter in FLIR. So the landscape itself has some heat from the sun's rays, the sun of the day. The lake, of course, has a little bit, but not as much. That's why it looks a lot cooler. Boy, is that lake freaking cold. But on the surface, the top 3 to 4 feet is a heck of a lot warmer than 6 feet if you dove into the lake. So as the nighttime wears on, the lake will cool down, and so will the landscape, so will the air, and the wind will shift back in the other direction. And that's what we are hoping to see soon, so that they can get to work trying to protect Greenville. I was hoping that they would explain what that is. Kolohi, I'm so sorry I'm butchering your name. SF says, no community online meeting tonight. They are doing every other night. Really? Really? I'm pretty sure we are owed an explanation and some guidance throughout the night. Today has been really, really frightening. The wind hasn't changed yet. It seems to be slowing. Okay, good. I'm not sure during which portion of the day it's supposed to change. Holt Hanley Weather, his link is in my description too, is the weatherman, wizard extraordinaire, and he explains this in great detail almost every single day. So, yeah, Dennis Burns should have told us a lot more about the Greenville ops. Well, I was hoping he would. He's the man. He's the most straight dope talker of everybody. Mike is a decent communicator on about the west side, but he tends to be more like, I'm a surgeon and here's how I do surgery, rather than this is what's going to happen, this is what you can expect. He's really good during question and answer time, but the initial parts of the meeting, it's kind of like, but I kind of even wonder, but what does that mean? So you're making indirect line and going direct, and you're making a dozer line, and you're doing a road here, you're tying up this, you're securing an anchor here. What does it mean? Okay. And when he's asked a straight up question, though he answers it very well, like in question and answer time, which is at the end of videos. But in general, they kind of blow really fast past what, because they only have a X amount of time to talk. They really blow fast past what they're explaining when they should take a damn breath, So, you did not slaughter the name. Good job. Okay, great. Yay. Do I win a prize? Will somebody feed me and give me a gift card to McDonald's or something? That would be great. Tanya Sullivan says, there's a nice article about Dennis Burns in PC News today, Plumas County News. I think he's off the fire as of tonight. No! We need Dennis. He's the man. He's like the beloved hero of this fire. I hate that when they switch crews right as things start to change. But apparently there is a time period where even though the crew has things well in hand and they're now very familiar with the territory, they go, up, time's up, and they yank it off and they switch command. And that drives me up the wall. We've seen that time and time again the last couple of years. Kolohi SF says, I know, Dennis really dropped the ball tonight telling us the fire's on the hillside behind Greenville. Very dire situation. You should be saying evacuate immediately. What the hell? Well, he's with the Forest Service. He's not with CAL FIRE. So it's the sheriff's office that makes those declarations, tells people what to do. So his job is to explain what the East Division does, and that's what his division is. But that really isn't his job. He's supposed to do shorter updates. We're supposed to be hearing from the sheriff's office, and I keep refreshing the pages, and they did not issue these evacuation warnings until hours ago. We were hearing them elsewhere. And so again and again and again, as we were seeing the fire explode, it was a very long time in coming. So look, 2 hours ago, there's a mandatory evacuation order for Canyon Dam and stuff. Yeah, that happened a lot longer than 2 hours ago. And then 11 hours ago was the thing. So the first thing we heard from Facebook, the Plumas County Sheriff's Office, which is in charge of the evacuation stuff, was 2 hours ago when the actual evacuation orders were issued a lot earlier. Now, I must reiterate that they go door to door and they focus on that before social media. But social media spreads faster than wildfire. I know it's a really bad, no pun intended. But he should make a phone call and tell somebody else to update the Twitter you know, this is what's going on in other sheriff's offices as well. I mean, they've had almost no sleep. They're overwhelmed. They even admitted that. It's a learning thing. But communication with the public, I'm rating as a 1 or 2 out of 10 in general. Even though they've had tons of meetings, a lot of it was just hard to understand. And the general public wants simple answers. And they want things explained simply. You know, they have to work. They can't just sit there for hours out of their day every day. And I think all these sheriffs, they deserve a secretary to handle this kind of crap for them. They shouldn't be on their cell phone pecking out a Twitter message. They'd be like, yo, secretary, say this. And then, aye, aye, sir. That's what should be happening. And I think in the future, that kind of a job really will be important. A communications officer, or whatever you want to say, whatever you want to call that. Wow, we still have aircraft? Wow. So it looks like the lead plane is still in the area. And a tanker's coming. Really, tanker 911 is coming. Guys, above and beyond the call of duty, most of the tankers have wrapped for the night on all the other fires. So this is getting really close to sunset. Visibility and such is pretty dang poor. That's amazing. And we continue to monitor the situation. Please like and subscribe so I can reach more people. Apparently, YouTube doesn't show my content unless it's, quote, trending, which I despise. I have never tried to promote myself ever. I just want to help the public, but I have to play this game. So if you hit the ringing bell icon, you'll be notified whenever I go live. I tend to do that in a crisis. And even if I sit here for 17 hours in a row like I did last year, I'll do it. I'll just slam back the coffee. I'm hoping to go to bed. I've been at this since 3 in the morning. Ugh. I was going to go live at 9 in the morning, adjourn by 12, get my stuff done for the day. I go to bed around 7 or 8 at night because I had such a bad night last night. But you know what? I can't turn away. This is a big train wreck. So, holy crap. Here we go. So there's no community meeting tonight, and I'm absolutely flabbergasted. And I'm not critical of Dennis. That's not his job. He may not even be allowed to talk about things like evacuations. So L. Logan says Burns is a fire behavior analyst, not an intro officer or an operations chief. He was explaining the fire behavior on the incident today. Not his place to speak of evacs or strategy tactics on the fire. Yeah, exactly. That's you can even see the look in his eye where it's like, God, I want to say more. He said, I usually don't even comment about the West Side, but they had a horrible time too. You know, he's probably stepped out of line. He's probably being admonished for that and going on a limb for us. So I don't criticize him at all. Tanya Sullivan says disasters are overwhelming. There's so much information coming in so fast. It's hard to fathom until you do it. Yeah, everyone needs to be as sharp and at your best, and it's impossible. Yeah, they have gotten very little sleep for weeks. Everybody involved. The typical wildland firefighters shift is 16-hour days for 16 days in a row, and then you get 16 days off. I can't imagine working like that in 100-degree heat with fire all around me in these smoke conditions. I mean, it wiped me out just evacuating my mom and loading a car full of our things in the smoke and getting back to our air-conditioned rooms. I mean, that caused an ear infection to go into a double ear infection and threw me, just knocked me off my feet. So when these people are working in this for like minimum wage, food stamp wages, or volunteer, holy crap, we have to respect them. This is not a high-paying job like it should be. So, Kaloe SF says he usually says way more details on what's going on in there every night. Here, in fact, I need to call my dad, whose house is in Indian Valley. Yeah, I would not be in Indian Valley. I'd the east side by Genesee might be okay, but I think this is just giving us the wake-up call that things can get out of hand. Mike Smith says, imagine the clothes they wear, let alone the heat. I know, it's 100, and they're wrapped up in, look at what he wears. This is felt. This is made out of wool and felt, and because if embers drop on you, he's wearing also a wool scarf around the neck. It's to keep the embers from going down your back and burning your back and burning your neck. They're basically working in a blizzard of embers, and they have to wear a helmet and such that doesn't breathe. And this has to be thick, clothing like that because it's protecting you from the heat. It's like wearing an oven mitt on your body. I can't imagine this crap. And sometimes, when we were hearing last year, their lunch doesn't get delivered and their dinner doesn't get delivered. It's a helicopter drop. And if there's poor visibility, you don't get your dinner. And you've worked hard every day and you're starving. I mean, the amount of calories they're burning, they're mostly working with shovels. That's how they build a line, and they turn over the ash and feel it with their bare hands to see if there's a hot spot. This is pretty insane. Looking back, 5.7, not to mention their packs. Oh yeah, they're carrying 65 pounds of gear. And they walk and hike sometimes 3,000 feet up during the afternoon just to go to work. If the road is impassable for the trucks, they just walk. Zigzag up the side of the mountain of old mule trails that haven't been maintained since literally the gold rush. And that's their work day. We have to give them a hell of a lot of slack for this situation. Anybody being critical should just pull their cranium and remove it from rectum, as that's the only thing I have to say. Excuse me. I'll clean up my mouth now. So Alex Baum 123, I'm in Greenville currently. I've been watching it on my front porch. Can you send me pictures? Have you taken any? If anybody has pictures, it's Catherine.Davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. I would love to showcase that. If anybody has any stories or pictures, you can remain anonymous too, or whatnot. How is it, Alex? What's the sentiment there of people around Greenville? I can imagine this is a scary, frightening sight. Helen Wenger says, we are a good town, but not important to others. Which town? I'm sorry, I must have. There's not a lot on Chester. Chester's been mostly in the clear. I have a very soft spot in my heart for Chester. I'm scared for it tonight, though, because they really haven't said too much. That's the West Division, so that wasn't what Dennis's division is. But this has frightened me. Heat detections on the other side of the highway. They said they had black line here. They said that this was contained here in the area where it's now marching towards Chester. So, Division Lima here. This is what shook my confidence today. We are getting heat detections on the other side. That's jumping the black line and the nearly completed line. And whatever line they were trying to start over here, theoretically. I don't know exactly where things have jumped, but apparently a strike team is assembling down there, and I don't know why they're not mentioning Chester. I don't know why the sheriff's office isn't. I don't know why Chester still has an evacuation center, frankly, because the wind from day one has been pushing the fire this direction, which is a beeline for Chester. So that's what it does during the day. At night, of course, it goes in reverse this direction. Hopefully, they can protect Greenville, because we're waiting for the wind change that happens every night. Hot air rises and goes up into the mountains, and so it goes in this direction, kind of that way. Some of it splits off and goes that way. And as it cools off into the night, it reverses, and it goes back down to the valley, because cool air sinks. And it goes lower in altitude, which is back to the valley. So there might be an opportunity tonight, and I wish Dennis would have explained this. Is this on the table? The fire right now is marching towards Greenville through this gap after it jumped the Round Valley Reservoir. If they could, they're laying down the retardant like this. That was very clear. So right now it's probably going to stop around the retardant line, and as the wind shifts back this way, they have a possible strategic defense that they could do. And that would be to ignite on purpose, because the wind is going that way. Here's their retardant line. They could build a dozer line to protect the town and ignite this on purpose, burn it off. So tomorrow, if fire tries to come back this way with the wind change, and it's fiercer during the day, but boy, has it reached scorcher. That would be the best strategy that I can think of. Lighting that on fire on purpose. That generally won't burn down structures and living trees because it's mostly burning off the duff, the pine needles, the little brush, the little trees and stuff. They have to be sacrificed, but to keep the big trees alive. And that would be a goal, a really good goal, because if the big trees go up, well, then Greenville's threatened, and that defeats the dang purpose. However, if the wind tonight is too shifty, or doesn't really change the way that is expected, that won't be on the table. That won't be an option. And so I don't know what they're going to do. They'll probably just scramble throughout the night to build dozer lines and wet down the buildings of Greenville, and then wait for the fire to pass, or go up to the city walls, so to speak, right up to the gates, and they'll defend what they can. That would be the last thing, but hopefully it won't jump across Indian Valley, because the nightmare scenario, which we almost saw with the Evans fire, is if it jumps here, this is even more rugged and harder to access, steeper terrain and taller mountains than anything over here. The fire getting to here, and it almost did with the Kessler Peak fire, the smoke jumpers really did a good job controlling that. But say new lightning happened over here, the embers drew over here, this would be one screaming nightmare. Extremely difficult to extinguish the fire, and it would be another thing that would be really a nightmare is right now this is an 80-mile perimeter. If you need help from one division, expect it to arrive in 5 hours, 3 to 5 hours. These roads are really windy and slow to traverse. Just driving around the lake would take you like an entire day if you did that. Maybe even longer if you took a detour around the peninsula. It would probably be dark by the time you left Chester at dawn if we got all the way around and stuff. I can't tell you how massive that is. About how narrow the roads are. How any little car accident just delays you for hours because traffic backs up for many miles. So imagine if they needed help over here at Branch 20, the ones over here would never make it in time. So enlarging the fire would be one screaming nightmare, regardless of the terrain and the drought conditions and the single-digit humidities and all the other complications they're dealing with. So that was the map of the fire as of this morning. And this is the heat detections we have right now. Red is in the last 15 minutes. And orange is in the last hour, and yellow is within the last 1 to 6 hours. And so we still have these going on in places we don't want to see it. This was their line. This was their black line. What happened? What happened? I think we're owed an explanation, and they should be communicating with the public a lot better. Somebody should be at a podium right now explaining things. Just let us know what's going on. I can do my best. I mean, we can do our best. Me, the firefighters in chat, and everybody else who's educated, we can do our best explaining this, but we don't really know what the hell's going on. Yes, Alex Baum, send to my email. Send the pictures to my email, catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. Just email me, tell me you sent them, and I will check my email and share the pictures. If anybody has any pictures they want to share about wildfire in general. So, sorry, I just read that you already saw the link, but that goes for anybody. Bugs Bunny says, leave, you won't be sleeping tonight. Get out of there and get a good night's sleep somewhere safe. Taylorsville is supposedly safe right now. They feel more confident about that area. Genesee Valley, that's kind of the area where I would go if it were me. Mike Smith says if they were going to backlight, they should have done that a few days ago. They have been. I just don't know exactly where. but they can only monitor so much of the backfires. They can only do it little bits at a time. They have to maintain control, and they will, do it in little bits. Mike Smith says the roads out there are windy and a mess, and you're right, the lake is huge. It is. It's absolutely huge. It's going in a speedboat, which is not like crazy speeds. It took the better part of a day to get across the lake. From Eleanor West to the east. I mean, I can't tell you how immense it is. If you were to sink in the middle of the lake, you're dead. You can't swim to shore. You could be lucky and be by the peninsula or something, but like if you're out in the middle, you're dead meat. In fact, one of my favorite stories about the lake was the Coleman that saved everybody on a boat. And it was the most hilarious redneck quote I've ever heard. The sheriff's department or whatever goes out there, and they find two rednecks, presumably by the way they talk, clinging to a Coleman, drinking beer. And the Coleman was the only thing that floated. The Coleman, not the igloo, the chest freezer, the beer cooler. And they had trapped air in there, and they're clinging to it, and they didn't want to drink the dirty lake water, so they drank beer all day and got their faces sunburned to heck. But they were interviewed by the media, and they said, "Thank God for the Coleman and the Coors," said the second guy. And I just fell off my chair laughing. But yeah, you would drown. You wouldn't be able to make it to shore. It's huge. So this is live. Looks like the nighttime might be dampening down the activity of the fire. It might be that the fire is kind of running up against lines. We can't really tell. I hope it's still animating. Every once in a while it stops. But this is the direction the camera is facing. This is the Dyer Mountain camera. I don't believe that any of the other cameras have FLIR. This is the time lapse earlier from Indian Ridge. God, there's ants in my pants. I'm sorry. I've stopped pulling my pant leg up to flick them off me. I'm just slapping wherever I'm feeling an itch on my leg at this point because apparently one of them got up my leg, climbed up my sock, and they leave a trail so the other ants follow. And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to just make a slapping sound, but that's what that was. Now the other ants are following it up my pant leg. Situation I'm dealing with here. So let's go to the real-time camera. Indian Ridge. Let's refresh it, see the current situation. Any moment now, we're going to have a loss of light, and it'll flick over to infrared, and that's going to show us the heat through the clouds. But it hasn't flipped over quite yet. Now we can create a longer time lapse. What the hell happened in 12 hours? And everything looked pretty good today. At 11, I was like, everything's looking good. Their morning operational briefing was pretty dang rosy. They said, stay alert, guys. We could have high winds today, but they didn't mention anything like this as a possibility of happening. Dennis said that there was challenges in the Round Valley Reservoir, and he warned against things, but I have no idea why why they let people back in. Why they suddenly said Greenville's going to be fine, let's let people back into it when they didn't have black line above it on the ridges. So the camera will pivot around at some point. But look how sunny and stuff it was. I was going to adjourn the stream, and then after about 1 p.m., everything in Northern California went to hell in a handbasket with the winds flaring up. The Dixie fire is looking better. Much better. There's 6,000 personnel here to ready to try to defend these towns. It's not the same story. The McFarland fire, there's at least some personnel, but they're trying desperately to save the town of Wildwood, and presumably Peanut, which would be in danger next, and Post Mountain. They got their evacuation orders today. It's even worse further north at the situation in Klamath Falls. The Monument Fire, and up here where the community of Somerville here is hemmed in on 3 sides by fire. The hay press exploded today, so did the Summer. The Packers, they had hot shots in the area trying to work on it. I don't know the status. but there's 17 fires. The river complex is what they're trying to call this now. But they said, get out. We don't even have enough personnel to save structures. Grab all the livestock and pets you can and leave. This is in the area of Somerville, Taylor's Creek, and the, what do you call that? I keep forgetting it's salmon. Guys, help me remember this. Forks of salmon is an odd mouthful, but forks of salmon. These people have no help. It's going to be 24 hours before any help can come. And all the resources are stretched incredibly thin. They were requesting aircraft, and the aircraft were busy today. But aircraft were requested for those areas, the McFarland, plus the other one that I just named. And then the Dixie fire, they yelled for help over here. Thank God the aircraft came here, but it's at the expense of other places. And that's what's really sad right now, is whenever I get sleep, I'm going to wake up and I fully expect that the area by Somerville and stuff to be devastated, and that luck will be the determining factor in that area of what survives and what doesn't. So this is just completely awful. I'm going to look for more updates. Please let me know if I'm missing anything. Check my email. Okay, let's do that. Alex may have sent us some pictures to look at, so let's check it. I'm doing it on my phone first, and then I'll move on over to... in fact, you know what? I can do it on the desktop. So let's go back to the mesmerizing live images that we were seeing here. Yeah, it's still animating. So, gosh, the flames have picked up again. Let me try to enlarge that for the moment. I'll have to put it back. But I hope that's bigger for you guys. God, ants, get out of my pants. Yarr. Okay. Let's see. Alex says we feel safe here. Fire is moving across the mountain still. No close structure damage from what I can see.